right, kids, I want you to gather around close now. I want to tell you something very
Keep devil up under my feet. 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 Some devils out looking like you. Some devils out looking like me. Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet. Life good, yeah, life great. That's my food, that's my plate. Watch your shoes, that's my cake. You old new, like my space. Say y'all snooze, and I'm wait. Got no clue why y'all hate. In that case, I'ma let you see the stunt show. And you go out to be sitting in the front row. No time for it when you're in the time for it. 4 forms in the phone, headed to the form. Showtime, late show, y'all niggas born. Y'all tell them good night, I tell them good morning. Bad as hell, but she make me feel heavenly. Jezebel, but the text said Melanie. She get what it's here, what she see to let it be. I plant the seed, but I swear that bitch never leave. Y'all know the devil at work. Don't let the devil at work. The devil disguises your niggas who will pop up and smoke you and pay for the hearse. So I don't play with these verses. I want 2 10s, say bitch, I'm a murk. Gotta keep the devil under my shoes so he can get a good view of these loot. Keep devil up under my feet. 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 Some devils out looking like you. Some devils out looking like me. Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet.
All right, kids, I want you to gather around close now. I want to tell you something very
Look, see demons in the room, yeah. Probably some nigga in your crew, yeah, yeah. Looking at Jules, yeah. Waiting on the day a nigga lose, yeah, yeah. Drinking out booze, nigga, yeah, chill, but I can hit the booze, yeah, yeah. Gotta pick choose, damn, with the devil, you gon' need some big shoes, yeah, yeah. So still, be ahead of these niggas, don't be scared of these niggas. He ain't eat crumb like the rest of these niggas. I ain't finna be done, break bread with these niggas. I don't know you, you don't know me. Why you call me bro, nigga? We don't ever speak. I can smell the bullshit, nigga, where you going? Before you kid rock, nigga, let me see your horn. Also, pocket full of guapo, nacho, doper than Pablo Chapo, drip need a poncho. Hair nigga would if they could. You think it's all good, but you gotta watch Suge if you pop though. Sending them shots to your BM, taking shots at your BM. No love, man, they really wanna be him. You gotta pick a team like a GM. Know the devil when you see him, and keep the nigga under your feet. Keep devil up under my 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 feet. Some devils out looking like you. Some devils out looking like me. Keep devil up under my feet. 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 Some devils out looking like you. Some devils out looking like me. Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet.
Boy. Some devils out looking like me. Some devils out looking like you. Keep the devil up under my feet. Yes, man. We here, man. I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta cut that short. Y'all know how I do, man. Let me post this link, man. If y'all want to support my brother B. Howard, y'all know I like to intro my show with my brother B. Howard music. That's the link right there. Shout out my sister Sosa, long time. Sosa, you get your popcorn ready and your smokes and your drink because boy, big show today. Big show, guys. It's rare that I'm excited to get home and rush to do a show. For real. If I'm honest with you, I hope in 2 hours the conversation is flowing because I even put off one of my errands I needed to run for 2 hours just so I can get this show popping, guys. We got to get this here. We got to get this fucking show right here popping, man. Yes, we got to get this show popping. And thank you too, for real, Sosa, because you told me. You said it's hard for you to make the weekday shows, but you can make the weekends. And damn it, sister, you pulled up. Sister, if you can, jump on the panel with me, Sosa, if you got a minute. If you don't worry about it. But if you got a minute, jump on. Family, oh man, let me introduce the show. I'm tripping. Salute, guys. Thank y'all for tapping into another episode of Rich Rhetoric. I am your gracious host, Born Rich. And y'all know what I say, man. I appreciate y'all for being here, man. You could have been anywhere in the world. You could have been anywhere. You probably are anywhere in the world right now, but you taking time out of your day, your night, your morning, your evening, whatever, to rock with me, man. So yes, hopefully I will keep you guys entertained today, man. Great show. Like I keep saying, man, great show. I really want a few more people to come in the room, but yeah, I want to what I'm going to play, guys, is a conversation. So I had a conversation earlier with a sister, right? And shout out to the sister. Shout out to the sister for real. Had a conversation with a sister today on on another panel on Jedi's panel, Triluminati Live. Shout out that brother. I'll be definitely as the show goes on, I will be dropping the link if y'all want to go subscribe to my brother Triluminati Live. Subscribe to his channel. But yeah, I had a conversation with a sister on there, man, and great conversation, great conversations. And I noticed there was a lot of stereotypes being spoken, about mainly black people in general, but mainly black American men, right? So of course I had to speak up and say something about that. Hold on, I want to do something real quick while y'all in the chat. Let me do I want to share it? Let me see. Can I share a video? Oh, I can share a video file, guys. I forgot. I can share a video file. Oh.
You're saying so like what you're saying is that you
I'm not gonna rewind it. Hold on. Now let me see. Hold on. Let me practice. Because if I do that, but tell me if y'all can still hear this clearly. Y'all let me know if y'all can still hear this clearly.
so what you're saying so like what you're saying is that you can't correct them or what? Like what you saying? Right.
I'm not saying we can't correct them, but I'm saying we're not doing it.
Can y'all hear that? Can y'all hear that clearly? Because I am gonna. Y'all know I'm transparent. Now the reason I can't share this screen like this, right? Because I had to screen save it. Like I said, shout out to Triluminati Live. Like I said, I will be dropping the link to where y'all can go subscribe to his channel. But he deleted this, right? And he said he was gonna delete it. So when he said, "Hey, I am deleting this show when it's over," I had to hurry up and get my phone out and rewind the show and screen record the conversation between me and the sister. So I went through a lot, and this is the best I can do. But the reason I can't show this is because while I was screen recording it, I was getting text messages and bill reminders to pay my bill, and y'all motherfuckers is nosy. So y'all definitely ain't finna see all the bills I'm behind on and all the kinky little text messages I've been getting. I wouldn't dare dox myself like that. But great conversation. Great conversation. I want somebody to come on the panel though. Raheem, I know it's late over there where y'all at, but if y'all can pull up, man. Pull up on the panel, man. I want to. And I know it's a little early on a Friday night for my American brothers, but I can't wait till the American family get in here and they pull up, man. Should have called some of my brothers and told them to jump on. But yeah, man, great conversation, and I want to get to it though. Yeah, exactly, Sosa. Exactly, sis. We can't have that just popping up in the middle of this dope conversation. Yeah. We can't do that, Sosa. We're not doing that. So I guess when I show it, I can show it like this, and y'all just see my big, beautiful mug. Yeah, I mean, but great conversation. I see some people. Shout out Raheem. Shout out Rain Hands. Shout out Sosa Trill Time. You know what I mean? And I know the people be falling in here late. Oh, and also, now you cool, Raheem. And also, so I can set the table. So I'm having this conversation. I probably can't zoom it. Let's see what happens if I make it full screen. Well, you still can't see shit if I make it full screen. So I'm talking to the sister out of New York, has a YouTube channel, the Rashida Show Savage, the Rashida Savage Show or something like that. I'm gonna grab her link too and put it in here. Y'all can go support her YouTube channel also. You feel me? Sosa, is that you, Sosa? Sosa?
Damn, that was quick.
Yeah. I'm quick on the. I was desperate for panelists. No. Yeah.
I could feel it, bro. That's why I jumped on. Now I'm joking.
No, I appreciate it. You was at work, Trill Time. You was at work. Oh man, this shit is fire. I guess, man. Fuck it. We're 11 people in here, and we'll just catch people up. But she's gonna say some wild things. I want everybody to be prepared, though. But like I said, shout out to the sister.
Can you give us a backstory? Is it a white lady, black lady?
Black lady from New York. Okay. Well, she's going to because if I'm not mistaken, this may have been her first time on Jedi's panel. I think it is.
Just introduces herself.
It is. Cool. Yeah. So she's going to introduce herself. And I clipped it but I'm gonna be stopping. Trust me. So if you got any questions, the shit that she said, we're definitely gonna be stopping it. If I'm not mistaken, I'm just gonna be safe, y'all. I'm sorry, I can't. You know what I mean? I want to share the screen, but look, when I share the
It
screen, you
ain't
can't
worth
see
it.
shit. Yeah, you can't
Okay,
see
you know
shit.
what the trolls are like.
Because we was about to talk about Tommy Sotomayor. I can't set the table like this. So we was talking about the Tommy Sotomayor situation. I actually jumped on the panel to talk about the Tommy Sotomayor situation. I think the sister did too, but she said some crazy shit in the chat, either while she was on the panel or before she got on the panel. But anyway, let's get it. Yeah, I will play I will share the screen at the beginning. But let's go, y'all. Without further ado, let's get it.
Hold up.
As a form of entertainment.
I would like to interject.
Yeah.
Stop the press.
Please.
The Rashida Savage Show.
What's up?
Yeah, you know what's up. She says, to be honest, black men treat women worse than any white man. Facts. Woo.
That's fact.
Oh, come on now, man.
That's fact. That's fact. I don't know about the UK. I don't know about the UK, but I can speak about American men, American black men, and just to sidebar that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm biracial. You know, my mom is Jamaican, my dad is Italian.
So did you hear that, sister?
Yeah. I was gonna say, don't stop there.
You know we can't just let this. We can't let that fly, right? You can't. All right, and I want to set the table a little better. I don't know. I don't think she heard my voice, right? So I don't think that she even knew that it was any Black Americans on this panel, on this platform, in the chat, anywhere, right? She's thinking this is a fully UK live stream.
I can come and be brand new.
And you come in and your introduction to the family is, oh fuck, he erased it. But black men, oh fuck, treat their women worse than any white man.
White men treat their women better than any black men. Fact.
Facts,
that's what I heard.
Right? So she comes in and says that, right? And then she says, hey guys, don't be offended, UK black people. I am specifically talking about Black American men, right? And that gets my antennas. Now my antennas go up. And then she says right after that, in the same breath, hey guys, I am Jamaican and Italian. My mom is Jamaican, my dad is Italian. I am biracial. Right? First things first, right? First question of the night. Don't disrespect to my sister, right? No disrespect to my sister. But what fuck is it your business, right? If your mom is Jamaican and your dad is Italian, but you come in speaking about Black American men, why? And that's what I'm saying when people don't deal with their own communities per se. See what I'm saying? You come in and say, hey, I am biracial, my mom's Jamaican, my dad's Italian, but these Black American men, they just be dogging they women. And it's like, what does that have to do with you at all? But
did she say where she got that mentality from, seeing as her mum's with an Italian?
Let's get it. Let's let her speak. But shout out to Sister Rashida too. I invited Rashida. Hopefully she'll come through tonight. I subscribed to her channel. I invited her for the dialogue because it's still a good dialogue. And I want to say this: no matter how passionate it gets in this dialogue, we're good now. And I never was upset. Nobody was no hard feelings. I even type in the chat later on. Listen, there's no hard feelings, but it's a great dialogue. But let's get back to it.
And I was always raised that never to bring a Black American.
I was always raised. Guys, please. We have a new guest on the show. She's speaking her truth. The least we can do is give her the respect. Right? Otherwise, we can all mute up for a minute. We can all hold hands and do kumbaya. But right now, we got.
What happened? He want to get at me?
No. I just trying to clear the space so that you can speak without being interrupted.
Oh,
and that
okay,
we can all hear
gotcha.
what you're saying. Yeah. So please, yeah,
Yeah.
go again. Yeah, please.
Yeah, like I said, I can't speak on men of the UK because I don't live there, but I can speak on Black American men. It's almost like they have a disdain against Black women. They don't like us. They don't like us at all. They will curse us out in a minute, call us all type of bitches and hoes, and that's just what it is, right? And going back to my, how I was raised, I was always told, don't bring an American man home, period.
Now, family.
I knew
Go ahead,
it.
Sosa.
I
Go
knew
ahead.
it. I knew it.
Now,
I knew
okay,
it
right.
came from the mother. And I
You
bet
said-
it comes from the mum as well, not even the dad.
Okay, now you from Caribbean descent, right?
Right, yeah.
Talk to me. Is this a thing? Why? Well, okay, let me ask you this also. Why do you think it came from her Jamaican mom and not her Italian dad? Why do you personally think that? We don't know if that's true or not, but this is just your opinion. Why do you
All
think
right.
that's true?
Firstly, I'd say the dad would have a cheek to be with a Black woman and say that. But from experience, I just think that the fact that her mum has gone with a white man, she's got a sort of maybe an uptown Jamaican mentality, or that mentality of, I don't want to say too much, but yeah.
Hold on. This is what I'm talking about. These are the people I want on this panel tonight. What's up, Perry? Oh, I'm hyped now. What's up, Perry? Talk to me, bro.
Born Rich, what's good, big
Brother,
bro?
did
How
you hear
you
the
doing,
beginning
man?
of this? Did you hear the beginning of this?
Another great show. Another great show. Let's do it.
Did you hear the beginning of this video I played?
Yeah, I heard Shorty said what she said about foundational Black American men. That was crazy. Like, why would
Can
you
I
have
ask
that type of opinion?
Go ahead,
That was just wild.
Can I
But
ask a question?
I'm here.
Yeah, I know you're here, brother.
Do biracial women in America see themselves as Black then? Because she said, I'm biracial, my mum's Jamaican, my dad's Italian.
Yeah.
Black men treat us like whatever she said. I don't want to put words in her
So are
mouth.
you here for the long run? Because she's gonna answer that question. Like, of
All
course,
right, cool. Yeah.
You know, y'all UK people are gonna ask that question, right? So somebody in the UK is gonna ask her. That's probably like an hour away from now, but that question is asked, right? And I'm even gonna, I think I bring up Empress Janet, the conversation that me and Empress Janet had on here last week. So yes, so if you be patient, she's gonna get to that. But this thing, right? And when I speak about ADOS and foundational Black Americans, now my Pan-African brothers.
My thing is, bro.
Go ahead.
My thing is the people that's non-FBA. My issue with them is they look at the lowest common denominator when it comes to FBA. They'll look at the homeless, the mentally ill, the crackhead, and compare themselves to them. Why don't y'all compare yourselves to the greatest of us? You never do that.
Yeah, but then let's get back to her family told her never to bring a Black American man in her house. Like I expect that from the Asian community, even the white
when we don't go out of our way to marry Nigerian women or African women or Somalian women. Like, we don't go out of our way looking for y'all. So, like, what's the problem? We're not looking for y'all.
And shout out,
checking for y'all.
And real quick, shout out Empress Janet in the chat. So you know the link is there. You know you welcome to come. Trill Time, I see Trill Time is familiar with Rashida's. With Rashida. Shout out to Rashida though. Like I said, I'm subscribed to her channel. I'll be checking out. It's no hard feelings, but she has just been saying now what the extreme eight. Let me use you, Brother Perry. Right now, Brother Perry gets on here and says some extreme shit about our Caribbean brothers and sisters and our African brothers and sisters. And I always say, yeah, I don't really agree with everything Brother Perry says because I'm more of a all black is black type of person. But when I can't act like I don't hear these comments. You see what I'm saying? So when a biracial
It's
sister,
always your brother Rich.
hold on,
Your brother Rich,
Perry.
real
Hold
quick,
on, Perry,
From
Perry.
a
I know. Just
brother,
let me land.
from a
Let me
brother
land.
from
I know,
all right,
Perry.
go ahead,
Perry. God
land,
damn it.
brother.
Let me land, and I got you. So this is what I'm saying. It baffles me, right? When a biracial woman whose mom is Jamaican, father's Italian, she's in America, living good, eating good in America, but shitting on the people who I think you would identify more with, right? I don't know where else does that happen. So if my parents moved to Jamaica in the 1980s and then it's 2022 and I'm telling my kids, hey, we don't fuck with them damn Jamaicans. Yeah. I live all in the country and yeah, I'm in their neighborhoods, but you better not bring them damn Jamaicans in my home. I don't understand, why do you even feel comfortable to say that? I don't understand what makes people feel comfortable. But go ahead, Perry, before I start
And,
playing
then-
this.
and that's the whole thing. Like, we don't do that. We don't make a distinction between black people when it comes to FBA culture over here. You know, initially we went out of our way. We know that Martin Luther King and our local churches put money up to bring those Kenyan immigrants over here to go to our schools. We played a major part in that. So I don't understand the hatred either, Brother Rich. You know, but at the end of the day, us as FBA, we just got to get on code with each other and do our thing. We
And I
know we have a,
and I
we know
try absolutely. And what
we know that we have a rich history over here. We know that.
and what I try not to do is listen. And what I try not to do is, be divisive, right? Because I know everybody say, man, ADOS and foundational Black Americans are divisive. And I say, well, those are just the YouTube guys. So I try my best not to be divisive when it comes to Black people, But it's just crazy. But Stanley, are you there, brother Stanley? Bring Uncle Stanley in, man. Uncle Stanley?
Yeah, I am.
How's it going, brother?
I'm doing good.
So,
I don't have too much to say.
okay.
But one of the points in the immigration laws, who came from where, that was part of the civil rights movement too.
Stanley, if you can find a link to that, brother, try to find a link.
Yeah, because we like, and that hurt us,
I will
brother Stanley. Let me say this real quick to my brother Stanley, because I like brother Stanley. Let me say this real quick. That hurt us. Like, out of our love, we made way for a lot
Well,
of these
may I
people
ask
to
you
come
a
over
quick
here.
question? I will find the link and send it, but you do know that was part of what changed.
I do. Hey, Stanley, and further along in this conversation, guys, I'm gonna bring that up, and she's gonna pretty much tell me that's bullshit. Now, I was busy where I couldn't really go grab the research and grab the link. But
I'll
Stanley,
find it.
if you grab it, I want to show that on this panel and on this channel today to make sure that Born Rich wasn't just talking out of the side of his fucking neck or just grabbing.
Yes, sir. But I was being asked a question. I am certainly willing to do the best I can to answer.
My brother, let's play some more of this, guys. It's crazy. This is crazy, man. So we left
off. Play that beautiful beam footage.
So I guess we left off with her saying her Jamaican mom and Italian father told her to never bring a Black American man into their home.
So much vitriol.
I'll let her speak. Let's go.
Period. And I'm not going to get into the whole thing because I don't want people to get mad at me, but there's reasons why I was told that. But at the end of the day, I feel like Black men never support, I'm not going to say never. I feel like Black men sometimes do not support Black women or women of color, but they'll roll out the red carpet for another race. Now, somebody that was just talking, I don't know who was talking, he just said that, he doesn't want women to get their feelings hurt, whether it's Black, Chinese, Spanish, white. I don't know who just said that. Someone just made that comment.
Yeah, that
Right.
that was vibe. That was vibe. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
yeah,
That
yeah.
was
Go ahead,
vibe.
go ahead, go
So
ahead,
that
sister.
was vibe. Okay, got you. So I just wanted to piggyback on that. So why are black men always concerned about other races? Like worry about your own backyard. Chinese men defend their women. You can't disrespect a Chinese woman. You can't disrespect. Look at what Tommy Sotomayor did to that woman. Look how he disrespected that black woman.
No,
Listen,
no,
listen.
vibe, brother, please, brother,
No,
please,
no,
please.
no, no, no.
All right, please,
Let him go.
please,
Let him
vibe.
go. It's cool.
No, no, no,
Yeah.
no, 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 sister,
I just
sister,
had to
hold on, vibe, sister. You
uh,
spoke specifically about Black American men, so I think it's only right that the only Black American man on this panel speak. Right?
Mm.
Okay, yes.
Lot to
Bro,
unpack.
what
you're
are
an
you
Yeah,
African.
talking about?
You're an
yeah,
African,
yeah.
bro. You
No,
Sudanese,
I
bro.
know. I want y'all to hear my brother Jez. He's fully enjoying this. He went straight to troll mode and gas up mode immediately. Shout out to that brother though, because I would have did the same thing on my panel. But shout out to him. But y'all can hear it. Y'all can hear it. I'm spicy already. But let's go.
Hey, yo, bro, that conversation, man, that shit make me
No,
want to
no,
Bro,
no,
It
yo,
no,
does.
there
no.
is like
First of all,
I'm playing.
I'm
I'm playing, bro.
yeah, I know, brother. I know. First of all, I'm ADOS, and shout out to the sister. She's not ADOS, but shout out to her
shout out,
anyway.
man.
Sidebar,
Yeah, much
sidebar.
respect, man.
But
Much respect.
but let me say this though. Let me say this. I don't know where you're from, sister, but in
Mm-hmm.
my reality, it's not like that. I see Black men doing nothing but taking care of Black women, building with Black
Mm-hmm.
women, not disrespecting Black women. I see nothing but black men and Black women working together to do what they need to do. And I'm gonna tell you this. Now, on the surface, absolutely it may look like white men treat black people better. I mean Black women better, right? On the surface. But that's what I always go back to. A lot of Black women have been tricked into believing that. And number one, you're gonna mistreat people. It's a proximity thing, right? So yes, majority of the people who mistreat Black women are Black men. You know why? Because we're close to each other, we have a close proximity, and we only deal with each other. Most
Bullshit.
Okay, so I'm just gonna interject on that real quick.
really quick. Same thing.
Bull.
Mm-hmm.
You know who mistreats Black men the most is
So
Black women, just because proximity. Who commits crime? Who commits
No,
crime?
I beg to differ on that. I beg to differ.
I
I beg to
know.
differ
Listen
on
though,
that.
sister. I know. Listen, sister though. But
Mm-mm.
it's just like crime, right? It's who commits the most crime against each other. People in the same proximity. So
Yeah.
of course it's going to look like, yeah, white men treat Black women better. They don't have to really engage with Black women a lot if you think about it in the real world. Maybe at
Right. So I
school,
was just
maybe
making
at
no,
work.
no, that's not true. And I was making a blanket statement, right?
Mhm.
So when I'm gonna just answer your question. You say you don't know where I'm from, right?
Yeah, I don't.
I'm from Brooklyn. I'm from New York, right? Number two,
Brooklyn.
everything that I see is basically all over social media, it's all over TV. We see how Black men are quick to disrespect the Black woman. Now, in essence, what you're saying is you don't see that.
Pause. Let me pause. Right now, I start speaking about. So when I say I don't see Black men disrespecting Black women, I'm speaking about reality. When I step outside, when I go to the grocery store, when I go to lounges and clubs and family functions, I'm speaking about outside. This sister said, I see Black men disrespecting Black women on social media. That's what I'm saying. She said TV and social media. And that is what's dangerous, right? Because if I want to say Black, let's just say this for real, for instance, if I want to say Black women ain't shit, do y'all know I can go on the internet and find that, right? Y'all know I can go find some real nothing ass Black women on the internet if I want to. I can go to World Star Hip Hop right now if I want to and show y'all a video, and y'all gonna say, damn, yeah, that Black woman right there ain't shit. And I'm gonna speak about this a little later in this conversation, but we get tricked off of little clips that we see. Yes, I can go to YouTube and see a Black man slap the shit out of a Black woman. I can go to Instagram and find a Black man slapping the shit out of a Black woman. Yes, I can. I can go find that. But the internet is not real life, and I've been saying this for like 5 years. Social media and the internet is not real life. But I digress, man. Yeah, I
How
don't.
don't you see
I
that?
don't.
It's every day on the media.
No, I
It's
don't.
every day on TV.
Another thing.
Oh, black woman this,
Yeah.
black woman that. You know, she's too dark, she's too light. It's always something with the black woman that the black man is not satisfied, right? And I'm not saying this for all black men. And I'm not saying this for all black men. I'm talking about culturally. Now, if we want to get into that aspect, we can. I didn't say all black men. I tend never to date a black American man because black American men, because of, you know, they don't support their families from what I've seen. From what I've seen, they're lazy. From what I've seen, they want to live under a woman. They listen, that's just the way I grew up. I'm not saying that's you. I can always speak on my experience.
But is that all of them, though? Is that all black?
Now, is that, see, maybe, man, y'all help me out. Maybe go ahead, so I see you came off mute. You got something you want to say?
Told you she got that shit from her mama.
You're gonna keep saying that. You of course, you know I'm not gonna say that. So she has a Jamaican mom. I don't know any Jamaicans like that. I speak to Jamaicans on these YouTube streams. I don't see any of them that would say, keep your ass away from them black American men.
Because they ain't coming around us black YouTubers.
Okay. I got you. But yeah, I mean, but she just keeps saying she's saying
from her experience. Exactly. So her uncles ain't shit, or her mum's told her uncles ain't shit, or her mum's told her dad, her grandfather ain't shit. Do you know what I mean? That's come from her mum. That hasn't come from her Italian dad. There's no way that would cause an issue in the household.
Y'all talking to Dalton? Why I can't see Dalton's comments? Do I got Dalton blocked?
Yeah, you got to go to YouTube. I noticed that as well. You must have everyone blocked or something. I don't know.
What the fuck? And I don't even see his comments on YouTube. If I block Dalton, it had to be an accident. I don't block people.
No, I mean,
I'm looking
he's got
on
us
YouTube
blocked. I don't know. Yeah, on YouTube I saw his
Oh,
comment.
he must have me blocked. Okay, yeah, he must have me blocked because I can't see anything. I just see y'all typing and talking to Dalton. But all right, guys, back to this, man. Great conversation. Great conversation. I don't know, Reggie. You saying she's Jamo, but I thought the Christians went from the seed of her father. She's Italian, right? Don't religion. Harlem, talk to me. Harlem, does the Bible say you are from the seed of your father? Perry. Perry must have stepped away, but I'm sure the scripture says that somewhere. But let's go. Not Chef. Chef, let me tell you how I know it's not all of them. Chef, this is how I know it's not all of them. Is because I am a black American man, and I only hang around other black American men. I don't know any lazy brothers. I don't know any deadbeat brothers. I don't know any gang bangers. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know.
But you're speaking from.
Now I'm gonna say this, guys. I'm sorry. I'll be honest, y'all. I was disingenuous right there. I'll be honest, right? I was disingenuous right there. I do know that it's some black people who disrespect black women. I don't associate with those black men, and I don't deal with those black men on a day-to-day basis. But I was being disingenuous when I'm saying I don't know any of these people, because I do know gangbangers, and I do know some people who fit the fucking stereotypes. I'll just say it like that. I know some black men who fit these stereotypes that she's speaking about. But I am here to say it's not in fucking mass numbers like the loud minority would have you think it is. So, you know what I'm saying? I got to be honest with myself. I was being disingenuous right there. I think I was point scoring. I'm a man. I can admit when I'm point scoring. I was point.
I mean, what's the point? What's the point of the conversation right now? What are we talking about?
Well, the point of it, she just keeps saying that black men, from her experience, she see black men disrespecting black women, cursing them out, calling them all type of bitches and hoes, and they don't take care of their children.
I mean, we never disrespected our women. We've called out the women that fit a certain criteria, but they don't represent who FBA is, who foundational black women are. We've never disrespected our women. We honor our women.
Yeah.
I don't understand what the problem is. Is she trying to create a problem?
Question.
Go ahead, brother.
Well, that's a rather, definite point. There are black people who thought, certain parts of rap, especially back in the 80s and 90s. I'd like to hear your point on how that was some of it. I'm certainly not saying all of it.
I mean, at the end of the day, we love our women.
None
When
of
you
it
look at when you
was
look at our
disrespectful.
music, when you look at our music,
I say. So
and you look at American culture is
disrespect was never
Black American culture. We
well, I
created,
happen to
we
be
actually
black and have
created
lived
the
in the
fucking,
culture.
we actually created the traffic light.
My question, has any of it been disrespectful? We have never.
Are you talking about
disrespected
music,
women.
Stanley? Stanley, are you talking about music? Has any of the absolutely the music has been disrespectful? But we're not gonna let.
That's my point.
Yeah, I know,
The
but
music
we're not.
has
my
not
Listen,
been
was,
hold on.
disrespectful.
there
All right,
has
guys,
been
guys.
disrespect of black women.
Yeah, let's go one at a time. Let's, you know what I'm saying? We got other people. It's 27 people listening, guys. It's going to be a great show. I want to make sure when people play it back, they can hear everybody's point loud and clear. But Stanley, of course, music, yes, music has disrespected women. But I am
And
not
my
going
point
to
is never is not the word one would use.
Say it again, Stanley. I missed that. What'd you say, brother?
Black men
I
have
guess
never
it
been
depends on
Perry.
what kind of
Hold on,
music you
Perry.
listen to.
Yeah, I get you. That's a fact. That's a fact. But I think Stanley is referring to hip hop. I don't know. Go ahead, Stanley.
I'm talking about rap. If black culture, black men have never been disrespectful to black women.
That's no, I didn't. I would never. I
Well,
would
no,
never
I
say
didn't
that.
say you did, Rich.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Yeah,
I thought I heard someone say it has never been disrespectful, and never is too strong a word.
I don't think anyone said that it was never disrespectful.
I think you did.
But when you look at certain rap songs, what songs are you referring to? Because those songs have a message.
I'm not going to quote the rap.
So I mean, let's go
point.
song for song. If you're gonna
no,
present your position and say that certain rap songs were disrespectful, let's talk about "A Bitch Is a Bitch" by NWA. Now they were talking about certain type of women. They wasn't talking about all black women.
Stanley, let them finish. Stanley, if somebody
they wasn't talking about all black women. When you go into "A Bitch Is a Bitch," when you analyze that song, it's talking about a particular type of woman. So let's go into that.
Black women?
Yeah, they happen to be black. It's our culture that influences the whole fucking world on a global level. So let's talk about that. So what's your issue? He said, I think a bitch is a bitch. He said, I'm not talking about all women. I'm talking about women that behave that way.
All right, first of all, hold
What's
on
the
real
problem?
quick, guys. Really quick, guys, because we have the sister, and I told y'all I did reach out to Sister Rashida. And Rashida, I got the link pinned, the StreamYard, if you want to join. But I already told you we was gonna review this and open up the panel and get this shit popping, man, because it was a dope conversation, and we getting the shit popping. So welcome to the channel, and it's an open panel. Anybody wants to click that StreamYard link that I pinned in the top of the comments, click it, and let's have the dialogue. I don't really want to get bogged down too much with the music, but if you guys want to discuss it, we can discuss it. You know what I'm saying? We can discuss
the music is the music. And when you go into that song, it's a dope ass NWA song from niggas with attitudes. That was the name of their group. It's a dope ass name. It's a dope ass song. And they just was basically expressing how a bitch could be a bitch. Now, now, I feel like you're being a bitch.
Oh,
you represent that song on the level that they was talking about. You're acting like a bitch.
Perry, come on, brother. Come on, guys. Come on, man. Let's go. Let me play some more of the video. Let's take a break.
I just
Perry.
like to answer that.
Oh shit. Well, Perry, mute. All right, let's hold on. Let me get a little order. Stanley. I promise, Stanley. Stanley, if you hear me talking, brother, I promise I'm not ignoring you. I'm actually talking to you, Stanley. Stanley, I am actually talking to you, Stanley, but you keep talking to me, brother. I am clearing the way for you to respond. I wouldn't want nobody to call me a bitch and then me not be able to respond. But I'm asking Perry, go ahead and mute your mic. I'm gonna let Stanley respond to this because you did say he's acting like a bitch. So I'm gonna let Stanley respond to this, and then we're gonna get back into some more of the conversation with me and Sister Rashida. But go ahead, Stanley. You was called acting like said that you was acting like a bitch.
The point is you can't say that Black women have not been disrespected by Black men. Not music. I didn't bring up a category.
But I think we all know it had to be hip hop, right? Because we know Marvin Gaye but listen, Marvin Gaye and Al Green wasn't really disrespectful to the women like that. You know what I mean? So they're
not hip hop artists.
That's what I'm saying. So you can't say you didn't bring up a genre, but you had to be talking about hip hop because jazz and soul and art wasn't disrespecting. You're saying rap and hip hop, Stanley.
Well, no. What I'm saying is you cannot say that Black men, ADOS men, have never, the operative word is never, there has been disrespect of ADOS women. It doesn't matter. Music, I'm just saying never is too strong a word.
Nobody said never, but I am saying it's not on the mass
numbers.
Perry did. I am saying it's not on the mass numbers like people would want you to believe. Like people will want you to believe that especially listen, man. We're dealing with this sister, y'all. Listen, brother, we're dealing with this sister. I don't want. Let's give an example like this. I don't want. If it could be a Jamaican woman right now that lives in Jamaica with her Italian husband, and they plan on coming to America. I don't want them to think, hey, when you get to America, every Black American man is going to disrespect the women. I don't want people to.
You're not going to get a disagreement.
Absolutely. All right, Stanley. Let's play some more, Stanley. I don't want to go get bogged down too much. Let's play some more.
Your experience, right? I'm not speaking about you, but I don't know you.
You're speaking for your experience, sister, and I'm just giving you mine, sister. If you can give yours, I can give mine. You're speaking from a mixed race, biracial perspective.
I'm speaking from a Black perspective. I'm speaking from a Black perspective. You know why? Because when I walk down the street, I'm a Black woman. You understand what I'm saying? And since you're ADOS, since you are ADOS, you're not even 100% Black. So don't spit that to me.
This is all we saying. A lot of you guys,
Perry, hold on, Perry,
because we decided to have our own.
Wait, what did she just? Oh,
Perry, hold on, guys. I had to mute. Hold on, guys. Perry, I had to.
Can you rewind her? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna rewind it. But Perry, next time you want to speak, brother, just say pause. Just say Born Rich, pause it, and that way you're not talking over the recording, brother. Let's do this right, man. Listen, man, my grandkids may listen to this stream. At one time. Is that my daughter? I said my daughter, and she walked in the room. I'm looking like, dude. I was like, dog, is that my daughter? I'm sorry.
Hey, big up, Maggie.
Hey.
Damn, girl. Who let you in? You done broke in my house. Come get daddy a hug and a kiss, man. I wasn't expecting you. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. We get into it. We get into it, man. We get into it. I love you, baby.
Love you too. Thank you, Dad.
Okay, I'm gonna call you in a minute. I would ask you what you're doing, but we on the internet, so I'll call you in a minute and see what you finna do, baby. What up, Ron? Let me play some more of this video, guys. I'm sorry, somebody else came in. What's up, brother?
Just let me say this first, Luke.
Go ahead.
That right there was the perfect example of how Black men treat Black women. Anyway, carry on.
Brother Kel, you welcome to the show, Kel. You want to take a swipe at that question?
How you doing, brother Born? Just came to support our content across the UK. and abundant. Yeah. What was the question, brother? Yeah. What was the question?
Sosa, what can you repeat the question, Sister Sosa?
So basically, do black men treat black women worse than any white man ever would? Was that what it was? Yeah, something like that. Do black men treat white women? Do black men treat black women? Yeah, do white men, that was it. Do white men treat black women better than any black man ever could or ever do?
Absolutely not, sister. And the reason why that is that historically, if you look at the mindset and inappropriate behaviors of the European man, it can never come as close as treating any African woman respectfully. One thing I will say,
Can I just add something to that for you? Sorry to interrupt. The lady that's actually made that statement is a biracial woman. Her mother is a Jamaican and her father's Italian. Whether that sways or adds anything to your response, I don't know. But yeah, just thought I'd add that.
Okay, I'm just a bit confused.
So there's an American lady, she's biracial, her mother's a Jamaican, her father's an Italian, and she has made the statement that white men treat black women better than any black men ever will or ever do.
Okay. Yeah. Well, if we look at political science, right, is that there is an attack on the black family. And the non-Africans are very clever at using certain types of methods to appear something to be nice, when in actuality, it's to attack you at the same time. And one thing what Hitler's right-hand man, Joseph Goebbels, who helped Hitler to oppress the Jewish community systematically, was accuse the opposition what you're guilty of. So as long as we are being disorganized in a state by the ones who created that disorganization, because they have the power to classify what is right and wrong, they can also class themselves as the hero while at the same time they're being the villain. Now, if we analyze these two things, is that just because they are being nice a little bit, does that excuse what they've done historically and still do it now?
You get no arguments from me on that aspect. Sorry, I'm muted because I'm in the kitchen. But yeah, no, I sorry, go on, boy.
Oh no, I was just saying I'm back. I had to go mute. That was my daughter. My daughter came through, man. So I'm back now. But yeah, man, I see you, Rashida. Whenever you get a chance, you can jump on. But yeah, right. Yeah.
Is she here? Yes, please. Could you jump on?
Yeah,
I wasn't privy to the show earlier, so I'd like to hear this out, and I'd also like to ask you some questions.
This is what I'm gonna do, Rashida. Let me wrench you up so you can make sure you drop your so you can make sure you is that what you need? Yeah. But let me wrench Rashid up so you can drop your link to your YouTube channel, sis. We still about building, no matter how heated the conversation got today. But sis, it's all healthy. It's healthy. I don't know if you left your phone, baby. Look. Just look around. But all right, y'all, let's play some more of this. Let's get back to it. And y'all said rewind her just a little bit. Oh yeah, I can rewind her just a little bit. All right, here we go. No,
it's every day on TV.
Another thing.
Black woman is black woman that, she's too dark, she's too light. There's always something with the black woman that the black man is not satisfied, right? And I'm not saying this for all black men. And I'm not saying this for all black men. I'm talking about culturally. Now, if we want to get into that aspect, we can. I didn't say all black men. I tend never to date a black American man. Because black American men, because of, they don't support their families from what I've seen. From what I've seen, they're lazy. From what I've seen, they want to live under a woman. They listen. That's just the way I grew up. I'm not saying that's you. I can only speak on my experience.
And
But is that all of them though? Is that
I
all
know
Black
it's not
American
Chef.
men?
Let me tell you how
I
I
don't
know it's
think
not all of them.
so.
Chef, this is how I know it's not all of them. Is because I am a Black American man, and I only hang around other Black American men. I don't know any lazy brothers. I don't know any deadbeat brothers. I don't know any gangbangers. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know.
But you're speaking from your experience, right? I'm not speaking about you, but I don't know you.
You're speaking for your. My bad, y'all. I'm gonna keep playing, but Robbie, is that you, brother Robbie? Robbie, is that
Yes,
you?
it is, brother boy.
All right, cool. I just want to make sure y'all know. Just make sure we don't get porn bombed. And another thing, guys, I'm gonna start showing the icons. I don't want to share my screen. Like I said, I had to go back and screen record this with my phone, and I was getting some crazy notifications. And y'all ain't y'all like the dox motherfuckers, and y'all ain't finna be in my business, man. Y'all ain't finna see the Pornhub notifications that I was getting. Not today. All right. Let's play some more. Let's keep it going. Experience, sister, and I'm just giving you mine, sister. If you can give yours, I can give mine. You see what I'm saying? You're speaking from a mixed race. I'm sorry, guys, but y'all know. All right, and I'm gonna stop addressing the chat. Y'all know my rule. I don't like to always address the chat, but I am speaking about the sister, and you didn't know you would be used for content, sister. I reached out to you on your channel. Rashida, I reached out to you and said we're going to do a review. Sister, I can pull up the message. I made sure I reached out to you and let you know. Yeah, Rashida, there was a dope conversation. We're going to review it on my show today. Yes. So I don't know if you want to call it used for content. Then yeah. I'm using you for content, sister. Not to shit on you, just to debate your stance, right? Debate what you said. We're gonna go word by word and we're gonna break this shit down. But go ahead, Kel. I hear you, brother. Go ahead.
If we look at it in the political science, brother, it will be in our best interest as a collective of Black men to admit, brother. I know this is very difficult. That collectively, brother, we have let the Black woman down globally, right? And one thing we should do, brother, is that we do need to use certain tactics and mindset that when our sisters express themselves, right, and they should, because if there is a systematic way of not being looked after economically and protected security and that, then sometimes a different way of expressing is like an alarm clock waking you up to go to work. So it would be in our best interest, brother, that sometimes it'd be better if we not to be too emotional or go on attack, but to absorb the energy and the information and use solutions.
You know what, Kale? I agree, yeah, but just listening, I would think that some women don't want that from Black men. They've already written them off. That's what I'm getting from this lady. I don't know her. I weren't there to hear it, and I'd like if she jumped on so I could ask her directly. But yeah, to me, it sounds like she wouldn't even accept that anyway. She's already written off Black men. It's deep rooted.
Yeah, but sister, you see, we have to be very realistically with our situation, right?
Please. Because she's a friend of mine, Born, and I'm not sure what's going on here, but I'm feeling some type of way, bro.
I know you are. I know you are. So let me
drama
say this,
for nothing. There's no animosity here or anything. It's just a conversation that's being had. No one's talking about you though. So why are you upset? If she's not here upset, I didn't say I wasn't talking to you. I'm talking to darling. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. I'm asking you one question. Hold on, Robbie. Can I ask her a question without her getting mad?
I just want to know what the topic
Can I ask you a question without you getting mad, crackhead?
You make a fucking assumption. How about
what are you gonna do about it, bitch? What are you gonna do about it?
Oh my God!
What are you gonna do about it? Be quiet and let me answer your question.
Ladies,
fuck
yeah, ladies,
slavery.
please, guys, I don't want to
Moving
mute
on.
people.
Like I said, Born, you should have did this a little bit differently, bro. Like for real.
Well, let's talk about that.
Because if
Before I
this
do-
turns out to
Sorry,
be
Born. Can I just say my
Sorry,
only
Janet, all
question
he's
was:
doing is
would the
playing back
lady
the
like to
show.
jump
Guys
on?
gotta
Sorry,
fucking
Tash, I
break.
was
She
talking.
always
Would the
interrupting
lady
somebody.
like to
This
jump
is what
on
she's
and let
saying.
us know whether or not she has an issue with this? That's all I asked.
Janet,
It's
just
not
calm
about
down.
an issue. Her
Just
issue
calm
is
down.
whatever it is. I'm here to listen,
I
Born.
think
Like
she's
I
upset
said, I'm
about.
sick as hell, and
Yeah,
I'm
I
still
got
up here
you,
because I
sis.
feel some type of way
No,
about
take care of
Janet, just
yourself,
calm
Janet.
down,
Janet,
please.
Tash, I got it,
Born,
Tash.
just
I got you. Thank you,
okay.
thank you so much, Tash. Thank you, sis. Thanks for joining. But Empress, calm your. You said you got the flu, sis. Relax your beautiful voice. Lay your pretty self down. Nobody, we're not here. I think I'm gonna tell you what's going on with Sister Rashida. She's reading the chat, but Empress Jenny, you know how the chat is. The chat is savage. The chat is the chat, right? That she's in the chat, so now she's reading the chat, and the chat is savage, right? And any panel you go to, the chat is gonna be biased to the panel owner, right? So if I get on my show and show a passionate discussion between me and the sister, the chat is gonna take my side, and they're gonna say some it's not. I haven't seen anything super duper disrespectful either, Janet. But they're gonna say some crazy shit about Sister Rashida. She has to ignore the chat because, and no disrespect to the chat, but the chat is a lot of nameless, faceless people. A lot of times, right? It's people I've never heard their voice. I've never seen them. They could be a woman with a name like Jonathan, for all we know, Empress Janet. So I don't want the sister to get caught up in the chat. Now, as far as me using her is for content, I reached out to her on her channel. First and foremost subscribed. I subscribed to the channel. First and foremost, I subscribed to her channel, and then I said, listen, sister, dope conversation we had earlier on Triluminati Live, and I am going to review our conversation on my channel. You're more than welcome to come through. And now she's here, and maybe she don't understand how it's yes,
Yeah,
it's
I
my
brought
channel,
her over
Janet.
to the UK. I took her to Jedi. So I
Jump
just
on,
need this to,
Rashida. Please
this to
jump
be
on. There's
real,
no
bro. Like
animosity towards you.
we
It's
really
literally
fucks
a
with them over there,
conversation.
and we don't
And we
need
do
no
too.
mistake from
No,
the
no, it's no
UK and
mistakes.
the real ones.
No mistakes.
Because the
Empress
messy
Janet.
ones, I ain't
And I
fucking
gave
with
you,
them.
and you know what, Rashida, I gave you a wrench, so I really want you to share your YouTube link. Drop the link in the chat. And I don't know what you mean. See, that's what see the text, the typing in the chat can be misconstrued.
All of this could be,
yeah.
bro. I mean,
But no, we're just playing. Hold on,
I'm
Janet.
quiet.
Janet, how can a conversation? No, Janet, if
No, I
she
fucks
has,
with you, Born. So I'm just
Janet's
trying to
already
understand.
whispered in her ear. That's all
no,
it
listen.
is.
Because I
Come
fucks
on,
Can I
with
ask a question?
Rashida, and
Hold
Rashida
on,
comes
Robbie,
from
I'm
a banging
gonna let you
sector
know, Robbie.
in the United States, so you better tread softly here. That's all I'm saying, bro.
No, Janet,
This
come
is
on,
to
Janet.
be
I don't,
mistakenly to
sister,
look like
you know I
something
fuck with you,
different,
Janet.
I fucks with you,
sister,
bro.
I fucks with
But
you
this
too,
could
sister.
start like a war. You know what I'm saying? And the UK ain't got shit to do with it.
Yeah, Janet.
Trust
I
and
don't.
believe that.
Yeah, I don't really get. I
YouTube
try not
boys,
to get
you're
caught up
so
into that.
hilarious.
Yeah,
Your life
I don't.
must be really, really,
Well,
Come
really
on,
then why
difficult.
are you putting yourself
come
in
on.
it? You're just trying to be
Your life's
relevant.
full.
Shut up and so I can talk to him then.
Your life's so full.
Come on, Sosa, you gassing it
You
up,
even
sis.
No,
exposed your
because she's
naked ass on
weird,
YouTube
man.
and you
She's
actually
weird
expect
as fuck.
respect. Old
She's weird as
dirty
fuck for
crackhead
real. That's
woman
what. She worry
exposing
about
her
somebody else's
body, her
life while she's
naked body
steady
on
right here.
YouTube, and you
5
want
hours of
respect.
fucking
Piss
ghetto
off, you
stuff.
whore.
5
Piss
hours
off,
of
your
ghetto.
Keep
pussy.
devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my.
Got
Now,
the
come
nerve to talk about somebody, but you up for this late
Crackhead
night
bitch,
shit.
shut up.
let's get
Your
some
mama,
order. Let's get
bitch.
some
Your
order.
mama,
All
bitch.
right
That's why you
then.
ain't got no
All
green card,
right.
though.
I
Yeah,
didn't
I'm
know
not in
the
America. What the fuck am I doing with a green
Why
card?
you
You
still
see how
try to be
ignorant
here,
you
though?
are,
Look
you
at
dumb
you,
bitch.
panel hopping
What am
whore.
I doing in
You
America?
hopping whore, because
What
you
the
ain't
fuck am
nobody
I doing
wants
in
you over
America?
here.
I got family over there. I could go there
ladies, what are
if
we
I wanted
doing,
to.
ladies?
Could you come to
Ladies,
the UK?
She
all right,
hate
come on, guys.
because she's a
Darling, you don't
hater.
even leave
And
your house.
again,
You're
I'm
online
allowed to be
24/7.
here.
You're online 24/7.
Nah. I love y'all, but I'm sorry. Listen, I didn't kick y'all out. Y'all are just backstage. I'm bringing both of y'all back. Don't leave. Don't leave, Janet. Don't leave, Sosa. I just have to do this for 1 second, just to get a little order, ladies. Please, guys. I want. Let's keep this civil. Let's review the let's review the video. We disagree. We don't disagree. Fuck Born Rich or I fuck with Born Rich. It doesn't matter to me. Now let me reset the table for Robbie and some more people who are just now getting here. conversation was had on another YouTube channel. Shout out to Illuminati Live with me and a sister named Rashida. Shout out to Sister Rashida. So we was having a conversation. A little backstory. Her mom's Jamaican. She's biracial. Her mom's Jamaican. Her father's Italian. And she said her experience shows her that black men disrespect black women. They don't take care of their children. They are lazy. And her either black mom or Italian father or both of them told her never to bring a black American man into their home. That's where we're at so far, Robbie. So now what I'm doing is playing the recording of the conversation that me and the sister Rashida had. You understand? You follow? You follow, Robbie?
Oh yeah, I follow.
Follow?
Are you taking comments or you just about to play the video?
Absolutely. I'm just gonna play a little bit. I'm gonna pause it and we can talk. And Rashida's here to clear up. Shout out to you, Rashida. Let me be respectful and shout you out, sister.
And I apologize, Born.
You good, Janet. I know this your sister. I know you ride for it. You supposed to ride for it. You see what I'm saying? You supposed to ride for it. Rashida, you there, sis?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing, and I'm gonna let you just do your show, right? When you reached out to me, you said, okay, I'm gonna do a review on whatever. I said, cool. I don't have a problem with that. I'll stop by. When I came in, my name is all through your chat. You know what I'm saying? For no apparent reason, I wasn't even here to defend myself. Now, as a content creator, because I do have my own channel, if somebody is a guest on my panel, my chat is respectful enough to let the person come on and defend themselves. So it almost seems like because me and you got into that kerfuffle earlier, you're trying to redeem yourself by having people fucking drag me in your chat. That's not cool. Rashida, that's not cool. At the end, but what I'm saying, at the end of the day, I had an opinion. Opinion is like an asshole. Everybody has an asshole.
Born started the show by saying he has no animosity with you, that he respects you, that you had your opinion, and it was just a decent show and he wanted to review it. I'm just
No, I get it. I don't have a problem. Look, I have tough skin. I don't have a problem with that at all. Because if I had a problem with it, I would have never came through. What I'm saying is when I came up, my name is all through the chat. I'm being dragged and disrespected, and I wasn't even here. When people come to my panel as a guest, no one is disrespecting them because they respect me on my panel. You understand what I'm saying? Now, at the end of the day, that was my opinion I had. It doesn't reflect who you are or who your friends are. That is how I feel. You understand what I mean? So yeah, now you have.
Go ahead, Rashida.
Janet, I don't know why you even brought me to the sector because they're not. I thought they were a little bit more elite than Americans. It's the same shit. It's like they worse. You know what I'm saying? It's like they one track minded.
So let me
say this for themselves.
Rashida, let me say this though. First and foremost, let me say this first and foremost about the chat, right? That this is a show that's publicly on YouTube. YouTube is a big place. Anybody in the world can see this show right now. So I can't monitor and do all of that with the chat, Rashida. I can't.
Your chat is not that big. You have like 19 people in your chat.
I'm not worried about the chat like that, Rashida.
But at the end of the day, this is your channel holder. Okay, maybe we went things
what did they
differently.
say? Rashida, what did they say? Did they say they was going to do something physically to harm you?
No. You listen. What you're saying is, listen. In essence, what you're telling me is that you don't control your channel, right? The people coming in chat don't respect you. I don't care how big YouTube is. Anybody if you came to my channel right now, and anybody was disrespecting you, they're getting timed out because you're my guest, period. That's respect. You can't tell me you can't control what goes on YouTube. This is your channel. That's why you have a wrench. That's why you're able to time people out and you let them know. If you respect my channel, respect my guest.
Let me tell you Rashida, I know it's a small little channel, Rashida, but I've been doing this thing for a minute now, right? I have learned to not even really look at the chat like that. Unless somebody says they're going to physically harm you, come to where you live, do something to somebody you love, or do something that's going to get me banned from YouTube. The people in the chat being honest, Rashida was just saying, Rashida, I'll tell you the worst thing somebody said. Rashida is a woman that doesn't love herself. I'm not going to tell nobody
So why did you invite me here? So people can disrespect me because I got at you earlier. Is that what it was?
No, I genuinely
think people would just voice their opinion.
Because you came up here and you gave the wrong information. I never said
Can I say something?
That white men are better than black men. I never said that.
Nobody said you did.
The young lady said that. The young lady
Okay.
said I said that. I never said that.
All right,
I never
man.
said that.
Why are people easily triggered, man? Calm down.
Who's saying that to me? You invited me
I'm
here. You
not
asked
even
me
saying
one.
it to you.
Listen,
I'm not saying it
put
to
the
you. I'm
stage
saying
back
it
to
to the
nobody's
normal
whole
triggered.
then.
entire room.
Nobody's triggered.
No, listen, guys. I just clicked on the panel. From the moment I clicked on the panel, everybody's been talking over each other, yelling. He had to reset, and I haven't even been able to ask Born a question. I'm not even trying to get in the middle of the arrows and shrapnel. All I was going to say to you, Born Rich, because it's been a minute since I've been on the panel, right?
Yes, sir,
Have you?
brother.
Are you familiar with Twitter Spaces?
Yeah,
I've been
I
on.
am, brother.
I've been on Twitter Spaces lately, and let me tell you something. You know what I like about that format? Everyone has to raise their hand, and as long as the host is not a troll with an agenda, you pretty much don't have everybody talking over each other, and people try to be respectful because they know they could just be put like in the listeners thing, and there's only so many people who can come up. I think it's a little bit better
So
organized, to
should
be
I
honest.
hop down
than
so you can
usually.
talk? Because he invited me up here. Should I
No,
hop
don't
down so you can
please.
talk?
No, 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 no.
No,
Listen,
no,
he
I'm not
just said
even
his
talking to
name.
you
Anyway, can
since
I
I'm
just
here.
ask the lady some questions I wanted to
No,
ask?
in all
Are you
honesty,
willing
in
to
all honesty,
Yo, this,
Go,
Yeah.
I'm just,
Robbie,
go
let him
ahead,
get
go
to the
ahead.
topic.
Go ahead,
Sasha,
Robbie, answer your
Are
respectfully.
you
questions and
willing
I'm
to
listening.
answer
Go
some
ahead.
questions,
Sasha,
Rashida?
respectfully, you've been talking. I just want to say one thing. All I heard was
I've
somebody
been
complain
talking. I just
about a
came up.
comment. Sister, can you hear me out? Because I
I
actually
know,
support your
yeah,
opinion.
yeah,
I said, look, because this is the whole point. An opinion is not a fact. It's somebody's experience. So we got to respect everybody's experiences. And if from someone's experiences, they've had negative experiences with black men in America, that doesn't mean all black men in America are
Right. So
straight.
that's why I want to
Hold
ask
on,
questions
wait.
rather
Can
than
you have
pointing
emotional
fingers.
intelligence and let me land?
No.
Shit, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
you're
quiet.
just.
yeah, we gotta hurry. We do gotta wrap it up though, Robbie. Come on, bro, because you just said you don't really know what the conversation is like. So this sister's been waiting on Rashida to come to
Go
ask
ahead,
her
go
some
ahead, go
questions.
ahead. They
Yeah,
can
that's what I'm
fight.
saying,
Go ahead.
Robbie. Like I'll catch you up in just a second. But go ahead, Salsa, because you was wondering if the sister could come on the panel so you could ask her some questions.
Yeah. Are you willing to answer some questions, Rashida?
Of
Am I
course.
saying that incorrectly? Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, first and foremost, literally just jumped on, and played it, and I'm listening. Don't know you from nowhere. Have no preconceived judgment. Nothing. Right. My first opinion was though that you got that from your mother's side of the family. You don't have to answer, but am I correct in stating that?
Got what from my mother's side of the family? Got what?
Okay, I thought so. Okay, no problem. What was the other thing I said, Born? Oh yeah, that was it.
She would never be. She was not
No,
allowed.
hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I wanted to know, do you view yourself, I heard you say that when you walk down the street, you're viewed as a black woman. Do you view yourself as a black woman or a biracial woman?
Black. I said this already, black.
I'm wanting to ask because in the UK, I think we make that distinction. So I'm wondering how it is in America.
Oh, okay. Black.
Okay,
Yeah, so
so now you wanted the other question. I don't want to speed you up,
Yeah, go on.
I am a little bit though. Now you want to
Yeah, go
ask
on.
her who? No, well, you made an assumption that her mom told her because Rashida.
Yeah, I asked her that, and she said, "Yeah." I just asked.
No. I said, told me what? I didn't understand what
that you got that point of view from your mom's side of the
point
family.
of view. Listen, I'm gonna tell you exactly, Rashida. Let me say exactly right because I played the part where you said, my parents told me to never bring a black American into my home, a black American man into my home. So it's pretty much don't you date a black American man, right? And Sosa was saying you got that, your mom told you that. And I was saying, I don't know. That's speculation. So I guess the question is, did your Italian dad and your Jamaican mom come together and say that? Or did you just hear that from your mom? Or did you just hear that from your Italian father? To never to bring a black American man into your
They
home.
would prefer my black family would prefer not to.
Oh, yeah, the Jamaican side?
Right.
That's an awesome point.
That's what I was saying. I asked her that, and she already answered.
Okay, you're right. And Sosa did say, and I that was me, right? That was me trying to show my, I guess, my pro-blackness because I'm like, no, I know a Jamaican mom who immigrated to America would never tell her biracial
You'd have
daughter
to
that.
have a Jamaican mum to understand it, but to be real with
wait.
you.
May I ask a quick question? Was it the Italian father or the mom side of the family that made that point? That absolute.
Yeah, she
They
said it
just
was
answered
her
it.
mom. Yeah, she just said it was her mom, Stanley. All right.
Well, I want to emphasize that point.
Yeah, we did, Stanley. We did, brother. She said it was her mom. It was her mom. It was her Jamaican mom side. Any more questions
So
for sister?
takeaways.
I don't know what you mean, Stanley, but let's go. I want to move
What's
the
up,
conversation
Janet?
forward. Yeah, if y'all, unless the ladies, if any
Hi,
y'all got any
sister.
more questions for Rashida, or if not, let's play some more of this recorded, and let's get to what we came here for, man. Who dipped out? Who dipped out? Robbie dipped.
I didn't know what was going on,
Come
Rashida.
back, Robbie.
I didn't know you was over at Jedi's earlier. I must have
Yeah,
missed
I
it.
was, but listen, girl, I see. Oh, they different over there. Like you can't really speak because not everybody's mad. Like you can't
No, ain't
have an
nobody
opinion.
mad. Nobody's mad. No, listen.
Nah, it's like
She's
you
not
can't
talking
have an
about you. She's talking
opinion.
about the other show.
No, it's just like everyone gets upset. Like what? Like
Oh.
everyone has an opinion. Everyone's entitled. I'm pretty sure maybe you don't date fat women. Do I get mad at you that you don't like fat women? Maybe you don't like dark women. Like everyone has their own preference. Like that's what makes the world unique. Why is everybody in a uproar? Like this is not the first. Like,
but
I'm
Rashida,
speaking and you never let me.
Sorry,
You never.
Born.
Go ahead.
One
You got
minute.
me up here as a guest, but you cut me off. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to ask you, did anyone over there tell you what they date, whether they date black or white?
No one says anything. And for the record,
that's interesting.
my husband is black. So I don't know where all this.
No,
this
not for
narrative
you.
is
I was
from.
asking whether they admitted to what they date.
Yeah, I don't
No,
want to talk
because
about
let me
the
tell
other
you about the
channel,
UK.
guys.
I have a lot of family that live in the UK, and a lot of those men date outside their race. So for them to come at me asking me weird questions, this is not an anomaly, right? This is something we see every day. This is
Definitely
2022,
right
right?
Well, let
And
me-
people that are West Indian, you understand what I'm saying? Not all, but some of them have their preconceived notions about other, just like white people have their preconceived notions about black people. We have, vice versa. Everyone is entitled to opinion. It's not about getting me up here and try to have people bash me or try to cross-examine.
No.
It's
I
just
think
an
what you should
opinion.
do is,
No,
I think
I'm
you should
not
just
gonna
kind
allow
of
that.
leave that at the door and know that
I'm not
over
gonna
here,
allow
that's
it
not going to
because the one
happen
in the
tonight.
middle don't like me much, but I'm a respect Born.
I don't like you at all.
Okay,
I
let's
just
go.
wanted this review
Listen.
to make sense.
Yeah,
That's all. I don't want
No,
nobody
nothing
talking
is
about
going
this
on.
shit.
Let me
wanted
say
it
this.
all
Let me say this.
positive, then it should be
Let me
positive.
say this
Yeah,
to
exactly.
Rashida.
It was all about having fun. You know how I am, Janet.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? We just have fun and we have a
I'm
good
sick
time.
as
But
hell,
they too
girl.
That's
serious
what
over
we're
here.
trying
Like
to do
everything
over
is like they're
here.
gonna
So let
die.
me say this,
Born, can I
Rashida.
make
Yeah.
a quick point,
Rashida,
please?
no, guys. I
let
want
her
to make a
talk.
point.
Let Tash
Hold
talk.
on.
I
I
haven't
just wanted
spoken
to
so
make a
I'm
far.
point.
finna
Cool.
mute people. Now I gotta mute people. I'm about to mute people, and I don't want to mute people, guys. I'm trying to keep it civil. I do want to talk to the sister because she's back and she's saying a lot of stuff. Now I want to say this, Rashida.
Yeah,
So
Born,
this is
let me
Born Rich,
Born, let,
same brother you was talking to this morning, same brother right there in the
Born,
middle
let
of the
me make an
screen.
important
This
point
is.
before you go there.
I
Okay,
know.
listen.
Hold on, Tash. I promise I got you.
No,
But
I
this
just want
is.
to make everyone a bit
All
more
right,
comfortable
go,
here, Born, and I think we need to put this into perspective a little bit, right?
Go ahead, sis.
Okay, so two things. Just kind of be a bit mindful in regards to if you were attacked due to your race or due to your grouping, you would probably be quite defensive. The second thing was, as Black people, globally, we are up against it as it is. So I think people should think about whether it's constructive or productive to go against each other in these times. Because I was on a panel yesterday and there was a guy just bashing Black women, and we jumped on there. And, people were actually, I'm not going to go into too much.
No, I
But
got
one
you,
of the
Tash.
women was
I know. No.
yes,
Try
I
to
just
wrap
want
it
to
up.
just be
for
clear
me.
on that, yeah. So just
Yeah, I got you.
as we move
you.
forward. So, but big
Okay,
up
cool.
everyone on the panel. All right.
Man,
What was the actual point
Since
now?
all of
I
y'all
missed
bash
that.
me, since all of y'all bash me in the chat, make sure you hit the like and subscribe on my page. You heard? Do that. Go
Did you
subscribe
drop?
to my page since y'all so mad at me. Go get some
Ignore
real
the chat though.
entertainment.
Ignore the chat.
And that's
Probably only 10 of
Listen,
them are actual
Janet, give them a
decent
little
people.
synopsis of who I am. They really think this is bothering me. Please let them
No,
know who
we
I am,
don't. We
Janet.
don't. We don't.
Please.
Honestly, we don't care.
No,
It's
not
not
you,
about
sweetheart.
that.
Not you, lovey. Not you. Janet, please let them know what happens on YouTube with me. I ain't worried about these people over here. I have random people off of YouTube. Are you kidding me? Oh,
But
please.
they just move differently, sister.
Yeah,
That's
I see they move different. They
Yeah.
very like, everything is very personal. I see that.
Well,
like everything is very personal.
No, well, let me say this about my channel. Okay, I don't know about everybody else or the
cool,
UK.
though.
Hold on, Janet, you can talk to her, on the side conversation.
I'm sorry, sir.
To say whether I'm cool or not. I want to keep it. Let's keep it focused, guys. So this number one is Born Rich, right? I'm from Tennessee, so this is an American. This is American space, but I do. The UK fucks with me, and I fucks with my people in the UK. This show actually falls in line with the shows I have been doing earlier. If you check the content that I do, Rashida, I told you earlier, I am ADOS, right? I have shows about for lack of a better term, black immigrants coming to America talking shit about black American men, or saying this is black American men don't take care of their kids. They're locked up. Now you got the facts. Don't get me wrong, Rashida. We're gonna play that. Now you got the facts that black men leave women and do crime and all of that. You do have the facts. But if you listen to my content is all about people who come to America and then shit on the people who was already there, in a sense, right? And we're not attacking you. This is just falling in line with the series of shows I've been doing, sis. If me and you had a conversation about fucking basketball today, I would never be reviewing this conversation. Though I could have had this conversation with a black immigrant in the UK, and I still would have reviewed it on my show.
You know what's so funny, Born Rich? If you and I'm gonna just this is just feedback, right? It's just feedback to you. You need to, and I think this is a very good topic, but you have to remove yourself personally out of it, because you can have a very good show where different people will come, because I know a lot of ADOS people that would love to have this conversation, but it seems like you so hell-bent on being right and you personalize it and internalize it. It is like it makes people like get turned off. You understand what I'm saying? Like I told you, I respect you as a black man. I'm glad you have stuff going on in your community. You talked about that, but it's like you're making it where it's a battle between me and you. Like at the end of the day, me and you live in is exactly. It's not a battle. No. We can literally have a good show where you can come on my platform, I can come over here, and we can have a really good show with a lot of people in here. But you turning this into like almost like a circus, like you're trying to like penalize me for going at you earlier. That's not what I came here for,
sister.
That's not what I came here for.
I know, but I'm not, and I don't want you to think it's like that. It may seem like that to you. I understand. I respect that, but it's not like that. It is. I am telling people this rhetoric, or well, not your opinion, right? Because you keep saying it's your opinion. So I'm telling people your opinion, what you're saying is, I'm telling other people before I ever spoke to you that that's really not true. And I got ADOS brothers is telling me, yes, Born, it is true. Man, people come over here and shit on black American men. They shit on and I'm only used to white people doing it. I'm ADOS. I'm only used to white people shitting on black American men. I'm not used to black. You say you black, I'm black. I'm not used to different black people shitting on black American men. So when
but that's my opinion, love. It has nothing to do with you. You're probably an awesome dude. It has nothing to do with you. That's my opinion and things I've seen in my life. You understand? An opinion does not mean it's a fact. That's how I view things. You understand what I'm saying? Just like I like pistachio ice cream. You may not like that. Does that make you a foul person? No. That is just what you prefer. I have a black husband. I'm not sitting here saying, down with all black men. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not down to anybody. I'm telling you what my preferences are. Why was it when a black woman has states her preferences and opinion, everyone gets in an uproar? Like, this is just how I feel. It's nothing against you. I don't know you. Period. That's it.
Let me tell you why I spoke up, Rashida, right? Because we was on True Illuminati Live, right? Shout out to my brother Jedi. We was on there having a conversation. Now you come onto that panel, you think it's the UK sector. You're not expecting Born Rich to be a black American man and speak. You're expecting all UK people, and that's why you specified, hey, UK guys, I am not talking about y'all. I am talking specifically about black American men.
Even if there was 10 black American men, I wouldn't care.
But listen, right? But me, I care. You know why? You can
You
ask
making
some of
it
the
too
UK people.
personal.
But
You
listen, I
making
know
it too
Rashida,
personal,
and
brother.
I do, Rashida. You know why? Because
But
I
you
don't
don't
think
need to.
nobody.
You don't know
No,
me.
I know Rashida. But listen, hold on. Let me give you the equivalent to that, right? I don't let UK people talk shit about Americans. Period. My UK family will tell you I cape for America just because I feel like, damn, I'm the only one on this platform that's from America, and you guys are finna do 2 hours shitting on America, not on my watch, not while I'm here.
But
So I feel
on
the
what
same way.
watch though, bro? Like, look at what you saying. What watch? This is the internet. Like, it doesn't matter. You know what
I'm
you're
not taking
doing
it personal.
when you turn off your computer, you know what you're doing in your real life. Why does it matter if anybody shits on anything? It has no bearing on who you are as an individual. This is what I'm telling you.
And
Like,
that's
this
something
right
I'm
here, what's
working on,
going
sis.
on? Like, literally, it's content. I get it. It's content. But it's not the type of content I thought we was gonna have. I thought we was gonna have like maybe a little debate. We can go back and forth. We can, bring other people up. It seems like people trying to delve into my personal life. Like that's not what this conversation I thought was about.
No, but we are going to review the tape, and I specifically told you we're going
You
to
can review whatever you like. I mean, I really don't care. I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed because I thought you were gonna have a different type of show.
Yeah, I can't help
I
that.
thought you were
Why
gonna
are
have
you
a different type of show.
I
You know what
fuck
I
with you,
mean?
Rashida. I fuck with you,
Why are you
Rashida.
disappointed? Can we ask her? Why
Okay,
she's
so I'm
disappointed?
not black. I'm white. I mean, whatever you want, Trill Time. Whatever you want. I don't
That's
give a
the
shit about
problem.
but I
You
don't
gotta
care
stop
about what you
watching the
think.
chat,
in the
sister.
chat.
Sister,
No,
you
I'm
gotta
just
stop.
saying, why I engage with them? Because, at the end of the day, you don't have the balls to come. It's easy to type on the chat, right? So if you really have the
Bullshit.
balls and you got a problem with me, you can hit the link and you can talk about it, but you rather be a ghost and type and say whatever. I don't care what you say about me, Chill Time. You've been trolling me for like an hour now. You don't have nobody to fuck. You don't have a girlfriend to lay up with. You're adding nothing to the conversation at all. Right.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Now I agree with that, Rashida. Now my advice to you, Rashida, and when I play this recording, someone else is gonna tell you that when we was having our conversation earlier, ignore the chat. A lot of the people in the chat are cartoon characters, and we don't know who they are. They could be from anywhere.
Facts.
So
I ain't worried about it.
So leave them right there, sister. Now, if y'all don't mind, Rashida, if there's no more things, I want to still play some more of this conversation we had earlier. You can say if you want to say something, if you want me to pause. If anybody hears something and y'all want me to pause it and discuss it, I'll pause it. We'll discuss it. But like Rashida said, this is her opinion, and I am giving my opinion.
Damn, I didn't even know I was gonna be lit like this. I had no clue this was going to do all of this.
Yeah,
now I didn't even know this was going to do all of this. Like, listen, all of y'all hit the link and subscribe to my channel since y'all worried about. No, I'm not happy.
Yeah,
I'm happy about what? Happy about what?
We're on YouTube. We're YouTubers. We're gonna get views. We're gonna get followers, subscribers.
No, you're getting views and followers using my shit. I'm not getting no views and followers
keep
off
dropping
here.
your link. Just keep dropping.
I'm not getting no views and followers off of here.
Rashida, be
but you
yourself.
can go ahead and play it.
I promise you'll get at least 7 subscribers. Now that may be not shit, but in the long run, I promise you. Now this is what I can say. I promise you, you'll have look at your subscribers right now, and then look at your subscribers in 5 hours. You're gonna at least get 7 subscribers, and that ain't shit.
No, it's cool. I appreciate it. What you think,
and I'll
Janet?
leave with you, sister. I came
Well,
up
let's
here
go,
because
man.
of you. I didn't want this. I didn't know what the hell's going on. So
Yeah, I mean, if
got your back.
I don't
If
understand
you
what
want to
y'all
leave,
saying.
we can walk
If
away.
someone
sister.
says something,
I
listen, guys.
I didn't like it. That's why I came up here.
Yeah,
I fucks with
I understand
Born,
y'all don't like it, and I'm
I didn't
sorry.
understand what happened.
Yeah,
I was over at Jedi's. I missed the end, or the beginning of this, the end of it, whatever. Rashida, I'm sick as hell, sister. I don't know what the hell.
I know, bull. I know.
So I got your back though, because I'm not, at the end of the day, sister, you already know what I'm doing.
I got you. All right, let's play it. All right, let's play it,
I'm just
y'all.
trying
Let's
to make
play
it make sense that we're doing this in the right way.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what
it's in
he
the
said.
right way. It's in the right way, sis. It's
All
nothing.
right now.
Listen, it's nothing. Nobody's trying to do anything. It's a conversation that 2 grown people had, and we're playing it. It's just like if I heard a fucking Tommy Sotomayor versus I don't know, any other YouTuber. If I heard them have a conflict on YouTube, I would probably play it and review it on my show as content. And yeah, that's it.
I
That's
got you.
look at my past content.
I'll be in the chat. I'll let you continue with your show.
No, stay on
All right.
Appreciate
I'll be in the
you.
chat.
Hit the like
Thank
button. Hit
you.
the like
Thank you,
button,
guys. Thank you.
Why doesn't she stay on the panel?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the chat too, brother.
Okay, all right, peace, man. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Why are they going
no,
to the
we
chat?
can't beg people to stay, guys. I'm sorry. I love those sisters, and they're welcome to come back. The link, they are always welcome to come back. Any show, not just today's show, they're always welcome. Let's go though. Biracial perspective.
I'm speaking from a black perspective. I'm speaking from a black perspective. You know, Black American men, because Black American men, because of, they don't support their families. From what I've seen, they're lazy. From what I've seen, they want to live under a woman. They listen. That's just the way I grew up. I'm not saying that's you. I can only speak on my experience.
But is that all of them though? Is that all Black American men?
Chef, let me tell you how I know it's not all of them. Chef, this is how I know it's not all of them. Is because I am a Black American man, and I only hang around other Black American men. I don't know any lazy brothers. I don't know any deadbeat brothers. I don't know any gangbangers. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know.
But you're speaking from your experience, right? I'm not speaking about you, but I don't know you.
You're speaking for your experience, sister, and I'm just giving you mine, sister. If you can give yours, I can give mine. You see what I'm saying? You're speaking from a mixed race, biracial perspective.
I'm speaking from a black perspective. I'm speaking from a black perspective. You know why? Because when I walk down the street, I'm a Black woman. You understand what I'm saying? And since you're ADOS, you're not even 100% Black. So don't even spit that to me. You mix all type of slave nasty in your bloodline, and you look like you peanut butter complexion. So don't kick that to me. Don't do that.
It don't matter. No, that's good. But listen. Why is Vibes talking? Brother Schiffer, is that you?
No, it's me, man.
Okay. I said I spoke on that.
Oh shit! I'm going back on mute. You already know. That was funny.
Yeah. I know. But Cotton Socks, if you was here earlier, man, you came late to the stream. I admitted I was being a little bit disingenuous with that, right? Because I do know.
It's me, Born. It's me.
Hey, okay, all right. But I do know some Black people who aren't doing what they supposed to be doing, right? To help out the Black people, to help out family. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So I was a little bit disingenuous when I said I don't know most people.
Can I just jump in there though, Born, and say that it is true what you said. The reason we know people like that is because we see what we move around. So if we move around predominantly Black, then we're going to notice it amongst predominantly Black. And white people can say that about people they hang out with, and Indians can say it about, do you know what I mean? It's just because that's our community. So that's the first thing we see.
But brother Born, you know what's very interesting, brother, right? And we have to be honest, man, as males. We have to be honest. It's not just the African American males that has let the African woman down. It's globally, brother. I mean, we have to, brother, you know, those who are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, brother, you have to be real with the situation, right? There is a system, brother, that is disfranchising us every single day. And our solution, brother, many of our freedom fighters have made it clear that you have to join allies with one another, and then build up the economy. I don't see we're doing that globally, brother. In the UK, right, the Black man's not doing that. In America, he's not doing that. In Africa, he's not doing that. So if we're going to kind of put all this under the carpet, and when our sisters are expressing themselves, it may not be in a wisdom way, but there is truth what they're saying, brother. We're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. So the solution is, should we be in denial? As they say, denial is not just a river in Egypt.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
do
no, we're not. I'm not going to be in denial, but Kale, come on, brother Kale. These are white supremacy, and I don't say this, man, and you know, and I want to explain this, man. You're gonna hear me speak in this conversation, and you can tell Brother Born is trying not to say white supremacy, right? Because people always say I say white supremacy too much, so I consciously try not to say white supremacy when she said the black man is doing all of this. I'm not saying white supremacy is the blame. We should be doing, all of us should be doing it, what we're supposed to be doing as a collective. But I do know, Kel, that all of us are not. We're not what you would call synchronized, what I would call on code. All black people and all black American people we're not doing that right now. But we have to make sure that we don't get caught up in the same propaganda and become, right? We've got to make sure we don't become the oppressors, right? So if we're going to stand up on a pedestal and say black men ain't shit, when we know the white man and white supremacy been telling the black man he ain't shit for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, then I'm gonna shut that shit down, bro. I'm not gonna let a person who looks like me and represents the same uniform that I represent, which is black, and just get up on a pedestal and say black men ain't shit, black men ain't shit. Eventually I'm gonna say, okay, listen, sister, we're gonna have to, yes, it's true, but do we have to tell the world, or should we just pull each other to the side and say, hey, you know you ain't shit, or your people ain't shit? My bad, I know these kids loud as fuck, man.
But brother Ron, all due respect to you, brother, that if you look at historically, for example, the enslaved Africans in America and what happened on the African continent, they were told many times, brother, that they're nothing, they're this and that. But yeah, still, brother, they understood these negative words and used it, enhanced their confidence, and got out of situation. So if they did that, brother, and they got out of situations, right, why aren't we doing the same thing? Why are we internalizing it as like as though we are these negative words, whereas the ancestors understood that no, we're not that, and they fought and got out of it? So don't you think we should be following their lead instead of following?
I do. I think so, brother. Let me play a little bit more of this content. Schiff, I know you want to jump in, but let me play. I just, please, guys, if I could, because man, this is like 2 hours, 2 hours worth of content, guys. We're gonna have to.
After this.
Yeah, absolutely. I only play a little bit, but let's go. Just because there's people in the chat that don't know what's going on right now. But I'm having a conversation with the sister Rashida, who's having a conversation on another YouTube channel. I can't really share my screen like this, but this is the screen record of us on the having a conversation on my brother Triluminati Live's channel. And this is me and sister Rashida having a conversation. Let's go. Jedi, if I'm talking to the sister, why is Vibe talking? Why is Vibe talking?
Vibe, you need to listen though.
Yeah,
relax,
why is Vibe
please,
talking?
and let the man speak.
If we're talking about,
if you let me moderate, yo, brother Vibes, your input is obviously very valid and welcome, and even on this conversation. However, I think it would be a good idea to let the two American residents speak about. You know, hold on, have a small little dialogue between them, because what they're saying is more relevant to each other than to us, even though we may have our opinions and input, and you will be asked to give your input as well. But please, if you just give them the space to have the convo without the interruptions, then they won't have to shout, or we won't miss.
I'm sorry, I just have a big mouth. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You don't need. No one needs to apologize. I get it. This is exactly what I want on the show. This is exactly what I want. Exactly why I'm happy to see you, and why I invited you over and said, "Yo, make sure that the door's open." Right, Born Rich, go for it, man.
No. Why is Vibe still talking? Vibes is talking again.
Right, did you not understand what I just said?
No, that wasn't Vibe. It was me. I was saying.
Oh, sorry, Shaka.
I want a Jamaican chip in that.
No, sorry, Vibes. What the hell?
You're gonna what? Sorry, Vibes.
Yeah, we getting that. We getting that. So
Shaka, what did you say?
I said, true, she's half Jamaican. We can get a Jamaican chip in at some point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And shout out, because the Italian sister is absolutely, she's entitled to her. No, she's entitled to her opinion. You feel
Who's the Italian sister? See, now listen, let me just introduce myself real quick. Let me introduce myself real quick. All right, because I know I'm new over here. If you want to throw shots, we can throw shots and we can get on fuck shit real quick.
Yeah, we can.
So how you want to play this?
See,
how you want to play it?
This is why I was interjecting. This is why I was interjecting from the beginning.
Rashida, just to let you know that Born Rich is independent from the channel, and his views do not reflect the views of the channel.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I love it. I love it. And listen, at the end of the day, why don't you do a 23andMe genealogy and tell me what you are? What are you? If you pull your blood, if we pull your blood right now, you got all type of Scottish, English, Portuguese in your blood, and you probably only 25% African. You are not pure black at all. So save me the rhetoric, okay? At the end of the day, you know for a fact, you live in America, you know the statistic. You know the statistics. A lot of Black American men don't take care of their families. That's why they women on welfare. Let's not pretend over here in the UK. Let's not pretend in the UK.
Anybody? Anything so far? Black American men don't take care of their women. That's why they're on welfare. If Black Americans
do they marry them?
Can I just make a
Go ahead,
Can I just make a point?
And then Stanley, I got you. I heard you, Stanley. Go ahead,
I'm sorry, Spawn. You're gonna have to defend that one. You standing in the ADOS crew, right? But
which one?
The little snippet in regards to black men and look, I just want to make a quick point. That's the reason I jumped on, right? There was a comment in regards to the choice that a black woman has now in terms of being with a white man and having a big mixed race child, woman like herself. And she made a comment comparing our lineage, which is enslavement, which is a case of, well, I'm going to say our, even though it was directed at yourself, Born, Stanley, and so forth, in terms of slave masters raping us without no choice.
Well, that's going to be addressed. That's going to be addressed. Shakara is going to address it.
Inappropriate, and a big up to Shakara for attempting to kind of smooth that over. That was inappropriate, but I understand that the sister might have been in their feelings, and I respect preferences, but people can be with whoever they like, that's fine. But when we're going down that road, we need to be very careful because that's very, very offensive. Yeah, sorry, go on, Born. Do your thing.
You gotta keep coming in saying the kumbaya. That's why I love you, Tasha. I fucks with you, Tasha. You just gonna keep coming in making those points. Well, go ahead.
Can we press play and fast forward past all the chatting, please?
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
not you lot chatting. I mean, chatting on the other show.
Yeah, on the recording, but I don't want to miss anything good though. She's speaking about the statistics, and she's saying, we know the statistics that black men don't take care of their kids. Anybody want to speak on those statistics?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing, brother. And I got enough love and respect for you, brother. However, because there is an experience that we face, brother. One of the tools white supremacy use, brother, is they use an effective tool of creating gender wars. So, for example, in that, right, we understand that we're in different shades, right? And because the sister is ancestry is Italian and Jamaican, right? Yeah. That sometimes, brother, because these things are clashing, and believe you me, I know about these types of mindsets, right? Is that sometimes if you was to use like an attack on one of those ancestry, could lead to a catastrophe of verbal attacks. So what I noticed, bro, with respect here, the moment you said the Italian sister, now, although she views herself as biracial, and I've said this many times, there's no such thing as mixed race, biracial, mulatto, and that, and we can go into that if we want. That caused a strike in her mind that she felt like she has no identity, which led for her, brother, to attack and say the slave thing, or due respect here.
Okay, my bad, y'all. I was trying to see who left. That was Stanley. I hear you, brother. But let's play some more. I mean, hey, only thing I can do is play some more, guys. Let's play some more.
Okay.
Oh no, sister,
Yo,
sister,
guys,
slow down, slow
this
down,
is
slow
terrible.
down, slow down, sister, slow down, please. It's a lot of mama mia, a lot of talking. So
There's not a lot of mama mia, and you seem like you mad because you know why you mad. You know why you mad because nobody never challenged you. Nobody ever challenged.
I'm gonna be 100. Shout out to Sister Rashida. Yeah, no,
You're
shout out.
petty, boy.
Of course, so you know that. Y'all know that. Not only and then this is the sisters from New York, and she can, and her mic is overpowering mine. So all I have is my little snarky remarks. Once you tell me your father is Italian but Black American men ain't shit, yes, you're getting all of those fucking Born Rich sly remarks. Yes, you're gonna get that. I'm just sorry. Y'all know Born, and you know how I get down. You're not finna do that. So we're gonna Mama Mia, all the pizza and mozzarella jokes that you can handle. You getting them when you come after my brothers like that. Unpopular, is that you?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go. A little bit more of the video. Then I know I got some brothers really want to say some shit, but let's go.
Let me tell you, nobody ever challenged you, so you mad at me. You're mad at me. No, you're mad at me. And you're not gonna you're not gonna talk out your neck. What you talking about? You're not gonna talk out of your neck. You're not gonna talk out of your neck. You're mad because you don't have a culture. Let's talk about that. You're mad because you don't have a culture. That's why you keep throwing shots at me. Tell me one thing culturally about the ADOS community. Tell me what your culture is. You wanna go there?
Who I got here? Fuck, I ain't got nobody here but Unpopular. Everybody else left. Well, let me ask some outsiders. What do you guys think that Black Americans have culturally? Can you guys anything that y'all think we have or maybe created culturally?
Well, brother Juan, I've said this many times, brother. You know, the African Americans have a culture, and it's inclines to, you know, millions of years of what we've laid down in African continent. I mean, the African culture was brought, unfortunately, due to our enslavement, and it was used to help us through our enslavement. For example, the African woman plaited her hair, and it was a symbolization of a map to escape certain, you know, slave plantations, right? When it came to the food and the scraps that was given,
What's wrong with you?
The African woman was using African traditional spices to limit the harm in order to feed the tribe. So you have a culture, brother. The only thing is that we don't want to be African, all due respect, yeah.
And I think Brother Stanley earlier said something about hip hop when it comes to culture. I think people's music and the music they make and the food they eat and the way that they dress is culture. And all of that is not negative, right? Now, yes, of course you got NWA and the hip hop shit. But you're not finna tell me fucking Sam Cooke and the rest of those jazz players and soul singers that's a negative part of our culture. You're not finna do that, but that is our culture. So music, everybody's reggae comes from a certain culture. Hip hop, gangster rap, that shit comes from a certain culture.
Wait, what was the first one you said? I didn't even know you were talking about reggae. Reggae.
Well, you
Hold
know,
on, it wasn't until I heard you say hip hop
reggae.
that I realized you were talking about music.
You know I'm country, but I'm just saying, like, reggae comes. I didn't say reggae comes from Black American culture, but it comes from a culture, right? It comes from the Caribbean.
All due respect to your beloved, right?
But when she asks what is the culture, then I'm going to go. I was just answering her question, right? Name one thing that Black Americans have as a culture, and I can give you. I'll say music.
But brother, the hip hop,
good, bad, or indifferent.
Yeah, but the hip hop and the singing, brother Born, that goes back to Africa when they used to pants the drum.
I understand that, Kel, but right now we're speaking about. I know, brother. But Kel, we're not speaking about Africa or African right now.
Brother, but in order to accept the modern times, you have to accept the ancient times, brother. And this is the thing: you cannot separate origin from non-origin. We were beating the drums, brother, while the ancestors were talking about distributing wealth, organizing tribes, you know, warding off invaders, brother. And then we have hip hop, so you cannot eliminate that, bro. It's like an imbalance, you know what I mean? And that, like, we're gonna dismiss the origin and make it look like they were just that. That's like what Columbus says, you know what I mean? Because if Columbus, we discovered America. You know what I mean? Like this
To be
youth
fair, they weren't
Rush.
organizing tribes while beating drums. You're going from, that's like, you're talking from slavery on. We were long before that. We already knew our tribes. We weren't beating drums to organized tribes coming from an African. Just putting it out there.
Yeah. And let's get it, guys.
Johnny's flaming them, way too much ink in my cranium. Make a hot boy push up geranium. Make the lava splash like I'm capable. With a blood clot to some boy. Jado, I'm not entertaining them.
The only
Right,
No,
so
it's
what
the
we're gonna do
culture.
right now, what we're gonna do right
Go
now,
ahead.
you don't need to come back and shouting. I play that to just try to regulate. So Rashida, you made your statements. Let Born Rich reply, and I'm gonna mute whoever is not supposed to be talking at the time, right? So please just give each other space to speak. No.
And that's beautiful. That's beautiful, right? So our biracial, half Italian sister said Black Americans don't have a culture. Does she live in an Italian community? Do you live with the Paisanos? Do you? Or do you stay around Black Americans? Vulturing.
Do you want me to answer that or not?
So quit playing with me, man. Quit playing with
You
me.
want me to answer that or not?
Go ahead, Rashida.
You want me to answer that or not?
Yes. Do you live in the?
Okay, so first of all, for your information, I do. For your information, I do. All right, so you can look up the demographics. Shut up. You can look up the demographics of Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, if you're that interested. You cannot shame me. You cannot shame me at all. You don't even know what you are. You don't even know what you are. What are you? What are you? No, you don't know what. You know what? At least I have genealogy. I know where I come from. You don't. You don't. You don't, and that's why you're mad. That's why you're mad. I'm blacker than you. I'm blacker than you. You can't shame you. You can't shame me. You can't shame me at all. You're mad because you never had a woman challenge you. You're not smart. You're not articulate. You're just spitting rhetoric. You're not saying anything of intelligence at all. How you gonna tell me where I live at? You don't know anything about me. All you know is I'm roasting your ass on this panel and you're getting tight. Period.
You're not roasting.
Period. Yes, I am. You have no, listen, you're mad. You're mad. You had to talk about Tommy Sotomayor. Don't talk about me. Don't talk about me. Talk about Tommy Sotomayor. Talk about him. Because I'm gonna put you right in your place. Period. This is the problem. Y'all don't respect Black women at all. You telling me where I live? You don't know anything about me. You don't know nothing about me at all.
You're not Black, Rashida. You're not.
Neither are you. Neither are you. Neither are you. Neither are you. You're 6th generation slave master. Neither are you. Neither are you.
She's on fire.
I literally hear an American Betty with melanated voices, melanated Scottish voices.
She's on fire.
They'll jump on if they want to. They know how to get on the panel. Damn.
Well, I'm not
if they want to jump on, they will.
I'm offended by what was just said. I'd like her to jump on. I'm free to say that, so. If she doesn't want to jump on,
she won't smoke.
Jump on, but I'm up to that. She can jump on, please, because she spent an hour speaking to Born today. I'm pretty sure she's got that time now. What's the time where you are, Born?
I'm in Tennessee, so it's 8:19.
We're going to talk about
it's
people in Libya,
9:19.
and she's got a Jamaican mum. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. So I'd like her to clear that up. If you can jump on, or Janet, you brought her in, jump on, please, and have this conversation with us.
But let's. I don't want it to feel like we're trying to, like bum rush her in a sense. You know,
I'm not trying to. It's not a case of that.
I mean, ambush. I think ambush is the word. I don't want her to feel ambush.
I don't know what everyone else is doing here, but I'm not involved with what everybody else is doing. I'm just speaking for myself. She can jump on.
African Goddess, really quick. African Goddess, is that you, sis?
Yes, it is. Hi, Born. How are you, sir?
I'm well, sis. How you been?
I've been well, thank you. Oh, I have an echo. Wait a minute. Hold on.
All right, get it right, sis. Get it right. Yeah, let's go, man. Good shit. Good shit. She got me right there, though. It's hard, man. She can't. And you know what's funny? You know what's funny? This is what I like about Black women. Right? Some people would disagree, but maybe I'm toxic and maybe I like a spicy Black woman.
The fire.
Yeah, I like that, man. I like that. For real. I do. I like it. For real. The sick way it was attractive, right? When she's just said,
is that better?
Shut up. Yeah, you good, African. You don't have an echo on this, man. What you want to say? What's your thoughts?
I have okay. As you can see as my avatar picture, I'm more of a dark-skinned woman, correct?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
But according to my birth certificate, under my mother, which it doesn't really show for 80s, 90s, or babies now being born, but it says white. Under my father, it says Negro. So, listening to different panels with this 1% black blood, you're black. If your father is black, you're black. Some, if your mother's black, you're black because you came from her womb, this, that, and the third.
Yeah.
My point is this lady is mixed. She's biracial, such as I am. I do not identify myself as a white woman, and I know my heritage. My biological mother, who I call incubator because she didn't raise me, okay? My dad single-handedly raised me.
Okay.
Is blonde-haired, blue-eyed. Now, that came out in some of my children, but it didn't come out in me.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you may.
Do you, okay, if you looked biracial, do you think you would have a different stance?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
So
I
you
don't think so.
identify as black. Do you identify as black, African goddess?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
You would not know I am mixed unless I told you so.
Absolutely.
Unless I showed you my birth certificate. Some would know only because of my hair texture, or as I've been told, my nose. I don't have that wide, flat nose. So, but my thing is in the chat, which is okay for me because I was in the chat to read the chat. But you have people that are literally saying that she hates herself because she is a biracial woman who identifies as being black. There's nothing to do with hating yourself because you identify better with one race of yourself than the other if you're mixed. My thing is society does that to us all the time.
I agree. And sister, actually in this conversation, they're going to get deep. They're going to get deep into that with that. And we can get there. Let's play a little bit more. What I want to do, African goddess.
Hold on. Just a quick apology to her. So I was a bit short with her. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah. So yeah, Vaughn.
I'm not that sensitive. I don't notice. Trust me.
Sosa don't give a fuck, man. Sosa either like you or she don't. And if she like you, she can still deal with you. You know what I mean? She just will let you know she don't like you. So Sosa's all right, man. Yeah. Let's play a little bit more though.
You're mad. You're not gonna shame me at all. You don't even like black women. You don't even like black.
Yo, guys, I'm not gonna lie. Great conversation, but I don't want the back and forth argument. What I want is Born to say his piece, Rashida to say his piece, and vice versa. I don't want the overlap if we can help it, right? I'm really reluctant to use the mute button because no one likes to be muted. But please, if you guys could stop the bickering and just conversate or debate, that's fine.
Speed through
this, fine what's going down. But we gotta have some structure towards the argument. Otherwise, it's just Jerry Springer, and we don't want that. Neither do you, right? So I believe, Rashida, you did make a few points. So I'm going to give Born Rich another opportunity to respond, and then vice versa.
We have to show some discipline because we had the conversation yesterday. Our biracial kids a little thrown off, right? We said our biracial children a little thrown off. Is showing that biracial children are just a little bit. I don't know what it is, but they are thrown off. Now, when it comes to the point of Black American men, I would like to see those statistics. Because the sister said, I live in America. I know the statistics. We spoke about statistics. I can fix up statistics to say any fucking thing I want the stats to say. but I still would like the sister to show me those statistics. What are the statistics of black men that don't take care of their kids? Because like I said earlier, and from my perspective, I don't see that. I see good fathers raising beautiful children, successful children, productive children. I don't know the shit that they show on the news, or I don't know what this sister's algorithm is on her social media. She says she's seeing a lot of this shit in social media, and I'm speaking about real life. The problem with social media is the loud minority you're gonna see. So you're gonna see your Tommy Sotomayers, you're gonna see people speaking about deadbeat black men. You're gonna have your world star hip hops where you're gonna see a black man smack the shit out of a black woman. But that's just the loud minority. We were speaking about that early. We said people generalizing. This sister's doing the same thing. She watches a fucking Instagram post and then generalize all black men in America to the point she's fucking on the land that black Americans built, eating off the fucking wealth that black Americans created for this country and dissing black Americans in the same breath. Get the fuck out of here, man. Did I fight back a little bit, guys? Like somebody please tell me I at least tried to fight back. Yeah, but it don't matter about being loud. I kept it real right there. Quit playing with me, man. And I threw my little slide shot in at the end. Yeah. Stanley, did you get that research for me? How black Americans opened the door for other immigrants?
Yeah, I put it in the chat.
Yeah, let's get the let's get the receipts. Let's get the receipts.
May I ask a question though?
Go ahead, Stanley.
You have to mute the YouTube.
I'm sorry. I did. Sorry about that. I really I think I did.
Still didn't mute it. You still didn't mute it, Stanley. I hear Sosa. Sosa sounds crazy on the back play. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Is it better now?
Yeah, you good, Stanley. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Good.
I you know what? It's a subject I'd like to hear a young person talk about. Unpopular.
What subject, Stanley?
Are we still talking about to me, it really comes down to how black men treat black women, or have y'all moved on?
Well, I mean, the title of the show is about stereotypes. Are the stereotypes that people are they true about black American men? We can bring in unpopular.
Don't know how. I've heard people make stereotypes. It was true to the topic.
Okay, Stanley. Let's ask unpopular. What do you think about the conversation so far, bro? You got something to add? Any opinion so far? See, unpopular is not even that, Stanley. So let me.
Not bad.
I know. All right, hold on. Just please relax, Stanley. Anybody want to say something about anything that was said so far?
Yo, oh my bad. I'm here though, Born. I'm here.
Oh, you want to say something about what you've heard so far, or anything about the topic? Are the stereotypes about ADOS true or false? The stereotypes that black American men don't take care of their children, they're lazy. What all have we heard so far? Black American men don't take care of their children. They're lazy. They disrespect their women, and they roll out the red carpet for other races of women. Are those stereotypes true or false? Unpopular.
Man, I mean, ADOS as a conglomerate. I mean, you have all creeds of African Americans, all creeds of black folks. So, like, who does ADOS represent? Like,
well, let's just say black Americans, if that would make more sense, right? Because we would have to say something if we were talking to a black Nigerian. You see what I'm
Right,
saying?
right, right.
So we would have to identify. So when I'm just don't worry about ADOS. Just say Black Americans.
Black
And Black
Americans.
Americans are people that pretty much like the sister said. If they say, "Hey, what country did your people come from?" You pretty much have to say, "I don't know." Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. My history was stolen, it was taken, it was lost, and I don't know. So I
Facts.
guess those are the people I'm
Facts.
talking to. Those are the
Yeah.
people I'm talking to. So now the stereotypes of those people, they beat on, well, not beat. See, I was finna bullshit. They disrespect their black, they disrespect their women, don't take care of their children, they're lazy, and they roll the red carpet out for other races of women. Are those stereotypes true or false? That's the question I'm asking you on property.
Ooh, I'm just gonna go out. I'm just gonna say something. I'm just gonna say it's true.
It's true.
Yes, it's true.
And mass numbers like that. Are those the people that you associate yourself with?
No.
Stanley, real quick, unpopular. Stanley, as a
Hold
Black
on, brother
American
Bond,
man.
brother Bond,
Hold
brother Bond.
on, Kel. Hold on,
Now
Kel.
bring up.
Hold on, Kel. No, Kel. I want to get personal experiences first and foremost, right? Then we can go to social media, propaganda, the news, or whatever. But I want to get personal experiences. Stanley, are those the type of people that you associate yourself with in your personal life, not internet shit?
That's a difficult question because I didn't grow up around people like that. But again, it's kind of a weird experience for me. But we are, God, I'll get too
I really
long-winded.
just wanted your personal
No, the
experience.
answer is no. And
Yes.
quite
Thank you, brother.
frankly, I think making those sorts of generalizations, I don't think most black men are like that. I don't think most black men are like that.
Thank you, Stanley. Because Stanley, you're a single black father. Fuck that. Let's break it down like this. Stanley, you are a single black American father. Right or wrong, brother?
Well, there are complications.
But are
you?
You Stanley? Are you a single father? Yes or no? Are you a black American? Yes or no?
ADOS.
American descendant of slavery. That's that. There we go. So we'll break that down. Me, Stanley. Hold on, real quick. Me, Stanley. Right. I've had full custody of my son since
I have
2012. So I am a single. I am a single father.
About you.
I am a single father, and I am an American descendant of slavery, right? And then we go outside of our. And you said you don't associate yourself with those type of black men, with those type of ADOS men. Unpopular said he doesn't associate his. So I am saying, where are these deadbeat men at? If the brothers that are on code or synchronized,
go too far outside because they exist, obviously.
I'm not saying they don't exist, brother. I am saying, I am gonna say this though. But what I have to be in charge of is I deal with my brothers accordingly. But I am in charge of the propaganda. Do you know that white people, white supremacy has been calling black men single deadbeat dads for hundreds and hundreds of years, brother?
You don't want to go there because they created the men.
But brother Bond.
Oh my gosh, talk it, Stanley. Go ahead.
Correct.
No.
Correct.
I believe that.
I'm sorry. Kale can do it better than I do. You know me. I'll just go off.
No, brother, not that I could do better.
The myth was not something that ADOS created.
Well, something that the government created was the factor of everything is based
was founded
on what?
by
money. Whom? It's based on money. What makes a man deadbeat is how much money he pays out, and that's ridiculous.
The American government, the American experiment was founded on economics. Can you
Correct.
dispute that?
Yes, it was.
Then I'll
No, I
stop
cannot.
there. And then it went awry from there.
Correct. It did.
Yeah, but brother,
and that's where.
right.
Go ahead.
Would you say, brother, like if we remove personal experiences, right? I know individually, right? You know, no one can outdo black people when it comes to businesses individually, you know, right? Well, brother, what I'm getting from the sister is she's talking about collectively. Now, should she be using a type of language to convey a message without disrespecting? I agree with you, Born. She shouldn't be disrespected in that way.
Nate, may I respectfully ask you to let the sister talk?
Yeah, I will afterwards, brother Stanley. But
man,
brother Born, we have to agree with brother. Collectively, brother, we're not protecting our women economically and protecting them. We have to agree on that, brother. Collectively, globally, we're not doing it
Yeah,
properly.
I don't even think we're really. I don't even know if but the sister hasn't said anything about protection. What does it have to do with being lazy? And I mean, I understand it's all. I know it's all wrapped in one kill. Like for real, I'm not being silly. I understand it is. If a man is not protecting his woman, he's being lazy. But the sister wasn't speaking about that in that context. She was saying, okay, yes, she said disrespecting the woman. Yes, that goes under protection. Not taking care of the child, that goes under the protection. But rolling the red carpet out for non-black people, I don't see that, man. We're gonna get into the regional conversation too, because that's brought up too, guys.
Well,
That's brought up too.
not,
We're gonna say
not,
your location.
wow, that's gonna be
Man. Hold on, Stanley. The location makes a difference. We are going to speak about that later on, but go ahead, Kel, and then Stanley.
Brother Bond, we can agree on this, right? Globally, brother, not just even the African Americans, right? But the other blacks, globally, brother, we marry out of our race. Let's be honest, man. I mean, as soon as we in a position.
Just before this gets any further, I'm just going to say good night to you, Walker. I feel myself drifting off, so I'm going to jump into the chat on YouTube.
Oh shit! So you didn't want to hit them more the video?
I do, but I don't think I'm going to be adding anything more on the panel.
It's getting a little off of the video, but all right. So you know the link is there if you want to come back, sister. Yeah.
Always, bro. Always. All right. Big up everyone.
Thank you, Sosa. You was the first one jumped on today. Thank you, sis.
No dramas, bro. Big up everybody.
Yeah, thank you, man.
But Born, we got to be honest, man. Like, you know, I think we need to be really honest, bro, in order for us to have solutions to protect our women. I mean, we do marry out of our race more than any other ethnicity, brother. And there's something where we're in denial about. You know, there's a lot of us are married to European women, Asian women, Middle Eastern women. And the fact is that when the black woman does it, and she shouldn't be doing it, neither should the black man be doing it, we seem to have like a unbiased mindset towards her. It's almost as if like when the European man, when he used to see you with his woman, he will use political science to attack you mentally. But then when you see him with the African woman, right, he will act in a way as though he doesn't want you to attack him. So brother, globally, and you don't think that we marry out of our race globally?
Globally, I don't know. I don't really know the statistics, and it's kind of weird, Kel, because a lot of times I don't like. Even other people outside of America will say, "Hey, Americans are shallow because they get caught in their American bubble and don't really pay attention." So, Kel, I don't know how. I know the more that I'm on these online platforms, yes, I do see it. I'll give you that, Kel. I am seeing it globally. Yes. Oh my gosh, people are really dating outside of their race. Now, I'm gonna be accused of saying this later on in the recording, but me, in my town of Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, no, I don't see a lot of mixed race couples, not in mass numbers like that. When I go to the grocery store, I'm not seeing that. When I go get some gas or go get some snacks or just do anything in the community, I'm not seeing a lot of mass number black people mixing with other races like that. Not saying that we don't. Not saying that we don't. It's cool if we do, but not saying that we don't, right? But what I want to do, Kel, real quick, Black Peace, is that you, brother?
Yeah, what's happening, man? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what I'm doing right now, Black Peace, is playing a little conversation that I had on another YouTube channel with a sister. So
I've been listening. I've been listening.
okay. All right, brother. All right,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah, I've been listening for
Let me
sure.
play a little bit more. Let's try to get through this a little bit. Let's go.
All right, thank you. All right, Rashida, please. Come off mute, Rashida. You're on mute, Rashida. Maybe I'll hit you.
Generation. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yo, you was on mute.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Rashida, you was on mute. We didn't hear what you said. Sorry, can you respond?
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to leave it at this because clearly you mad and maybe I'm too much for the sector. So I'll go back to my American sector. Let me explain something to you. My mother came here from Jamaica in 1983. My mother is a registered nurse and a business owner.
Can you hear?
Her mother came to America in 1983. Stanley, did you ever find that what I was looking for about the civil rights, brother?
Yes, I put it into the chat. Do I need to resend it?
Let's see.
The StreamYard chat. Did you lose it? I put 2 links.
Yeah. So
well, I can
when I really
resend
get
it.
in my
Do you need me to resend it?
Nah, man, you know I got you, brother. I got
well,
you.
no, I can
Let's go
resend
through
it.
it. I got it right here. We'll go through it, right? So now, family, when I get in my ADOS bag, and I know my Pan-African brothers is gonna say, "Born, this is divisive," but I can't. My soul won't let me just let an immigrant come to America and shit on black men. And we have to make sure who made it possible for black immigrants to come over here in America at first, right? We have to make sure, man. So we see this,
it's
man.
more complicated than that, but this pretty much breaks it down.
Yeah. So let's say this. Hold on.
You don't like these eggheads.
I know. Stanley, I wish you would mute and let me just read. Please just let me read. Please let Born read, man. I know my reading. I know my reading is horrible, man. I know it's horrible, but let's get it though, right? Standing before Congress on January 8th, 1964. Sister Rashida said her Jamaican mother came to America in 1980. So, standing before Congress on January the 8th, 1964, President Lyndon Johnson delivered his State of the Union address. Here he called for abolition of all forms of racial discrimination. These are the Civil Rights Acts, right? 1960s. This is 1964. He caused that anticipated the passage of the Civil Rights Act some 6 months later and committed his administration to lifting by legislation the bars of discrimination against those who seek entry into our country. So let me tell you something. So not only did the hold on, who's that Schiffer? But let me tell you this, man. So not only did the people, I'm gonna speak about this, man, but I want y'all to see this though. I want y'all to see this, right? So the Civil Rights Act was not just about goddamn white supremacy. Stop treating black Americans bad. Not only that, but I'm actually gonna say this, but I'm gonna say it before I say it. But not only that, stop discriminating on black Africans and black Caribbeans and black people that's trying to get to America. Right. You guys are letting all these Italians and Irish and Russians and whoever y'all want to come in. But when we say, hey, let our Caribbean brothers in, you guys say no. When we say let our African, hold on, Stanley. If you hear me talking, please don't speak. And you're saying, listen, and we're saying, listen, family, let our African brothers in. Let us in. Let them in. Let them into the country so we can build together. And you know what's crazy? It's starting to look like we created a monster, right? it's like we start letting in our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, and now I'm hearing more and more people come here, and a generation later, they saying, man, y'all niggas ain't shit. Y'all niggas are violent. You niggas not only violent, you don't take care of your kids. You niggas don't protect your woman. You nigga, I know you can't interrupt. You niggas don't do nothing. That's what they telling
Say
you.
that.
You're taking it too far,
nothing. They come to this country, come to this country, get fat, have babies, and then the babies are growing up saying you niggas don't do nothing right. It's like, wait, what? Like, wait, what? But wait, what? But
born on fire right now.
Maybe I should, because listen, because we've been having these shows, and Brother Kale hates when I get in this bag, and I got respect for Brother Kale, and I hate to be in this bag, but I want Brother Kale to know that is when you hear what I call the extreme ADOS, where they just get online and shit on Caribbeans and shit on African brothers and sisters, and they tell you how these people come to America and feel, and then I have a conversation like this, and I'm like, yo, you know what this is? This is like, hold on, Stanley. This is like the first time I'm actually having a conversation with a quote unquote black immigrant that's over here that's shitting on my people. Shitting on my ancestors and shitting on my people. They've taken a hold of white supremacy and flipped it on us in a way that it's like, this is crazy. It's crazy. So I'm happy Stanley gave me this, right? So when the extreme FBA or the extreme ADOS brothers say, listen, we made it possible for you motherfuckers to come over here and get fat and have babies, and you can flee your country, come to this country and eat. We made it possible for that. You wasn't over here in mass numbers before the 1960s. But after the 1960s, you start talking to our African brothers, our Caribbean brothers, and everybody's just like, yeah, man, fuck them niggas. We over here getting fat, and these niggas is lazy. They won't pull themselves up by the bootstrap. The same thing the white man been saying to us.
But Brother Bond, you know, do I agree with you in regards to using facts and proofs to let other African descendants who come to America that had it not been for us Africans, that you wouldn't be able to have a slice of the pie? I agree with you, brother. You know what I mean? Because it is ridiculous that you're going to attack the same people who made it possible for you to live prosperous. However, brother, we can say that there is a difference between synchronized black people and unsynchronized black people, and we need strategies, brother, to deal with the unsynchronized. That sister who was, you know, expressing herself, brother, is that sometimes, brother, we need to have a blueprint and mindsets to channelize that instead of using expressive words that would increase her unsynchronized ways, brother. Remember, as African people, were mental passion that we suffered post-traumatic slavery and syndrome. So we need to heal one another, even though it may seem like the other is having more power expressing it, brother. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Nah, that's facts, though. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I get you. I mean, I get you. You know, but you know how it is, Kale, man. This is just kind of falling in line with my shows. Go ahead, bro.
I just want to say I kind of agree with what Kel said, but I think that
you was asleep, Shuffle. You was just asleep, brother. I just had to mute you for snoring. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead. This one came to you in the spirit. Go ahead, brother.
I think that the mistake that I believe he's making is that, you know, he says he talks about being synchronized and unsynchronized, and I think that, you know, no one's perfect. So you're gonna get people who seem to be synchronized that, you know, maybe, you know, are not really suiting the agenda that they say they're supposed to be suiting, and you're gonna get people who are unsynchronized in the same respect. But I think that, you know, we have to treat each individual on its own merit and its own basis, you know, and, you know, Stop playing these games of, you know, trying to flip in, be sheep. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? Not everyone's a sheep. Not everyone's gonna be just following the pack. And if we're just gonna follow the pack all the time, we're never gonna have any new ideas or be open to new ideas. We're probably just gonna be lost. And that's what I want to say.
No, you're right, brother. If y'all don't mind, I want to play a little bit more of this video. Schiffer, you awake now though, brother? You there? You here with us? You was snoring. I had to mute you because you was snoring, but are you back? You back with us now, brother, right? Because I want you to listen to some of this and respond to it, brother. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Right. I already said to you that Born Rich and his views do not represent the views of the channel. He's an independent person like everybody up here. So there's no need for you to be telling about
Bob, you right. No, you right. You right.
Yeah.
You right. Bob, you right. I am doing too much, and I'm gonna go where I belong. Let's not make my statement at my house. Let me tell you something. At the end of the day,
hello.
Born Rich.
Can you hear me? Fine.
Yes, I hear you, sir.
This is my channel. I run the channel, and I'm telling you that nobody gets to speak for the channel, right? And no disrespect to Born Rich. Born Rich definitely ain't speaking for the channel. He speaks for himself. So don't worry about what people like. Don't worry about all of that. Oh, I ain't coming back. This is lit. This is lit. This is what we want to hear. We want to hear the differences in opinions. So don't feel like you need to go back to the American sector. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. You know what it is. You know what it is. When I talk, I'm very passionate. I'm not mad at all. This is the way I talk. At the end of the day, I'm just going to clarify something for you. You're making a generalization, right? How am I eating off the land that your forefathers built? My mother came from Jamaica here. 19 was on nothing. She's a registered nurse and a business owner. We all are doing our thing. So I never profited off your welfare system.
Boom. So now, brother Stanley.
I think the sister makes a beautiful point here. She makes a beautiful point there, man, in the sense of, you know, I hear this all the time. And, you know, I've tried to explain this to Jedi as well. Like, you can't mistake passion and a person expressing their true self for, you know, a person being upset. And, you know, it can come across very insulting, you know, when you're trying to be passionate, you're trying to speak your true mind and what you believe in. And then, you know, a person's going to just say to you, oh, you're just being emotional, or, you know, you're just being upset.
Yeah, I'm not Shiv. Yeah, Shiv, I don't want to get bogged down into that. I want to be very specific. And I'm going to repeat this again. She said her mother moved here her mother left Jamaica, moved to America in 1980. She didn't build anything off the shit that Black Americans built in America before her. And thank you to my Uncle Stanley, because I was speaking and I knew a link was there.
Jesus Christ, am I that old?
Hold on. I knew I could pull up the receipts. So let's get back to the receipts. Her mother came here in 1980, a registered nurse. Fuck that. Let's just say this. Tash, are you there? Oh shit. That's just Tash is just in the comments, right? I think a lot of people got upset last show when I said people fled. So she said her mother fled from Jamaica to America in 1980. My elders in the 1960s made it possible. Standing before Congress on January 8th, 1964, President Lyndon Johnson delivered his State of the Union address. Here at the State of Union address, he called for the abolition of all forms of racial discrimination. And he caused that anticipated the passage of the Civil Rights Act. And some 6 months later, he committed his administration to lifting by legislation the bars of discrimination against those who seek entry into our country. So not only with the Civil Rights Act, we're going to abolish all forms of racial discrimination inside of America, we also want to lift the legislation that discriminates against those who seek entry into our country.
Hey, so in other words, if it wasn't, look, so in
victory.
other words, man, if it wasn't for us, her mama and her daddy wouldn't even have met. Here she talking about.
Oh my
But
goodness.
also as well, right? You know why I say it's unsynchronized is because if you're an African descendant, if you're an African descendant who's gone to America, your intention should be to build up the African American community as well as to build up the African community. So that's why I always use that word, bro. Shiva, is that I hear where you're coming from, bro. Like sometimes we're not perfect, but there is certain mindsets that will tell you if an African descendant is going to be for the liberation or not. And if you are an African descendant who's going to the African continent and you're just there to reap and not build up both ways, then that's unsynchronized. If I'm an African descendant going to America and I'm with a collective, the goal it should be, brother, is to invest in the African American community, right? In order that they can have certain privileges which their ancestors allowed them to reap off, so we can build alliances and protect them, the Caribbean, as well as the African continent. That is Pan-Africanism. Other than that, brother, they should not be going to America because you'll be going there with the mindset of white supremacy. So I do
Now, if
agree
you want to
with
shame,
My bad, Kel. My bad, Kel. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry about that. I was doing some
I
shit.
got one question for you, my brother Kel, yeah? And I've asked this question many a times. I've never seemed to be able to get an answer. Can you show me how the African continent, the people from the African continent, are supporting the people who are of African descent, according to yourself, outside of Africa?
Okay, so I'll be honest with you. There is a lot of us, brother, from the diaspora that are building businesses in Africa, right? If you're referring to are they going out there and the diaspora, is that what you're referring to help out? Is that what you're referring to, or are you referring to are they allowing to build on the African continent?
No. Allowing us to build on the African continent is, allowing us to support Africa, yeah, and allowing us to create businesses and create wealth inside of Africa. How is Africa creating wealth inside of the Caribbean, for example, inside of the African American community, for example, inside of the Haitian community or any of these communities, for example? How are Africa helping us?
Well, that's a good question. As for Haiti, brother, the Ghanaians and Congolese have funded and helped out Haiti. We have proof on that. But to answer the question, brother, that the African diaspora are the key to bring out the resources and to join alliance in order for our liberation back with the Africans on the continent. That is the truth, and that's the only way these things will move forward.
Well, how have they funded them? Like, can you give me some details? Obviously, if it's only Haiti that they've actually put money into or funded, it's still something. But what about the rest of us? And does it always have to be one-way traffic?
Who y'all talking about with the Africans, with Africans
Yeah.
upon the diaspora? Yeah, let's go ahead. I don't want to get too deep in the woods with this on today's show, but go ahead, brother Kel. I'll let you respond, and then we're gonna.
Brother, it is true. They've helped out, but it needs to be a collective. And I agree with you, which is why, brother, I've actually lived on the continent for a long time, so I know what's going on there in regards to businesses and what we're pushing now, brother, is that we're trying to get the African diaspora, which they're doing anyway, like the African Americans, the African Caribbean, etc., to invest in Africa, right? And the portion of the wealth, what they get, to put that back in the Caribbean, to join allies in order for us to protect the African Americans on the continent. That's what we're pushing, and slowly by slowly, brother, we are getting there. But that's the goal.
But could Africa not be investing in the Caribbean and doing it the other way around, or investing in the African American community to some extent and doing it the other way around? Does that not help us at all? Or did we have to always invest our money back into Africa? Because I'll be honest with you, I feel that it kind of becomes counterproductive, where, you know, the African American community are taking money out of their community, putting it into Africa, but they're not seeing the benefits of that money coming back into America, back into that community, and vice versa with, you know, the Caribbean community XYZ. Now, as I understand, you know, we have African billionaires XYZ, you know, who could, you know, be investing in those communities and helping those people also. Like, so I just don't see why that can't happen. I don't know, I'm a bit confused.
Here's the thing, brother. I don't want to take over brother Point show too much, but I will say this, right? The creator of the heavens and the earth has blessed the continent of Africa to be self-sufficient, right? And stains like the European countries, as well as Asian, etc., right? So the only way I could explain to you, bro, it's use an example of Michael Jackson, right? Michael Jackson had Neverland and he had assets, right? But the problem is when he did his revolutionary act of owning the Beatles catalog and Elvis Presley catalog, that the non-Africans, as it pertains to white supremacy, right? They freed his funds. So he had assets, brother, but he didn't have the funds. So with Africa, it has the assets, the resources and that, but it needs money in order to back up those resources to put it in institutions. And this is where the African Caribbeans, African Americans come in handy, is that if we invest in it, half of the money can go back into the Caribbean. And when we build armies and things like that, brother, which we have to anyway, we can protect our cousins in America from police brutality, but it has to go that way because of the continent's self-sufficient.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
really
I'm a bit
quick.
confused though.
Schiffer, hold on, Schiffer. I know, I don't want to go. Schiffer, I told you I don't want to, you know, not right now. We'll get back to that.
You're not far away, bro.
I got you. I just want to get back to this video, right? Reset for the people who just joining us. If you just joining us, thank you. Hit that like button. Yeah, I know a couple of y'all forgot to hit the like button. I'm reminding you, hit it. Hit the like button right now. You feel me? Great show. Now, the premise of the show is, like I said, I was on my brother Jedi's channel. The name of his channel is Triluminati Live, right? And I was having a conversation with a woman. Her name is Rashida. But first of all, the channel that this content comes from is called Triluminati Live. So support our brother Triluminati Live. I just put the link in the chat. Go over there, subscribe, leave some comments, let them know Born Rich sent you, right? All right, so we're having a conversation. I'm having a conversation with a sister. She's biracial. She has a Jamaican mother and an Italian father. And we're just having a conversation. She lives in America. And we're having a conversation about, you know, right now we're at the point where, put it this way, she's been saying a lot of what I would deem to be negative comments about Black Americans. And now I am just making the point that, but you know, my elders in the 1960s made sure that when we got civil rights passed, we made sure we got some immigration discrimination rights thrown in there too, to where our African brothers can come to America without being discriminated against. Our Jamaican and Caribbean brothers and sisters can come to America without being discriminated against, the same way we were being discriminated against inside of America. So that's where we're at the conversation now. I'm going to play a little bit more and let's get it, family. Hit that like button, guys.
This is my channel. I run the channel, and I'm telling you that nobody gets to speak for the channel, right? And no disrespect to Born Rich. Born Rich definitely ain't speaking for the channel. He speaks for himself. So don't worry about what people like. Don't worry about all of that. Oh, I ain't coming back. This is lit. This is lit. This is what we want to hear. We want to hear the differences in opinions. So don't feel like you need to go back to the American sector. The American sector's dead. This is where it's popping. I'm telling you. So Just
Yeah,
make
we want
yourself
you here,
comfortable.
Rashida.
Yeah, make yourself
We
comfortable.
want you
know,
here.
thank you.
Be
You know what it
quiet.
is? You know what it is?
my
When I
nigga got
talk,
it.
I'm very passionate. I'm not mad at all. This is the way I talk. At the end of the day, I'm just going to clarify something for you. You're making a generalization, right? How am I eating off the land that your forefathers built? My mother came from Jamaica here, 19 was on nothing. She's a registered nurse and a business owner. So I never profited off your welfare system. I grew up with two parents. Now, if you want to shame me because I'm biracial, well, have at it. Because you're not fully black either. See, my mother chose to be with a white man. Your family didn't have a choice. So let's talk about that. All right, that's number one.
My mother chose to be with the white man. I don't want to misquote her. Anybody remember the quote? I don't want to misquote the sister. What we're not going to do. We're getting to the nitty tonight, but we're not going to misquote her. Let's go.
This is the way I talk. At the end of the day, I'm just going to clarify something for you. You're making a generalization, right? How am I eating off the land that your forefathers built? My mother came from Jamaica here, 19 was on nothing. She's a registered nurse and a business owner. We all are doing our thing. So I never profited off your welfare system. I grew up with two parents. Now, if you want to shame me because I'm biracial, well, have at it. Because you're not fully black either. See, my mother chose to be with a white man. Your family didn't have a choice. So
my mom chose to be with a white man. Your family didn't have a choice.
But that would, I'll be honest with you, I think that's a bit of an error as well, because her mother wouldn't have had choice neither. If she's from the Caribbean or from Jamaica or whatever, you know, to some extent, you know, she's coming out of slavery too and would have been in the same position as any black person within the Americas. And I think that I kind of get where you're coming from, Bournemouth, when you say that you know, it took some of you Americans, you know, to enforce get certain laws and things enforced to allow people across the borders, X, Y, Z, people from Jamaica, you know, from black people from other parts of the world, X, Y, Z. But I'd say that works both ways, you know. It would be the same in Britain also, you know. We've had to.
Shifra, let me show you the difference, brother. And I hate to cut you. I hate to cut your wisdom.
But
let me say this, brother. Let me say this. Now, if you invited me to the UK, right, Shifra, if me and you just say we start talking today, and I'm like, bro, I got to get the fuck out of America. I'm trying to get to the UK. Where you at, bro? You do all you can to get me and my family to the UK, right? Say I get to the UK and I invite my nephew to the UK, right? I say, listen, nephew. I've been in the UK for 6 years. My brother Schiffer got me over here. I moved my nephew over here, right? But I tell my nephew, hey nephew, don't fuck with Schiffer. Schiffer ain't shit, man. He's a fucking he's lazy. He doesn't take care of his woman. Don't fuck with Schiffer. Let's come over here. I'm eating. Schiffer made sure I eat good in the UK. Now I'm eating good in the UK. Nephew, come over here. We're gonna eat good. Look, don't fuck with Schiffer. Fuck Schiffer. Because everything he's doing in the UK ain't helping us. How would you feel, Schiffer?
I'll be honest with you. I think I may feel slightly betrayed by that. I may feel that to some extent, I may have to look at myself and say, well, what is it that I've done, or what is it that I'm doing wrong that's making you view me in this way? And in the same sense, I may, like I said, feel slightly betrayed in the sense that, you know, if I've helped you to get there, then, you know, even if I have made a mistake or if I have done something that's made you view me in a certain way, wouldn't you give me an opportunity to correct that? You know, I don't know.
Yeah. And see the mix-up part is, Schiffer, what if the reason that I tell my nephew don't fuck with Schiffer is not because of my experiences, but because of a British. I done got over there and met a British woman that's saying, Born, now that you're over here, don't fuck with Schiffer. All right. What if I throw that wild card, right? Because is this a good analogy, bro? I am kind of speaking about, you know, I'm speaking about an analogy, right?
I think if you're talking from the perspective of the Caribbeans, yeah, I think the Caribbeans definitely I'm not going to use the F word. I'm just going to say the Caribbeans definitely integrate with the Americans into the community. You know, we work with you guys, and we see ourselves as the same peoples. In majority of cases, I can't necessarily speak for the Africans going into America, but I can definitely speak for the Caribbean. And you know, you can see this in everything we do, you know, in every movement we play a part in. You know, we are very what's the word, we're an active part of the community, you know, in every shape and form. So, you know, if I don't know which community you're speaking about who does this, but you know, I'm assuming you're speaking on the Africans, but I'd say to some extent the Africans
No. I'm
definitely
speaking about
integrate
this
you.
sister. No.
Oh,
I'm
are you
speaking
just
about
speaking
this
about the
sister.
sister,
No,
this
this
one
sister
sister?
right here. I'm not even speaking about this sister. I'm speaking about her situation. She has a Jamaican mother and an Italian father, and her mother moved over here in 1980. And now in 2022, she can sit up here and say Black American men ain't shit and feel comfortable saying it. Say Black American men ain't shit. They lazy. They don't take care of their kids. They roll out the red carpet for other, like this is the whole argument, brother Schiffer. But I have to take the first thing I'm checking is her background. Her
But that
background
may
is
just be her
Jamaican.
experience.
Say it again. Say it again, Schiffer.
That may just be her experience in the sense of, you know, I think what she's saying there doesn't actually make sense because she's
Damn it,
never
I
gonna
hate
have
you
met.
then.
She's
I hate
never gonna
you.
have met. I'm just saying she's
I'm
never gonna have met every Black American man in it. That's not gonna be possible for any one individual person to have met every single Black American
She
man.
haven't. I'll give you that. But
And
what she's
then, yeah.
regurgitating, Schiffer, is what I call white supremacist talking points, right? So if she haven't met every Black American, why are she saying Black American men are lazy? They're deadbeats. They're in jail. They roll out the Rick. Like all of the. Do you know everything I'm having a conversation with her about, Brother Kale? I want you to hear me and hear me clearly. This conversation that I'm having with this Black sister, I've already had with 17 other white supremacists.
I
Same
can answer
talking
that.
points. I gotta shoot down the incarceration rate. I gotta shoot down the baby mama and single father. Come on, Stanley, you've heard me on the Discord. Kale, I'm sure you've heard me before. But I gotta argue. I gotta shoot down these same points from white supremacists. It fucks me up when I have to sit here and speak to my sister. I consider her sister, right? Biracial is Black to me because I subscribe. Hold on, Stanley. Because America has taught me to subscribe to the one drop rule. So you got one drop of Black in you, you Black to me. So now I got to sit here and listen to my sister regurgitate these same white supremacist talking points. And y'all brothers know I'm going to respond. You know I have
But
to
that's
say
her
something.
experience, Born Rich. At the end of the day, maybe the experience she's had of Black American brothers hasn't been a good one, and a lot of sisters
Yes.
a
And
lot of the sisters are having bad experiences.
It's been, you know, maybe she's tried. Schiff, I'll let you go on.
Y'all gonna make me rewind it, man, because I don't think
Well,
y'all
no,
heard
I'm
the
trying to
full
make a.
extent. Y'all didn't hear the full extent of his conversation, man. But I feel
Trevor,
you.
Trevor,
not Trevor. No, I'm not Trevor.
Yeah.
Shout out to Trevor. Shout out to Trevor. our nephew. That's our nephew, man. Shout out to Trevor.
Born. I've been trying to talk to you for about 45 minutes. Don't go too far with these points. They're not larger points. And I honestly think you're going too far with Black women's experiences. You know, I don't mean to sound like Dr. Phil, but you are going a bit far.
Okay, brother, and I'll slow down. I'll slow down, Uncle. I'll slow down.
Well, no, you don't have to slow down. You have to not go too far.
I got you, brother. I will. And I'm trying not to upset people, right? And I understand what you're saying for real, Stanley. Right?
I'm not upset.
I know not you. I'm not saying you,
not
Stanley.
a Black woman.
Stanley, I
You
know.
just heard black women get upset with you, and you didn't notice?
No, I did. That's what I'm saying, Stanley. Stanley, I got it, brother. I do. I did. I understand. I call them black, right? Because I subscribe to the one drop rule. But yes, Empress Janet
Well,
is.
no,
Stop. Listen, Stanley. Stanley, stop, brother. Please, just let me say this. Yes,
cut off again.
Empress Janet was pissed off at me a little bit, and Sister Rashida was pissed off at me. I apologize, but we have to break down this conversation. I mean, it don't matter, man. Listen, they may be, but I'm not gonna sit by the side, Stanley. I couldn't do it today. Yes, I was undisciplined. I could not sit silently and let a biracial woman come onto a platform that I'm on, and it's no other Americans, especially black Americans, on that platform. It's nobody but me. So when I hear a black woman with an American accent jump on a UK panel and say, "Hey,
brought up the one drop
oh my
rule.
gosh, man, Stanley, you don't let me talk, man. Fuck it, Stanley. I don't want to have a conversation with you right now, Stanley. I love you, Uncle, but I don't want to have a conversation with you right now. God of Jacob, how you doing, brother?
I'm chilling, tuned in late, but I'm trying to catch up.
I know I may have to rewind it back for some other people. Brother Mike, are you there? Brother Mike, fuck, man, I hate to rewind it because people gonna be pissed off. Let me see. Let's just play it right here. Let's just play it right here.
Hey, Born Rich, before you play that,
hold on, Schiffer, please let me play some more. I gotta catch people up. I gotta catch the people up, brother. If everybody keeps, it's 7 of us on the panel. If everybody keeps fucking interrupting, we're not gonna get anywhere.
My guess is
Let's talk about that. All right, that's number one. Number two, you're taking this very literally. I made a blanket statement. Blanket meaning I don't know you personally, right? So you're saying that you take care of your kids and your friends take care of their kids. I don't know you. I don't know anything about you. I'm speaking in general what I have seen. Secondly, I don't go on Instagram to get any information. I'm well learned. Do you understand that, sir? What is your credentials? Because I can show mine. I have a whole degree in criminal justice from John Jay College in Brooklyn, New York. What are you talking about right now? That's your problem. Y'all black men, when you see black women have a voice, y'all get very angry and you want to disrespect. So with that, everybody have a good morning or good night. I don't know what time it is in the UK.
Why are you leaving the show?
No, you know what it is? No, Trill, you know I mess with you. You know I mess with you. You know I support your channel. But at the same token, everybody in the chat is mad at me for some reason because I'm speaking up against a black man.
They're not. No one should be speaking. They're not. Listen, anybody can join the show. Anybody can join the show. Anybody can type what they want in the chat. It has no relevance. Don't. You know what? When you're talking to us on here, don't even read the fucking chat because half these people are not even. They're not. What is their opinion based on? What? They don't know you. They're not even listening to the argument properly. So I don't know why people are picking sides. Like this is a good point,
well, yeah, I don't want to.
Real quick, guys, and this is something about YouTube that you guys are going to learn. I had to learn this, right? Now, people will come on your platform and constantly read the chat and associate the chat with you. And that way you don't have to deal with what's going on the panel. I can always revert back to the chat and say, hey, this guy, look, the perfect example. Hold on, where is he at? Where is he at, right? So, right, just imagine if I stop the video just to say this. Before you awaken your manhood taken. Female dog from Tennessee. It ain't hard to see. Now, if I stop you see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is people will associate, people are going to say listen, guys, the chat is Rome. When in Rome, do as the Romans. I don't give a fuck what people say in the chat. People are going to say whatever. You know why? Because they are nameless and faceless. But what you do on a panel is not keep reverting back to the chat. You can always divert the conversation by saying, hold on, person I'm speaking to on the panel. Let me address this person in the chat. That's why on this show, we don't do that. I'm not going to do a whole show about people reacting to the chat. And this sister keeps reacting to the chat. She came on the panel today and could not stop. Oh, I got to mute Stanley. Stanley, I'm going to put you in the back, man. Stanley, relax, man. but the sister came on this panel today and made sure that she addressed the chat, not once, not twice,
We're
not
talking
3
about
times,
the chat.
but 4 times she addressed the chat. And I am saying, guys, let's don't address the chat. I want to have a conversation with the sister, and she's talking about what people are saying in the chat. Let's go.
Just like anybody, like I said, Born, you could go ahead and talk. Like I said, at the end of the day, you made an assumption about me, ask me where I live. If you want to live, I don't live in a predominantly Black neighborhood. I don't. But you're making that assumption about me because I'm Black. Why do you assume that I live in a ghetto or Black neighborhood? You don't know anything about me. But that's the disdain. You Black American men hate Black women. Y'all do. This is the key point. If I was a white woman, you wouldn't have all this energy. You wouldn't. Period. So that's it. You can talk about whatever you want.
I think her statement's wrong, yeah, but I think it's not completely dumbfounded. I think there is, there's an element of truth in what she's saying from her perspective, and I think that,
like what?
Unfortunately,
like what?
unfortunately,
What's true, Schiffer? Just tell.
I'm gonna be honest with you, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, a lot of brothers, yeah. No, I'm not going to say a lot of brothers. I'm going to say a number of brothers. Let's not say a lot. Let's just say a number of brothers will not support the sisters properly. And they will do things that, are going to affect the way the sisters view us, i.e., cheating on the sisters, which is something I've spoken to you about. Another thing, Born Rich, would be, not supporting the sisters, and supporting the family properly, X, Y, Z, and putting themselves first, X, Y, Z. And I think that for this reason, the sisters are going to sometimes have these viewpoints, and we have to use those viewpoints as an opportunity to do better, not as an opportunity to tear them down. Because, if someone said to me, do you know what, you're doing wrong in some particular area, or we find you to be what's the word? We find you to be not very productive in a particular area. I would use that as an opportunity to become more productive in that area rather than just trying to tear their plan down.
Well, let me give you some productive advice, Schiffer, because I don't think that Caribbean men treat their woman right. They disrespect their women, right? And
in what regard?
So when I mean, I mean they beat them up. They don't really let them speak. It's oppressive, right? The way the Caribbean brothers treat the Caribbean sisters, right? And us as Black Americans, we have to deal with that baggage because these Caribbean sisters come to us looking for solace, solace in relationships. And I can't fully trust those Caribbean sisters because I know how damaged they are from the past relationship with Caribbean brothers that that they had to endure. You see what I'm saying, Schiffer? I understand that I can't fully love that Caribbean sister because the shit that my Caribbean brothers put them through, the abuse, the rape, the all of the disrespect that they put these sisters through. And that's why it's hard for me. And I normally wouldn't say nothing, but it kind of spills into my community because we're trying to date the Caribbean sisters, and we notice that, they're damaged. And when I speak to them and I say, hey, sis, who damaged you? She say, yeah, these Caribbean brothers damaged us bad, bro. You understand what I'm saying, Shiva?
See, I disagree a bit because I think, maybe in the smaller minority, there's some truth in what you're saying, but I'd say in the larger majority, the Caribbean sisters definitely.
I just say some. I'm just saying some, brother. I'm just saying some. But we have to admit that
I'd agree with that.
Caribbean brothers damage our
some of them,
Caribbean sisters. We have to admit that, though, right?
We're going to agree on that point. We're going to agree on that point.
And they damage, like they severely damage. Can we agree that they severely damage our Caribbean sisters, like severely damage them?
Now, when you say some, I totally agree with you.
But some of them, I'm saying some. But can we agree that they severely? I know. Hold on. No. Yeah, I'm showing you how I feel. Right? I'm showing you how to pause, Schiffer. But yeah. But can we agree that? Like, I know it's some. Like, some. I'm not. Okay, some. All right, cool. He wants everybody.
So I'm agreeing.
Some. So let's say some. Let's say some, right?
Woolrich, I'm agreeing. Are you listening? Listen.
This shit
I'm saying
it don't feel it to me. It just don't feel right. Yeah.
All right, so watch this, Woolrich. I agree with you, and I think it is no different in the sense of the American African American or whatever you want to describe yourself as brothers. Some of you are doing exactly the same thing. Some of the African brothers are doing the same thing. And, some of these brothers are directly living off of the sisters and never really investing in the sisters. We got a lot of, well, not a lot, I'd say some, I'm going to say some, just like you said.
I know, but you want to say a lot, though. You see what?
No, I don't want to say a lot. No, I just made a mistake there, so I corrected it. No, I said a lot, but I corrected my mistake.
What's it called? A Freudian slip? What is that what we call it?
No, do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? It's difficult sometimes to talk, and then you're interacting with me at the same time, and it's like I'm trying to rush my statement. So I don't want to have to rush. I just think, some of us from all of the black communities across the planet, directly, you see some brothers who, they live in a sister's house. They never paid a bill, X, Y, Z. You see some brothers who, they take more than what they're giving. And it's going to give some of these sisters that energy, what she's coming with.
Right.
Say,
hold on, sis. Wait.
No. Nine. She addressed me. Now, if you want to say something, now, sister, you don't know me because I address all women in the fashion that they need to be addressed in. That's first and foremost. Now, for you to even make a blanket statement, if you're not even talking about all, the thing is, you keep saying Black American men. You're not saying some of the Black American men.
I did say some.
Section. No, you didn't. You said Black American men, sister. Okay, he put your comment. And you said, to be fair. Hold on. What was the comment? To be honest, Black men mistreat Black women more than white men do, or something. So that's not saying some Black women. That's not saying some Black men. That's a blanket statement. So the problem with blanket statements is that's not my perception of Black people. That's not. And I keep saying the loud minority. So you spoke about some statistics. I still would like to see those statistics because I don't see that shit in my real life. I don't see Black men disrespecting Black women. I don't. And that's that's basically what it is.
What about you though, Born Rich? Because you said specifically to me, that you're a person who's cheated on numerous sisters. Yeah. So wouldn't you see that as a form of disrespect?
Yo.
Go ahead, Jacob. Go ahead. I'm gonna answer that, Schiffer, but let's say God Jacob. He's new to the I'm gonna answer that, Schiffer. I got you. Don't let me forget that. But go ahead, God Jacob.
Go ahead. But Schiffer is always gonna come back to that because you gave him that angle.
Yeah,
weeks
I know.
ago, so he's always gonna fall back on that. But all this stuff that Black man do this, Black man do that happens within all races, but somehow the Black American is so hyper visible in all things that we do that it's promoted. What you heard was that sister just promote white supremacy because when they come here, like she said, she came into the 80s and all this, that, and shit. They come in here to access whiteness, right? They come here to access whiteness, regurgitate white talking points, and for a long time, us, due to our parents and our grandparents, have been suckered. We've been played because we looked at all Black people as Black, right? But for a long time, we have fallen for the okie doke, the rope-a-dope, right? We are other within Blackness, and we have finally begun to wake up to see how other people really feel about us. Yes, as a collective on social media platforms and in social settings, they'll tell you they Black all day, right? Black power, Black this, Black that. But when they go home and get back into their cultural settings, it's the Akata, it's the Yankee, as the Jamaicans call us. It's this, that, and the third. So finally, I believe we need these conversations because
me too.
People get mad when I say this, but we must delineate. And like you said in this clip, You don't see that. The shit she was talking about, you don't see that in everyday life. Black American men, we are out there with our kids. We are out there doing it. See, they don't take in the nuances of how we got to navigate this system. They just talk and regurgitate whiteness, right? Brother was talking about Pan-Africanism. Brother Rich, let me tell you something else. Without the Black American, Pan-Africanism doesn't exist. That's why they need us. When you go back to Africa, they don't see you as a returning brother or sister. They see you as a bag, someone who can
a white
invest
man. They look at me.
in
I've been
themselves.
said it. I've heard an
Right.
African from the continent say, "Yeah, we look at you like a white man. You're American. You come from
Right.
the white man's land. Yes, we know you have money. You didn't come back to Africa broke."
Right. Come over there with no money and just say, "Hey, brother, I'm back." They gonna put your ass right back on that plane and say, "Come back when you got some money." Right?
See, I agree with
a lot of these.
JJ's
Hold
point.
on,
let him land.
I'm coming to an end. A lot of these people talk about, "I do this, I got this, I was a nurse." They was all this shit in America. They wasn't that shit when they fled. You get it? Well, I'm gonna say fled. When they hauled ass from whatever country they came from, they was nobodies, right? They came up on the shoulders and off the blood and sweat equity of our people group, right? So never let them sell you, "I did this, I did that, I own the business." Those black businesses that they so-called own is run by us. What do I mean? If we don't patronize their businesses, they have no business.
Got it, Jacob. I said this the other day, brother, and no offense, guys. I live in the black community, work in a white community. It's no Caribbean jerk chicken spots in the white community. It's not. It's not, guys. Oh, it's not in the Spanish. It's not in the Hispanic community. It's not. Our Caribbean brothers and sisters and our African brothers and sisters that want to sell jollof and Ethiopian food and Caribbean food, they post up in the black. And that's what I was telling the sister.
So
I can't. Hold on, Stanley. Hold on, Stanley. I can't argue with the sister when I say, listen, you have a Jamaican mother, an Italian father, but you are the people closest to you are Black Americans. She said, no, I don't live in a black community. So it's like, you know what, sis, I can't argue with you because I'm not familiar with New York. But my history shows me that our Caribbean brothers and sisters and African brothers and sisters, when they open up businesses, who braids my daughter's hair, guys? The Africans. The Africans braid hair. They braid the shit out of hair, Kale. You know this. What
And the West Indians
we
too.
braid hair.
Do you?
No, listen, we braid hair. What do our Jamaican brothers and sisters do? They are small business owners. They like reggae clubs, right? They open reggae clubs. They don't go to fucking the white suburbs and open their reggae clubs. They don't open their jerk chicken and Caribbean restaurants in the white suburbs, bro. They come around us because
Now you messed up. You messed up because I'm going to show you something.
It's not about me messing up, bro. It's about me speaking my experience, Shiffa, and I'm telling you, it's gonna be hard for my black brother in the UK to tell me how people move and act inside these walls of America, brother. I'm telling you what I see, and God of Jacob is agreeing with me. Brother Stanley.
God Jacob was right in what he said, but I think you messed up. God Jacob was right in what he said, only because the sister never said some. She never she made a blanket statement which covers all. She never said some and separated that small number. And I think what you're saying here is a bit of an error again, because like you just tried to allude to, you said that you're saying that all the Caribbeans, when they come over there, they open their Caribbean restaurant and they're opening reggae clubs, when that is not the majority of the business that we're in.
No, I'm saying when they do. No, God, I'm sorry. Maybe you misunderstood me, Shiffa. I'm not saying that's all they do. I'm saying when they do. When they do, right? Now, for my Caribbean brothers and sisters that want to get into throwing parties and party promotion and club promotion, they're handing me the flyers. Right? They're handing me the flyers saying, brethren, come to the reggae club down the street. And you know what they're saying? It's down the street. It's in your community. They're not in. When I go to work Monday through Friday in the white neighborhoods, no Caribbean brother is giving me a flyer say come to his reggae club down the street in this white
Yeah,
community.
because when they're in the white community, they're giving the flyer to the white people. Like
Yeah, but
white
they're
people
not
love
in the,
it.
they're
One
not
second,
there.
brother.
Schiffer,
One second,
Schiffer, hold
brother.
on,
One
Schiffer.
second,
This is
brother. One
America.
second, brother.
Schiffer, no,
Go
it's
on.
not 1 second, Schiffer. I'm telling you, you can't even. That's hypothetical. What you're about to say,
Oh no,
because
it's
you
not
said no.
hypothetical.
Listen, Schiffer.
Mm.
You said
Mm.
when they are in the white community, Schiffer. They're not in the white community, Schiffer.
Are you
Building love.
sure?
Reggae, I am positive, brother. If you can pull it up, brother. You know the internet is a massive space, brother. So pull it up. Show me in America. Even go to Iowa. You know what I'm saying? I bet, and that's another thing you're gonna have to do, Schiffer. If you do show me the anomaly, it's gonna be in some fucking all-white country with little to no black Americans in that state or in that city. If you can show me one, I don't even think you can show me one. Now I'll tell you this, Schiffer. I'll give my
That would still
Caribbean.
make it
Hold
right,
on,
though.
brother. I'll give my Caribbean and African brothers this. Every state that I go to, and I go to the black community, it is an African presence and a Caribbean presence. But
which states?
They're not in these white communities. Stanley, where are you located at, Stanley? You're located in a mainly white, predominantly white area, right? Let's talk to
No.
it. Let's talk about this. You said no,
Oh,
Stanley?
please. I'm in Villa Rica, Georgia.
And is that predominantly black or predominantly white?
Roughly mixed. I'm 35 miles outside of Atlanta.
Oh, okay. And do you guys have Caribbean clubs there?
I'm too old to know if they're clubs.
What about Caribbean restaurants?
I cook.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying, Schiffer? Like it's gonna be far and few, if
No,
any.
you're not.
I damn near want to say it don't exist, Schiffer, but I know America is a big place and it could
You don't
exist.
see my point, do you?
No, I mean I don't. Me and Schiffer is really having a conversation right now, Stanley, and we're talking about Caribbeans. We're talking about Caribbeans, and I'm not even saying, I know it's a wide group of Caribbeans, right? Because this sister said her Jamaican mother is a nurse. So I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about when people open up, let's just say when people open up their own businesses, right? When Caribbean people come to America and start their own businesses, their main supporter, their main demographic is going to be people that look like them. That's what God of Jacob is saying, and that's what I agree to. They
Can I say
make
one
the
thing,
majority of their dollars with people who look like them, man. Go ahead.
And when you say people who look like them, what you'll find with especially with the Caribbean community, and I know this is a fact, when the Caribbean, if say for instance, if you're gonna focus just strictly on the dynamic of reggae clubs and food like West Indian food, then when a West Indian person seeks to open a West Indian food shop, they usually tend to go to an area that is populated by other West Indians because that we're the main eaters of our own food.
Well,
And
that would be the
okay. What's the second? Hold on. What's the second?
Nashville
Hold
is
on.
not West Indian.
Yeah, thank you, Stanley. So I am speaking for a West Indian now, maybe, but let me ask you though, Schiffer. Okay, I'll concede to that, brother. Right? You're gonna go to your people first. We're gonna get to this in this clip, y'all. I'm gonna play this clip.
100%.
I agree with that, brother. You're gonna go to your own first, right? So when I do Nashville hot chicken, I don't go to the Caribbean and African neighborhood and say, "Hey guys, come support this Nashville hot chicken." No, I go to hold on, Stanley. No, Stanley. I don't, and you know what? I'm gonna tell you another thing, Schiffer. I don't go to the white community and say, "Hey guys, I have this Nashville hot chicken restaurant. I want you to support." No, I go to ADOS, Foundational Black American Neighborhoods, and say, "Hey guys, here's a chicken spot." Hot chicken spot support. So you're right, Schiffer. I think everybody goes to their people first. Now let's go to second. Who do you think, if you're in let's say a southern state in America, who do you think the second who do you think a Caribbean restaurant's second biggest demographic is?
I'd say
Somebody got to mute, y'all. I hear some background noise.
I'd say that I wouldn't say
Schiffer,
there is.
is that you? Shiffer, you got some
No,
background noise? Blah,
hell
blah, blah,
no.
blah, 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 blah. Okay, all
Hell
right, go
no.
ahead, Shiffer. Go ahead.
I'd say that
Florida
there
or
is.
New
I would say
Orleans.
there is no second biggest demographic. You know, majority of people who eat in a Caribbean food restaurant are Caribbean, and other people, you know, who are interested or maybe have had Caribbean food before and like the taste of it, regardless of you
Amen.
know color, nationality, X, Y, Z, or you know their demographic, will go there also. But the majority of people in there will be Caribbean. And what we'll find
Well,
is
who
the
is the
similar thing.
next? Who's the next after that? Who is it? That's what I'm saying. Like, we
White
can't get
people.
away. Let me tell you this. Fuck this. Let me say it like this, man. Let me tell you this, Shiffer. It's not. Listen, Caribbeans who live in America still have to deal with the same racist white supremacy system that we have to deal with, brother. So it's not a gang of Caribbean brothers. Stop, Stanley. It's not a gang of Caribbean families moving into the suburbs and mass numbers like that, brother. They're going to deal with the people who is around them. White supremacy is still white supremacy. They don't give a damn if you speak in Patois, Ebonics, Igbo, Yoruba. They don't give a fuck. White supremacy is white supremacy, Shiffer. So we're not gonna make it seem like our Caribbean brothers and sisters come over here and bypass the black community and go straight to the white community, or they join up first in their own West Indian community, and then they all branch out to different white communities around America. No, the West Indian family is still going to deal with Black Americans, and they're going to get a large part of their funding from Black America. They're going to get more funding from Black Americans than white Americans. Period. And I live in
Well,
America.
there's probably
And
a
I
point to
see.
make there. There's probably a point to make there in that sense. But I think that, like I said, unfortunately, the majority of people going to the West Indian food shop, wherever it may be on the planet, when it's outside of the West Indies, are still West Indian people.
I give you
And
that,
what we're going
brother.
to
I
find is
give you
that
that. So people
what
stick
we're
to
going to,
their own.
one second, brother. What we're going to find is that, you know, other people from other communities, they're promoting their own food. So a lot of the times, you know, like for instance, even just I'm going to speak from the demographic that I come from because I'm not in America. So if I go to the West Indian food shop, I will see white people in there. I'll see sometimes people who is actually African, you know, may have been Nigerian or XYZ, different African nationalities in there, but they're in very small numbers. And the Caribbean doesn't really get that much support from, you know, other demographics of people, to be fair.
Oh
My
yeah.
opinion
I mean,
is it'll
go ahead, Stanley. But Stanley, I wish I could respond because Stanley, you already said it's not really any Caribbean businesses and where you are.
well, my point is most of the Caribbeans know how to cook food in their own houses. They don't have to go to a restaurant.
True.
I'm talking
That's
about
true.
business. Well, let's talk about business,
Okay.
Stanley. The ones that want to say, okay, I cook in my house, but now I want to start a business, brother. I'm talking about businesses. Now it's easy for people to move to another land or another country and just stay in their
Understood.
houses. Listen, guys,
Understood.
to me, that's a non-point because then I could
Understood.
leave America right now, go to Switzerland and live in my house and work my job for the rest of my life. See what I'm
Awesome
saying? So
point.
we can't
Now,
really just
who
speak
would
about those
be
people
most
because those
there
people,
in
guess what those
Switzerland?
people aren't doing? Those people aren't living in Switzerland and then coming and then getting on the internet saying, man, fuck these Switzerland people. I wouldn't dare let my daughter fuck with these Switzerland people because all I do is stay in my house. And it's like, what? You don't even go outside and deal with the Switzerland people, but I can sit in my house and read articles and watch World Star Hip Hop and Instagram and YouTube all day and then preconceive this notion about the people in Switzerland. Like that shit
Just like
sounds
the
crazy when
Swiss
you
do. My
A lot of
question
people don't
is
support us
who
though,
will be
Bullets,
in
like
your
that.
restaurant
What are you saying,
in
That's the
Stanley?
thing.
Switzerland?
What do you say, Stanley?
Who will be most of the people in your restaurant in Switzerland? People who have never had Southern food.
Okay.
Correct.
A lot
You're
of
right.
them wouldn't go there though, Stanley. Like, I'm just trying to be honest here. Like, The fact of the matter is, yeah, not everyone, like Jamaicans like a lot of spicy food, yeah, and especially when you're gonna go into the demographic of, say, the white people, X, Y, Z. A lot of them won't support it for that reason because it's, you know, it's not familiar to them. You know, some of it's too spicy for them.
Well,
X,
that's the
Y,
whole
Z.
point.
In the same respect, though, you know, what I find is that, you know, what you'll see the white people, they'll go, like, for instance, someone Chill Time put in the chat Turtle Bay. You'll see the white people go to Turtle Bay because Turtle Bay is more catered towards them and the way they taste food. Now, Turtle Bay is not really a Caribbean restaurant. It's not owned by no black people. It's white people and Asian people trying to cook Caribbean food. Now, that is a tragedy. That in itself is a tragedy. You know, and I personally, if I went to Turtle Bay, I can't stand their food.
Stanley, Schiffer was talking. Stanley, Schiffer was talking, brother.
Yeah, so I was just saying, like, me personally, like things like Turtle Bay, I can't stand them because I think what you're doing is they're directly taking money out of my community's pocket and promoting themselves as us when they're not us. And I think that, you know, even when I hear you talking, Rich, you're trying to get me to adhere to, you know, the majority of this or a lot of the support that we're getting from our Caribbean restaurants is coming from, you know, Americans who are not Caribbean, Black Americans who are not Caribbean, but that's not actually a fact. A lot of them actually talk deflammatory about our food, and you know they won't support us.
That's not true, Schiffer. What the fuck do you hear
Red,
that
she
at?
is lying.
Exactly, man. Where do you hear that at, Schiffer? You are a black man in the UK, and this is what I had to straighten her on, man. How the fuck do you know?
You think I don't have family in America?
Man, that's a loud minority. God
no, I'm saying, do you think I don't have
listen,
I'm asking you.
Okay, Schiffer, you have family. Schiffer, but I have people on this panel that has generations upon generations upon generations of family from America, brother.
So
And
how frequently do you guys eat in the West Indian future?
Well, man, bro, we man, maybe 3 times a week.
Brother, hold on, brother. We eat a lot. If it wasn't for our business, you wouldn't be in business. That's my whole thing. Like the Caribbean population over here is small. So in order for you to think about opening up a business, you have a target audience, and it ain't your own people. It's us. You know, and I'm all on this. Let's love each other from afar. Because I'm all about delineating and starting our own shit. Yeah, you can still love Pan-Africanism, but you need to put that shit to the side for a second and focus on
West Indian?
Like everybody else. You get what I'm saying? No, I'm not West Indian. I'm not West Indian. And you know that. What I'm saying is, hold on, Schiffer. What I'm saying is, and what I've been promoting to most of these people who I speak to, and this is out of love for my group. If you see these African establishments and these Caribbean establishments, walk right past them because they don't love you. They love your money, right? And they do a lot of shit talking and bumping their gums when they go home. Put them out of business economically.
You know what? I think you should do that.
Economically boycott them. We should do that.
You know what? I agree. I think you should do that. And I think what you should do is, you know, you should do that in large numbers and see the demographic, see if it survives without you. And then once you can realize that,
I already know. And I'll give you an example. This was about 10, maybe 12 years ago. They had it was a taste of something Jamaica down by Norfolk State University, where you had the Jamaican and the sister got into it, right?
Yeah.
They stopped going into that Jamaican spot. That shit within 6 months was gone. Nobody would go in that motherfucker. Nobody. True story. So I know on a small scale like that, just imagine if it ramped up to where it was all over. Just because they huh?
I just think that those people who own those
you had a lot of mic time. Let this brother say something real quick. Go ahead.
Well, no, my question is, was it on College Street?
What you know about College? I'm talking about Norfolk State down in Virginia.
Well, I know where it is.
What you know about College Street? That's right. You the Navy.
Senior chief.
Yo, GOJ, I think that what you said, I would advise you guys to do that because I think that, you know, like I said, you know, those establishments, okay, they may close down, but to an extent, you know, they may actually benefit from that because now they can move that establishment to an area that's got more Caribbean people.
Brother, there's no
But
area
the
they can move in
Caribbeans
and
are
make that money.
they're in small numbers, Shiffer.
There's
Shiffer, we won't
there's
survive.
nowhere she could have went and started and make the money she was making. But because of that dispute and the lady she was arguing with had so much pull in the community down there that she told motherfuckers don't go there no more. Motherfuckers did not go. 6 months out of business.
See, I disagree. I think that, you know, there will be places in America where there will be
I mean,
larger,
there will be,
there will be a
Shiffer, but
larger.
nobody wants to do that. Shiffer, let me tell you
I think they should do it though.
spaces.
We should be
Yeah, I
forced to
mean,
do
they
it.
should.
You
Maybe
should
should.
force us.
Shiffer, that's easy for you to say in the UK, and that's the problem with my
Well, that's
UK
what happens in
family.
the
I
UK
know,
though.
but
That's what my
listen,
brother.
and
That's
that's
what
the
happens in the
problem with
UK
my
too.
UK family. My UK family want to tell people in America how they should move and what they should
No,
do.
you said no. GOJ suggested that. I didn't suggest
Yeah,
that,
I
and
know,
I'm disagreeing with him.
but
I'm
who are
on it.
you?
I'm with it. Shit.
I'm disagreeing with GOJ. What do you mean I'm telling you how to move? I'm
All right,
agreeing with
let's go.
GOJ,
Let's play some more of the
and I'm
video.
saying
No problem.
I'm
No
You
saying
don't
that
see
in the
black men
UK, it's
disrespecting
the
black
same
women. Is that
thing.
what you said?
No, not in real life. Of course, I can go on World Star. Now I can type in World Star right now and go see it if I want to go looking for it. Of course, it's like
Okay, so
statistics.
even though you don't see it in real life, are you aware it happens?
It probably does. I mean, yes, it does,
Right,
but
so
not
what are you
in
doing?
not in huge numbers like it would be portrayed.
You're not being honest, brother. You're not being honest.
But it's not
You ain't being
portrayed.
honest.
Hold on. We just said the
You ain't
same
being
thing
honest.
about Tommy, brother. You just said the same thing about
But
Tommy.
I never said. What did I say about Tommy?
No.
Tell
I'm
me.
just saying if Tommy says that these black women don't take care of their kids.
Yeah, did I argue with him?
No,
I just said,
but what was the conversation earlier?
I just said he makes general sweeping statements and doesn't bother to differentiate because he likes the controversy. I never said he's dishonest. I never said he's making some shit up. I didn't say that, what he's saying ain't true or don't happen. I'm not saying he's fabricating. I'm saying he's deliberately being general, in my opinion, because he has intelligence to take the time out to differentiate between who he's talking to. But he doesn't seem like he wants to because that's not going to be as lucrative for him. I feel like you're being dishonest saying that, well, it is what it is, but like...
No, go ahead. I'm being dishonest by saying what?
No, because I can't say you're being dishonest. Like, I scrap that because that's not actually true. You know what I mean? Maybe disingenuous.
No.
Maybe disingenuous.
Jedi, man.
Yo, Vibes, listen, I'm not going to lie to you, bro.
All right, I'm gonna rewind it. I mean, that's cool, but it's some juicier parts. Let's rewind it. Got it, Jacob. You wasn't here for the beginning of the show, right?
Can I just say something quickly, Boom?
Hold on, real quick, Shiffer. Got it, Jacob.
Go
Were
on.
you here for the beginning of the show?
Nah, I wasn't.
Shiffer, were you here for the beginning of the show?
No, sir.
Okay, well, go ahead, Shiffer. But I'm gonna start this dialogue over from the beginning because that was really the juicy parts. But go ahead, Shiffer.
No problem. I just want to say, yeah, I think that, you know, from what God Jacob said, I totally agree with him. I think you guys, you know, Americans, you cook your own food. You know, you've got your own food restaurants. You've got your own style of restaurant XYZ. And I think you guys should support each other and, you know, help each other to rise up the same way me and my Caribbean brothers and sisters should support each other too. And, you know, if my Caribbean brothers and sisters are coming to your community and, you know, trying to make $1 off of you and not supporting your community, I think, you know, there's a point where I would suggest that maybe they need to go back to our community and, you know, they need to seek support there and sell their food to their own people who that's what they want to eat. That's what they like. And if, you know, obviously some people might be upset by that because now people will be missing out in particular areas, just like, you know, right now, the area I live in, there's no West Indian. Well, there is a West Indian food restaurant. It's not one that I think is very great, to be honest, but there is West Indian food. But, you know, there's not a number of them. There's very small numbers of, you know, establishments where I could eat West Indian food. And, you know, a lot of people are missing out on the good stuff.
Let me say this, Shiffer.
I think that sometimes you're not going to know what you got till it's gone.
Shiffer, let me tell you something about America, brother. You know what I can do? And I couldn't do this 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I could go get Caribbean food from one spot. All right? 10 years later, I can go to 6 spots and get Caribbean food. Walking distance, Shiffer. I can walk to all 6 of them Do you understand what I'm saying, Schiffer? Like this is
So you're making me
starting
right
to
then.
be. Listen,
Well,
I know, but this is becoming. Listen, Schiffer, this is becoming a place, not only a place where you can make some money and people like your food. These people look like you, Schiffer. These people
Yeah.
look like you, brother. We got the same uniform on. You're not going to where people have different uniforms and setting up 6 Caribbean spots in a fucking 10-12 mile radius, brother. We
So
just
you
don't,
lot have
it
been
just don't
spoiled. You
happen.
lot have been spoiled. They need to come out here and support the
Yeah,
Caribbean
I
brothers
mean,
and sisters.
anybody
You don't
can
have
say,
them
come,
stuff.
anybody can say flee again. You know what I'm saying? So our Caribbean brothers
We're not
fled.
fleeing.
They fled the Caribbeans to the Americas, and then you want them to flee the Americans to the UK. How about you say they go home? Right, our Caribbean brothers and sisters go home, open up these Caribbean spots, and you, as a Caribbean brother that's located in the UK, say, "Hey, if these brothers and sisters went home, I would go back home and support their restaurants." Brother Schiffer,
No, I prefer they
is
come
that
out
an
here.
option?
I prefer they come out here because back
Wow.
home, back home, 1 second. Back home, we've got all we've got is Caribbean restaurants. You know, like that. We may have a few other dynamics, but not in large numbers. So maybe we need sometimes somewhere different to eat so we can taste some different food. And I think, in a place like where I'm living right here, right now, there's not enough good Caribbean restaurants.
There
So
you
if there's
go. So I think they should build
a
right there.
person,
I think you,
if
yeah,
a,
and
yeah,
you know what, Schiffer, you're giving great advice. You should reach out to your family members, right? You said you have family members in America, right?
I'm reaching
You
out,
should
I'm
reach out.
reaching
Tell
out.
them to come to. I know you're not in the UK. I don't want to dox you, but where you at, Cockney, or where they say you was at? Where did they say you was at, brother? Because they said you was in the country, right? Just like I'm in
Yeah,
the country
I'm in the UK
in
still.
America.
I'm in the
Yeah,
UK
so
still.
I think what you can do, Schiffer, is invite your family members and tell them, listen, family, come to the UK, flee once again, right? Flee America, come to the UK, get this money, but not London. Come to this country part and let's get this money. There's nothing wrong with that, Schiffer. I think you should definitely tell your kin folks to come back to. I mean,
Well,
not come
we
back.
need more.
Come to the
We need
UK. Yeah, go ahead.
we need more Caribbean people in general. Like that. Because the dynamics of the community I'm in, there's very small numbers of Caribbean people, like I've alluded to before.
Yeah, there's
Majority
small
of
number
people in
everywhere. There's small number
majority.
everywhere.
No, but 1 second, Born Rich. Majority of the people, in fact, 99.9% of the people who live in my area of Caribbean descent, we're all related. Now, we need more people who ain't related to us in bigger numbers to come out here and for us to be able to to open up restaurants and get the support from our community, so
Quick
it's not just one
question.
and two people, so that it's not just one and two of us going in there. They can have the sufficient numbers to help that business to thrive. Just like if I was to go to South London, my favorite Caribbean restaurant is in South London. It's in Lewisham, and there's large numbers of Caribbean people in the area. And every day the shop is rammed with Caribbean people. You get the odd one or two
Schiffer,
Africans in there. You get the odd one or two white people in there. In fact, you get a lot of white people going in there, to be fair.
And
But
that's how
the
it is.
fact of the
That's
matter
how it
is,
is in America, brother.
the majority of business going through all the Caribbean restaurants throughout the whole of London, South London especially, is flooded. It's West Indian people going and buying the food. It's not anyone else.
I agree, bro. As a restaurant owner,
Schiffer,
I agree. The majority of my money comes from ADOS, Foundation of Black Americans, as a black restaurant owner. Right, I get
are
my
there
Africans come through. I get my Caribbean brothers and sisters to come through, and white people come through. Right, business is
But we need
business.
more of us out here, man. We need
Yeah,
more
I
of us. And
agree.
if we
I
can,
agree.
if I had to invest, if
you
I had to
live in the
invest
country?
and put some money towards helping them get their stay and getting over here, I'd happily invest, just like I invest in my own family and bring my own family members over, because we ain't got enough numbers out here. And
Hi.
when we're in such small numbers, that makes us kind of vulnerable out here.
Would you help
Schiffer,
me? Would you
are
help
there
me,
a lot
Schiffer?
of
Schiffer, would you help me
Caribbean
get to the
people
UK?
where you
Hold
live?
on, real quick, Stanley, and then I got you. I know I keep cutting you off, Stanley. I swear to God, I got you. But Schiffer, would you help me as your black brother get over there and open my hot chicken restaurant in the country in the UK and try to
Yeah,
get
why
some
not?
chicken on?
Why not?
Well said. Well said. Go ahead, Sister Tash. Go ahead, Tash. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I heard you know that Caribbean restaurants and African businesses should be boycotted and walked past. So I'm wondering what Goddard Jacob's actually talking about, because I mean the reality is he probably spends a lot of money in white establishments, but yet he wouldn't spend any money in any Caribbean food shops or African businesses. What's the reason behind that? Yeah, I didn't think so. Silence. I'm confused.
Oh gosh, got it, Jacob.
Say again.
You said that you would walk past Caribbean food shops and African businesses. You're in America, and you will probably spend in a number of white establishments.
McDonald's.
Different types.
Right. And your point is?
My point is this: you, with the history that you have as a Black American, you aren't far from what we have been through with the Caribbean people. Why you would boycott us because we're on your land, I will never know. Your history isn't too far. So I'm confused. We become the victims to you.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Speak up for the Caribbean people that sit on your
That's
land.
fine. I'm gonna rep my group too. Here's the illusion. Ain't no. Hey, I'm done with the one people shit. That one big nigga concept. Hold on, you threw some shit at me, and now I would like to respond.
No one cares about you.
Black tells us how we look.
Yeah,
it
let
doesn't
him
tell
respond
us who
though,
we are.
Tash. Come on, sis. You're
gonna come for the Caribbean.
I know. So you gotta let him
came up here
respond,
at
and then
me,
you next.
and then you think
You
I'm
next,
gonna
sis.
sit back and just let you bump your
Just
motherfucking
relax.
gum?
Let him talk.
You out your mind.
I'm telling you that
you ain't telling me a goddamn thing. That's what you gonna understand. My whole thing is this: when they get over here, when they get over here, when they get over here, you can't boycott us over here. When they get over here, they take on whiteness. So I look at that group, your group, Mr. Caribbean woman, as whiteness. So when I say I'm boycotting, when I say
Tash, let him finish.
boycott,
let him bury himself.
Caribbeans and African establishments, to me, I'm telling my people to boycott white establishments. That's what you are.
Ridiculous.
You're black people in white face. You don't come up here to get with us. You don't come over when y'all come over here. Y'all don't come over here to access us. What y'all do is cosplay us. When it's cool to be Black American, you want to be Black American. You benefit off us. You come up. You don't have no culture. You don't have no culture because if you had a culture, you would be in your culture. You know who got a culture? The Jamaicans that's in Jamaica. They have a culture.
Hold on a minute.
They have a culture.
Hold on a minute. We don't want to follow your culture. We helped build up the UK. Just remember that.
Give a fuck. Build up Jamaica.
Yeah, we built up the UK, and you say you built up America. Sit in your square and just shut it.
We 10 toes down. We never run. We never run. What the fuck are you talking about? Stay here.
I'm talking to you.
You can't talk to me about
you are
nothing,
black
nigga.
Man, wherever you go
We've been here, nigga.
No one gives a shit about
10 toes down. We've been here. What about you? Where the hell you at right now? What time does your fucking flight leave, nigga? You bumping your fucking guns, rapping goddamn Caribbean, and you ain't there.
Somebody.
So shut the fuck up talking to me, man.
Good. You're nobody.
Good and terrible.
God damn, that boy can sing.
You must be crazy.
He good.
You must be crazy.
Ain't lecture me, nigga.
Let's relax.
Get that through your
I didn't play
head.
that, yo. No, I didn't play that for y'all to yell. I played him all day.
Ain't nobody.
I'm gonna play them all day, guys.
Wow. How he's worked.
Wow.
I am gonna keep. Y'all don't hear them, yo.
Wow. Bump those.
Wow. Next question. See ya.
No, y'all still yelling. Now, hey guys, if everybody's still yelling, I'm gonna keep playing them. As long as we yell, I'm just gonna keep playing clips until we stop, regroup, relax, and start over, man. Start over. Now, before it gets too deep, guys, let me play a little bit more. Kale, I know, brother. I know you want to come through. I promise I got you. I'm doing the best I can with this, man. It's a lot of personalities, and this is a heated topic. So let's play a little bit more of the recording, and then we'll get back. Let's go.
So what you're saying, what you're saying is that you can't correct them, or what? Like what are you saying? Right.
I'm not saying we can't correct them, but I'm saying we're not doing it.
Hold up.
As a form of
But
entertainment.
I would like to interject.
Stop the press.
Please.
The Rashida Savage Show.
What's up?
Yeah, you know what's up. She says, to be honest, black men treat women worse than any white man. Facts. Woo.
That's fact.
Oh, come on.
Hold on. Did anybody hear that last one? Did y'all hear that
Yeah,
last
I heard
one?
it, man.
What
I
was
heard
it?
it. We kind of
Repeat it, brother.
She said that black men treat black women worse than any white man, and we've already dealt with that point. To be fair,
No,
I
we
think
haven't. We haven't. Is that true or
I
is
dealt with
that
it.
not? Yeah, I know. Maybe you
I've
have.
already,
But I don't think that the
yeah.
panel. Brother Mike. Let me ask Brother Mike. We haven't heard from Brother Mike all night. Brother Mike, you there?
Yo.
Schiffer, what was the comment that the sister said? One more time, brother, for the record.
I'm not repeating it. I'm done.
No,
I'm done.
come on. No, that's what I'm saying. See, why is people scared to repeat it? If that's just her
You
opinion.
repeat it.
Yeah.
You
Now,
repeat it.
now what did it say? Black man has treated black women worse than any white man, period.
Yeah.
Brother Mike, you agree or disagree with that comment?
Man, I agree that she's smoking crack if she said that shit. She had her damn mind, man.
We all disagree with that, Born Rich. All of us disagree with that.
Kale,
Born
do
Rich.
you
Come
agree
on.
with that, Brother Kale? Because Brother Kale said we have to admit our wrongs, and is that one of our wrongs, Brother Kale, that white men are gonna treat our women, but white men are treating our women better than we are? Facts.
Man, the broad already told you that shit ain't true when she said her mama chose to be with a white man and ours didn't. You know what I'm saying?
All right, just
Yeah,
making
we
sure.
all disagree with that, Born Rich.
Let's go back. All right, let's play some more. Play some more.
Come on now, man.
That's fact. That's fact. I don't know about the UK. I don't know about the UK, but I can speak about American men, American black men, and just to sidebar that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm biracial. You know, my mom is Jamaican, my dad is Italian, and I was always raised that never to bring a black American. I was always raised.
Guys, please. We have a new guest on the show. She's speaking her truth. The least we can do is give her the respect. Right? Otherwise, we can all mute up for a minute. We can all hold hands and do kumbaya. But right now, we got.
What happened? He want to get at me? You want to get at me?
No. I just kind of clear the space so that you can speak without being interrupted.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So please, go again. Yeah, please.
Yeah, like I said, I can't speak on men of the UK because I don't live there, but I can speak on Black American men. It's almost like they have a disdain against Black women. They don't like us. They don't like us at all. They will curse us out in a minute, call us all type of bitches and hoes, and that's just what it is, right? And going back to my, how I was raised, I was always told, don't bring an American man home, period. Right. You know what I mean?
I get where she's coming from now. I think, her having a white Italian father, he looks around him and he says, you know what, he's protective of his daughter and he doesn't want his daughter to be cheated on or treated in particular ways. And, unfortunately, some of our Black brothers, they promote that lifestyle like it's fun, like it's games, and especially in younger ages. Now, I'm not going to say that all, because I think that's a tragedy that she said that. I think that's a bit ridiculous as well. So I'm just going to say some, especially within that, certain industries like the hip hop industry, when she's talking about calling women bitches and stuff like that, it might be quite prevalent in certain particular media aspects, but that's really in small numbers. It's not in large enough numbers for her to make the statement she made. I just think that, like I said, she's got a white Italian father who's protective of his daughter, just like any father would be protective of his daughter. So, he's indoctrinated her with certain ways of thinking, clearly. And I'll just say that, I think, just to touch on what God of Jacob was saying, as far as West Indian people, I think that
Hey,
we're
Shiva,
people
hold
who.
on, Shiva. I don't really want to talk. I don't really want to because I moved the conversation along, Shiva, and now you're reverting us back to what God of Jacob said. I really want to focus on what the sister said because there's a lot of people on the panel. So let's just focus right now. Please do this for me, brother. Let's focus on what the sister said. All right, God of Jacob said what he said. Cool. We'll come back to that another day. Shiva, you know I'm gonna have a show about Caribbean, and we'll have that show.
I
But
don't
right
think this is
now,
a big enough subject. It's not gonna last long enough.
brother.
I'm done though. Someone
Yeah,
else
thank
go.
you. Yeah, thank you.
Someone else go,
Please,
please. Let's
So
get
let's
this over
talk about
done with.
what the sister just said, where she said she was always taught not to ever bring a Black American man into her home. God of
Yeah,
Jacob,
I
brother
just
Mike, what is this?
anyone
What does this kind of narrative come from? Is it her?
the white Italian father,
Shifra
in my
said it's
opinion.
the Italian father. Good point. Great point. Because now Shifra said it's the Italian father that is telling her Jamaican mother, "Hey, we should teach our daughter to never invite a Black American man in our home." Do you guys think she's getting that from her Italian father, brother Mike?
She getting it from her mama, man.
What? Why her mama?
Why do you
Why her
say that?
mama?
Yeah, why do
Because
you
her
say that?
mama didn't bring home a Black man.
Okay. That could be part of it, but I think
Man, first of all, man, we gotta understand what being Black is, man. What no other Black people, so-called Black people, saying Black until us Black people in America start pushing that shit. We made the narrative of what being Black is, man. We got all the songs and shit to it, the themes to it. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
we taught you though. We taught you though, brother Mike.
Shit,
West Indians taught you that, and then you see what the question I want to ask you, brother Mike.
Yeah,
No,
stop, Shiva.
my brother Mike.
Shiva, I don't want
Let
you
me
to
ask
go
brother
into
Mike a
troll
question
mode.
quickly, please.
Stop, Shiva.
I just want to ask him a question.
No, Shiva,
calm down.
no, ain't no calm down. I don't want you to go into troll mode when you start saying West Indians taught us to be Black. Like, come on, brother.
Oh
We
my
know
word.
you're not gonna say that. What West Indian taught Nat Turner, brother? Right? What West Indian taught Harriet
Did
Tubman?
you hear what brother Mike
brother?
said? Did you hear what he said? Brother Mike, repeat what you said. I never said taught you how to be Black. So, brother Mike, repeat what you said.
What are we talking about?
And
I
I'm
said
going
a
to
lot,
repeat what I
man.
said.
What did they teach us?
Rewind it back. Rewind it
but
back what
did
you
they
said,
teach us?
and then I'm going to show you what we taught you.
Specifically said West Indian people taught you that. What is the that you're talking about, Shiva?
Exactly. But you don't even know what I was talking about, but you've made an assumption.
I'm asking, it don't matter if I don't know. What were you talking about for the audience? Forget what I'm saying. What the audience wants to know, what is the that you were talking about, brother? Please explain for the audience.
A lot of your lingo, yeah, a lot of your style, a lot of the way you address your music, i.e. your hip hop music, XYZ, you directly learn from us.
Like, hold on, you have to make it clear.
With that.
I know, but let's let him he's trolling. He's trolling, guys. He's trolling.
I am not trolling. I'm serious.
That was a lie. Boy, Rich done went on YouTube and got Black men rapping from the 30s and shit, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah, but why does everyone want to be? Why does everyone want to be bad now?
Shiva know about the slick backs.
Why does everyone want to be gangster now? Them slick backs weren't gangster. Them slick backs were not gangster, B. Them slick backs were my brother.
The people that call themselves ADOS was the ones that was pushing Black.
You don't need to start getting so upset so easily. Look, we're having a dialogue. We're having a dialogue. Listen, let me elaborate.
Confusion come in there. They accept all as Black people like us, but they're not.
Please, can I elaborate, brother? Please, can I elaborate? Yeah, because you lot getting upset way too easy. Them slick back brothers that you played me were not gangster in no way, shape, or form.
What does that even mean?
One second, brother. One second, brother.
No, I'm gonna stop you because you said gangster. Black
American
American
you can't
culture,
handle it. I get it.
Black American culture is not gangster. We're not the gangsters that everybody, and that is the problem, Schiffer.
It is now.
Man, no, Schiffer, stop. I'm putting you in the back for a minute, Schiffer. No disrespect, but I want to get this thought off, bro, because this is the thing, man. And this is what the sister was saying. We don't take care of our kids. We are innately more criminal than every other race of people.
Well, Rich, are you trying
down bottom? We are. Hold on, brother, because you said fuck that. You said gangster. You said gangster for no reason. I did
say it for a reason, though.
We were speaking about.
Are you trying to censor me, Born Rich? Am I being censored?
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna let.
Well, then can I talk freely then?
No,
can I talk freely, or do I have to be censored?
I am going to stop you when I have.
I'm gonna censor myself.
No. I'm gonna tell you when I'm gonna censor you. When I have a point to make and you're speaking over me. I don't need anybody speaking when I'm speaking, Schiffer. I don't, brother. I'm gonna give you the room to say whatever the fuck you have to say. I gave you the role. I gave you the room to say those guys that I showed in the 1930s that was doing a sort of hip hop. I gave you the room, and guess what you said? Those guys wasn't gangster, and I
wasn't finished though, Born Rich, and you didn't allow me to finish. You're not allowing me to talk freely, brother. And you're censoring me. You're censoring me. Hold on 1 second. You're censoring me to make your point, but you're not allowing me to make my point in its entirety, which is censorship, brother.
When you say gangster, when I show you the origins, what I consider to be the origins of hip hop, and you say, "Well, I don't know if that's hip hop because they ain't gangster." I don't know what.
I wasn't finished though, Born Rich. That wasn't my only point. You just wanted to stop me on that point because you want to censor me, and you're not being fair at this point.
Man, go on to the point, man. Go on to the point. I don't want to hear what I was doing. Speak about the point, or don't speak.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, now a lot of the influences within your hip hop music directly descend from the reggae music. You know, a lot of your lingos, a lot of the way you talk directly descend from the Jamaican lingo.
Examples. Give me examples.
I'm trying, bro. Like, come on, man. I'm getting on mute till you're less excited. I'm not having a shout.
We're impatient. We're impatient, Schiffer. So when you make a statement like that, just come on with the receipts right after you say it, brother.
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let you lot talk for a minute because you're too excited. I'll write it down so I don't forget.
Cool. Let us speak. And this is what I'm saying when people want to fuck Tash. And I know you're saying they love division. We don't. It's not that we love division, Tash. But fuck that. Let me play this. You know who loves the
I'm not talking about you.
Oh, okay, Tash. My bad.
Okay. I'm talking about Jupiter, God of Jacob, and these people. They love division. That's who I'm talking about. Yeah, those guys. And
you can't divide that which was never united.
Yeah, that's a complete lie. We have.
Yeah, that's a good question, Tash. Let him explain whiteness for real.
Yeah, I want to know what whiteness is because the elite, Black American elite, right? They go down a different route and they don't look out for their community when ready. So how you come from?
You done fucked up, right?
Look at those people.
Come on, GLJ. You know you done fucked up, man. Now explain it.
I didn't fuck up shit. If you don't know what whiteness is, then go look it up.
What? You guys got to
me, that is a strong man. That is a strong man setup. She knows what I'm talking about. Hold on. You know what whiteness is because we've talked about it plenty of times. So for you to come ask me what is whiteness after we had many of conversations on whiteness is disingenuous. So I tell you, I offer you this: go revert back to the conversations we had in the past and dig out whiteness out of the many conversations we've had.
Tell me that the Caribbean community has issues with whiteness.
Sister, you know why I never said that shit. Hold on. We not on your form. The reason why I have never expressed this shit is because I was trying to be down. I was trying to be on code, but then I had to wake myself up and be like, why am I trying to be on code with the people who's never really on code with us? Hold on. I'm about to land. I will give
you guys all the time.
You can't defend me. You got to get. You can't not defend me. You can't defend me. You can't
Hey, let's
defend
go
me
one at
from
a time,
London.
guys. Hey,
And I
guys,
will
let's just
defend
go.
the African, and I will defend all the blacks that are globally oppressed
Yeah, we
around
know
the world.
that.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna not stop doing that because you're behaving like this. But I'm just disgusted because you know the
I
type
don't
of
give a
person I
damn
am.
about how
But
you
you
feel
still
about my
have to let
behavior.
God of Jacob speak, Tash. Now you said
You
that.
don't
Now
give a
go ahead,
damn,
God
but
of
you didn't
Jacob.
say it before.
God
It's
of
funny when you're up on here, your ego just inflates.
Tash, you just had the floor. Let God of Jacob speak, brother.
30 more
Sister.
seconds. My whole thing is, I'm tired of this narrative. I defend you. You can't defend me because over here, when it's time to really put in that work, you don't see these other groups out there. We are always frontlining our own shit. So when you say you defend me, don't speak from a social media world wide web concept. I base it off where I stay at in America. And when shit hits the fan, your group and many other African groups out there ain't supporting the fight. So you can say you support it by logging on with a username and password, and you can sell yourself as that defending me. GOJ don't need defending from a goddamn username and password. You want to goddamn support me? Get out there on the front line, put yourself in the goddamn crosshairs, and then I can say, yeah, you supported me. When shit hit the fan, it's only people who call themselves Freeman, B1, FBA, ADOS. It is us out there pushing the narrative, moving moving the line
You lot
forward.
marry
And
the
then after
Caribbean,
we
you
finish
marry the
fighting,
Africans. They're
after
all up
we
in your
finish
community,
fighting
so don't
and
go
putting in
there.
the work, here you guys come talking about brother, sister. All you do is lie in wait after we goddamn do the fighting. Y'all come
Bro, you can't talk
afterwards
to a
and say
Caribbean about fighting when we
brother,
built the
sister.
British
You
Empire.
got the
We
flow.
supported the British to build their country. You can't talk to us about nothing. We may not be on the
When
land,
we fought
you're
for our
on, but you
independence,
can't tell us anything.
yeah, we definitely fought for our independence. And I think, at this point, like, Tash is my sister. And at the end of the day, we know that, we expect the females to be a bit more sensitive. But from you guys, I'm shocked. Like, with all this sensitivity that you're displaying right now, we got to stop being so sensitive. And,
I don't
when
know what
people are
you mean
speaking
by that.
born rich, like, you're showing your sensitivity when you keep jumping in over people. Oh, wait a minute, pause people, mute people, and don't let them finish their train of thought. It's very sensitive, my brother.
It's not about being sensitive. You have to understand, Shifra, it's people listening. Brother, we can get on Discord if we don't want an audience, Shifra. If we want an audience, this shit is messy for the audience. We do have to understand, Shifra, hopefully, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully your grandkids will listen to this video 20 years from now and hear what their grandfather was saying. I don't want it muffled with everybody speaking, and me as the host of the panel, I have to make sure that people go one at a time. That's all I'm trying to do, brother. I'm not trying to mute you. But Shifra, if I didn't want you to speak, Shifra, you know I could just kick you off and ban you. Not only kick you off, I can ban you from this panel permanently, brother, if I wanted to silence you. So let's don't do the silence narrative, brother. Come on, Shifra. You know that. You know how this shit
You're
works.
born.
Sorry, Vaughan, can I
You're
just
born.
respond
That
to
would
Brother
be 1
Jacob?
second, sis. Let me respond to him quickly. That would be even more sensitive, born. And unfortunately, I was trying to make a point. Your brother Mike jumped in because he got sensitive. You got sensitive and jumped in at the same time. And then, look, you're doing it again. You're doing it again, brother. Look,
Okay, but let me
sensitivity's
tell
coming
you.
out
But let
again.
me tell you
I'm gonna
why.
go back on mute and let
Hold
you
on.
do
Let me say. Hold on, Mike, brother Mike,
I
brother
wasn't
Mike. Don't
finished
fall,
though. I
brother
weren't
Mike.
finished
Don't fall
though.
into that, brother Mike. Brother Mike. Don't fall into it, brother. I'm telling you. He's using words, but brother Mike, he's using
Vaughn
words.
Rich, calm down.
Listen, no, I'm
Calm
telling you,
down,
brother
Vaughn
Mike,
Rich.
you have to know what he's doing. He's using words for a
Vaughn Rich,
reaction.
I'm a
All right,
grown
go
ass
ahead. Give him.
man.
Go ahead.
There's nothing that he can do to me, Vaughn Rich. Listen, the thing is, I'm saying you asked me a question, and I was answering a question. Then he jumped in. I didn't get to finish. He talking about I jumped in. I never jumped in, brother. You jumped in on me, and you didn't let me finish. And y'all went into something else. You jumped in when I said that the black people in America are the originators of blackness, and you jumped in on that, bro. And it's the truth. Everybody follow behind us, man.
All right, now I'm leading the way and showing you how to not be so sensitive. I let you finish your train of thought. I don't divide up your conversation. I ain't cutting in every second when you're speaking. I just let you finish. Unfortunately, you guys are so sensitive. You're not able to do this at this time. So
Can I
I
just
think that we
respond
have
to
to.
Bourne? I'm sorry to go
Yeah,
to
go on.
Jacob quickly. Can I just say that everyone has their own fight? I'm not here to fight other people's battles. I can defend a black man if I choose to. I'm going to do that, God of Jacob. It's not going to stop because you said don't defend me. You have to do your own things on the ground where you are. We've got the Caribbean community we've got to work on. Africans should be working on what they're supposed to be working on. And that's it. That's always been my stance. And it's always been a case of where I believe we can work economically, politically, at some point, all of us together globally. That's what I've said. I'm not here to fight your battles. I don't expect you to fight mine. But I'm definitely going to defend a black man if I feel that any kind of attack is coming on him or he's not receiving what he is owed in terms of reparations. I'm always going to defend that. You're not going to change that. Sorry, continue, folks.
Now, I wanted to just say, Tashia, like what I was alluding to earlier is, Born Rich tried to bring up a point of, he played me the Slick Back Brothers and, that's the start of hip hop and XYZ. And I've already explained to Born Rich, no, my brother, that's your blues brothers. Blues is not hip hop. Blues is something different. And them brothers weren't even rapping, they were singing. Now, when it gets to this whole talking over tracks, like actually in just your normal voice, just talking over the track, which we now call rapping, that is something that you guys directly mimicked from the Caribbean. Secondly, when it came to things like, mixing and cutting up breaks of records, that's something the Caribbeans were doing long before you Americans ever thought of the idea. And it was a Caribbean brother who gave you the idea, who was the progenitor in your place you call America. So there's a lot of things that you've borrowed from us, but you never pay any homage back. What you try to do is you try to make like you did it all yourself. The way you dress, the way you style yourself,
Shout
the
out,
fact that you all
shout
have,
out to them. Shout out to them.
the fact
Yeah,
that
shout out to
I
them.
weren't finished.
I know. I'm getting
I
bored
weren't
now.
finished.
But yeah, I know.
All
I
right,
know you
I'm gonna
weren't
let you be
finished. I know you
sensitive.
weren't finished. But I get
I'm gonna
bored. I get
go
bored,
on.
Shiffer.
Fire
I
away,
get
brother.
bored. I get bored because music is really not the topic. So fuck all of that, bro. It don't matter who created the
All right.
music, but do we
All
as
right.
black people move to? Do we flee America, where our people were slaves and we went through everything from fucking slavery to Jim Crow to colonization to redlining? Do we flee? Do we flee America and go to Jamaica or these Caribbean islands in
You go
mass
to the
numbers?
UK. You go
We
to the
don't
UK.
really
There's
do
loads
it
of
like
you out
that,
here.
Shiffer. See, that shit is so minuscule.
What?
It don't matter.
There is loads of you out here.
Oh
You
my
do
God!
flee.
So
You do
what,
flee.
Schiffer?
So
That's
what you
not
said?
even your
What was the
land,
question?
Schiffer.
What was the
You
question about
fled
this?
and went to the UK, brother. What are
And
you
loads of you
talking about?
Americans have,
We don't
fled and
So
gone to
that's what I'm
the
saying.
UK
So
too.
why didn't listen? If you can create Caribbean music, if you guys created hip hop, why didn't you create hip hop in Jamaica, brother?
We did. We did. It's still
Well,
there
why
now.
didn't
We
you
just
do
put
it
it. No, we
there?
did.
Why do you
Can
have
I
to
answer that?
come to America to do it, brother? What
Can
are we
I answer?
doing?
Can I answer? We did create hip hop there. It's called dancehall. It's still flourishing to this day, my brother.
Well, why is it not
So
called
it's
dance hall? Hold on, no,
you
nope,
cutting me off
nope, nope,
again.
nope,
You
nope.
cutting
Fuck
me off
that, fuck
again.
that. Listen, Schiffer, cornbread. Listen, cornbread. Let's talk about this.
What?
Cornbread
You're
is
moving the goalpost
called
again.
cornbread no matter where we go, brother. I wouldn't call it cornbread and then go to Jamaica and call it light bread or brown bread. No, it's cornbread no matter where it goes. So if it's dance hall in Jamaica, why was it named hip hop when it comes to America? Why? Drill
You
is
guys wanted
drill.
to.
Hold on, Schiffer. Let me give you an example. Drill is drill. Schiffer, where did drill start at, Schiffer? Let's just
Drill is the same thing. Drill is doing exactly the.
please. I
One
know,
second,
but no,
brother. Can I answer him?
Schiffer, what did the
I
word
can't
drill?
answer you.
Where did the word drill. I'm saying the word drill. I don't care about the style.
It's still coming from Jamaica. When you're talking about drillings and
no
killings,
Jamaican drill.
my
Why is
brother,
it
can
not?
I answer you,
Out of
please,
here, man.
brother?
Shut up. Shut
Please,
up,
without the
Shut up,
sensitivity.
man.
Shifa, what you guys are
Shut
doing
up,
is
man.
I'm
I
trying
think
to
you
answer
just
him.
talking
started
just to
this whole
talk.
thing. What you guys are doing
I'm not
going
gonna
against
answer
something
it. I'll
so
go
good.
silent.
Let's play some more of the video, man.
I'm not going to get into the whole thing because I don't want people to get mad at me. But there's reasons why I was told that. But at the end of the day, I feel like black men never support. I'm not going to say never. I feel like black men sometimes do not support black women or women of color, but they'll roll out the red carpet for another race. Now, somebody that was just talking, I don't know who was talking.
Let me ask y'all this. Now she said this black, let's just say black man, period, right? No matter where. If you identify as a black man, you identify as a black man. And she said black men don't respect black women, and she feels like they roll out the red carpet for white women or non-black women. Do you guys agree with that? Disagree? And if you agree with that, why do you guys think that is so? Let me ask you
Let me say this. Let me say this. Hold on. Hey, Rich,
I'm gonna have to
I
disagree with
agree.
you and your
I
brothers.
agree.
Go ahead.
And I disagree. And I say this for two reasons. And that's why I said this whole black shit is so dangerous. You get what I'm saying? It is so fucking dangerous. My whole thing is, yes, black men do roll out the red carpet for other races. But it most likely it be the African men and the Caribbean men. They are the biggest users of that system of interracial dating. They are the ones who primarily bag up and get next to white women and white zaddy. It's them, not us. Now we'll argue with our woman all day in the hood, you know what I'm saying? But that's us. You get what I'm saying? That's what we do. You get what I'm saying? But as far as producing with them, it's mostly these black Africans and these black Caribbean men who go get the Beckys and the Zaddies and all that shit. That's why I said we have to break away from this global black one big nigga concept because it masks a lot of shit. It's the shipper. Shipper right now got a white woman. Hell, you get what I'm saying? The lady talking got her mama had a Italian white man. It's not us. It's not us. Shipper is the example of what she's talking about. You get what I'm saying? So Shipper should speak to this.
GOJ, they don't consider themselves black, man. When every time they say black men, they're speaking of men, black African ADOS men in America. That's what they're talking about. They're not talking about nobody else. So the problem is they coming in acting like they black and they not. Fuck all that. They not. I'm gonna go and throw it out there. They not. We
You see, the thing is,
if
I don't disagree with you guys, yeah, and I actually make a good 1 second, Tash. 1 second, Tash.
You have so many of these sportsmen, these music artists that are with white women. I'm not saying that the Caribbean and Africa are not free from
Hey,
this.
Tash, he's gonna mute you.
Tash, hold on,
he won't mute me.
Tash, did you hold on, Tash? Did you shoot a shot at Stanley?
No. And Stanley, if you can't be respectful in your messages, don't message me, please. I'm really not in the mood this evening. I'm just being clear. I'm not trying to disrespect anyone, but we can't put this whole interracial dating just on the Caribbean and on Africa. It's everybody that's doing it. We've got this white idea of beauty that is in the West that we need to eradicate. We need to love ourselves as people and appreciate each other. This is not a Caribbean, Black American, African thing. So, yeah.
Well, as long as you're agreeing with them, he's not going to mute you. They're not going to get oversensitive. So I'm just going to agree. There's no point in me saying what I really think. Everyone gets overexcited.
God Jacob is here to tell the truth. I'm not sugarcoating shit tonight. That's what God Jacob is on.
Okay, well, I'm not on the whole whiteness thing. So I don't know. I'm surprised that you're saying this.
But then stop being white.
Oh, get out of here.
Well, this is what I mean. They're playing games, Tash, in the sense of every time I try to give my true point of view, like Born Rich asks a question, when I start answering the question and I can prove, that they copy us, isn't it? Like, he don't like it, he gets upset. So there's no point in me proving anything. We may as well just
if I copied you, I'd be in London.
We may as well be an echo chamber. Let's just be an echo chamber,
bro. You gotta get right to the point. That's why I interrupt you. You still ain't proved nothing to me. You ain't got to the point. You used to be talking.
Okay, I agree. Agreed. Let's just agree, because then you guys won't be so sensitive.
Man, I just want to know who started this shit you talking about. You ain't gave me no names. You ain't put no links in the
I was
back
about to, but you didn't want to hear it. You was cutting me up.
If we don't want to hear it, put a link in the chat. Let me do my research on it.
Do you know what? I think at this point we're just gonna be an echo chamber. Let's just be an echo chamber.
Because you're full of shit.
No, because you guys are too sensitive to have a real conversation.
Man, we, like God Jacob said,
I've hurt your feelings, innit? I've hurt your feelings.
Hey, stop, but Schiffer,
wasn't my
you
intention.
gotta stop, Schiffer, hold on, Schiffer, you gotta stop that stop saying people are emotional and they feeling like
what?
Schiffer, come on, brother. You go to every panel and say that, brother. So now it's starting to look like everybody you have a conversation with is in their feelings and emotional. Like Schiffer, come on, brother. And like, come on, are you the alien? Are you a real alien like that, brother? Because Schiffer, you know I be on the same panels that you be on, brother. So it's everybody emotional and in their feelings except you, Schiffer.
Can I answer you, brother? I only say that on 2 panels, and the 2 panels I say it on are 2 panels
but you have to understand it's 12 people. It's 12 people on each panel. Schiffer, if it's 10, well, not 12, it's 10 people on each panel, and then you're going to 2 panels, right? So that's there's 9 people over here, and that's 18 people, and you're saying, hey, from all walks of life, every race, every creed, ethnicity, and you're saying everybody is in their feelings, Schiffer? Come on, brother.
I'm saying this is why I started my own panel, brother.
But people not in their feelings.
You see, brother, like, let's just have a dialogue where we can both speak freely, you know?
Yeah, but I just want you to speak. I want you to speak and not say people are in their feelings, though, brother, because I mean, like, you know what's gonna get people going and what's gonna make people bite back, brother. Like, come on, man.
My brother, I've already been bullied into censoring myself, on this panel. The same way I've been bullied into censoring myself on the other panel you're talking about, which is Illuminati. Now, I'm not going to be bullied so far that I'm not even allowed to tell people they're being sensitive when they clearly are. I think this is a tragedy. And if you just want an echo chamber, just tell us, come up here and just agree with me. And don't ever speak your mind. And that's what I'll do. I'll never speak my mind.
Schiffer. It's not that, Schiffer. But you know what's crazy, Schiffer? Is you a grown-ass man talking about being bullied.
Well, you're trying to bully me. You can't actually bully me. I'm just allowing you. My brother. See, you're doing it again.
Brother.
You're doing it again.
Are you bully material? Let me ask you this, Schiffer, hold on. Are you bully material? Because I heard you say, you said I've only heard you on 2 panels, and on both of the panels I heard you mention being bullied. I've never heard God Jacob say he's being bullied, brother.
I never actually said
nobody uses these words, brother. Do you think you're bully material?
My brother, I wouldn't say I was being bullied. I said what I'm trying to allude to is that you guys are trying to bully me, and all I'm doing is in you not having the capacity on either of these panels to bully me, and me having such strong talking points. What happens is people get very emotive. And they become very sensitive and they want to censor me. So, unfortunately, I don't control this panel, innit? So if Born Rich is going to keep muting me when I come up with a strong talking point, then I would say that he's not bullying my personality, but he is forcing me into censorship.
So listen, family, fuck that.
You're doing it again, brother. I won't finish. I won't finish, my brother. I won't finish. Now, if I do it to you, Born Rich is going to mute me. So what I'm going to do, because I know Born Rich is going to mute me if I do it to you, I'm gonna go ahead and make him prove my point. Because when you're talking, brother, I don't constantly keep cutting over you and cutting up and dividing up your point. I let you finish your train of thought. And people need to learn from their mistakes. Just like on Illuminati, they need to learn from their mistake. Just because you don't like what someone's got to say, and you want everyone to stick to your narrative, and you want everyone to stick to your narrative, you will never. Brother, you're trolling because you're not allowing me to finish my train of thought. You will never in this lifetime get me to just be a stooge or a follower or synchronize with any nonsense that anyone says. I'm going to speak my mind. If you don't like it, lump it. You know what? If Born Rich
And
wants to keep
then
muting
you
me,
get
then I'll
muted.
be censored. I have no choice at that point, do I?
Well, I'm going to be short and sweet, and I noticed Tosh left. I don't use the word bully. I use the better man term. I don't get bullied, so I'll stop there.
Yeah, neither do I. They tried to, but
And
it
I
didn't work.
married a white woman. Who wants to challenge me on that? I made my own goddamn decision.
Salute to that, brother, because you married who you was in love with. You
Well,
married who you were in love with, innit?
all
So salute to you,
respect,
brother.
but
And
I
I'm not
want
gonna
to hear
talk about
what
you
real
in any
men
derogatory way.
can bully a real man.
That's right.
Motherfucker,
They can't bully me. They can't
it
bully
doesn't.
me. You're mad.
You don't
No one
get
can bully
bullied.
me.
You
Let me say
listen
something.
to
I
what
don't get
people have
bullied.
to
What I
say.
get is
I
censored.
made my
That's what
decision.
I get.
Schiffer, I'm sorry. And
Yeah, I get
I
censored. They
understand I'm over
do
talking.
try to bully me, Stanley, though, and I've seen
Fuck
what
'em.
they do, and I've
Fuck 'em.
highlighted it. I've
Fuck
highlighted it.
'em.
Yeah, I know that, but this,
No, the F
Stanley,
word applies. I want to hear
it's
them
not.
bully me.
Yeah, but they're not gonna. This is the thing, yeah. They
Oh,
can't
sure
bully
they
us,
will.
Stanley. They
I
can't bully
don't
us,
get to
innit?
talk.
They could
I
only
get
about
cut
try.
off.
They can only about try, brother. And trying doesn't mean you're actually
I
succeeding.
want to hear one of these folks bully me.
Well, they might try, brother. They might try.
Well, no,
Like-
I'm not GOJ, of course. I'm not a senior chief, but motherfucker, I try to, I'm more academic in my approach, but don't you ever fucking think I can't pull up some niggardly stuff.
Yeah, but I broke the
I
narrative.
want to
That's
hear
why they're trying.
bullying. Which
They was just
fucker?
trying. Stanley, they was just trying to bully me. Born Rich asked me a question. He said,
You
so
let
where does drill
yourself be
music come
bullied.
from? He said, listen, I'm not letting myself be bullied. He kept cutting me off.
I think
He said to me, Stanley, listen to the question he asked me, yeah? He said to me, where does drill music come from? And hold on one second. He said, where does drill music come from? And how is that influenced by Jamaicans?
cares?
Then I was elaborating on the fact that the words drill and drilling and killings directly comes from Jamaican music. In fact, it comes from artists like Tommy Lee. It comes from artists like Tommy Lee. Hold on, listen. I'm gonna give you the elaboration now. It comes from artists like Tommy Lee, yeah, and Popcorn, and the Hot Skull Mafia, yeah. That's
What
where it's
year was
directly
that? Hold
coming
on.
from. Now,
Shiver,
unfortunately, you see, he's doing it
See,
again.
that's the problem. See, you keep saying shit like popcorn, brother. What year? What year was popcorn? See, that's what I'm saying. Then you laugh and do all this gay ass shit. But let me know what year was popcorn. You said popcorn, brother. Please, let's stick to the point. I just want to stick to the points now. Now you said popcorn. But yeah, you said drilling, killing, and spilling, or whatever you said came from Tommy Lee and Popcorn. What year did Popcorn start making music, brother? And did he invent killing and drilling?
Before
But
drill.
he invented drilling and killing and spilling.
That's where you lot get it from. That's where you're getting it from. I'm telling you. I'm not asking you.
Stop,
I just
bro. You're
told
really
you.
trolling. I think you trolling,
I
though.
really
But
ain't. You trolling. You really trolling because you can't handle the truth. And this is the thing. A lot of people can't handle the truth. Yeah. When you look at certain aspects of hold on one second, brother. When you look at hold on one second. When you look at certain aspects of your hip hop, yeah, it's heavily influenced by West Indian music, bro. Facts. There's no way of escaping it. When you look at some of your greatest when you look at some of who you would identify as your greatest hip hop artists, the greatest of all time, like the Notorious B.I.G., West Indian influence, brother. He is West Indian. And you don't want to admit to it because what it does is it makes you have to pay some homage. And this is something that you struggle to do.
Nobody
it matters
cares
because he
about
brought it
the
up.
music.
It only matters because
Nobody
he brought it
cares
up,
about the
Stanley.
music, man.
Oh my goodness.
That's the problem.
All right, cool. But you brought it up and you don't care about it. That's
And let me tell you
ridiculous.
something. So let me tell you something about what's crazy. Let me tell you something about what's crazy, right? It's every other culture, they get their music included, right? They get their music included as a part of their culture. But everybody wants to look at Black Americans and say our culture is hip hop music and twerking. And it's like, no, we have so much more to.
It's
Do you know
jazz.
that we
It's
invented,
now
we jazz, not even fuck the music, Stanley. We invented stoplights. We invented a lot of your common conveniences that you enjoy today. Nobody talks about the Black inventors. Do you realize that, bro? When they say Black American culture, nobody goes to George Washington Carver. But
well,
they eat peanut butter. They eat peanut butter like it's. Listen, Stanley, why? Stanley, why are you talking about this with me, brother? And people eat peanut butter like it's going out of style. But when I say what is Black American culture, they're gonna tell me hip hop and
Tell them to
twerking.
read
Get
about
the
it.
fuck out of there, man. Get the fuck out of here, man.
See, that's how you let somebody talk freely without all the sensitivity. I didn't have to cut you up. I didn't have to divide up your point. I didn't have to start shouting at you and getting all
You haven't gone
excited.
against me, son.
I'm just letting you talk freely, man. Talk freely, brother.
Well,
I'm listening
I'm
to
going
you.
to tell you to talk freely and be very brief. If you're curious about African Americans or Black American culture, fucking read a book. They have them in England, right?
If I was curious, I would have asked the question. It was your brother. Sorry, Stanley. It was your brother who was asking the questions. It wasn't me.
Okay. I'll let him finish.
Yeah, please let him finish, man. Cause
What was the question? What was the question?
He mad right now.
What was the question?
You're the one asking the questions. I was the one answering them. Like, I'm not sensitive like this, man. Like, I let my woman get emotional like this. You know, some might even identify this as some type of aggression. Whereas I'm not being aggressive.
Aggression, brother. No, it's
become
passion.
aggressive.
No, it's
I
passion.
can be aggressive.
Listen, Shipper. I can go back. When I get back to the house, I'm gonna go back to the recording with me and the sister, right? And you're gonna hear numerous times me and the sister, we're going to say, it's not aggression, this is just passion. You know how Black people do, brother. You're a Black man. We are loud. We're loud and proud, and sometimes we're loud and wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm going to probably be loud regardless, bro. That's another thing that the white supremacists say about Black people. They are loud. They're loud. We're loud, brother. I'm gonna be loud. I'm not emotional at all because I don't give a fuck. I can end this stream right now and go back to my real life, and this won't affect me at all. I'll actually forget that we had the conversation until I open my laptop back up. So let's don't say I'm emotional. I'm just passionate about the shit that I speak on. I speak like this at the barbershop. I speak like this at the dice game, at the fucking card game, at the cookout. I speak like this regardless. This is just how I speak, brother. I'm not emotional. I'm not upset, brother. If I was upset, like I said earlier, Shiffer, if I was upset and I really want to censor you, I would just kick you off and ban you from the channel. But I'm not emotional, brother.
I didn't say upset and I didn't say emotional. I said it could come across quite aggressive. I didn't say I'm upset or emotional.
Yeah, but but that's not aggressive, brother. Come on, man. We know. Come on, Shiffer. You got 6'4" friends, like I got 6'3" and 6'4" friends, and just the mere presence of them looks aggressive. So come on, brother, don't give me that aggressive shit. We know about the aggressive Black woman, brother. Don't come on, Shiffer. You should know better than aggressive. You should know if I'm aggressive when you see me aggressive, bro. And my aggression.
You see on that point there, though, Boom.
Go ahead, bro.
On that point you just made there, I disagree. I got friends who are 7 foot and they don't come across aggressive to me. In fact, they come across
but
quite
that's
aggressive.
you. But that's you. But he could walk into a grocery store and then you got 50 people saying, "Oh my gosh, that guy looks aggressive," and then you are the one. You're the only one in there saying.
No, but that's their emotions being triggered, and we have to be able to identify when people are being triggered by something that they shouldn't necessarily be triggered by. And I'm just saying, if we're having a conversation, Bournemouth, yeah, and I'm talking and I'm trying to make a point, and then you start shouting at me and cutting me off, that comes across quite aggressive. The same way when I'm on True Illuminati, they do the same thing. They've got this passive aggressive and, you know, direct aggressive approach on occasion where it's like you're not allowing people to talk freely, and it's quite disrespectful at times as well. So yeah, I'm not going to say that you're emotional. I'm just going to say that that's how it can come across as aggressive and passive aggressive. I'm not saying that you're trying to be aggressive.
Well, I have criticism.
Fire away, Stan. I'm listening, brother.
I heard several women. I was interested in hearing what they wanted to say, and I just didn't. I'm not asking for equal time or any of that stuff, but if the point is not why don't black ADOS men, ADOS women get along, I'm not sure you taught a lesson.
I'm confused. I don't understand the point.
If ADOS women and ADOS men are not getting along, I think that was a central premise. I'm not sure I learned a lesson from this show.
I think the overall argument that Born Rich was presenting is that, you know, this sister's making inflammatory statements.
I
and
disagree.
To some extent, no, but you know what? To some extent,
she should have been able to talk.
She should have, and she should have been able to talk freely. And this is why I'm saying, even on Illuminati, they do the same thing, where it's like you're dividing up a person's conversation.
Building bridges between. If there's a problem between ADOS women and ADOS men, this was not the show, and that's my point. Do you not see it?
Yeah, I get your point.
Okay,
I was just saying.
That's all I'm saying. Nothing.
I was kind of agreeing with your points, to be fair, and I think that, you know, if we're not going to allow people to talk freely and make their points uninhibited without muting people, without interrupting in between it. See, you're doing the same thing to me now, though, Stanley. I won't finish the point, and you're interrupting in between my points. So it comes across aggressive again, or passive aggressive, whatever way you want to look at it. And it's like, if we're not going to exercise some type of control as black people towards each other, then, you know, unfortunately, are we saying we don't like each other? Because we'll give the white people time to speak.
Not my point.
I don't get it. I'm confused.
It's not all about white people. Sometimes it's about black people, and we can't make it all about white people.
I'm not making it about white people. I'm saying we'll give the white people time to speak when they jump on the panel, but it seems that we're not giving each other time to speak.
Jump on this panel tonight?
I've seen certain white people jump on this panel on occasion. Not particularly tonight, no. Not particularly tonight. I haven't seen any.
But I did see ADOS women, whatever the one drop rule will allow. I wanted to hear several of them have their say, and this wasn't the show. That's really my whole point. I don't have enough.
Well, Tash was here, you know, and she's not an ADOS woman, but she is a black woman.
Okay,
and I feel that she wasn't able to talk uninhibited either.
I don't think Tash got to speak much, did she?
Yeah, she wasn't uninhibited.
She got to speak a lot.
She was very censored at some points. There was points where she was trying to you know, to attack points, and you know, people,
she was trying to pull off the dogs and tell them to heel.
Yeah, but I think we have to give each other room to speak, Stanley. That's the point I'm making.
You're not seeing my point.
I'm seeing your point, but you're not seeing my point.
What is my point?
My point is that, you know, we have to give each other room to speak. And not,
did we give our African women?
One second, Stan. Let me clarify my point, and then you clarify your point. Let me do that.
All right.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna say, I just want to clarify my point, which is that, you know, we have to allow, if we can allow each other to talk freely and uninhibited, we're gonna have better conversations, and we're really gonna understand the points each other are trying to make. Now, what was your point, Stan?
My point is 50% of the black population, dice it up, it's generally close to 50%. We did not give them equal say. We didn't even give them a chance. And I know I'm going to sound like some weird academic, but I didn't see it here. And there were several women, obviously smart women, that I just didn't get to hear their point. They were overwhelmed.
Yeah, I can see your point, and I can kind of agree with it. And I was kind of elaborating on that and saying, well, if we're not allowing people to talk freely, and we're going to keep dicing up people's conversation because we own the panel, i.e., when we're on Illuminati, I noticed Jedi does that a lot.
No. Hold on, Shiva. Let's speak about Born Rich. Like, we don't have to bring any. I mean, we don't have to name drop. Let's just say Born Rich. How does Born Rich control his panel, and how does he act? We don't have to say. We don't have to speak about your other panels, because I would sound foolish if I speak about Black Imperial Minds channel that I go on, and I'm saying, hey, when I'm on Black Imperial, listen, Stanley, I'm not Stanley. I don't even think I said Stanley. I'm speaking to Schiffer. So Schiffer, if I say I go on Black Imperial Minds channel, and I don't think I'm treated respectfully, and I come back on Born Rich's panel and bring up Black Imperial Minds channel, nobody's gonna know. So let's just keep it concise to what Born Rich has been doing with his panel, brother. Go ahead, Shiv.
Well, that's where I was actually heading to. I think that Born Rich, I think you've learned these bad habits from a particular other panel, if you don't want me to mention the name.
Well, not at all, brother. Yeah, no, but I mean, but that's your thought. But I just want to jump in really quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was just my opinion. I just feel like you've learned these bad habits and you've seen how certain other people operate, and it's really influenced you, my brother. And I think you're better than this, my brother. I think you do have the ability to let people talk freely. And this is why I'm trying to have the dialogue with you to that effect, so that, hopefully in the future, it's not going to happen. And if, people are jumping over the top of others and trying to stop each other from talking and trying to inhibit people's speech, that you might do something about it. You might be a bit more proactive. I'd really, really applaud that if you did. Am I cut off or something? I don't know. Are we still here? But yeah, man, I just think that would be really good, to hear people talk freely. If people are jumping in and not letting people finish their train of thought, I think it would be good to silence those people who aren't allowing people to finish their train of thought, rather than silencing the person who was already in mid-flow. Even if it's me that's jumping in, I'd like to be silenced if I'm inhibiting people in any way and stopping them from getting their full train of thought out. Yes, sir.
Agree. And
Yeah,
we need more Black women on the show.
Let me tell you, Stanley, they were here, but they ran off, right? Stanley, Black, of course, don't keep saying you think we should have more Black women. The Black women were here. They ran off, right? Because we got sidebar about, hey, Born Rich keeps cutting people off, and I don't think this is the platform where Born Rich lets people speak. Do you understand, guys? Do y'all understand?
No.
Listen, Stanley, I just made a 15-minute drive, guys, and the whole 15 minutes. Listen, the whole 15 minutes.
Damn, I barely said anything.
I know, but I wish you would mute when I'm speaking, Stanley. Please, brother. Like, that's the best thing. That way, if you're gonna say and oh, hey, you just said why you on mute, brother. Unmute when I'm done speaking, and then it's a clear road for you to drive on, brother. That's what I'm saying, Stanley. I don't need ad libs. I don't need a background dancer, Stanley. I don't need when I say something, somebody say that's right. I can go to the Hebrew Israelites if I want. That's right. I can do that, brother. So what I'm saying is, it was Black women on this panel until we had to have a fucking 30-minute dialogue about how Born Rich runs his panel. Do you understand? We just went 30 minutes about how Born Rich runs his panel, and now it's just me, Stanley, and Schiffer. The Black women left, the Black Americans left, the Black British left, the Caribbeans left. Do y'all understand? It was 9 people on this panel. Now it's 3. What in the fuck, guys? Fuck it, man. I'm playing the video now, man.
Just said that he doesn't want women to get their feelings hurt, whether it's black, Chinese, Spanish, white. I don't know who just said that. Someone just made that comment.
Yeah, that was vibe. That was vibe.
Okay,
that was vibe. That was vibe. Okay, got you. So I just wanted to piggyback on that. So why are black men always concerned about other races? Like, worry about your own backyard. Chinese men defend their women. You can't disrespect a Chinese woman. You can't disrespect. Look at what Tommy Sotomayor did to that woman. Look how he disrespected that black woman.
Vibe, brother, please, brother, please.
No, let him go. Let him go. It's cool.
No, sister. Hold on, vibe. Sister, you spoke specifically about Black American men, so I think it's only right that the only Black American man on this panel speak. Right?
Okay, yes.
Lot to unpack.
You're African. You're African, bro. You Sudanese.
No. First of all, I know, brother. I know. First of all, I'm ADOS, and shout out to the sister. She's not ADOS, but shout out to her anyway. Sidebar.
Yeah, much respect, man.
But let me say this though. I don't know where you're from, sister, but in my reality, it's not like that. I see black men doing nothing but taking care of black women, building with black women, not disrespecting black women. I see nothing but black men and black women working together to do what they need to do. And I'm gonna tell you this now, on the surface, absolutely it may look like white men treat black people better. I mean black women better, right? On the surface. But that's what I always go back to. A lot of black women have been tricked into believing that. And number one, you're going to mistreat people. It's a proximity thing, right? So, yes, majority of the people who mistreat black women are black men. You know why? Because we're close to each other. We have a close proximity and we only deal with each other.
Bullshit.
Okay, so I'm just going to interject.
Hold on really quick. You know who mistreats black men the most is black women, just because proximity. Who commits crime? Who commits crime?
I beg to differ on that. I beg to differ.
I know. Listen, sister, though. But it's just like crime, right? It's who commits the most crime against each other? People in the same proximity. So of course it's going to look like, white men treat black women better. They don't have to really engage with black women a lot. If you think about it in the real world, maybe it's
right. So I was just making that's not true, and I was making a blanket statement, right? So when I'm going to just answer your question. You say you don't know where I'm from, right?
Yeah,
I'm from Brooklyn. I'm from New York, right? Number two,
Brooklyn.
Everything that I see is basically all over social media. It's all over TV. We see how black men are quick to disrespect the black woman. Now, in essence, what you're saying is you don't see that.
Yeah,
how don't you see that? It's every day on the media.
No,
it's every day on TV. Black woman this, black woman that. She's too dark. She's too light. It's always something with the black woman that the black man is not satisfied, right? And I'm not saying this for all black men. And I'm not saying this for all black men. I'm talking about culturally. Now, if we want to get into that aspect, we can. I didn't say all black men. I tend never to date a black American man because black American men, because of, they don't support their families from what I've seen. From what I've seen, they're lazy. From what I've seen, they want to live under a woman. That's just the way I grew up. I'm not saying that's you. I can only speak on my experience.
Is that all of them, though? Is that all black American men?
Chef, let me tell you how I know it's not all of them. Chef, this is how I know it's not all of them. Is because I am a black American man, and I only hang around other black American men. I don't know any lazy brothers. I don't know any deadbeat brothers. I don't know any gang bangers. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know.
But you're speaking from your experience, right? I'm not speaking about you, but I don't know you.
You're speaking for your experience, sister, and I'm just giving you mine, sister. If you can give yours, I can give mine. You're speaking from a mixed race biracial perspective. I'm
No, I'm speaking from a black perspective. I'm speaking from a black perspective. You know why? Because when I walk down the street, I'm a black woman. You understand what I'm saying? And since you're ADOS, since you are ADOS, you're not even 100% black. So don't even spit that to me. You mix all type of slave master in your bloodline, and you look like peanut butter complexion. So
you're ADOS. You're mixed with all type of slave masters' blood. Facts. Let me say facts. I agree.
Yeah, I just think from listening to that conversation, everyone's got different perspectives, isn't it? And I think that unfortunately we live in a day and age where a lot of the dynamics to a lot of relationships, not just in the Black community and in all communities, people are getting in relationships because they like the look of something more than they actually have a real connection with the person. And I think that that's a tragedy. And I think this is why a lot of the times, like, I try not to get too hung up on who's dating who. You know, I think if you can find someone who, you know, can match your energy and you can get along with and have a good relationship with, I think that's a beautiful thing, regardless of who it's with. And I think that, unfortunately, you know, what's going to happen is that people are going to follow narratives, i.e., you know, people like to point fingers at people like myself and say, well, you're dating outside of your community, but then they will miss out the parts of my life where, you know, I can identify that I got Black children, multiple. So, you know, the majority of my life, I've not dated outside of my community, but they want to discredit all of that and just focus on the here and now and use that as a way to try and make some kind of falsified point, which doesn't really stand, because those people, a lot of the times, you know, especially the ones who say, well, I will only date a certain dynamic, I'll only do this, I'll only do that. Like, a lot of those people can actually end up becoming a detriment to their community for that reason, because, you know, you're not really, you know, when we're dealing with love, love is love. Love isn't based on a color. Love isn't based on following a narrative. It isn't based on any of these things. So the people who follow that narrative, that's why I kind of feel sorry for them. You know, that I'm not upset with them for saying what they say, but I just let people do what they want to do. I'm not going to sit here and try to make them feel bad about what they're doing or make them look bad. But I find that that happens to myself and to, you know, some of the other people who may have, you know, like I said, may have dated within their community and not been able to find a partner who they've connected with as such, you know, where it's, you know, stay together, X, Y, Z, and, you know, they've had the house and the horse and carriage and the, you know, the happy ending.
I'll tell you this, Sheffer. I use that angle tonight with you specifically because you came at that angle with Born the Rich as far as cheating and stuff. You get what I'm saying? So when you pull out angles, I pull out angles. Listening to that clip, you know, her source data or her data set was social media. And this is the problem we have within our group. And I'm talking about ADOS, FBA, B1, whatever you want to call yourself. Her source, as she said, is you see it all on social media. So social media drove her perspective. It painted a picture that really doesn't exist. You get what I'm saying? I can go on social media and pull out clips from white people and post it all day. But because we are so hyper visible, it's easy for us to go on social media and just click in Black American man arguing with Black woman. You're going to get that. So it's not that hard. And, you know, another thing she said is that we are mixed with European blood, this, that, and the third, blah, blah, blah. That's another narrative that's against us. They make it seem like everybody who got off the boat, the white man lined them up and raped them. But that's not actually true. The most people that were raped during that period was men, broken in front of Black women and stuff like that. So they got all these narratives that are against us, and it's just white talking points. They regurgitate white talking points, right? That's what they do. So anything these people say is, to me, this is my opinion. I've heard it before, but I just heard it from white people.
Well, actually, you bring up a huge point. What's his name? The man not. There's a whole like that part of it's Tommy. I can't remember his last name now, but he's a huge black philosopher. And now I have to go look it up. The Man Not actually is a book. I'll put the link somewhere. Sorry, Senior Chief, I interrupted.
No,
See,
I was done. I had landed.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make a few points that, in hindsight, playing Monday morning quarterback, I was like, Rich could have ate this lady up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Senior Chief, I just think I'm not going to contradict you, but I don't think they got enough time. Now, there were a couple kind ladies who, the New York person, Rashida, yeah, she was a little aggressive, but so we go. There were some black women on this broadcast that I would have at least loved to have heard, and I thought I wanted to hear them.
Well, I'll just say this, and I know you talk about. Hold on, you've been talking a lot, Schiffer, and believe me, when I'm done, you can have the rest of the floor. when Tash came up here, she came up here, and you got to understand me. I'm going to match your energy. If you gonna run up on stage, think you about the GOJ, you got another thing coming. No respective person if you coming at me. You get what I'm saying? You want to be equal. You want to get treated like a man. Well, tonight is your night to show me. You get what I'm saying? You're not about to run up on stage and act like you about to check GOJ. It's not going to happen. We could have had a normal conversation, right? We could have had a civil conversation. We had them before in the past. But for you to run up here, you get what I'm saying? In front of the World Wide World, in front of a live audience, and think I'm going to let you run at me?
Senior
Negative.
Chief,
If it had been in Discord, I'd have let it ride.
Can I just say, GOJ,
my opinion
with the point that
is
you made previously.
This is you running up against an inexperienced person. She's not. I think you. Sometimes it's taking candy from a baby.
Experience is the best teacher. You know that.
Yeah, but God damn it. I'm gonna be honest with you. My personal opinion, Senior Chief, man, you can be rough.
I try not to be, but I can have a regular conversation with Tash. But it's situational awareness. I am aware that we on a live broadcast. I am aware that this shit can be played back.
But not about to get the best of GOJ. Point.
Yo, GOJ, can I just say to you, my brother, that I agree with your previous point, and I think that, to an extent, if I get the inkling, because I'm not really inserting my feelings here. If I get the inkling that someone's playing a point scoring exercise or sending particular shots in a direction of me or the people that I hail from, I may send some back in it. And it may become a point scoring exercise to that effect. So I totally agree with you. I just think that in the same respect, if we can all be respectful of each other, we're going to have a much better conversation because, to really get to the root of the problem, we have to identify what the problem is.
What you just said, I said. Everything you're just telling me, I just said it in a different type of way. I said we could have had a regular conversation, but she ran up on me.
Yeah, no, I agree. But that's what I'm trying to say in my own words and show you that
he's
obviously
about to eat you.
I'm obviously listening to what you're saying, and I'm not just trying to fight against what you're saying. I'm actually trying to come to some kind of conclusion. I think
you don't have to.
1 second, brother, please, brother, because I'm not going to interrupt you anymore. I think, you know, to actually come to a conclusion and to come to a solution, we have to actually be able to listen to each other, understand what each other's saying, and then be able to, you know, like we said, find the solution, you know. And if there isn't a solution, we have to be able to, you know, just understand that at this point in time, we don't have the solution and maybe work on one for the future.
Oh dear.
Copy y'all, and I'm about to bounce. I'm gonna be listening in the audience.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, Senior
And
Chief, I'm about to bounce
respectively,
too. I hate that you're going.
well,
Yeah, why
respectively,
you
brothers,
out of
before you
Jacob?
go,
Why are you leaving, brother? And we haven't even broke down the video, man. And that's what I'm saying. The shit done got so diluted and so misdirected that we're not even talking about the video anymore, man.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. Let me do something. I got something to do.
Go
It's
ahead,
gonna take me about
Take
10
care of your
minutes.
business, brother. Yeah, go ahead,
I would you, GOJ, before you go,
now
I just
once
want to say
again-
one thing to
No,
DOJ.
I'm gonna stay on
quickly
stage. I
before
got
he
something to
goes.
do right quick. But
All right, go ahead. Just go on mute, brother.
I just wanted to say one thing to DOJ quickly, yeah, and to all of you brothers. You know, in light of what the sister is saying, yeah, obviously, you know, I've heard this talk today, you know, Caribbeans versus the American brothers, XYZ. I've always seen myself as an American brother, though. I don't see myself as any. I don't see myself as any different to you guys. I put us all in the same bracket. I don't see us as any different. And I thought it was a bit of a tragedy that we've been divided at this point tonight.
I agree.
Thoroughly
I
a
agree. Now I
bad
do agree.
take.
I agree,
You
Schiffer.
lost me at Zed.
Okay, I know, Stanley. Listen, Schiffer, I'm gonna tell you why I do agree with that, brother. But then we can't act like it's not an elephant in the room, right? So when the sister comes in and we're having a dialogue, and her first conversation, not knowing that it's a Black American brother on the panel. This sister's in New York, so she jumps on the UK stream, and her introduction to the stream is Black American men treat Black women worse than any white man could ever treat them. And it's like,
but
wait,
you were
what?
on her stream.
I wasn't on her stream, Stanley. And that's what I'm saying.
Oh.
So ask questions, Stanley. Instead of assuming, just ask questions.
Well, she
brother.
said it.
No, she did not say that. I've said 17 times that this was on Illuminati live stream. I've actually dropped the link in the chat twice.
Okay.
So if you guys want to subscribe to Illuminati live stream, that's the YouTube link I just dropped, Stanley. So come on, guys. That's what I'm saying, man. If it's any misunderstanding, just ask the question. Don't assume. I was not on her stream. We were on a mutual stream having a conversation.
Okay.
She doesn't know me from anywhere. Matter of fact, she's American. This is a UK stream. She didn't know it was any Black Americans on that stream. She was about to jump. She jumped on the UK stream and then started spewing out negative shit about Black Americans.
How did she find yours?
Oh my gosh, Stanley, that shit we can talk about on Discord, brother. Stanley, you got my Discord information. Ask me these questions on Discord, brother, in private, right? Because right now is she found mine because after we had the conversation on a mutual YouTube stream, I invited her. I told her, listen, I am going to review our conversation that we had on the mutual YouTube stream. I'm going to review that conversation on my stream. I gave her the link and invited her to my YouTube channel. That's how, Stanley. So that's what I'm saying, brother. If you need context, just ask. Just ask.
You
brother.
just gave it to me. You invited her.
Thanks. That's what I said. So let's not make.
Yo, boom, can I ask you a question?
But hold on. But I got you, Schiffer. But I do want to say this. Now, the reason that maybe I reacted in a way when I normally just ignore it is because I know the circumstance. I am not going to let anybody that's in America go on a UK stream and talk shit about my people, not knowing that it's going to be a Black American guy that's going to speak up for Black Americans. I'm not going to do that. If I am the lone Black American on the stream and someone jumps on there and say, hey, guys, let me tell you about, and you she didn't word it like this, but this is what I digested. She jumped on the stream and pretty much said, hey guys, I know you guys aren't familiar with America, but let me tell you about born richest people over here in America. They don't take care of their women, they're lazy, and they roll out the red carpet for these white women. And me, when I hear that type of talk, I'm like, hold up, what the fuck are you talking about? We don't do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? We don't do that in mass numbers. Now, white supremacy will have you think that we do that in mass numbers. We disrespect women. We don't take care of our kids. We go to jail. We're nothing but criminals. But that is not what we do, because I'm a Black American that's boots on the ground. We don't do that in mass numbers. I don't give a fuck what white supremacy tells you. Until you boots on the ground with your until you boots on the ground and actually in that environment, you can't tell me what Black American men do. You're not gonna be able to do that. I'm not going for it on anybody's platform, Schiffer. I can be on your platform. And if somebody is getting wild with something I represent, just like you, Schiffer, you said you're an Israelite. You're not gonna let anybody on this panel get anything wrong or spew their misconceptions about Israelite, Schiffer, without you checking them. Stanley and God of Jacob, you guys were in the military. If Schiffer got on here spewing misinformation or propagated misinformation about the American military, Stanley, you would say something. God of Jacob, you would say something. So my group, I am going to always speak up for my group when misinformation is being spewed, or if white supremacy talking points are being spewed, because Black American men, we are not deadbeat dads. No, we're not criminals. I don't give a fuck what the statistics tell you about how many of us go to jail. We're not criminals. We're not fucking deadbeats. And we come on, man. Come on, man. Come on,
So
man.
Born Rich,
Go ahead,
can you
brother.
understand why I felt quite offended when you then aimed that same energy at the West Indian community? Because, you know, if you listen to the point
What
that I
did I
made,
because brother? Can you tell me what I said? Because
you said that the West Indian men aren't looking after their women. You even made claims that, you know, our women, we're raping our women, beating up
Well,
our women,
I
and all sorts
apologize,
of things.
Shiva. I apologize for
Can
but I apologize because you don't know my. I don't know. I guess you would.
can
I
I go
guess y'all would call
one
it. Hold on,
step farther?
Stanley. Stanley, do
God
you hear me
damn
talking
it.
to
I
Shiva
just
or
started talking.
Stanley? Was I on mute or was I speaking to Shiva? Was I in the middle of a statement with Shiva? I don't know what I was just doing right there. I don't know. But go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead, Stanley. Shiva, I got you, Shiva.
Why are you taking some raggedy woman making one statement about her raggedy man? Why is this so important to you?
Thank you. All right. Okay, cool. I don't know. It's not really important. But Shifa, let me go. So when I was asking you those questions, read this. I was being sarcastic, Shifa. I was in a sense, I was giving you an analogy of what I heard when this sister, right? This sister that's a non-Black American, right? She comes on a UK platform, not expecting any Black Americans to be there. And she just comes out and says, that's what I was doing when I was saying, hey, Shifa, these Caribbean women are telling me that the Caribbean men are mistreating me. And then you see what I'm saying, Shifa? So I wasn't insinuating that you guys rape your women. I was giving you an example. I was being sarcastic and giving you an analogy of I wanted you to hear what I was hearing when this sister jumped on Jedi's panel and started saying, hey, listen, UK Black people and UK people, let me tell you about these Black niggas in America. And me being one of the quote unquote Black niggas in America, I'm like, wait, what? I have to defend that, Shifa. I think I would be a coward if I just sit back and let her spew that rhetoric, brother.
Can I respond? Because I think in essence, yeah, we as the men, I see us as the men as the heads of the household and the leaders of the community. Yeah. And I think that, you know, because that female has demonstrated a certain type of behavior, whether being sarcastic or not, you shouldn't seek to follow their behavior. And I think that unfortunately, you know, we as men, in a lot of cases, have been stripped of our ability, not ability, but our right to lead, because, you know, things like equal rights, X, Y, Z, which, you know, I'm not totally against equal rights. I think women should have rights too. I just think that to a certain extent, Born Rich, sometimes what we have to do is, you know, us as men, we have our dialogue in it, and sometimes it's better when, you know, and I'm not trying to have a shot at the women here, but I think it's sometimes better when the women, if, you know, if there's a majority of us men having a conversation, let us talk on it. And if a female comes on and makes, you know, some wild claim or says something crazy, you know, maybe we should stop engaging with it. Even myself, I have to look at myself when I say this as well.
That Schiffer, you know I was
Yeah.
going to go there, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
that's
ahead.
cool.
I
That's cool. Can I finish my
Let him
train of
finish.
thought?
Let him
please?
finish, Stanley. Let him finish, Stanley, and you're
Um,
next. I promise.
yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I
Then
think
I may go.
I even have to look at myself there and say, do you know what? Yeah, this is something that, you know, I've learned over my times of being on streams, and I've come to that point of realization within myself that, you know, maybe I need to stop engaging with the women on certain levels and let them have their own dialogue. Because women, you know, between themselves, they may have certain thoughts and certain feelings and certain points that they want to push. And I think, you know, they have to have their space to do that. I just think that as far as us being men, you know, I think the women, sometimes they find it difficult to let us be men where, you know, they feel that they're on the same plateau, they're on the same level. And I think that, you know, that kind of destroys our community to some extent, in my opinion.
May I talk
Go
now?
ahead, Stanley. Yo, go, Stanley. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk to the people, Stanley.
Y'all haven't met the right women. That's all I have to say.
Now well, let me show you. I want you to hear the woman that I met today, Stanley.
Don't
We
kick
don't worry
that.
about
Don't
that.
kick that to me.
Sister,
Don't do
we
that.
don't care about that.
Oh my
It don't
God.
matter. Absolutely. No, that's
What's
cool.
going
But
on?
listen, guys,
What is
listen.
going on?
Hey, why is Vibes talking? Jedi, if I'm talking to the sister, why is
Born
Vibes
Rich,
talking?
bro. Shut the fuck
Why is
up.
Vibes
Seriously,
talking?
Vibe, you need to listen though.
Yeah, why
Relax,
is Vibes
please,
talking?
and let
If
the man speak.
we're talking about,
If you let me moderate, yo, brother Vibes, your input is obviously very valid and welcome, and even on this conversation. However, I think it would be a good idea to let the two American residents speak about. You know, hold on.
Is
Have a
this
small little dialogue
a recording
between them, because
or
what they're saying is more
actual
relevant to each other than to us, even though we may have our opinions and input, and you will be asked to give your input as well. But please, if you just give them the space to have the convo without the interruptions, then they won't have to shout or, you know,
and
we
no
won't miss
one
I'm
the
sorry. I
day.
just have a big mouth. I'm sorry.
You're good. You don't need.
Not
no one
me.
needs to apologize. I get it. This is exactly what I want on the show. This is exactly what I want. Exactly why I'm happy to see you and why I invited you over and said, "Yo, make sure that you know the door's open." Right, Born Rich, go for it, man.
No. And you know, why is Vibes still talking? Vibes is talking again.
Right? Did you not understand what I just said?
No, that wasn't Vibes. It was me. It was me. I was just saying.
Oh, sorry, Shaka.
I wanna.
This motherfucker was confused at his own voice.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me
You're
say
Born
this.
Rich.
And Stanley, and hold on. I want to shout out to my brother Shaka, because you see Shaka in the building, and Shaka's. I just want to play it for y'all, man. But shout out to my brother Shaka, man. And that's my Pan-African brother, who he don't really like the division, but he's not going to let these white supremacist talking points just ride like that. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to the brother. But go ahead, Schiffer. Go ahead, Schiffer. I'm
You're Born
You're
Rich. I just
letting
wanted to
white
say, I don't know if you remember
supremacists
what I said earlier,
confuse
yeah,
the point.
but I did kind of allude to the fact that, you know, if the man is the head of the household, yeah, and this is a sister who's coming from a family where the head of the household is an Italian Caucasian man, then to some
How about
extent,
let a
I
man
think 1
be
second,
at
brother, one
the
brother,
head of the household?
please,
I
I
think
can't talk like this, man.
Schiffer was in the middle. Stanley, I
Can't talk like
rocks
this,
with you,
man.
Uncle Stanley. But Stanley, you have a habit of not letting the conversation flow. Like, you have a habit of when somebody is in the middle of their sentence and about to get to the crux of the sentence, you jump in and just and just say something wild, brother. Please, let's shift for land, Stanley, and then once it gets quiet, like, listen, guys, we're conversationalists, man. We know how conversations flow. If Schiffer is gonna say what he's gonna say, and eventually he's going to get quiet. At that moment when he gets quiet, Stanley, that's your time to shine, brother. But go ahead, Schiffer.
Yeah, I was just saying, like I alluded to earlier, you know, this is a sister who's coming from a household where the head of the household is a Caucasian white male. And, you know, obviously he also wants to protect his daughter. So to some extent, you know, some of the media hype and some of the propaganda that's been spread about our brothers and sisters on the continent, you know, maybe, well, not maybe, definitely is going to have affected him, and it's being passed down through his daughter. Now, I think that, you know, had she had a black father, like my daughter's got a black father, there's no way she'd be saying, I could never bring a black man home, because, you know, that would be a tragedy within our community. And I think that ultimately, you know, the point I really want to get at is that when we look at certain communities, like for instance, the Muslim community, they say that the men and the women, they pray in two different rooms. Yeah. So they're having two different conversations to some extent. And I think that that's definitely something we can learn from within our community, in the sense of not necessarily silencing the women, but I think we as men, sometimes we have to let the women say whatever they say, but we have to take charge and we have to control the narrative to some extent, in the sense of, you know, not censoring them, letting them have their say, but, you know, we have to dictate how we see ourselves and how we run our community, if that makes sense. And I think that to some extent, you know, I see both. I see what the sister's point was that she was trying to make, but because of you know, the dynamics of her family, you know, she's not being led by blackness. She's being led by whiteness. So I'd have to agree with you that, you know, there is definitely some white supremacist undertones in what she's saying. And I think, you know, sometimes people try to direct that at me. They say, well, you're not with a black woman, X, Y, and Z, but forgetting that I'm a black man. And, you know, that makes me the head. So that means my woman is led by blackness, full stop. And I think that the fact that people try to miss that out, I think that is very divisive. And we have to stop being divisive with each other and just find better ways of supporting each other. You know, like I said, I see myself as part of the Black American community. And I'm sure that majority, if not 99 or more percent of my West Indian brothers would see themselves in the same light. So, you know, even when, you know, this person who is obviously tarnished by, you know, the fact that she has a white father leading her and doesn't have the black community leading her to that extent, you know, has said these things, you know, it's turned you against us. I've just thought that was a bit tragedy.
She's fell victim. She's actually fell victim to the white supremacist talking points, right? And yes, now is it some truth in those white supremacist talking points and statistics? Absolutely, Schiffer. But that's why I was specific when I asked every black person on the panel, do you associate yourself with deadbeats, criminals, and people who don't take care of their kids and roll out the red carpet? No, disrespect black women, but roll out the red carpet for non-black black women. So I made sure to ask, do people associate themselves with those people? I made sure. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Can I ask you a question? Is this an American woman in the chat? Because I'm a bit confused.
No, so Aurora Dawn, I do want to say this. So Aurora Dawn, Italian is not white. Now, Aurora Dawn, I think about 3 live streams ago, I pulled up the 2020 census, right? There's no Italian box you can check. It's you're gonna have to be white, Aurora Dawn, right? And the system of white supremacy made sure that Italians hold on, white the system of white supremacy made sure they identified the Irish and Italians as white. They made sure that they identified themselves as white when it came to who's in charge of the police stations, who's in charge of the fire departments, who's in charge of these unions that I guess white Americans gave them the authority to run. So
Hey, Born, have you ever been to
Italians
Italy?
do classify
Anytime to
as
speak.
white. Yeah, I'm saying
Born, have
in
you?
America, I don't care what the
Mm.
bloodline is, Italians identify as white when it comes to the paperwork, Aurora.
And they are from Italy, right? The Italians in America are hailing from Italy, right?
From
So
what I hear,
anyone
they
who's
say yes. They say
anyone
yes.
who's ever been to Italy, yeah, I've been to Italy, recently, in the last couple of years, and I experienced more racism in Italy than I've experienced in England.
Sheesh. And you're not the first person I heard say that, Shiffer. You're not the first English black man say that. I'm just gonna be honest, but let's get back to let's go.
With a Jamaican chipping.
No, sorry, vibes. What the hell?
You're gonna what? Sorry vibes. And Shaka, what did you say?
I said, true, she's half Jamaican. We can get a Jamaican chipping at some point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And shout out because the Italian sister is absolutely, she's entitled to her. No, she's entitled to her opinion. You feel
Who's
me?
the Italian sister? See, now listen, let me just introduce myself real quick.
Schiffer, you're a man of the scriptures, right? Schiffer? You're a man of Septuagint. The Septuagint Bible is the Bible you follow.
Yeah, I follow the Most High.
Right?
I follow
the Most High, right? So I refer to her as an Italian sister, and maybe I'm ignorant about the scripture, but I'm pretty sure the scriptures say you are the seed of your father. And if her father is an Italian man, am I wrong by calling her an Italian sister? Was I in the wrong, brother?
I'm going to be totally honest with you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'd say that the scripture we're going to go by, is the Hebrew Israelites like to bring this up a lot. They say the seed is from the father.
Yeah.
And I think that the tragedy there is that they forget the egg is from the mother. So I would have to say, unfortunately, the sister, even like if you're going to go by your one drop rule, we still can't say she's fully Italian. And the thing is now, I tried to break this down to some people on another panel not too long ago. If you bring a so-called mixed race person into my community, into the West Indian community, into the African American community, and they identify as black, we're happy to accept them as black. Now, if you brought that same sister into the white Italian community, she's not going to get the same acceptance. They're not going to accept her as white and fully Italian. So to that extent, I'd have to say that is an error. That is an error. And unfortunately, to that extent, I'll be honest, the question I asked at that point, which no one wanted to answer, is for that reason, are all white people racist? And the reason I said this is because a particular person, a particular female, who I'm not going to mention, she was identifying her children as mixed race and saying, well, my kids identify as mixed race and rare tear. And I said, well, the fact that I can accept your children as black, means they'll feel accepted somewhere. But if on their opposite side of the family, they can't be accepted as white, will they really feel accepted there? Will they really feel as at home and as comfortable within that environment? And I think the reason that the question was avoided is because, in fact, let me just be straight up. I was talking to MJ, and I was on Illuminati. And I think, there's a conglomerate over there where they kind of try to stick together. And if you bring up a good talking point or you make a point that they can't refute, they'll just try to
stick on the subject. I hear you, brother. Let's try to stick on the subject because a lot of the audience don't really know. Shout out to True Illuminati and MJ, but a lot of people in the audience don't really know. So let's just try to keep it to the topic. Yeah. So you was telling I don't know, a white mother that her children, her mixed race children, they shouldn't identify as mixed race, or I don't know what you're saying right now, Chef.
What I'm saying is there's only one race. One second. What I'm saying is there's only one race, the human race. And if these children come from a dual heritage, they should be able to fully identify with both of those cultures if they're to ever truly, fully feel accepted and not feel like they're less than and just be called half of. Now, to that extent, like I alluded to, you know, if they come within the black community, they can be accepted as black. Like they heard the sister say herself, she's a black woman and she's been accepted as black and she feels comfortable calling herself black and, you know, identifying with that side of her heritage. Unfortunately, she'll never be accepted as white. And, you know, to that extent, I'd say that to some extent, you know, all white people have an undertone of racism in the way they raise so-called mixed race children. And I
Are
don't
you
think anyone really
motherfuckers
wants to
gonna
tackle that
just
issue.
let
All
me
right,
not speak?
go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I have heard white and white in the last half hour more than I ever did growing up in a
That's
black
not true.
neighborhood in
That's not
Savannah,
true,
Georgia.
Stanley. Stanley, that's
I'm
not true.
talking, may I talk?
That's not true though. But you can't just come
No,
in and say shit
God
ain't. You
damn
can't
it,
say
I'm
shit
being
that ain't
cut
true.
off.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm
Because
trying
when
to
you say
talk.
shit that ain't true, Stanley,
No, sir.
this is a thing.
White
I've been doing it all night,
supremacy.
Stanley. I've been doing it all night. When people come in and say statements that aren't true, I stop them on that. Stanley,
Okay,
you've been on
so
my panel when I've said white supremacy more than you heard white in the last 30 minutes, brother.
Born, I've been patiently listening for a few minutes now. I think that white supremacy wins when you talk about it for 15 minutes.
You don't want to talk about it.
No, I think there are better things to think about. It should always be in the back of our minds, but you don't build fucking whole shows around white supremacy. They win.
Why don't I? Why don't I,
They
Stanley?
win.
Why don't I do it, Stanley? Why don't I build whole shows about that, right? If I'm doing the internet thing, why can't I speak about white supremacy? I don't really get to speak about it in my everyday life because I'm too busy building.
Understood.
I'm too busy running a building, employing black youngsters to get to teach them trades
but
and
most
jobs.
of the people the
Yeah.
show is built around is black people, right?
Yeah, but my shows are going to be built around white supremacy because I
Okay.
built my platform to replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice. Now, if we can't
Understood.
first and foremost identify white supremacy, then how the fuck can we replace that system?
By understanding what it is
But
and
never speak about it?
understanding it can't be a centerpiece in 2022. Black people have more stuff to do.
Yo, boom, can I just say,
Absolutely, Stanley. What do you think people are doing, Stanley? Like you see my YouTube.
We are
show,
not
brother.
doing it by centering stuff on white people, is my point.
Hey, Boom Rich, can I just say to you, my brother,
Go
yeah? You
on,
see, the thing is, yeah, you see the talking point that I came up with, yeah?
Uh-huh.
The person who actually gave me that talking point and identified it for me.
What was the talking point, really quick, for the audience? What was the talking point, Shiva?
It was that a so-called mixed race child, what some people identify as mixed race, if they come within the black community, they can be fully accepted as black, fully black. If they go into the West Indian or the African American community, they can be fully accepted as an African American or fully accepted as any West Indian nationality X, Y, Z, not as a half, as a full, as a whole, just like Bob Marley is accepted as a Jamaican and is accepted as black. Unfortunately, in the white community, they can't be accepted in the same way. And the person who gave me that talking point was actually a white person who has mixed race children. And they said, you know what? They find it a tragedy that, you know, their white side of the family won't accept their kids in that way. And,
How
you know,
do you
to some
defeat
extent,
white
they
supremacy?
identify. One second, brother. One second, brother.
Go ahead. Yeah,
They
go ahead.
said to some extent, you know, themselves had identified that in the white community, even the
Stop
people who
talking
say they're
about
not
white
racist
people.
and might have a black partner or have, you know, so-called mixed children, there's still this layer of racism where they can't accept that those children, you know, are fully, you know, British or fully white, and you know, they have all the aspects.
center black people.
I agree. And I think that's why us in America, we really support our mixed race brothers and sisters, right, Schiffer? We subscribe to the one drop rule. So we take them in as black.
So they can identify, definitely.
Yes, we take them in as black, but I don't give a damn if you biracial or you're fully black. I don't give a fuck if you are a fully foundational black American woman. You're not going to go on a all UK stream and talk shit about foundational black American men. I am going to have something to say on a Monday. I'm going to have something to say on a Sunday. You're not going to go and degrade our people, my people, on another platform around non-black Americans, bro. Schiffer, you know that, brother. You can call it emotional or triggered or whatever, but you goddamn right. I felt a certain type of way when I heard somebody jump on a UK platform and just say, hey, listen to this, UK family. These black American men ain't shit. Me as a black American man, Schiffer, what kind of man would I be if I just would have went on mute and let her spew that, bro?
That would be ridiculous. I would have done the same thing you done, and I would have definitely attacked her points.
Now, is
And I would
that
have
feelings?
definitely.
Is that feelings? Because Reggie said feelings. Now, was I in my feelings?
That's valid. That's a valid feeling, and I think that you're supposed to have that feeling. Without that feeling, you wouldn't be protecting your people properly. And I think that ultimately, when someone's going to say these type of things, it's going to be hurtful also because, like we said, we've accepted this sister as part of the community. So for her to go and, tear us down, that's quite hurtful.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So of course I'm going to say something. But Reggie, click the link and jump on, brother. I ain't going to lie, Reggie. You're not going to last too long in the chats, brother. For real. Because I saw some stuff, Reggie, that I think is a little weird, brother. I seen you on a panel speaking strictly about Islam, and then when we start saying, "Hey, let's talk about how black men and black women can unite and become one and build stronger communities," brother Reggie, you said you had to leave. You all of a sudden had to leave when the conversation wasn't about Islam anymore. You had to leave, and it's just like tonight, right now. So you can type in the chat, but I promise you, Reggie, if I start dissing Islam, you would click that link and jump right on the panel, and your history shows that, Reggie. So,
Yo, boy, I honestly think though,
and if
if
you're at
that
work,
sister
Reggie,
had been,
you shouldn't type. Hold on, Reggie. If you're at work, brother, you shouldn't type in the chat. Just work. Like you should just work, brother, or click the link. It's either or. Like what you're not gonna do is just stay in the chat and say all of that bullshit when the only time you jump on the panel is if it's anti-Islam. Like, come on, Reggie, stop. We know your game by now, brother. I've been watching you on these YouTube circles for 4 years now, since 2018, Reggie. The story gets old. You see what I'm saying? Like some of this shit eventually gets old, Reggie. So, and people say, why are you blocking him in the chat? Because I'm tired of I'm tired of the same old ass tricks and maneuvers. I get tired of that shit. That shit is old now, brother. Go ahead, Schiffer. Sorry
no,
about
Boone,
that.
I will be real quick. It's just a real quick one. I was just going to say, I honestly believe if that sister had been on this panel in this calm environment that we got at this moment in time, especially hearing the point that I just made, I think we would have changed their perspective. But I think, being on a panel where, it's almost seems like people like the controversy. I don't think it's ever going to get to a point where, it's productive.
Well, I can't say that. Schiffer, and I hate to cut you off, brother, but I can't say that because she was on this panel earlier and she felt like that I was using our conversation to turn people against her. And it's not.
No, but it has to be calm. Like I'm just meaning in the sense of the conversation we're having now. Everyone's quite calm. We're relaxed. We're not talking over each other no more. We're not aiming shots at each other no more. It's no longer a point scoring exercise. We're just being real and being open with each other.
She wasn't comfortable, Schiffer. Schiffer, I'm gonna tell you why she wasn't comfortable. But listen, brother, she was in a calm environment earlier, Schiffer. It was just me and a couple. Actually, when she jumped on this panel earlier in the show, it was only like 3 men and 4 sisters. And right?
Did anyone make the point that I just made though?
Yes, no. She didn't feel comfortable. Schiffer, I'm gonna tell you straight up. I spoke to her and I tried to make her feel comfortable. Actually, I reached out to her before I even went live and told her, hey, we had a dope conversation on another panel today, and I am going to review our conversation on my panel live. I wish you would come through. She came through, right? And you know what she told me? She said, she made it seem like I was ambushing her, right? But I'm gonna tell you what made her mad. I was just playing the recording and speaking about and analyzing or reviewing our conversation, but she kept reading the chats, Schiffer. And you know the chats are a lot of nameless, faceless trolls and cartoon characters. But
until you start naming them.
She could not stop reading the chat, Schiffer. So her first thing when she jumped on the panel today on Born Rich's channel, she said, Born Rich, I can't believe you are letting people disrespect my name in the chat. And I'm like, well, sister, nobody really disrespected you in the chat, but you read your name 3 or 4 times in the chat, and now you feel a certain type of way. She wasn't really interested in a calm, relaxed atmosphere, Schiffer, because me and you can be talking calm right now on the panel, but if you look in the chat, you got Reggie talking shit. I can scroll up to see how many other people are talking shit. So, Schiffer, if we get caught up in the chat, it looks toxic, right? This whole channel looks toxic if we read the chat, right, Schiffer?
But one, I think the calm environment only adds up for 20% of what I'm saying would have changed the sister's opinion. I think the other 80% is literally the statement I made. And I think that, had that statement been made to the sister, she would have been in a situation where.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
I'm
Can
not
you
saying you
repeat
believe it.
what that statement was, please?
The statement is, that this sister is comfortable calling herself black because she's been, willingly accepted into the black community, and anyone of any kind of mixed heritage that has black in them, we're happy to accept them as a whole black person, not as just a half. And I think that when we look at the white community, they're not willing to do that. And I think had that sister been approached with that statement, she would have had to fold, her hand would have folded. It's like being at a poker table. It's like having a royal flush against 2 pairs. There's no way you can win now, so you fold, isn't it? That's what's going to happen.
That is marvelous logic.
But I think that a lot of people don't want to attack that talking point. And like I said, I got that talking point from a white brother who's got so-called mixed race children. And he's reluctant to bring those children.
Are always where you get arguments from.
But
I want y'all to do this. Now that's 14 out of 19. Listen, the last 19. Listen, I just went and looked at the last 19 comments. 14 of those comments were made by Reggie, a brother that's at work. Now he's at work, guys. He's at work. But he commented. No, I did the numbers. I went, and now that's another one. So now we're 20. Hold on. So now we're now we're 20 out of 25. So
I'm ignoring them, though.
Go back to the last. You can rewind to the last 25 comments. 20 of those comments are Reggie. Now, Schiffer, just let me yes or no question. Is that weird or is that not weird? Is that weird or is that not weird, Schiffer, from a black man that's at work? He's at work, guys.
It sounds like maybe he's on a break or he's got some extra time to himself, but I would say that I'm not paying it no attention, and I think that Born Rich is. I think
that's just a question. That's just a question, Schiffer, and I hate to keep interrupting you, but Schiffer, if you woke up in the morning and had 25 missed calls, hold on. If you woke up and had 25 missed calls on your phone, and 20 of them was from one person, either that's an emergency or that's weird, right?
Yeah, it's a bit strange. And I just wanted to just finish my point.
Is Reggie gonna call you?
I think it's a tragedy. I think it's a tragedy that a white brother had to point that out to me, and the white brother had to say to me that he feels reluctant to bring his so-called mixed race kids around.
Was the white brother right?
Well, I believe he's right, and I definitely agree with his point. And I think his point was that he's reluctant to bring his children around his white family because he
You're
doesn't
gonna
feel like they're
take
going to feel fully accepted. But he's not reluctant to bring them around their black family, and he even feels more accepted by the black family because of the way they accept his kids.
this
And he's very
motherfucker.
protective over his children. Very protective over his children. People love their children, and I think that, you know, if other white people could hear this and, you know, can start to identify with it, we might actually have a chance at changing some of the racism in the world, especially amongst the people who have, you know, mixed families, X, Y, Z.
So white people can be okay?
Well, this white brother, I believe he's
I'm
definitely okay.
sorry. Is he
He's
an
definitely
example
okay.
or is he a particular case?
Well, in him being a particular case, that would definitely make him an example, yes.
Right. So is he some weird like aberration?
No, it's just that he's identified that, you know, he has these two children who are of mixed heritage, and, you know, the
Right.
way they're accepted in the black community is not the same as the way they're accepted in the white
Not my
community.
point.
And he doesn't want
I thought
his children to
what
feel like they're less than
well, you
or
just
half of
contradicted
or
yourself.
any of these things. He doesn't want his children to feel that way.
His
And I
kids
definitely
aren't
believe in it.
accepted in the black community?
No, I said his children aren't accepted in the white
Uh,
community in the way that they're accepted in the black community. So in the black community, they're fully accepted. They're not
right.
accepted as a
Is
half
he
or a quarter. They're accepted as a whole person,
is
as a whole
he
black person. Now,
as their father?
him personally is accepted as a white person within the black community, yeah. But you know,
But
he
not a
would
part
really
of the community.
he's accepted as a white person with black children, but he would
Then
love for his
he's
children to
provisionally
be,
accepted.
well, to some extent, I suppose you could say that, but I'd say that real
Why would
issue
they
is that
not
his
accept
children.
these black children's father?
Well, I'm not saying they wouldn't. I'm just saying that, for instance, there's a guy called White Yardie, yeah, and we accepted this white man he's a Jamaican. We accept him as a full Jamaican. I wouldn't accept him as black because he's not black, and he doesn't accept himself as black. That's not something
Well,
that he's trying to.
that wasn't my
He's not
question.
trying to. No, but
Is this man
He's not
as
trying to delude us into thinking he's black. But as far as his children are concerned, yeah, this man who I'm referring to, not White Yardie, this other man I'm referring to, he desperately would like for his children to be accepted by his white family as full white. And if they want to
I'm
identify as white,
confused
he
now.
believes they should be able to identify as white the same way they're able to identify as black. And I think it gets to him, it winds him up. So he's
So these are
reluctant to involve his children. He's reluctant to involve his so-called mixed race children with the white
did you
family to
notice
that
you
extent.
changed the argument? We were talking about
100% I haven't.
one white man. Now they're two?
No. I'm not no, brother. You're not listening properly. I'm gonna go,
No,
but I'm gonna
I
let you
heard.
really think about what you said. Warm Rich, could you explain it to him?
Stanley, he's making a hell of a point. He
He's
is saying,
making
listen,
no point.
no, Stanley, he's making a great point. He is saying mixed
Okay.
race, when you have mixed race children, right?
I happen to
They
have
may
one.
be they're not fully accepted into that white family as fully white. They're not
As a
accepted.
rule,
But let me ask you this, Stanley. God damn it, Stanley, because you ask so many questions that I have to get personal. So is your son allowed in his mother's family? Do they consider him fully white? When you take your son to his
I don't
grandparents'
know what
house,
they consider him. They consider him
what do
a
they say?
grandson.
Yeah, but what do they say? Does he consider white? Does he get the same love and tender love and care that he may get from the black side? I don't know. I'm asking
Oh,
as a
you
question.
don't want me to answer
But
that
I
question.
do want you to answer. That's why I
Black
asked you the
people do
question.
tough love.
Okay, and what do white people? Because you have a mixed race son.
Too much
So
love.
what does your son do when he's with his white side of the family? Do they give him too much love?
Is he able to identify as white? That's the real question.
Yes.
You know what? We've had this story. Maybe it wasn't on this show. He identifies as Trevor, and
what?
Stop.
I'm done.
Well,
I'm
no.
done.
Now
Let's stop there. Thanks, Stanley.
we are laughing.
Stop.
All right,
You know what? Maybe he's smarter than all of us. He identifies as himself. And you know what? My family whooped my ass.
I'm
My
confused.
wife's family
I know,
fucked.
man.
I don't know
damn it,
that they
man.
know what leather is. But my
Thank you, Stan.
son is him.
Yes, I know, but what
I
does he
don't like
identify
these
as?
sort
What
of
does society? Hold on, fuck that. Fuck what he.
fuck
What
society.
What does society identify him as? Because I know you
Who
filled out the
gives a
census.
fuck?
I know you filled out the census for your son. What did you mark on
No.
the
My
census
point
for your
is,
biracial son, Stanley?
you know what? If you are there, here's my whole point,
Mhm.
Rich.
No, I want you to answer that question, Stanley. I asked you a very specific question.
Fuck
On
society
this
is my
census, we
answer.
just did a census.
Make
No,
your own
not
way.
society, not society. We
You
just
said
filled out a
society,
census.
did you not?
A census. No, okay. I don't scratch that. Scratch that. Now I'm saying on the census, right? The census, the latest census that you had to fill out for you and your family. What
It was
box?
just me and my son.
Yes, what box did you check for your son? Because
I
I
didn't
know what
check
box you
shit.
checked.
I
I
didn't
know
fill
what
out the
box you checked,
census.
Stanley. I
Well,
know what
let me
box you
tell you a
checked.
story.
Go ahead.
They came here because I don't care about the census either. And I think for my son I said black, but I don't take that
Really?
sort of shit seriously.
Do you take it seriously with yourself? Do you identify as black?
Of course.
Well, then you just refuted your own point.
No, you weren't listening. I
You just said
think
you don't
I
take the census
identified my
seriously, though,
son as
Stan.
black because of the vaunted one drop rule. But you know what? So I
But you
did.
don't take it seriously, though, Stan. You just
But
said
you
you
are,
don't take the census. You said fuck society, fuck what they
yeah.
identify as, and you don't take it seriously. So just stick to that point. You shouldn't be filling out a census. In fact, if you fill out a census
Well,
and
I didn't
if
want
you ask
to.
you what
They
color
came
you
to
are, what you
me.
should be doing is you should be
They
saying
came
no
to
color.
me.
You should just be saying no color then, innit? Because you don't care about the census. You're not
Well, I
identifying with
have
it.
no idea what's on the census. It was a
You
census
just told us
taker
black
on a
on there, though.
computer screen, and I really just wanted her off my
Yo,
porch.
I'm confused. I'm confused.
yo,
I'm gonna.
You should be.
I thank you, Stan.
yo. I came to bring the. I don't even know what this say. Who is this?
The pain.
It's Reggie.
That's Wedgie, young Wedgie.
Yo. I
What's
told
good,
y'all
brother? You said what, Reggie?
Welcome to the institution.
That's hospital noises. That's like them
Reggie,
noises of the
what are
machine.
you doing, Reggie? What are you doing, brother?
Is it a fire drill?
Shout out to my black brother Reggie. Shout out to my black brother Reggie. Right? You married to a black. You got your black woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. So I don't understand what you're saying, brother. I know you're gonna troll and say I took a L. I get you. Do you want to get into that? You want to get into that?
Nah, it's a flying visit because I'm at work. I told you I'm at work, man.
Yeah, I already know.
I don't believe me.
Yeah, I know. Way to come in though. Shout out to you though, Reggie.
Yeah, peace though, man. I'll listen to the chat, man.
Nah, all right, shout out, brother. For real. Shout out for showing up. And I do respect Reggie about that though, right? Because Reggie will pull up. Reggie will pull up, you know, he'll jump on the panel. He'll jump on the panel if I address him. So shout out to the brother Reggie, man.
Yeah, cool, man. I'll see you, man.
All right, brother. All right, I'll leave you alone in the chat, man. I'll leave you alone, Reggie. I'll leave you alone, man. I'm gonna give Reggie a spanner one day, man. Give old Reggie a spanner one day, man. He good people, man.
What about my spanner?
He trolls a little bit. Schiffer, you don't even really chat in my chat like that, Schiffer. You'll jump on the panel. You come on the panel more than you do in the chat. I don't even really see you when you leave this panel engaging with the chat. When you leave here, you gone. And I really like it better like that, Schiffer. If I'm honest,
I don't really
like
like
a
the
person
chat.
to come on. No, listen, you jump on the panel, you say what you have to say with your chest, and when you're gone, you're gone. You see what I'm saying? And you don't even engage with the chat when you're on the panel, Schiffer. Do you understand what I'm saying, Schiffer? Like on this platform, brother, you don't even ignore the chat. Don't exist to you on this platform, right? Because when you're on the panel, yeah, I don't know, Schiffer. I've seen you jump on the panel, then jump off the panel, and then go straight to the chat and engage with the chat. But over here, you don't do that. And
I've
I'm not
seen them
messed
at
up with
work
that,
on
Schiffer.
camera.
I ain't even mad at that, Schiffer. I'd rather you say fuck the chat. I think you have a better discussion, like I was trying to tell the suspect. You have a better discussion when you ignore the chat, when you completely block out the chat. But let me play some more of this video, guys. I got like 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. Somebody knocking at my door. 2 minutes.
Go on.
Let me just introduce Manon. Let me introduce myself real quick. All right, because I know I'm new over here. If you want to throw shots, we can throw shots and we can get on fuck shit real quick.
Yeah, we can.
So how you want to play this?
See,
How you want to play
This
it?
is why I was interjecting. This
Yeah,
is why I
we
was
can.
interjecting from the beginning.
Rashida, just to let you know that Born Rich is independent from the channel and his views do not reflect the views of the channel.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I love it. I love it. And listen, at the end of the day, why don't you do a 23andMe genealogy and tell me what you are? What are you? If you pull your blood, if we pull your blood right now, you got all type of Scottish, English, Portuguese in your blood, and you probably only 25% African. You are not pure black at all. So save you the rhetoric, okay? At the end of the day, you know for a fact, you live in America, you know the statistic. You know the statistic. A lot of Black American men don't take care of their families. That's why they women on welfare. Let's not pretend over here in the UK. Let's not pretend in the UK.
Oh no, sister, slow down, slow down, sister, slow down, please. It's a lot of Mamma Mia, a lot of talking. So
it's not a lot of Mamma Mia, and you seem like you mad because you know why you mad. You know why you mad because nobody never challenged you. Nobody ever challenged you. Let me tell you, nobody ever challenged you, so you mad at me. You're mad at me. No, you're mad at me, and you're not gonna talk out your neck. What you talking about? You're not gonna talk out of your neck. You're not gonna talk out of your neck. You're mad because you don't have a culture. Let's talk about that. You're mad because you don't have a culture. That's why you keep throwing shots at me. Tell me one thing culturally about the Asia West community. Tell me what your culture is. You want to go there?
He's on fire. Johnny's flaming and way too much ink in my cranium. Like a hot boy push up geranium.
So how are you the hero in this?
Yo, Rich, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what happened, Rich.
Turn up.
What pissed her off, brother? All that shit you saying, you delineated yourself. You basically told her you ain't us. All this black shit you saying, you ain't even part of it. You get what I'm saying? That's what hurt her to the core. You get what I'm saying? Because she has the ability to code switch. She has the ability to cosplay, i.e., cloak herself in our so-called no culture. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then switch what you want to. I've listened to this. The only thing that hurt her is when a Black American said, basically summing it up, and it's what you kind of alluded to. You ain't even part of us. What are you talking about?
That's the only place she's ever felt accepted.
So why?
GOJ, that's because that's the only place she's ever felt accepted, and that's why I made the point I was making before.
Right, and that's
hold on.
why
Oh my gosh,
most.
God and Jacob, y'all are on to something. Now, I think she's being dishonest. Man, fuck it. Let me play this. Good shit, Schiffer. This is why I'm happy. I'm happy I rewind it. I rewind this for y'all folks. Let's go.
The law was best like I'm capable. With a block out to some boy. Jado, I'm not entertaining them.
The only black.
Right, so it's the culture right now. What we're gonna do right now? You don't need to come back in shouting. I play that to just try to regulate. So Rashida, you made your statements. Let Born Rich reply, and I'm gonna mute whoever is not supposed to be talking at the time, right? So please just give each other space to speak. No.
And that's beautiful. That's beautiful, right? So our biracial, half Italian sister said Black Americans don't have a culture. Does she live in an Italian community? Do you live with the Paisanos? Do you? Or do you stay around Black Americans? Vulturing
do you want me to answer that or not?
So quit playing with me, man. Quit playing with me.
You want me to answer that or not?
Go ahead, Rashida.
You want me to answer that or not?
Yes. Do you live in the?
Okay, so first of all, for your information, I do.
I think that's a lie, but I can't judge what people are saying. I think that, to me personally, I think that's a lie, guys. I don't think that she really stays in the Italian community, because Schiffer, right? You know what we're saying. We're saying that the Italian community don't really look at her as fully Italian. So I don't think so.
100%.
And history doesn't show me that when black people come to immigrate to America, they go live in white communities. Schiffer, we just had a whole conversation about Caribbean restaurants and businesses. So this is what I was telling her. But then she's gonna sit up under, like you saying, got it, Jacob. You're gonna come over here, sit up under us, learn our cultures, learn the good, bad, the ugly, and everything, and only spew out the bad. But go ahead, Stanley. I see you unmuted. Go ahead, Stanley.
Well, two things. Well, actually, maybe it's one thing. Why do you care? And we have a rich culture.
It's not that I care, Stanley. I'm gonna tell you what, and like I said, I keep saying, I think this is the third time I've said this. I normally would ignore this, guys, right? Because I know she's not talking about me when she says deadbeats and criminals and disrespect. Hold on, Stanley. Stanley, listen, Stanley. I wish you would let me finish. I normally would ignore this, but what did it for me, guys, is this is fuck, man. An immigrant. Her family immigrated to America, right? Built a life for them inside America, and then she shits on Black Americans, the foundational Black Americans, but not only shit on us in a space that she don't even think Black Americans are at, guys. She is on a UK platform shitting on Black Americans.
You should have just told her Ethiopians defeated Italians.
Oh my gosh, why am I gonna tell her all of that, man? Let me play this shit.
For your information, I do. All right, so you can look up the demographics. Shut up. You can look up the demographics of Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, if you're that interested. You cannot shame me. You cannot shame me at all. You don't even know what you are. You don't even know what you are. What are you? What are you? No, you don't know what. You know what? At least I have genealogy. I know where I come from. You don't. You don't. You don't, and that's why you're mad. That's why you're.
Love
you
the
let
genealogy.
her get away with a lot.
She was clearly upset, man. She was clearly upset because clearly upset because you took away the one thing from her where she felt accepted in life, which was her blackness. And she knows for herself she'll never be accepted as white and Italian. She'll never.
No, he didn't take away her blackness. Sorry to interrupt. He took away her membership from the group. You get what I'm saying?
All right, cool.
He took away her FBA ADOS. He basically said, "You ain't us."
I get you. I'll accept that.
What do y'all think? I'm sorry, Schiffer. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, we can leave it at that. But I think, like I was alluding to,
yeah,
she feels upset because ultimately she's always felt accepted as a black person. She's never felt accepted as a white person, but she wants to identify with her white community. So when you brought up, do you live around the white community? She was happy to express herself on it, but she wasn't happy to have to identify with it.
No, she likes the coolness of our culture. She likes the lingo. She likes the dress. She likes the everything that's great or cool comes with it. She likes it. You get what I'm saying? And that's the problem for us. You get what I'm saying?
She didn't have good parents.
Damn it, God, Jacob, if I get through this, man, all of these conversations come up in this recording, man. And I shout out to y'all brothers for bringing this up. And it's funny, every time I play this to people, they always jump ahead of the conversation. But of course, y'all know y'all don't know, but I'm telling you, the conversation is gonna get there, God, Jacob. But that was the thing. Now I am trying to take away her blackness when I'm really just saying you're in America, but you're really not ADOS. but you enjoy ADOS. You live around ADOS. I don't know. I'm saying the same thing you saying in the sense, Scott and Jacob, and the same thing you said, Shuffle, because when I'm speaking on the UK panel, they're just gonna say, "Oh shit, Bourne took away her black card." That's gonna be actually verbatim said in this conversation. Bourne took away her black card. That's what you're saying, Shuffle. God, Jacob is saying no. Bourne took away her ADOS card. You know what I'm saying? So
I
he
agree
really
with
said
both.
the same
I agree
I'm
with both.
saying she
Really
doesn't
saying
really care. You didn't do anything.
You're not on
I'm
the
blacker than
land.
you. I'm
You're not on
blacker
the
than
land.
you. You
You
can't
ain't no
shame you. You
motherfucking
can't
blacker.
shame me.
Blacker
You
than
can't shame me at all. You're mad because you never had a woman challenge you. You're not smart. You're not articulate. You're just spitting rhetoric. You're not saying anything of intelligence at all. How you gonna tell me where I live at? You don't know anything about me. All you know is I'm roasting your ass on this panel and you're getting tight. Period.
You're not roasting.
Period. Yes, I am. You have no, listen, you're mad. You're mad. That you had to talk about Tommy Sotomayor. Don't talk about me. Don't talk about me. Talk about Tommy Sotomayor. Talk about him. Because I'm gonna put you right in your place. Period. This is the problem. Y'all don't respect black women at all. You telling me where do I
don't know
live?
you. You're
How
not
you
black,
don't know
though.
anything about
Sister,
me.
you're
You
not
don't know
black.
nothing about me at all.
You're not black, Rashida. You're not
Neither
black.
are you. Neither are you. Neither are you. Neither are you. You're sixth generation slave master. Neither are you. Neither are you. And you're mad. You're not gonna shame me at all. You don't even like black women. You don't even like black.
Yo, guys, I'm not gonna lie. Great conversation, but I don't want the back and forth argument. What I want is Bourne to say his piece, Rashida to say his piece, and vice versa. I don't want the overlap if we can help it, right? I'm really reluctant to use the mute button because no one likes to be muted. But please, if you guys could stop the bickering and just conversate or debate, that's fine. It's perfectly fine what's going down. But we gotta have some structure towards the argument. Otherwise, it's just Jerry Springer, and we don't want that. Neither do you, right? So I believe, Rashida, you did make a few points. So I'm gonna give Born Rich another opportunity to respond, and then vice versa.
We have to show some discipline because we had the conversation yesterday. Our biracial
She's a
kids
clown.
a little thrown off, right? We said our biracial children a little thrown off. Is showing that biracial children are just a little bit. I don't know what it is, but they are thrown off. Now, when it comes to the point of Black American men, I would like to see those statistics because the sister said, I live in America. I know the statistics. We spoke about statistics. I can fix up statistics to say any fucking thing I want the stats to say. But I still would like the sister to show me those statistics. What are the statistics of Black men that don't take care of their kids? Because like I said earlier, and from my perspective, I don't see that. I see good fathers raising beautiful children, successful children, productive children. I don't know the shit that they show on the news, or I don't know what this sister's algorithm is on her social media. She said she's seeing a lot of this shit in social media, and I'm speaking about real life. The problem with social media is the loud minority you're gonna see. So you're gonna see your Tommy Sotomayors, you're gonna see people speaking about deadbeat Black men. You're gonna have your world star hip hops where you're gonna see a Black man smack the shit out of a Black woman. But that's just the loud minority. We were speaking about that early. We said people generalizing. This sister's doing the same thing. She watches a fucking Instagram post and then generalize all Black men in America to the point she's fucking on the land that Black Americans built, eating off the fucking wealth that Black Americans created for this country and dissing Black Americans in the same breath. Get the fuck out of here, man.
That was beautiful. 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 And like I said, Rich, when I argue with these type of people, I always remove that black blanket. You get what I'm saying? That one big nigga concept? No. I argue. Well, I don't want to argue. I had a discussion with somebody a couple of days ago, and it was kind of on the same shit she was on. Black this, black that. I said, no, don't give me black. Give me stats about ADOS. Give me stats about your group. Because under black, you can just say a lot of shit. You can loophole your way into a lot of shit. But I'm going to help you distinguish and delineate the stats. Tell me the numbers as it pertains to my group. You get what I'm saying? The group you're not a part of. So I know how to handle these folks, man. Always say ADOS. Like you kept saying black people in America. Going forward now, just be like ADOS people in America. ADOS this. Or whatever term you use, that's a delineation term. You get what I'm saying? Use that because you got to train them out of blackness, right? And then you make her speak about her own group.
Well said, brother. Schiffer, anything to say? And Stanley, unpopular? Anybody?
You don't. Oh, short shrift. I don't think he said much of anything. You were essentially using her type of argument. To me, it was shrill.
What you mean? What do you mean? Can you explain? I don't understand what you're saying. What argument?
I didn't hear a stat. You said there were stats. Didn't hear one.
I said, what stats? What stats did I say?
None.
I know, but when did I mention? What did I mention about stats?
Oh, come on.
It's not come on. I'm asking you, brother.
You said there were stats and you presented none.
Stats to back up what?
Oh, I have no clue. You never really developed that argument.
What did I say in the context of statistics?
Go back and listen to it.
No, it's not that. I want you to tell me, Stanley.
Now, you're saying you did not mention stats?
I did, but what I'm saying,
okay.
What context? What was I speaking?
There.
Did I,
you
Stanley?
Mentioned stats. There were no stats. That's
Stanley. I wasn't the one that said I am going to bring up stats to substantiate my argument. I am speaking.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking you, Stanley. What context did I speak about the stats in, brother?
You should have never let the word. Don't mention stats if you.
How the fuck can I? Stanley,
don't mention stats if you aren't going to do stats. Don't let it leave your lips.
Stanley, if somebody else is mentioning the stats, how am I not supposed to say the word stats? No, I'm not going to say no. So because that's bullshit, Stanley. Because if someone say I have stats and I say, can you go get resources for those stats? Then that's mentioning the word stats. If you say you have stats and I say go get the research for your stats, how the fuck am I in the wrong when somebody else introduced stats to the conversation, Stanley?
May I
please?
If their argument is so bad, totally ignore their argument and bring up your own.
Come on, man.
Don't mention their words.
Come on, man. Like all you said, your person is saying I should have ignored the whole conversation. Stanley, I already said you're right.
No,
you're right.
You should have ignored her points.
All right, Stanley. You're right, brother. I should have really ignored the whole conversation. But you are right in a sense. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm not right in a sense. I'm right.
Yeah.
But Rich, what you did do? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, God, Jacob. Go ahead.
No, I was saying,
I try to stay on code with my uncle Stanley, man. But he's Stanley a motherfucker, man.
My LT. But what you did do is you brought out what was already in her, what was learned, what she says when she's not, around us. You don't have a culture.
For real, bro. And it's like
now, this ain't something she just said out of the blue. It's something that's learned. It's been said. That conversation has been had. You don't have a culture. You don't have this. You don't have that. You get what I'm saying?
But
that is
her out of her.
Hold on, but God of Jacob. Not only was she gonna say that shit when she wasn't around us, she was finna just run straight over to the UK platform and say, "Hey, man, black men ain't shit." Mm-hmm. Well, listen, UK guys. Hold on, listen. But then she was gonna say, "Listen, UK brothers, I'm not speaking about y'all. I'm talking about these niggas over here, man.
Hey,
these niggas over here." I'm like, wait. I'm like,
wait,
what?
Like, leave it.
I'm like, hey, I'm sitting over here like, wait, what? Don't you understand that I'm one of these niggas you talking about? And I'm right here on the panel, right here with the same picture, with my finger up to my mouth, man. I'm on the same.
I went off on that shit. But hold on, Stan. Rich, Lord. Let me tell you this, Rich. You know what she not gonna have that conversation at? On American platforms?
Yes.
She ain't gonna have it here.
Yes.
Because you know why? That what she is demonstrating, like she mocking us. Like, you know what I'm saying? She gonna get the real deal Holyfield on the All American panel, ADOS panel. She would never go off like that because niggas is gonna match that. You get what I'm saying? But she can go over there and perform.
Yes.
Because half of them don't like us anyway. You get what I'm saying? So she just feeds into what they want to hear.
Sometimes those aren't fights. The moderator on this show was UK, British, right?
Yeah, and he was loving it. He was really on her side. He wanted to hear that shit.
He
No,
was.
but GOJ, I think that's
like
certain
what
times
show?
GOJ, yeah. That's
Some
only gonna
show.
be the brothers that ain't, like that. The West Indian brothers would never be having that crap, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Was he West
She would have got
Indian or
decimated.
British?
Nah, he ain't West Indian, and she would have got
Okay.
decimated.
My
If it would be
whole
any of
point
our West
is,
Indian brothers, she would have got decimated.
sometimes you can't. Sometimes fights aren't worth having, and I'm just not convinced that was even.
Yeah.
It wasn't your show.
Yeah, I got you, Stanley. But I was on a panel, and yeah, I understand, Stanley. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything at all, guys, but I did, Stanley. So, I'm gonna play some more of it, man. Let's play.
Please come off mute, Rashida. You're on mute, Rashida. Maybe I'll hit you.
Generation. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yo.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Rashida, you was on mute. We didn't hear what you said. Sorry, can you respond?
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to leave it at this. So clearly you mad and maybe I'm too much for the sector. So I'll go back to my American sector. Let me explain something to you. My mother came here from Jamaica in 1983. My mother is a registered nurse and a business owner.
Her mom came here and when?
You should have asked her, is her mother an American citizen?
Hey, Boom Rich, what did Shaka Ra say? Because Shaka Ra's West Indian. What did Shaka Ra say? He must have said something.
I'm gonna get to it. But she said her mother came here in 1980.
Her mother came after the dust settled, after we bled, shed, and cried and marched and got beat. They came after the dust settled.
Is your mother a citizen?
And this is what I'm showing on the screen, guys. Citizen. After the Civil Rights Act, you know what we made sure we threw in there? We wanted the same anti-racial discrimination laws in immigration acts, bro. We wanted it in the same. We wanted to lift the legislation of discrimination against those who seek entry into our country. Well, that's what we fought for when we really went and tried to and really went to go get laws changed, man.
She would have never understood that argument, she said something about being an American and her mother came over from Jamaica and is a nurse.
Can you hear me?
My question is, her mother an American citizen?
Right. I already said to you that maybe I'll hit you.
Generation. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yo.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Rashida, you was on mute. We didn't hear what you said. Sorry, can you respond?
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to leave it at this. So clearly you mad and maybe I'm too much for the sector. So I'll go back to my American sector. Let me explain something to you. My mother came here from Jamaica.
Basically what it is.
You don't see black men disrespecting black women. Is that what you said?
No, not in real life. Of course, I can go on WorldStar. Now I can type in WorldStar right now and go see it if I want to go looking for it. Of course, it's like
so even though you don't see it in real life, are you aware it happens?
It probably does. I mean, yes, it does, but not in huge numbers like it would be portrayed.
You're not being honest, brother. You're not being honest.
But it's not portrayed. Hold on. We just said the same thing about Tommy, brother. You just said the same thing about Tommy.
I never said. What did I say about Tommy?
No. I'm just saying if Tommy says that these black women don't take care of their kids.
Yeah, did I argue with him?
No,
but
what was the conversation earlier?
I just said he makes general sweeping statements and doesn't bother to differentiate because he likes the controversy. I never said he's dishonest. I never said he's making some shit up. I didn't say that, what he's saying ain't true or don't happen. I'm not saying he's fabricating. I'm saying he's deliberately being general, in my opinion, because he has intelligence to take the time out to differentiate between who he's talking to. But he doesn't seem like he wants to, because that's not going to be as lucrative for him. I feel like you're being dishonest saying that, well, it is what it is, but like...
No, go ahead. I'm being dishonest by saying what?
No, because I can't say you're being dishonest. Like, I scrap that, because that's not actually true.
True, yeah. So yes, sis, with that statement that you made, what made you sort of say that statement then? It'll be interesting to hear why you would say such a thing.
Because naturally, again, I don't even want to say too much. Like, just from my experiences with Black American men, they scared of white people. They scared of them, so they become docile, and then they take all the anger out on people of color. So that's it. I could be wrong. I didn't say you born rich. I'm just talking about what I've seen, and that's why it is what it is.
Hold up, Rich. I have to.
Well, why didn't you just tell her you seen the ghetto?
Our culture is nothing. The history of our culture is fighting white people. You get what I'm saying? Is rebelling against white people. Yeah. Docile, that's not us. That's not in our DNA in this land. So for her to say docility, that's crazy. Every immigrant that come over here, you get what I'm saying, is here because we were not docile. We were the strength. They migrated into strength. You get what I'm saying? All they have to do is come over here and tote the line, put their head down, go to these HBCUs, and do what they need to do. Let me tell you something. I had a conversation with an old commander, man, black guy, been black on his black power shit. I said, brother, the white man in America, he only fears one people group, and that's us. Yeah, we are bottom-based people, but that white man fears us. He don't fears nobody else because they not gonna do shit. They're by them coming over here and settling into this country after the shit they've been done, they already demonstrated they have no will to fight, in my opinion. You get what I'm saying? But that nigga, this ADO, this FBA people, we gonna check you. So her saying docility, no, that's immigrants. You got Somalis over here. America been bombing they shit, bombing the whole region. But what do? They flock over here to America and then say, I hate America. White flag of surrender.
That, half the white women, they like black men.
Got a Jacob.
Well,
hold up. We gonna get this woke.
They made miscegenation laws.
And oh man, my God.
Are we gonna tell the truth or are we gonna sugarcoat shit?
Man, that boy said a mouthful right there, man. Pause. He said what he said, man. And I don't understand what other part of the earth what other country are you allowed to do that in, Gotta Jacob? What country can I go to? What country can I go to right now? And let me do a hypothetical. What country can I go to right now in 2022? And then in 2035, I have a child and I teach my child, man, you better not fuck with these damn Jamaicans over here, man. They crazy. Don't fuck with these Jamaicans over here. You're gonna get over here. After I done married outside my race, I moved to Jamaica, get with an Asian woman. We have a biracial baby, and I tell my half black, half Asian baby, man, you better not fuck with these rosters over here, man. I don't know why you don't fuck with these Jamaicans over here, man. I don't know. Hey, baby, we don't rock with them. And not only tell them we don't rock with them, to the point they feel comfortable to get on platforms and say, hey, we don't rock with these people. These people are lazy. These people. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but look, In 83, I came up in the 80s. In 83, a Jamaican would argue you down if you called them black. An African would argue you down if you called them black. You get what I'm saying? Black was always that temporary ethnic placeholder for us for a long time. But when we made black cool, guess what? Everybody wanted in on it. So she talking about her Jamaican mama came in 83. They wasn't black. You couldn't tell them they was black. They would tell you I'm Haitian, I'm Jamaican, I'm X, Y, and Z. You get what I'm saying? We've always been on that black shit. It was already a placeholder for us, but we made it cool. Motown made it cool. Hip hop made it cool. Our inventions made it cool. Everything about us, and we ballyhooed under this term black.
And
we made it cool. Now everybody wanted in on it. Yes.
And our resilience made us cool.
Exactly.
Yeah,
remember, they had to come to
we
strength.
fight white supremacy every fucking step of the way, and you have to admire that. That's why I can go on UK streams and talk to UK brothers that's gonna tell me about Harriet Tubman and Nat Turner and Frederick Douglass and who all of these Khalid Muhammad's. You see what I'm saying? They're gonna tell me about these people who was right here on this land. But man, let's go, man.
I'll give thanks, man, because obviously I appreciate your comment even more because you can see it from both sides. This is something that 90 for preachers anyway. I probably use the word groomed, but you know what I mean. So you're saying that in your experience, you believe that they're just scared of the white man, but love the white woman. Are they scared of the white woman then?
Of course they are. They're the most afraid of them, more than white men.
They're more scared of the white women than the white men.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Born, is this the same stream?
Anybody want to speak to that?
Is this the same stream?
Stan got it.
Yes, Stan. Yes, Stan. Let me ask you a question, Stanley. Do you believe the black man and the black ADOS man is more afraid of the white woman than he is of the white man?
No. We've been through worse. I mean, you know what? In my opinion, they're weak compared to a black woman.
Now, this is my thing. Now, it's kind of weird. How are we going to be afraid of the white woman, but then people can give me these statistics that say we date white women at a higher rate than other people date outside their race?
Complicated question, and you're asking the wrong person. But fear is not the same thing necessarily as who you.
I don't think it's a fear either. But let's play some more.
Oh fuck yeah! Now
that's true. Remember, we got the whole Karen thing. Someone called you a Karen in the chat.
They call me a Karen. You know what's so funny is like, how can I put it? Listen, just like Trill knows, I have my own channel, right? And I can rock and roll over there. But I'm supporting him, and I like to give people, how I feel, get it a little spicy.
Positive or negative or whatever. It's the story. You can't fucking change the story. So why not?
Bit too edgy, which I could tone it down. That's
Trust
cool.
me, you're not. Trust me, you are not. You ain't ready for over here. This is what I'm trying to make you see.
You sure?
Trust me. Listen, I'm telling you. Think about it like this. Let's put it this way, Rashida. You're the only one that spoke about leaving. Let that sink in. We good over here. Trust me, we're good. Okay. No one else. Yeah? No one else is gonna leave over. This is light. You lot can high five each other later. Like, this is light. It's nothing. But I feel like it's an important conversation to be had. And like I said, I think we're just privileged to be part of it and maybe be able to give our experiences or our opinions on it. You know what I mean? So anyone else want to jump in and say something? The panel's open.
Can I say something? Like,
go on, please, bro. You've been busted.
Rashida, look, I'm pretty sure you have something very profound to say, and like I'm pretty sure everybody needs to hear it, and it will be welcomed by the chat and everything. My only problem was you started talking about slavery, and you started talking about man's skin tone, and you started talking about this, that. to me, that was a personal attack on a black man, and I didn't like that. That was my only thing right
What
there.
can I say? This vibes. I'll say this as a American descendant of slavery. I am proud of my what happened. I am proud of my ancestors' testimony. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's a worldwide testimony. No matter how you look at it, positive or negative or whatever, it's the story. You can't fucking change the story. So why not embrace it and show how resilient my ancestors were? You feel me? How much my ancestors built. How my ancestors, hold on, brother, real quick. How my ancestors were so resilient that we made sure that we got some of the immigrant acts and rights passed for our Caribbean brothers and African brothers to come over here, because we like, fuck it. If we
That's not real. The Haitians did that. The Haitians did that. Okay, so we're gonna talk back. Let's talk back.
I wasn't finished. Hold up. So I wasn't finished. But the same way that my people was getting their fucking head kicked in to integrate and get these bills changed, and we noticed that white people was bringing in all of the immigrants they wanted to, the Irish, the Italian. So we said, fuck it. How about we open the door to some people who look like us, our Caribbean brothers and sisters and our African brothers and sisters, and let them come in. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
First of all, American black people hate West Indians. Let's not pretend. American people hate West Indian people in America.
Mama Mia. Let me get in, because that's all well good and well and said and blah blah blah. But vibes, did you hear Born Rich?
I did.
Hold on, did you hear Born Rich revoking Rashida's black card, telling her she's not black and blah 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 blah, and calling her an Italian sister? Like, how do you want someone to react? She reacted with, well, what are you made up of? And Born don't know. And that was fair. Then she said, well, if you're judging me on my appearance and saying I'm not black, but you're the same color. Like, they're the same color, bro. Like, they're the same color. So if she's mixed race,
this is what I'm talking about.
Hold on. If she's mixed race and she's not black in according to Born, what she's saying is, well, what's the difference between me and you? You light as well. You look peanut color the same. You don't know what your ancestors are. You probably got Scottish and all that inside in your bloodline if you're ADOS. I think it's a valid point. Now, it's the delivery you got caught up on. But the message, I'm hearing that. I'm hearing it. I'm not saying I agree, but I hear it.
Right. So my whole thing, at least somebody will get mad at me.
I'm sorry to butt in, sister. I just want to say this one thing, and then you guys can carry on. I won't say nothing else. I just don't want to see brothers and sisters arguing about skin tones and all this kind of, like, it just feels like we started this conversation to say, we shouldn't be demeaning each other and we shouldn't be worrying about any other what other races is going.
And shout out to that brother right there, though. Shout out to Vibes, and not only Vibes, man. Let me shout out to everybody who does that. Right, everybody who takes that stance, right? I think I want to see all black people get along and build, and I want to see that just like the next man wants to see that. But what we can't do is try to denigrate the next person, especially the people who look like us. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm the first one who's gonna say let's don't do that. But I'm still gonna call out the bullshit when I see it. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna act like I don't see the bullshit. If you come in with that bullshit and I peep it, like, come on, man, you done. I'm speaking about it every time.
True, but then in the same,
but young man, though, the thing is, though, young man, listen. I hear what you're saying, but in the context of the conversation, it's kind of on point. Hold on, she sounds like is that what you're saying, Brad? Is that what you're saying, Brad?
No. What I'm saying, generally that's what's being spread out there on these kind of structures.
Let the woman speak for what she knows out there, innit? Because you're in wherever you are talking, whatever. So can you clarify that statement then, please, Brad, in terms of when you're saying that you believe that that the black man is also afraid of the white woman? Yeah. So can you clarify that and give the reasons why you think that, please?
Okay, so the reason why I say that is, and it has nothing to do with a white woman being docile and compared to a black woman. Because there's white women out here who are rougher than black women. That's number one. That's just like a stereotype. My whole thing is a black man knows if a white woman makes a complaint about him, even if he did nothing to her, even if he looked at her up and down the wrong way, she's gonna dial 911, call the police, and he'll get arrested, no questions. That's why he's scared of her. That's why he's scared of her. Okay. So as far as going back to what he said about Black American people, he started with the racial thing first. He's the one who tried to come at me. I came on a panel being very transparent, right? I had my views, and he tried to turn my culture around and use it against me. So if you're going to talk about percentage of Black and white, my mother is a very dark Jamaican woman, right? Mm-hmm. So in that case, I may be more Black than you at the end of the day, because you don't know.
Huh?
Her points was trash.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, like.
It sounded like Sister Nine was kind of caping for her as well, man. I didn't like that.
Stop, Shuffle. It's almost time for my sister to wake up too, man. You better stop.
Yeah, that shit was trash, Rich.
Yeah, she's blacker than
me. It did sound like she was caping though.
She's blacker than me, and her father's Italian. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what Black is.
A setup, man. It was a setup. Even from the moderator on down, and I don't give a damn. Me and that nigga can have a conversation. But them
eggs was definitely scrambled.
I'll say this about Jedi's channel is, I think Jedi was gassing the situation.
Yes.
Exactly.
I don't know. It's not a big deal because I would probably gas the situation if he was.
No, it's a big deal, bro.
I gas the situation.
Check out over there, Rich. Man, I go in there.
But I'll gas this channel sometimes when I'm in my mood over here. So I don't really trip on that. I appreciate.
Yeah, but that just shows them brothers don't really take us seriously.
I like being over there, and I appreciate the brother.
Yeah, but he's not taking you seriously, brother. He's not respecting your heritage,
check in
brother.
when I
He's
see
not
it in my
respecting your
notifications.
gangster, brother.
Hate it and then get up out of there.
Yeah, but I ain't really tripping on that though, shit.
I hear you.
I'm tripping on it though. Cause man, I have to respect my heritage, innit? I ain't here trying to flipping gas up people when they're and gaslight Africans. I'm not trying to do that, but if they're gonna do that to us, bro, like I'm not down with that, bro.
Yeah, that's all right. Let's get it. Let's get back to it.
Who's in your background? You don't know what Scottish, Irish, and you don't know what Anglo-Saxon took advantage of who. So it's not me denigrating or downgrading slavery. I'm not doing that. But look at what he's telling me. I'm not going to defend myself. You understand what I'm saying? As far as American Black people, and I'm going to speak the truth. It sounds like, I don't know where he's from. His accent sounds like he's from the Midwest. I don't know where you're from, but at the end of the day, American Black people despise West Indian people. You know that. They don't like us in America. They say we take all their jobs. They say we think they're better than them. So don't say that you paved the way for West Indians to come here. You know who paved the way? Haitian people. They're the first ones that got freedom. So if you're going to talk history, talk that right. 1804.
That shit was trash. Hey, most of all these Black immigrant groups always, because they try to take all of our achievements and accomplishments.
That's 1831.
Yeah, and try to give it to Haiti. Haiti's fight had nothing to do with us. They act like we had the internet and telephone over there. Like the Haitians was like, hey y'all, we whooping their ass down here. Y'all better get to it.
That's a fact, right? That's a fact.
I don't know about that so much.
She said Haiti was the first one. No, shout out to Haiti, right? I always admired
influence
Haiti
on American slave revolution.
I
rebellion, though.
Gosh, bro, I admired my Haitian brothers and sisters. Like, I really admire that, and I will use Haiti as a reference. But at the grand scheme of things, it didn't help us in America. It didn't help my ancestors in America do shit, man.
Rich, that's the same script they always use. They use
that was crazy. I don't even know where that went from. I don't even know what happened. I don't even know what she meant by that. She was like, I don't even.
Bro, we all fought for our own independence,
all that shit.
including
You got
Jamaica.
Haitians
I
under
didn't
the
see no
bridge.
Haitians there when we were
Damn
fighting.
horses. Shit.
It went into the ditch, but white people had a lot to do with it. But I admire Haiti because they did it on their own.
They did. Yeah, it's a. I'll say that it is a model. It's a model. What the Haitians did is a model for liberation. You can't count that out. That is because that's what they did was a beautiful thing. I just don't know the impact that it had on America. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know the impact that it really had in the grand scheme of things in America. I don't. It wasn't
I'll
like
do
they
the
were.
nerd route.
Actually, let me tell you actually what happened. If I'm honest, they really ran out, and I'm not a shot at Haiti, but I'm just saying this is history. When the Haitians ran off the colonizers, they end up going to fucking Louisiana.
Right.
They shipped them from the island of Haiti, shipped them to Louisiana. This is what my history tells me. Well, not my history, but the history that I've researched. That the colonizers, when the Haitians took back the island, and then they said, listen, we're not going to kill a lot of these slave masters. We're gonna send them back. Send a ship over here, get these people, and send them back. They sent the ship over there, and they didn't take them people back. They took them to Louisiana.
Let me ask you a question.
That's what my history tells me about the
why did Napoleon need to sell Louisiana, that part of the country?
I have no idea, but
because he needed money to fight that war.
Yeah, that was probably getting wild. Let's play some more of it, man. Shit crazy. Let's play some more of it. Hey, y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Let's play a little bit more. I'll probably fast forward it if I need to. Let's get it though, fam.
Revolution. Talk that shit. But don't come here and make up nothing. Don't make up nothing.
I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my
got a
God.
problem with me because I'm mixed or whatever, but you're not pure black either.
Okay.
And I guarantee you, whatever.
Johnny flaming them.
I have a question for Rashida after, but yeah, go on.
I'd like to say something as well at some point.
Ask your question.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Motion. Let me not even, ignorant, whatever. I'm not saying that dark equates to more. You know what I'm saying? But because I'm a woman speaking of you're gonna find loopholes in everything I say. So whatever.
Yeah, I know.
Whatever. Yeah, you're mad. You're mad.
He's a troll. He's just a troll. He's a troll.
Is that
he's a troll with a wrench, no doubt. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Rashida, babes, sis. I was going to say the experience of second generation black immigrants from Africa, from the Caribbean. Do you think it's different from the experience that African Americans have in the States?
I'm sorry. Repeat that one more time, sis.
Is the experience of second generation immigrants from the Caribbean, from Africa, is it different, do you think, to the experience that African Americans, ADOS people have?
Yes, okay. I don't know if you want to answer it correctly. Yeah, absolutely. So, for instance, I'm just gonna make something up. Let's say you're going for a job, right? Let's just say you're a West Indian. You could be Trinidadian, Jamaica, whatever have you. You're going for a job, right? This is not concrete. I'm just telling you experience I've seen. Yeah. You have an American black person, they're gonna hire somebody West Indian before an American black person because American black people have a stigmatism of being lazy. And that's fact. He can support that. I'm not lying. This is absolute fact.
I can't support that though, sister. Like now. Anybody?
Yeah, we have that stereotype. She helps aid in that stereotype. And what has killed us is the imaging around the world. You get what I'm saying? And when you said Rich, like there's no guys out here disrespecting women. I don't see that. You don't see it. Stand up. Nobody sees that. We see it just like everybody else do. You have to go on YouTube and click some shit. We're not walking out in our neighborhood seeing dudes walking down, hey, bitch, get over here, bitch. Come here so I can smack you. That shit is not happening. And for that brother to say you being disingenuous, he don't know. You get what I'm saying?
Well, she
This is
doesn't
why
know.
my brother, listening to this year, this is why the sisters definitely cannot be leading the community, bro. Because I didn't hear not one of them sisters attack her points, especially when I hear the African sister speaking there. It's almost like, you know, they're egging her on, like, we've got GLJs. It's like, bro, I'm upset, bro. I don't really need to hear this, Born Rich, because it's just going to make me look at people.
But don't be mad. Don't be mad, man. I mean,
No, I'm
come
not
on.
mad. I'm not
Don't
Born
do
Rich.
that,
Listen,
man.
I'm not
Don't
mad.
do that.
I'm upset.
Like I keep
I'm
saying, I fucks
upset,
with
and
the
it's going to make
platform.
me look at
I
people
fucks with the
differently.
brother. I know,
And it's
but
gonna make me
you have a
drink.
personal
Born Rich,
thing with
Born
that.
Rich,
But you
Born
have a
Rich. One
personal
second, brother.
thing with that
Because
brother
I
in
got
that
my own mind,
platform.
didn't it?
See,
I got my
that's what
own
I'm
mind, didn't
saying.
it? Born Rich, I'm not
No.
speaking for you. I'm speaking for me, innit? And I'm saying for me personally, it's just gonna make me not go certain places, innit? Because I know the energy certain brothers have got for me and my American continental
So you see
brothers
what I'm
and
saying?
sisters.
Yeah,
So
and
I
that's
won't
what
be
I'm
going
saying.
there. I'll let
That's
you
your
can do what you
personal.
want to do there.
I know that's your personal
That's
feeling, though.
personal
But
to me, yeah.
let me be
To me
100, brother. If
personally,
you
yeah.
feel like that, you have to allow me to learn on my own. You feel me, Shiffer?
No,
You feel
please
me?
learn on your own, Bunda.
Yeah,
I'm just
you
speaking
have
for
to, for
myself
real,
right now.
brother. Because
Only for myself.
I don't look at them brothers like that. You feel me? Or I don't
I
look at
do.
that platform. If I looked at the platform like that, I wouldn't go. You feel me?
I'm not even just looking at the platform like that. I'm looking at the people in general like that now, because it's like, you know, I hear the sentiment a lot, man, and it's starting to make me
Yeah,
feel
it's
really
cool. It's
uneasy.
cool. Let's get back to it, though. I don't really want to get on that, man. I
What was the
appreciate
name
the
of the
platform.
show?
It's Triluminati Live. Let me put the
I
link
respect
again.
GOJ for pointing that out as well, man. You was right, brother.
Everybody have their opinions, man. I'll say it. We'll say that, man. Shifa and the panelists don't respect the feelings and opinions of Born Rich. You know what I mean? Let's do it like that. Let me grab that though, Stanley. I'm playing the brother's content, so you know what I mean. I'm gonna make
I just don't do fake friends, Born Rich.
sure we
Any
do it
fake
right.
friends are frenemies to me, bro.
Make sure we do it
I was
right.
gonna say whoever's the prettiest.
All right, and we'll share it, man. So yes, man, yes. This conversation is taking place on Triluminati Live YouTube channel. Make sure you guys get over there.
Is he a
fuck them, man.
white, black?
Fuck their channel, man. If they're gonna allow that kind of nonsense to go on, then no one's even gonna
Yeah, I
address
mean
that.
that's your opinion. That's your opinion. But listen, this
That's my
conversation
opinion.
this is I fucks with the channel. Get over there, fuck with the channel, man. Nice community over there. I fuck with it. Shifa has his own opinions, but I rock with it. And this
Yeah, I think
content
they're
that I'm
just
playing.
using you,
This
boy,
was a
man.
dope conversation that I actually had on that platform. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they're just using you, boy, man. You shouldn't allow people to use and abuse you like that, man, brother.
I don't really trip on that. Shifa. I don't believe that. If I'm honest with you, brother.
It's like I'm tripping for you, brother. It's cool.
Okay, Shifa. Let's play some more of it. As far as the stigma of being lazy, of course, the system of white supremacy is going to after they get free labor out of you, then it only makes sense to call you lazy. If you understand what I'm saying, it's to denigrate you and keep you at the bottom. So yes, the stigma of being lazy. Yes, I am a Black American business owner. No disrespect to my Caribbean and West Indian brothers and sisters, but I only hire. Well, let me say, I've only hired so far other Black Americans. I don't see the laziness. That's what I'm saying. I don't see this. I hear the stigmas, of course. We live in a system of white supremacy. So, of course, I think Black Americans eat watermelons and sit
Wait,
around.
did you say, sorry,
Go ahead,
Paul, did you say you only employ what? ADOS?
I have only so far employed ADOS. Yes.
Do you know in the
I'm not saying
United
it's
States, by
purposely,
you
Jess.
doing that, by you being a
Jess,
business owner, by you doing that, that's against the law. That's discrimination.
Okay. What are we doing right? What are we doing, man? What are we doing
She's
right
just
there?
looking for any point to attack you on, brother, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Rich, she just gave an example of how white people will only hire Indians in some instances. She didn't say it was against the law then, but the minute
she
you
said
say
we hire them, Jacob. You missed what she said earlier.
whatever the case,
Man, no, she said Black Americans only hire West Indies because Black Americans, I don't know.
Nah. The fact is, we do it for ourselves. You get what I'm saying? You hired, because remember, they tell us to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Right? Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. And when you, as a entrepreneur Black man, ADOS man, goes and hire people from his community, it's against the law. Now, I done went in some of these goddamn oxtail shops around here in America, and the only person I see working in there is their family. You get what I'm saying? We ain't out there saying that's against the law, that's discrimination. You go in all these goddamn oxtail stores, and you got the Jamaican mama, the daddy, the cousin, the niece. We ain't in there.
Ain't that the same in the Chinese store? Ain't that the same in the Chinese shop? They only in playing their family, but she don't highlight that, does she?
Yeah,
and
but
it's like it's
they
getting
want
ridiculous
access. They
now,
want
bro.
full access to everything. You get what I'm saying? That's why I said some of these people, I look at them just like the white man. They feel entitled to our culture, entitled to our everything. If they didn't create it themselves, they will
She
find.
ain't one of us. Yo, GLJ, she ain't one of us, man. She's an imposter, bro. She an imposter. I'm telling you that straight. Don't ever think that she's a real
Her
one.
mother is Jamaican.
She's a white
Yeah, her
girl.
mom's a Jamaican, but she
Yeah.
ain't one of us, bro.
Her father's Italian, Shiva. What
Yeah,
you
that's
doing?
why she's diluted, bro. That's why she's delusional and talking all this scrambled egg stuff. Like, no real Jamaican ain't talking like this, bro. And the real Jamaicans out there in America, do you know what? They're making their way. They ain't hating on you, brothers, man, because they see themselves as one of you, the same way I do, man. And I think that we need to just come off of that, man, and just understand some of these scrambled eggs, motherfuckers, man. Like, I can't help them, bro. The Italian daddy needs to help her.
Okay, lock me up. Okay, sister, lock me up. Then I'm sorry.
No, I really don't care about it. I'm just letting you know.
I don't care about the law. So, sister, come on, sister. Don't tell me about.
What was you gonna say to me, Bon?
We'll say it again, Jess.
What was you gonna say to me, bro?
I'm not saying I do it purposely. You see what I'm saying, Jess? I'm not saying no African, no Caribbeans, but I was just saying to her point that she said in her experience, Black Americans tend to hire, non-Black, non-Black Americans, right? Because they work harder, and Black Americans have a fucking stigma of being lazy. I'm saying in my business, I've only hired Black Americans.
Are there a lot of Black immigrants in your area, Born? Like where you live?
It is.
There are. Okay.
Yes, it is. We don't really, we mix, but people just kind of stay to their own, stay to their own too. I'm gonna hire the person that's more qualified for the job, if I'm honest. But I'm not going out of my way saying, yeah, I'm not hiring no fucking Black Americans. Let me go get the Jamaican brother because these Black Americans are lazy. That's just a stigma. That's been put out there and propagated so much that now people tend to believe it. But I don't see lazy Black Americans.
Born. What do you think about in the UK, right? Based on the demographics of students in the UK, right? High school, about 16 years old, right? Africans achieve way better than West Indians in the UK. Based on
this is bullshit again. This is bullshit again. And this is what I mean, bro. Like, and now we're getting used up by Asians as well. And this is, not even being funny. Yeah, I noticed the African brothers didn't say one word when this Asian brother usurped us. And that's what I'm saying. Like, Born Rich, you keep your friend in.
Now, Shiva, let me play it. Shiva, hold on, but Shiva.
I'm gonna say the same thing to my brother Motion as well. Cause Motion loves it over there as well. You lot keep your friends, then, brother.
But Shiva,
you stay in the Africans, you finish. I'm gonna stay
Shiva,
with my
listen. Shiva, come on, Shiva.
You man are my brothers though.
Shiva.
Still, you man are my brothers, but you gonna keep your African friends.
I respect that.
All right?
I respect that, Shiva. All right, let's go. Now I'm gonna play it because I ain't gonna do my brothers like that. I ain't doing my Nigerian brothers like that. They responded to what Trilla said, but you gotta let me play some more, Shiva. Let's play it.
Let's see what we got to say.
I know, but I do want to ask you about those test scores. Maybe somebody else in this conversation is going to speak about it. If not, I got you, Shiva. I got you. Let's go. Let's get it,
theory.
Let's get it.
Achieve way better than West Indians.
Don't they? Okay, I thought they did from what I heard.
About statistics, yeah. There is some statistics out there that say that Nigerians, and so we're not talking about Africans in general. They're talking specifically about Nigerians.
Oh, you guys, stop.
Go away.
Let's be real. When you look into the statistics, this is what they're saying. A significant number of those
Nigerians, it's true, it's true.
Not Somalis, not Ethiopians, Nigerians.
Shut up.
They're not talking about Somalis. They're not talking about Ghanaians,
Ethiopians,
or Ugandans, or Ethiopians. No,
it's specifically Nigerians. So it's true. I think Ghanaians.
What boosts the figures? Hold on. What boosts the figures is specifically Nigerians, and more specifically Nigerian immigrants. Yeah, people that were not born in the country, right? So if you look at it from the Caribbean second and third generation, and African second and third generation, the statistics are basically the same. Yeah, that is why statistics are a joke thing when it comes to when they're being used in this way, right?
So who's there responding?
That's Schiffer. That's Schiffer. I mean, not Schiffer. Damn, I said that. That's Shaka. Schiffer.
Exactly. That's my West Indian brother responding.
Third generation Caribbeans and third generation Nigerians are scoring the same when it comes to testing.
Facts, but the point I'm trying to make is, brother, yeah, I don't hear the Africans responding in the same way, brother.
Let's play some more. Let's play some more.
Facts.
My Nigerian brothers coming through. They coming through, brother.
Yeah, well, let's see, man. Let's see what they got to say.
Because it's ridiculous. It's a saying that there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. Yeah. And here's the point, yeah. When it comes to this idea about what you're saying, delivery, this is why this thing is important, because delivery is actually the emphasis of what you're trying to get across. Because we're here right about now, yeah. How this started, you know, was a sister said in the chat, Rashida said in the chat that Black Americans don't treat their women as good as white men. Yeah.
No. Actually, she said black men treat black women worse than any white man. Was her exact words.
Okay, and at some point, this went down to this was whittled down to Black American men.
Right. On the panel when she got on, yeah.
Right. And Born Rich felt compelled to respond. Yeah. Then we got into who's mixed race, who don't know where they come from. Yeah. And all of this is to do with started off with not treating the woman them right and not taking care of children. And we haven't discussed that almost at all since that point, because we've gone into all other kind of different things, because cussing became more important than the actual subject that was being discussed. And this is why it's a joke thing. Because I don't understand, yeah, I'm not sanctioning everything that Born Rich did. I'm certainly not sanctioning everything that Rashida said. But it makes no sense to me that an African from the United States of America and an African from Jamaica are going to have a battle over which one has the more enslaved blood in them. This is a stupid conversation.
Nah, but to be fair, yeah.
I have to ask you, is the dude that is moderating this black, white, indifferent? Because this is carnival style stuff.
The fact that you don't know that, my brother, just highlights my point, don't it?
And your point would be what?
Would be that at the end of the day, you know, people are trying to take us for a joke over there. Right?
I think that was my point. My point is I want to get context. It is carnival barking. We can agree on that.
Taking you for a joke, Born Rich, and you're still friend up with people that take you for a joke.
I think I just said that. My question.
Yeah, I know. I'm reiterating what you said. What's the problem?
I'm talking. I would love to know if the person, the moderator, is white or black.
And like I said, the fact that you don't know whether you can't tell. The fact that you can't tell is a travesty.
Hold on, family. Are we listening to the contents of the conversation, or are we listening to the moderator?
Well, I'm trying to get context.
Ask Stanley. I want to hear what Stanley's hearing.
I'm listening to brother Stanley. I'll let Stanley go. I promise I'm gonna let Stanley go. I'm gonna let Stanley go. Just listen to a little bit more, because there's some shit that I say on here that I want to hear. Let's get it.
It's a stupid conversation in your opinion? I don't. But to be fair, I see exactly how we got here, and I think it's a conversation that needs to be had.
Other types of black men in America, not outside of America. Or
before she even came on the panel and was questioned, she said, "I can't speak." Before she came on the panel,
Since you can express yourself and say what you want to say, I can tell you that we all do that here.
Yeah, and then, but then,
You know what I mean? You don't have to hold back.
But then
It's a conversation.
Hold on. When you're speaking to a man that's ADOS and wants to claim I'm ADOS and rare, I think you have to differentiate who you're talking about. Because if you're just saying all black men, then you probably would have died on that point. Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, so she said
United States, like why you?
then they would have got involved.
Yeah. I'm gonna rewind it.
But they're happy to see us get roasted, innit? They're happy.
That's a good point.
That's what I mean, Bongo. You have to choose your friends wiser than that, brother.
No, it's not.
You have to choose your friends wiser than that, brother.
Let's go.
Mad. Like I don't understand.
Yeah, at the same time, I'm not held. I'm making.
He can speak for himself. That's like me speaking about tea and crumpets. I don't know shit about that. Why would I speak on that?
Come on, Shaka.
You understand what I'm saying? Like just to be funny.
Other types of black men in America, not outside of America. Or
before she even came on the panel and was questioned, she said, "I can't speak." Before she came on the panel and was questioned, she wrote in the chat,
Yes,
along with the first comment, her disclaimer was, "I am not talking about you brothers in the UK because I don't know what I'm for."
I'm not, but Jez, I am not sticking up for black men in the UK. What I'm saying is, what I heard was a distinction made between black Americans in America and non-black Americans in America, if that makes sense. So immigrants to America, children of immigrants. And the idea that in comparison to black Americans, these other groups of black people or black men take care of their children and are not lazy and so on and so forth, right? And so I'm saying that the same thing is said many times of men from Jamaica. Yeah, men from Jamaica are not immune from being called lazy and worthless and
but
don't
look.
Look
Talking about men from Jamaica, though. So what's that got to do with anything?
You're not listening. Obviously, you didn't hear what I heard, innit? But I'm saying
but listen, her dad is from Jamaica.
Okay.
Her dad's from Jamaica. This is what I mean. The brother wasn't even
he
listening.
had it mixed up. He's gonna explain it. I'm gonna let I'm gonna show.
Brother.
I'm gonna let Jez.
You can't make no excuses for them.
No, this is not an excuse. He was misinformed, and I'm gonna show. He's gonna say he was
misinformed, brother. He was not misinformed.
Maybe he was because he was in and out. But
no,
listen,
brother.
Let me
heard
speak about
he heard.
this. Okay, brother, Shiffer. I just said let's talk about what was being said, what Shakara and the sister was saying, right? The Shakara was saying exactly what I'm saying. We are not going to allow people to take white supremacist talking points that black men are lazy. And what
I'm
did
not
he
talking
say?
about Shakara.
He said wackless. What's that word? Wackless.
That's right. I'm not talking about Shakara though. Shakara said the right thing.
I know, but Shakara is just saying the same thing that the white supremacists say about black Americans. The white supremacists say about Caribbeans.
Caribbeans. That's right. That's right, brother. And Shakara saying the right thing. It wasn't Shakara I was talking about. Certain brothers I come to realize take us for a joke, brother. And I just don't think
I know, Shiffer, I know what you're saying, Shiffer. Shiffer, I've heard you. You've said it 17 times. Go ahead, guys.
I'm gonna say it 25 times.
I would say it like I can't agree with Shiffer a little bit, but let me tell you this: Shakara's angle it was beautiful because he didn't really come up to break you guys up, really per se. He came up there to check somebody. That's what he came up here to do. He checked the moderator in his Shakara kind of way. You get what I'm saying?
That's right.
He didn't like, but let me say this. Got to check up, and I got you, brother. But Shakara didn't like her opening statement. See, man, if you really listen to the recording in the stream, bro, Shakara didn't like her opening statement. That's just like, listen, black men ain't shit. Black American men ain't shit. Shakara didn't like. You're not. Come on, gotta check up. You know how. You know how fan that. Yeah, he ain't
both of them. He was checking both of them, lightweight checking both of them.
Okay,
100%.
All right, let's go. Let's get it.
Okay, you know what? If I hurt your feelings, I apologize. All right, just move on, man. Please.
Hold on.
Yeah, like I can't
I
have
asked her the
an
question,
opinion.
by the way.
I can't have an
asked her to like
opinion.
yeah.
Yeah, you can
No,
have
I'm
an
just
opinion.
saying. Pardon me. I can't have an opinion.
Yeah, you
Give
can.
your opinion. You can, of course, you can.
You understand what I
Shakara, it's
mean?
because
Like
I
you
asked
so
her the
hell
question.
bent on
That's why
being
she
against
responded.
me, like you so hell bent on trying to make me wrong. You're not even from the United States. Like why you mad? Like I don't understand.
Yeah, at the same time, I'm not held up making it.
He can speak for himself. That's like me speaking about tea and crumpets. I don't know shit about that. Why would I speak on that?
Come on, Shaka.
You understand what I'm saying? Like just to be funny, but why would I speak on that? Like if I offended you in the UK talking about American black people, I apologize, my nigga. Cool. Leave it alone.
Again, and this
No,
is
it's a sound.
again, I am not offended. Sorry,
It's the sound.
I never said anything about being offended as a black man from the UK. I'm quite clear that the sister was not talking about black men in the UK. I'm not. That's not.
So what's the talking point then? What did I do wrong?
Sorry,
What did I do wrong?
let me ask you this, then, my sister. Let me ask you this. Yeah, was you differentiating between black Americans, yes, and the quality of black American men, and the quality of black men in America who are immigrants to America or the children of immigrants?
To be fair, Shaka, I asked her that specific question and I asked her for her experience, and then she told me her experience.
I remember.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So maybe that's something she's experienced in her
right. So how can someone fault me on my personal experience that I'm sharing on a panel? Like, why does it make everybody so mad? Okay, I'm sorry. I will not mention that again. All Black American men are the pillar of the community. They take care of their kids.
I'm gonna stop it right there, man, because she said she gets her experience is from social media and television. She said that earlier in the conversation, guys. She said this earlier in the conversation. Rewind the stream and listen to it. She said it earlier. I was explaining to her what I see when I walk outside my front door and really engage with real life. And she was telling me, I know black men ain't shit and they disrespect their women and they don't want to work and they live off the welfare system because of social media and television. She told me that's where she gets her statistics from. That's man, come on, man.
Look,
Come
I'm
on.
gonna get data for you, Rich, but the majority of welfare recipients are black immigrants.
You know, I've done a show on that, man. I wish I wouldn't do these long ass streams, Gotta Jacob, because you know, Gotta Jacob, when I get in my bag, I'm in my bag. I've done it. It's New Mexico, it's Kentucky. See, people don't understand how America is a big place.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
That's why I said, Rich, imaging, and I understand why you did what you did, because here you have a so-called black American sister all the way in the UK shitting on us. You like Shakara said, you was compelled to do it because you're not just about to let that shit ride.
I can't. She's in New York, and I know my UK family, you know, they have a real respect for New York. You see what I'm saying?
Don't even count. It's some of everybody. I don't even look at it.
It's kind of a mix-up. I'm gonna say it on this stream, man. And shout out to my New York brothers and sisters. But man, that shit is a mix-up. I've had to go on panels and defend Puerto Rican people saying the word nigga because they say it in New York and the shit goes viral. And my UK brothers are like, man, Born, I can't believe y'all let white people say nigga like that. And I'm like, listen, family, we don't. You see what I'm saying? Got it, Jacob. But you know how I try to be, man. I try to be on code with my New York brothers and sisters, but it's a mix-up up there. You know what I mean? Straight up. So it's a mix-up. So she can be, she can be Italian and Jamaican and shit on the foundational black Americans. You know what I mean? It's a mix-up up there. They say nigga, and her Italian family probably says nigga in New York, and that's not a shot at New York, but damn, we know it's a shit gets mixed up there, man. But yeah, no. Let's play some more of it.
Narcissus, you're good to say, sis, you can express yourself and say what you want to say here. I can tell you that. We all do that here.
Yes. And then, but then,
you know what I mean? You don't have to hold back.
But then
It's a conversation.
Hold on. When you're speaking to a man that's ADOS and wants to claim I'm ADOS, I'm rare, I think you have to differentiate who you're talking about. Because if you're just saying all black men, then you probably would have died on that point. Yeah?
Absolutely.
If you're giving your specific analysis of your experience, then you got a conversation.
And she was comparing ADOS and migrants, by the way. Sorry.
You have a conversation to have with Born Rich about that. And I think that's right. And I felt like I said before, we're privileged to listen to it because it's an interesting dichotomy between you and Born Rich that we're not necessarily involved in, even though we may have experience or understanding or opinions on. I get it. This is why it was mainly left for Born Rich and Rashida to have this convo. Yeah,
you're missing the point I'm making, though, innit? What I'm saying is that the conversation started off on a treatment of black women. And because of the fact that the dissing match became more important than the actual point that was being made.
Who did who first?
No, again, what I'm saying.
Who did who first?
The point I'm making, it doesn't.
I'm gonna leave that up to y'all, man. This is a few minutes of Shaka, the Shaka and Jez going back and forth. Y'all want to listen to that or fast forward a little bit? They're gonna go back and forth for a minute. But let's fast forward a little bit. Let's see what's up.
Fair thing for Born Rich to say, but it was fair for her to say, "Hold on, you're ADOS. Do you know exactly how black you are? Because where I'm standing, please, where I'm standing, we're the same complexion. So if you're telling me I'm not black, why don't you do? She said, why don't you do a 23andMe and let's find out exactly how black you are?
She did.
That's what she said.
I didn't say this earlier, but what's y'all thoughts on that, right? What's y'all thoughts on 23andMe and DNA testing? And have you guys done that? Schiffer, Stanley, Gotta Jacob?
Nope.
I think it's for entertainment purposes only. That's what I think it is.
Stanley, have you
know
done
what?
DNA?
Actually, I agree with that.
Have you done like a genealogy testing, Stanley, to find out what your ancestors?
I know my mother's side. I know my father's side. At least a couple.
Yeah.
Generations.
So that's a no. You go by word of mouth. You go by word of mouth.
No. I've met a couple generations.
No, that's what I'm saying. You going by experience and word of mouth. Schiffer, have you ever done a genealogy DNA testing to see who your ancestors are, brother?
I don't believe in them tests.
Yeah, and I don't think so either. You know what I mean? But I think when the sister said it, but I just think that she is in a. I don't know. Maybe I'm in my bubble, but I think majority of people, they are in a bubble to where they don't really believe in that, right? Because this is what I've heard, right? A DNA test is only going to give you either majority of West African, European, or Asian.
It's going to give you a false sense of security.
Exactly.
Well, that's my opinion. I'm famous for
Stanley, I ain't got no arguments with that, brother.
You are who you are. You are who you raise. I mean, I'll stop.
Get the word of mouth. No, get the word of mouth. Go to the source. Go to the source.
That's the default. You see what she went with you, Rich. That is the default. That is the default rhetoric they're going to give you when you delineate it. That was her whole thing. Well, then show me a 23andMe. I'm more blacker than you. What hurt her to the core is you had the audacity to tell her you are cosplaying. You are not in my group. You are not this. You are pretty much an anchor baby. And it hurt her to her.
You gave her more respect than I would have.
I would have had that.
Y'all would have been disrespectful. I don't know what y'all mean by disrespectful. What was I supposed to say, man? It's a conversation.
An anchor baby and all kind of shit. Just a loud mouth. That's it. She wasn't making no point.
That's it. It's okay if you're a quiet anchor baby
and I'm gonna speak about this.
Anchor baby.
So I am gonna speak about this. Listen,
man. So I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. Let's move on now, man.
No, hold on. I know.
Like how silly this is, and it's getting long now. Yours.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Jets. Just really quick though, and you know me, bro. If you're gonna come in just off the rope, you just come in throwing shots. Hey, black men are mistreating black women, and it's especially black American men. Of course, I'm gonna get in my bag. You can't just come in and just
But how is it a shot?
I just can't do what? 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 At the end of the day, I don't know you. Why you take it so personally? I make a statement.
Didn't even know you was
Why you take it so personal? I even know American.
Hold on,
Man,
one second.
whatever, man. Fuck out here. I just whatever.
I don't even know if I'm gonna get to say this point, but Jed said she doesn't even know that she didn't even know you were American. That is what's dangerous about the entire conversation. She didn't think it was no black American men on that panel or on that YouTube channel that was going to check her. As soon as she come on, and this is what I'm saying, family, when you live in America and you go on a YouTube channel that's based in the UK, that in your mind is strictly UK. You're going over here to do business in a sense, right? I'm going over here to have number one, have a great conversation, but two, promote my channel. And I'm going to go over here and speak to people from the UK, and your opening statement, your introduction is, hey, black American men, not you UK brothers, not all black men. You know what I'm saying? Not all black men. I'm speaking about black men specifically from America. They disrespect women. And by the way, guys, my mom's is Jamaican and my dad is Italian. But these niggas over here in America, they disrespect they women. And I'm like, what the fuck? You didn't even expect a black American man to be in that room, on that platform, in that vicinity. You just came in. So that means if no black American man was there, you was just gonna be left there to just spew whatever the fuck you want to spew about black American men. You're just gonna have free reigns, man.
What if there were no black American men?
That is crazy, man.
Whatever, you're mad. Like, you just want to argue. Like, I literally don't even know you. I didn't know you was in a panel. I made a statement. If you take care of your kids, if you take care of your kid, listen, you take care of your kids, right? You said your friends take care of their kids. You just said you don't even appoint anybody except for ADOS. I have nothing to say. I just made my point, period. You're taking it personal. If it don't apply, let it fly. Why are you mad about this? Right. This is my experience.
It's not mad.
You sat here and told me, oh, you just told me, oh, you're not all right, so I'm not black then. Whatever. So what? So what? That's not a diss to me. Then you want to turn around and talk about, oh, I bet you live around predominantly black people. How do you ascertain that? How do you figure that out? So you're going on a stereotype. You're just mad because a woman came up here with a voice and I'm speaking and I'm challenging you. Okay.
No, I'm
that's
not mad.
it.
Rashida, I'm not
you,
mad.
oh, you not black. Oh, you this, you that. It doesn't matter if I'm black or not. It doesn't matter. It don't even matter.
I feel like you came at the sister sideways. She didn't come at you sideways.
It don't matter.
She gave
I'm gonna defend myself, period. You know what I mean? Like you said, if you feel like I'm not black, then I'm not black. You don't gotta deal with me. I don't sleep with you at night. I don't care what you think about it. I made a statement.
Hold on, let's move.
Fact, sister. And if you don't deal with black American men, or you think black American men,
I never said I don't deal with them. You see, you listen.
I know.
I wish I could finish. Shit again. I never said that. I never said that. Why do you even care if I dealt with them or not? I'm speaking on my experience. That's it.
All I did was
that hurt your spirit? Why is that going on your spirit?
All right, cool. Let's move on. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. We're gonna move forward.
I did come with pure aggression. You're right, Stopzilla. You're right. Okay, you got it. I came with pure aggression. Next.
All right, cool. Yeah, let's move.
Yeah, don't worry about Stopzilla.
You want to talk about I'm not black artist and I'm supposed to eat that shit?
Yo, family. Listen. I'm saying, yeah, even I don't know why you're reading comments here. Look, let's just move forward, isn't it? Yeah.
They're mods. You know what I'm saying? They're mods and they're popping shit.
They whatever, innit? Let them. Everyone's got their right to talk shit. You're gonna have to calm down. I don't know why am I typing that. on it. I just wish it could have been a bit calmer so that it would.
Africans or
And
Caribbean.
then the Africans,
That's what I'm
like
saying.
you told me before, and I've been told before, the Africans coming to people. Just say what it is. People. Just say what it is.
Yeah, but listen, that's crazy how you saying that.
You're gonna have to calm down, Rashida. I don't know why am I typing that. You're gonna have to calm down. So look, shots were thrown, shots were received, shots were thrown back, and we got a good back and forth out of it. I tried to moderate so it wasn't just a shouting contest. I did kind of okay. Shakara's feeling like, yo, he don't want to hear black people talking about how black they are or how not. But I think it's a great conversation to be had. Like, are you black if you got a non-black parent? You know what I mean? That's a great conversation. You know what I mean? If you do your 23andMe and you find that you got all these other things in you, yeah, are you black? That's a great conversation. Yeah. And it was great to hear you two go back and forth on it. I just wish it could have been a bit calmer so that it would last longer. Because, you know, we don't have all that energy to shout for too long. I don't want anyone running away. I want to give you the opportunity to cool down and let's get back to the main central topic and hopefully we can build again. Because it's not too late for us to build. Do you know what I mean? You all got your opinions. I didn't feel offended, Born, when you said that you only hire or you have only hired like basically ADOS. I respect that. I fully respect that. Knowing that if I move to America, you ain't got shit for my son. It's cool though.
It's not even that. If you man, come on, Jake. I just told you it's not purposely.
I would respect it because I respect white black people that don't employ white people. I respect white people that don't employ black people. Just say what it is.
Yeah, but listen, it's crazy how you saying that, Jake.
Nobody goes into in my ends here. No one goes into the corner shop or the chicken shop and starts saying, boss, why don't you employ black people? No one does that. We just accept it. When you go into a certain shop, you're going to see a certain demographic of people. You don't go in the Golden Palace and expect to see Jermaine. So that's all good. Everyone practices nepotism. That's all good. That's
basically what it is, Jesse. But don't say it like I won't have anything for your son. If you said
no. See, that summary for me was so disingenuous, so fucked up, because you know a lot of people gonna have to understand that the temperature over here, the situational awareness over here is changing, and we are gradually divorcing ourselves from this one big black nigga concept. Now, mostly all
everybody is got a Jacob, but go ahead.
Gradually, slowly, but I
can't say everybody got a Jacob.
I'm not gonna say everybody. I'll say some.
I'm saying I can't fully agree with that guy to Jacob, but go ahead.
You don't have to.
You know, go ahead, brother. You know, go ahead.
You don't even have to. I'm telling you what I feel in some of these spaces. But my whole thing is this: the Black Americans over here, ADOS, whatever you want to call us, we are only doing what other groups have done, and that's become tribal in all things, in all aspects, whether it's hiring our own, dealing with our own, politicking for our own. We are doing what other people come here and do, and that's gather ourselves together like they do, right? But again, there's this sense of entitlement where our culture and everything we have created, good, bad, or indifferent, is supposed to be transient, where everybody can come through and plant their flag and say, I'm black. When we say black, we know what we talk about. We know what we're talking about. But all of a sudden, people get an ice cream freeze or a brain freeze when we say black. And we know what the fuck we talking about. You get what I'm saying? So people act dumb when it's convenient. So you saying I'm not black, do a 23andMe. No, socially, you're not black as it pertains to Black Americans. And she know what the fuck you was talking about. What hurt her is she has nowhere to go. Yes, her mama is from Jamaica, but she's really not Jamaican. And then here you got a Black American saying you ain't even Black American. She ain't got
you gotta pity her a little bit.
I ain't got to do shit but stay black and die. Black baby. You know, fuck her. I can't have sympathy for people who don't have sympathy for my group. Like, that's been our problem. We've been too kumbaya, hugging on every nigga, inviting them in, and then as soon as they get a leg up, they kick you. So, hey, I learned from them. Fuck you. If you ain't mine.
Well, I have a question. the moderator of that show is Nigerian, or Nigerian. His 23andMe is Nigerian, or does anyone know? I caught the accent.
I don't care. He ain't of me.
Well, I have a point.
So go ahead.
And my point is, I understand you have a YouTube show, but the whole fucking concept is just toxic. I just, this whole show, and I've heard several iterations of it, it was toxic from the beginning, and I'm not sure it was a winnable fight for ADOS. That's my impression.
Yeah, I think we all came to that conclusion. And I'd be like, yeah, you goddamn right. Your son come over here, I ain't got shit for your son. Like, you know, go shit. Go to her spot. They'll hire you. But for me, like I said, you hear the narrative, Stan. Y'all need to stop being lazy and pick yourself up by the bootstraps.
That is so much fucking bullshit. We built a place for you to come to.
Yeah. So hey, I'm picking myself up by the bootstraps and my people. So hey, go to the white man. He got some shoelaces and boots for you.
Senior Chief, you're meaner than I am. I have, you know, we differ in that, you know, I believe in that bullshit about, you know, the only thing is the little girl who doesn't know with that fake Brooklyn bullshit that she thinks she's black.
You caught that, huh? You caught that, huh?
Oh, fuck. It was obvious. I said I'm kind. I'm not dumb.
We have different deliveries. You was the LT. You was in old country.
No.
I was in the Met.
There's not that much of a difference. You know, I don't know. My personal opinion. I think Born Rich handled himself well, but Dolores Cross, my mother, the shit I would have said, her problem is she's a high yellow with bad hair. That's really her problem.
That was deep.
That's came on mute.
Deep Georgia South.
Hey, Triple came on mute.
I said she's a high yellow with bad hair.
Savannah, Georgia, baby.
Stanley, what are you doing, man? Shout out to the sister Rashida.
I'm being black.
Doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that, Stanley. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I promise y'all, I'm not doing that.
I can hide it, but only for so long.
Stop, Stanley. Please stop, man. Stop it, Stanley. Stop.
Can I just ask Brother Stanley, was he talking about style or texture?
Stop,
right,
Stanley. Shout out to our sister
I'm
Rashida.
The Geechee's coming out.
All right, first and foremost, like I said, this conversation took place on our brother Illuminati Live's channel. Let me put the link in the chat. Y'all make sure y'all go and subscribe to that channel for great content. You know what I mean? Get your ass over there and subscribe, like, leave a comment, let them know Born sent you, man. Born Rich sent you. And Stanley, don't do that. I want to shout out Sister Rashida. My sister Rashida, I subscribed to her YouTube channel, and she was on the panel earlier. So, you know, light skin or not, or biracial or not, high yellow or not. You know what I mean? Shout out to that sister. For real. Shout out to that sister, man. She said we don't like, she said, I don't like black women, but all I fuck with is black women. I love black women. That's all I rock with. Light skin, dark skin.
I never thought it would come to the point to where you're apologizing for me.
No, I'm not apologizing for you, Stanley. I'm apologizing for myself. Let's get it. if you said, "Born, I'm moving to Tennessee in 6 months. My son needs a job." Your son's gonna get a job. You know why? Because it's nepotism.
I believe you as well.
You feel me? I know you.
I believe
It's
you.
more of nepotism than me going out of my way to not hire Africans or Caribbeans.
And then the Africans,
that's what I'm
like
saying.
you've told me before, and I've been told before, the Africans coming to America are being given the talk of not to integrate with the black Americans, and we heard this for our own ears. We know it's true. We don't know the extent of it, but it's definitely being propagated to sow the seeds of discontent between the two communities.
And
Jez, hold on 1 second. Shaka's rightly frustrated because he can see how this can lead to more division than cohesion, and I have to agree with him. But the conversation is one that I'm enjoying, so I'm on two sides. I know where Shaka's coming from, right?
Can I say something real quick, Jez?
Yeah.
This is what I want to say though. Now you said the talk, right? Now can you hear how this sister's what she's been saying today about Black Americans kind of feeds into that? Listen, brother, it kind of feeds into that narrative. So I'm gonna always speak up against that narrative that Black American men ain't shit and Black Americans tend to hire my Caribbean people because you niggas is lazy. She didn't say that verbatim, but that's what I heard when she said it. Because you niggas is lazy. Everybody know you niggas disrespect your women more than white men disrespect your women. So of course I'm gonna bite back with that. And then on top of that, you say I'm Caribbean and Italian, brother. And then on top of that, she says I'm Caribbean and Italian. Right, automatic dome shot after that.
Right. You made a good point though, Bun.
You got it, bro. You got it. I'm not saying nothing else. You got it. He said move on. You're still talking about it.
Yeah, I think
you got it. You won. You got it.
1 second. I think your response was good. Yeah, your response was, well, who is the Black woman closest to? Demographically or location wise, whatever, and that's gonna be the Black man. And when you said, so who disrespects the Black man more, the white woman or the Black woman? I think you'd be right to say the Black woman. I think you'd be right because that is the nature of the cohabitation. So yeah, like you made good points. You both have made good points, and I've taken them. They were gems. I feel like I understand why you would get offended in the generalization, but also I respect Rashida's personal experience, I suppose, or viewpoint. Do you know what I mean? And even you could admit that there is a difference between the immigrants that come there and the ADOS, and that difference may affect the way they interact with the opposite sex. It may. I'm not saying it does. I'm saying it may affect. So I don't know. We didn't even take time to go into finding out what Rashida's dating preference is and what she does, what her choices are, which would have been a better conversation than just a back and forth argument. You know what I mean? But respects to both of you, man. And for the interest of just like, keeping linear, we're going to try and return back to our original kind of subject. If there's still panelists that want to come back on and partake in that, if there's no appetite for that, then we can keep it where it is. I see Cactus has been on mute. Who else is there?
Can I say, Jeds, on the point that you said about the equal opportunities thing, right? So I believe in equal opportunities, but you said, respect to people that are hiring their own above other people, right? But if a white person was to basically say, I'm not hiring Black people, that's basically going to be looked at racist by most people. But when it comes down to other races hiring their own, saying, I'm not hiring other people, then that's okay. Why is that the case, you reckon?
Yeah, because
anybody want to answer that question?
But it will be too technical.
If white people only hire white people, it's looked at as racist. But if Black people want to hire Black people, it's fine.
It is basically, I'll stop, but that is such a bad argument, and essentially, I'll stop.
Anybody? No? All right, let's play some more. Go ahead, got it, Jacob. Go ahead, brother.
I was just saying that shit ain't even worth talking about because that's reaching.
Yeah, that's what about it. Shout out to Trilla. He tried, you know what I mean? It's another thing about open panels, right? It's panel members on there who, if you're quiet for a long time, sometimes you feel like you want to say something. So I think Trilla was just saying. And the easiest thing to say if you're a panelist and you don't and you want to say something on a panel, just do a whataboutism. Right? If we're saying, hey, why is the blue team doing so well in football and basketball and baseball? Just say, hey guys, why don't we identify and speak about the red team? You see what I'm saying? Like you can always just be a contrarian or say or speak about whataboutism just to do it, guys. But
It's not
go ahead.
exactly whataboutism. It is not in white people's interest to make a level playing field. They might have to compete.
Sheesh. Bars.
But guess why though? Because I'm from the UK. I'm from London. Yeah. When white companies, when UK has a policy of that everyone has to be given a chance to be hired, the racism just goes underground. I'd prefer you to tell me I ain't hiring you because you're black, because that's how I feel. When I put my application in next to yours, and then you get the job, that's how I feel. I've done my own social experiment with estate agents. And what I found was the racism isn't just from white people. In fact, there's other races that are far more prejudicial when it comes to black men than white people are, right? So for instance, yeah, I think very few Asian men employ black people. Very few Asian men want to let properties to black people. Right?
I hear you.
Right? But they will have no problem.
Basically hired their own and kept it within their own kind of communities.
The stigma that we're lazy.
Basically hired their own and kept it within their own kind of communities.
Okay, but now check this now. Why would the immigrant get themselves established when the indigenous or the ADOS, who are not immigrants in that fashion, rather 4th, 5th, 6th generation citizens of that country, why would they not be in that same position of power? How come? Why are they not in that same position of power? Why is it that immigrants can come and get a stronghold in a land where, according to Born Rich, his ancestors has built the infrastructure? And I would agree with him.
Do you think we're lazy, Jets? No, I'm sorry. I didn't want to play that. Disregard what I said. Did y'all hear that question that Jedi asked?
Yeah, and that's why I said a lot of people don't know the American way, right? We are othered within this so-called blackness. That's why I don't do blackness. You know what I'm saying? We are othered in this stuff. They come over here with more benefits than we actually have to. Like I always said, a lot of people keep saying, when you walk down the street, the police can't tell. Man, the white man know the difference between Africans and Black Americans. He know it. And plus, the immigrant, and this is my opinion, I don't care if you agree with it, but they are docile. You get what I'm saying? The biggest tool the white man has over them is deportation, because half of them niggas don't want to go back from the country they left. So they gonna tote the line, do what they need to do, and they're going to basically be docile. When you got these rebel niggas over here who've been fighting these niggas for 6 and 7 generations, like the brother said, no matter how far or below we get, we still gonna put up a fight. You get what I'm saying? Win, lose, or draw, we gonna be at their necks. And that immigrant population that's come over here ain't gonna do it. There's been many instances when I was coming up where shit hit the fan and niggas was out there literally fighting. It was only us frontlining the shit. And afterwards, you would see the Africans come out talking about my brother, my brother. You get what I'm saying? Everything we do, they know it. Under blackness will benefit them also, so they can sit it out. They ain't got to do shit. They ain't got to put their lives on the line. Let them dumb Black Americans do it. You get what I'm saying? So there is a difference. There is a difference. We are othered within blackness. Because the white man, all they got to do is pat that immigrant on the head, rub his stomach, give him some warm milk, and that nigga gonna fall in line because he don't want to go back home.
Nanita, is that you, sis?
Yeah.
Yes. Grand Rising now.
Yeah, bless up. Yeah, I just really come with one little question still. I may be wrong or right, but so is this young lady not part of? She's mixed race, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And I know many times I've been up here and other places, and I've been told, well, mixed race people are black. Where it is, where it at, right?
Yep.
So what's the problem with this young lady then?
She's not. I think so right now you have myself, Gotta Jacob, and brother Stanley, and we are ADOS, right? American Descendants of Slavery. Now she's not. She's black, right? She just like you're black, and Shifa is black. You guys are not ADOS, but you're black, right?
But
So
didn't you tell her she's not black?
I did. I tried to get it, but I ain't gonna lie. In the honest moment, if I keep playing the recording, in the honest moment, they said, "Born, is this lady black?" And I said yes, because I do subscribe to the one drop rule. But I am saying a blanket blackness is not what we do, right? Because I hear other people say this, black is not a monolith, right? Haven't you heard that before now? Black is not
but
a
you know you're
monolith.
sounding crazy already now, Born. To be
to me,
honest.
Talk to me.
Well, you're contradicting yourself, Bab.
Well, talk to
and
me.
You're putting caveats on it.
No, I want you to say it. I want you to explain.
I'm saying, as I've been up on your panels and many other panels where you don't ram it down my throat, and I mean ram it.
Man.
Yeah.
Stop, man.
Yeah, no, I'm not stopping shit, man. You get me?
Well, we
you ram it down my throat.
I'm gonna continue to ram it down your throat.
That black is black, all this bullshit.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
Now you've got a subject matter that is of what you describe. You see it? And you spend however long making her know, so no, you ain't one of we. So what on?
I'm saying,
does it depend on what day it is, or
no,
what?
No, it doesn't. It depends on tribes. Let's go to tribes, 9. All right. So now let's go to tribes. Let's go to tribes. We have to. Because listen, 9. You're black.
I'm listening,
you're black,
boy.
right?
I'm listening.
I know, but sister, listen. You're black, right? But you're black British or black.
No. Whoa. Easy, my brethren, about I am black British. Yeah.
You're not black British?
My name ain't Betty.
You've never identified as black British?
Listen to me, young man. I am born in England. Yes. I am Afro-Caribbean, brother. You see it? So let's talk.
Okay, so your sister that was on the panel that I'm playing the conversation of. Hold
on, she's my sister now.
Afro, yeah. I mean, well, she's Jamaican. Her mom is Jamaican. Her mom's Jamaican.
Why? So hold on. Why isn't she our sister then? Now she's my sister. Yo, you know a set of classes.
Well, she's our sister, but come on, man. Our sister.
Come on, man.
Not like that. She's our sister, but really not like that, because she's not.
You're fucking
black,
with yourself.
She's black Caribbean. She's Afro-Caribbean.
You're fucking with yourself.
She's not African American.
Brother.
So you can't do that.
I know that you've had me up here for hours. Hours.
So me and Reggie. So 9. Are you and Reggie? Are you and Reggie the same? Do you and Reggie identify as the same? Right? Both black. Right? Both black.
This is a very poor comparison, Born.
But
even God of Jacob is sweating.
Oh man, come on, Dad. I love man. Let's get it. Let's go, sis. Let's go.
We're here,
man. I'm saying Reggie is black, and he lives in the UK, right? Can we agree with that? And 9 is black, and she lives in the UK. So you and Reggie are the same, right? Black British, or no? Do you guys differentiate yourselves? You and Reggie.
It depends on. I don't know what Reginald sees himself as. He might be another Hector. He might look in the mirror and see a complete white man. I don't know.
He's black. He's black, and he's in the UK. So I just want. Can I identify all you guys as Black British or not? Is that one label you guys can agree on?
If being born in a country, which is I was born in Britain,
yeah,
you get me, then it's that, innit? But I am Afro-Caribbean. You understand? I'm Windrush, baby. Yeah, my parents came here in the 60s. See?
And,
so
and
we're not
she's
yet.
her sister because her family. Okay, so let me tell you what she told me. Right. So the sister who
I know her mom came in 1985.
There we go. Hey, y'all keep changing.
I know, but
all
my thing is, I just want to know why is it on that Friday that she weren't black?
Oh, why did I say? Okay, but now you heard me. If you go back to the conversation, Nine.
Okay,
I
said
your name.
What's the problem?
Nine, I said your name. I said your name. Nine, I said your fucking name. But I changed it. I dropped it out because I didn't want to drag you into that conversation. But now,
what do you mean you said my name? I know. About what, Bab?
Because she said I identify as black. And so and Jez asked me, he said, Born, do you think she's black? I said yes, but let me ask my sister Nine, because the more I talk to you, Nine, and the more I talk to a lot of my sisters in the UK, y'all say biracial is biracial.
Biracial. It's what exactly. It is on the fucking thing.
And Janet said it, right? So I had Janet on my show last week, and we was having this conversation, and Janet, as a biracial woman, she said she doesn't identify as black or white. She identifies as biracial. So I was making that point. So when I said she's not black, that's the point I was making. But when I was really approached on that comment, I switched it up now, because I do subscribe to the one drop rule, but I do also subscribe to ADOS and Black Americans or
but you can see how that's problematic, though, right?
No, it's
because
not.
You know, Saturday. Listen, man, I'll let you talk. That's problematic. You know, Saturday I do Saturday soup on my show, yeah. Sometimes we might have chicken soup, oxtail soup, different. But your soup is a bag of mix-up, and you just have to accept that.
So what do you mean by that? What do you mean? My
As in the young lady that you're speaking about, you've claimed her. So you can't dash her away. You can't claim her on a Thursday and then dash her away on a Friday. That's not nice.
No, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that. No. She's not gonna do that.
I've done it, man. What you mean?
Let me tell you why I can't do that. Let me tell you why I can't do that.
Done it.
Because if I say these are my I got to use Nigerian again. If I say these are my Nigerian brothers, right? And I say, what's good, my Nigerian brothers? Both of them are gonna say, hey, you're right. We're both Nigerian, right? But then if I say, hey guys, what tribe you guys come from? One is gonna say Yoruba, one of them is gonna say Igbo. So we have our different tribes. So yes, that sister.
But you didn't even. Well, even with
you have to listen, Nine. You have to listen, Nine. So if that sister is in America and she says she's black, yes, she's black. I'll give her that. She's black. But you know what she's not? She's not ADOS. She'll tell you straight up, I am a black Caribbean. She'll tell you straight up, I'm a black Caribbean. Just like a black person in America will say, yes, I'm black, brother. I am black, my brother. But I am a black Igbo, or I'm a black Nigerian, or my Somali brothers all up and down Minnesota, and you know where they run at, God of Jacob. But the Somali brothers will tell you straight up. Some of them will say, okay, I am black.
Listen,
I'm black.
I got you. But you can see how
that is the truth. That is the truth. When I was, they used to argue down the street that they was black. Now all of a sudden everybody wants to be black. I think we missed the mark, or we missed the concept when we did with regard to Black Americans. I.e., John Henry Clark says what? Black tells us how we look. It doesn't tell us who we are. When most people argue this point, they deal with it from, yes, I would say you black as far as phenotype, but when I'm dealing with black as a social identity, a temporary placeholder for us that was in place for a long time. You get what I'm saying? But people go brain dead when we say you're not black. They actually know what we're talking about. It's the rejection they cannot stand. It's us divorcing ourselves from this one big nigga concept, and all of a sudden they want to say do a 23andMe because deep down they actually know
all right. So,
what
all
we're
right,
talking about. There ain't no
all right.
goddamn all right, all right.
Let him
Just
land,
When I'm
man.
fucking done.
Let the
Shit.
brother
This ain't-
land, man.
I don't
Oh,
want to
he hadn't
work it.
landed
Yeah.
yet. Oh,
Well,
sorry, my
I'll
bad.
land for you.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
this a big plane. This a
Go
big
ahead.
plane he
Go ahead.
flying.
She got it. She got it. She got it. She got it. Go ahead. I want to hear.
Pause.
So, just for clarity's sake, then, yeah, just for clarity's sake, when it comes to yourself, who are niggas? Excuse my French for today, and who ain't niggas?
Well, we can answer that
There's
right
a
now.
lot of nigga. There's a lot of nigga changing. I'll be hearing stuff. So
Right.
once and for all, for clarity, for all us niggas listening, let us know who is a nigga and who ain't. That's according to you, lot, man.
What
And we'll make a recording today,
Are you
Saturday.
saying black Americans are niggas?
Hold on, Rich. We can use her own standard because in previous conversations, you said the word nigga or the context or the usage was imported over there from America. So you can ask us who is the nigga. Because remember, it didn't come up with y'all. That's per our conversation we had
I just
in the
asked
past.
you. That's exactly what I've done, Born Rich. I've used your parlance, is it? And I'm asking you the question. So you don't have to come back and tell me what I'm doing, Bab. I know what I'm doing.
Because you're asking the obvious. You know who the niggas
No,
is.
no, but it's not obvious. If it were obvious, we wouldn't be having this conversation now, would we?
Okay, you know better than that.
Because today,
You're playing
this
dumb.
young lady is not black. Every other week I've been on this fucking panel, she black. You get me? You're all telling me that white women that are having fucking black children are black. You get me? So allow all of that. And like I said, what's the classification from yourselves to being a nigger? Go on.
So are
May
you
I
saying
answer?
ADOS is niggas? I don't understand what you're saying. I don't.
I'll take it, the good, bad, and ugly. We made it pop. We made it what it is. Whether you don't like it or not, or disagree with it or not, yeah, we'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah. What are you talking about? Do you understand my question, Bab?
I asked you saying who is a nigga and who is not. I'm telling you, it's ADOS. Plain and simple.
Okay, so
it's
anytime
bad.
you lot,
It is what it is, though.
Yeah.
So anytime you lot say nigger now, I've got to just think ADOS, yeah?
Or you
I
could
mean,
just
that's
not
what you've
say it
been
at all.
thinking. That's what you've been thinking, Nine. You've been thinking black Americans. Yes, you have, Nine. Come on. This is why me, you, and Schiffer have these conversations. But I'm telling you,
man.
All right, go ahead now.
Stop
Who
it,
do you
Dawn, man.
think
Stop
about
it.
when you say niggas? Who used the word niggas, and where did that word come from? You said it was imported from America. So who used the word niggas?
Like, you're going somewhere else now, to be fair, but where? Who uses that word where?
I'm asking you, who uses the word nigga? You say who are the niggas?
Where
was the word niggas originated from, Nine? Do UK brothers? Well, let me say this. Do UK brothers in your vicinity come around your vicinity and say, "Hey, what's up, nigga?
Not mine,
What's
no.
up, my nigga?"
Not mine, but obviously we know that people do it because I heard a whole Somalian calling a whole white man a nigger for however long yesterday. So
what do you
this
really
is where we're
think
at.
that happens at Nine? Let's
Excuse
be
me?
honest though. Do you think that happens in Somalia? All right, so let's do it by country. All right, fuck it.
Yes. The
So
word
you
nigger
think
has
the whole of
definitely
Somalia?
the word nigger has definitely been exported to Africa, yes, and they use that language,
Who
yes.
exported it?
So
To who exported it? Who exported it to Africa? No.
what do you mean who? It depends on how you want to look at it, man. You could say the music did. You could say did
the British export that word to Somalia?
No.
So let's don't be foolish, sis. We know Americans, black Americans. Listen, so only reason Somalis say nigger is because they heard it from black Americans.
Yes,
right?
I agree. But we're going in a
We know who the niggas are, Nine. Let's don't be foolish, sis. We know who the niggas are. When you ask the question, who are the niggas? You ask Gotta Jacob and you ask me, who are the niggas? Where else does that word come from? You know who the
but that's
niggas are.
Born,
We're the niggas.
focus. Born,
What?
focus, man. You're going down a rabbit hole. You're going down a rabbit hole, man. Focus, man. You understand what I'm saying to you? I asked you a very simple question. You get me? I don't. Who do you all call niggers? Because the point I'm trying to make is, like I said, yesterday, last week, that lady, or even Thursday, in your lot's thing, Bobby, she would have been a nigger. You get me? But yesterday you excommunicated her or whatever. So now I'm asking you, well, then who comes under that label?
No, her mom is Jamaican. Her dad is Italian. What makes her a nigger? They don't. You guys don't classify yourselves as niggers.
Oh, I was being facetious. Fuck's sake, born man. All right, let me just.
No, it's not even that though, man.
Stop it, man. Stop it, man. Look, man. Are you? Does the one drop rule?
Yeah.
Does the one drop rule have caveats? Is that what you're saying now?
It don't, right? Because she is
okay.
Black.
Then so then what was all of that about yesterday, then, bub?
Because she's Black. If I say African, right? If I say shout out to my African brothers, you know who are? If I say raise your hand if you're an African brother, you know who can raise their hand? Beefy can raise his hand. Reggie can raise his hand. Sniper can raise his hand. But no, it's not silly. But you have to understand what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. And that's fucked up that you would. That's fucked up that you would reduce my mentality to silliness when I am telling you how the umbrella effect works. Right? If we're talking about who's Black and who's ADOS, who's Black and who's Caribbean, who's Black and who's Nigerian, then it's not stupidness. But if I break it down the way I want to break it down, then it becomes stupidness. Now, the sister, she's mixed race. Now, if I follow the one drop rule, she's Black.
Which you do.
I do. She has a Black parent. She has a Black parent. She's Black, right? But now I could go either way with it. I can go either way with it. Now, she's still Black. She's still Black. But listen, she's still Black. But she can be Italian. Right? Am I wrong for calling her an Italian?
No.
If her dad's Italian? And if her mom's Jamaican?
My God, you lot are funny, man.
But I don't know. It's weird, man, but she is Black.
Is it weird, yeah? I get it. I get you, man. I get you. It's weird. I get it.
She's Black. She's not ADOS, but she's Black. Okay. And I think that's what's going on now. I think that you are trying to put her because
No. I'm not trying to do anything. I asked you a very clear and succinct question. You get me? Because like I said, for years you've been ramming it down my throat that she's Black. So I want to know now, all of a sudden, why she's not Black. And all of a sudden now she's not Black.
I didn't say she's not Black. She's not ADOS. No, come on. Now, when I say ADOS, when I say she's Black, now she is Black. Now, Nanita, you're Black. Shifa, you're Black, but you're not an American descendant of slavery. You're not ADOS, but you are Black. And the sister to me.
But was that your argument yesterday, though, Gordon?
Absolutely. When I said you're not, I did say you're not Black. No, I did. Right?
Okay, so can we acknowledge that and stop the buffoonery?
I acknowledge it. I mean, but
I'm not rating you right now.
Listen, we're 7 hours into this stream, so I've already admitted that. I know not, but I'm telling you, I'm refreshing you now. We're 7 hours into this stream. Of course, I addressed that. You're not the first Caribbean sister that's been on the panel. I've had many of sisters in these 7 hours.
Afro-Caribbean.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, or Black British, whichever one you want to call sister. But what I've had sisters.
That's nearly slick. Well, not slick enough, but nearly slick.
I couldn't keep it going. I didn't have a follow-up. I'll get a follow-up though. Now you ain't. Come on. You ain't talking about shit. Well, let's get it. Let's get it though. So she is Black. She's Black. She's not ADOS. People has confronted me all night in these 7 hours. They confronted me about, hey, Born Rich, how are you gonna say she's Black and she's not ADOS? Cool. And I've been listening to my brothers and sisters that say, you know what? She's not Black. She's not white. She's biracial. And I had Janet on the stream to really explain it to me. Janet said, I don't identify with white or Black. I identify as biracial. So I am learning that more and more. And it only makes sense when biracial people are speaking about ADOS, especially speaking ill about ADOS. It does prove your point, now. If that's what you want to hear, it does prove your point. I
So,
think
can a mixed race person be ADOS?
yes, right.
Well,
Because if they had a black, hold on,
hold on,
if they hold on, if they
what
have a
hurdle?
black, let's say they have a black mother or a black father, and
careful,
that
Rhett.
black father and that black mother can trace their lineage back to slavery. So absolutely, think about this now. Hold on, let me tell you how it could work, right? Because if you had a fucking black in your family, all the way into the 1990s, and just saying 1993, you was the first. I don't know. Look at me now. You're the first peanut butter skin black man in your family to go out and marry and have kids with a white woman. You're telling me my son is not ADOS? Nah. I'm just asking.
I'm not telling you a thing. I'm asking.
I'm saying now, if I am, I know, but not if I am an American descendant of slavery, right? And I go have a child with a white woman, is my son is also an American descendant of slavery because he descends from me. So, yes. Now, does that make sense, people? Did I break that down for everybody? Not only 9, but everybody. Does that make sense, guys?
Now I hear you, man. I hear you. I guess that's why I just think the soup can get a bit messy, man. Because imagine you can go back to the same basic slave master, have a child, and be a descendant of. It's all mad. But I hear you still. I hear you, man. It's a cacophony. But I hear you, bab.
I don't know what a cacophony is. What is a in layman's term? What is that?
Oh, when you're ready, just look it up, man.
Discordant noise.
I don't even know how to spell it. Is that with a K or a C? Come on, man. What are we doing? What are we doing now?
No, but I'm serious though, Born.
Yeah, but
Like, I'm hearing you. Listen, Born. I'm hearing you. I'm not disputing or whatever. I'm hearing you in it, and you're. I'm not gonna say yes or no. You know what I'm saying to you, Born? What do you think, God of Jacob? So give back the scenario again, Born.
If I am okay, now I'm however many generations in, right? I'm born in hypothetically 1980, right? I come from a long line of ADOS, descendants of slavery. I know everybody like to say, yeah, it was slave rape and rape mixing, and no, it was none of that in my bloodline. And now it's 1980, and I get with a white man. I mean, no, pause. What the fuck am I talking about? Pause. I get with a white woman in 1980, right? So in the year, I don't know, 2000. In the year 2000, I have a child. Is that child ADOS, or I don't even know what the child would be? What else would the child would be? Mixed, biracial? The
Can I
child will be
answer
mixed
that?
white and black. Talk to me. Or is that child ADOS?
Can I answer that?
Yes, go on.
If we go by, some theory of black man as a leader, the answer is yes, assuming the father's black.
Thank you. I think that child is still
However,
ADOS.
That's just me answering.
Yeah, I think that child is still ADOS. If the bloodline is ADOS, and then one of them children go out and have a baby with a white woman, like how does it doesn't change the lineage?
You're almost spitting that white woman out, though.
I don't know, Stanley. I don't know. What is it, man? What is it, Stanley? You don't like when I say white woman? What's wrong when I say white women?
Well, there's nothing wrong with you saying it.
But what is it? Why did you feel the need to comment when I said a black man has a child with a white woman? Yeah. Okay, like that. Now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just ain't no okay, Stanley. You the one made the comment, brother. I'm just saying, if I say, yeah, a black man had a baby with a he had a baby with a white woman.
When the H gets pronounced after the W.
Yes, it's the white. It's the white woman.
Okay.
You're white. That's what I'm saying, Stanley. Why does that offend you so much, man?
I don't know, white.
Yeah, I know it just feels. I know, right? And I think, and some people don't like when I say white supremacy.
Well,
when I say
you know
white
what?
supremacy,
So what does God of Jacob think? Because he was really
I
the
think he's
gentleman that.
gone. I think he's gone
No,
now.
no,
I'm
God of
here.
Jacob's
Talk to
there,
me.
man.
What we talking about? What we talking about?
I was just asking you if you believed what Born Rich said, basically whereby a ADOS gentleman after however many generations can have a child with a white lady. Can that child still be ADOS? Born God of Jacob.
For me, with regard to the reparations claim that we have currently, by the criteria that has been set, I would say yes, right? Now that's just under the premise of reparations, i.e., you have to have one parent attached to the claim, et cetera, et cetera. But socially, I'm gonna leave it up to that individual. The black community over here will accept that person as a black person because
Facts.
historically we have always took our tears, if you will, and made them black, if you will. But with regard to policy and reparations, it's going to be black for me because it is what it is. But traditionally, historically, we have already stuck that in.
I want to put in, just a political statement. We do what we want. We marry who we want. It doesn't matter who. You don't put parentheses around my sentence. That's my point.
Hold up. We gonna get this work.
But I will critique it. You get what
Then
I'm
that
saying?
sort of leaves that thing there to be open season, then, doesn't it?
What you
You
mean?
know what I mean?
Man?
If
Senior
Stanley's
Chief, you
saying that
have carte blanche.
no parameters can be set, you understand what I'm saying to
Yeah,
you? That means anyone can try and come to the party.
yeah, I can't really agree with that. I can't really agree with
Well,
what
you
Stanley
choose
said.
who comes to the party. That's the part I
No.
don't understand.
Well, this is the problem that you all are having. Like there's still not
Well, I
like a
don't have a problem.
standardized. Seemingly, there's still not a stand.
We don't have a problem. It's
Hold
people on
on.
the
Let
outside
nine.
telling us that we have a problem.
Got a Jacob. Let nine.
Well, Stanley is Stanley ADOS.
Absolutely.
Okay then. And Born and God of Jacob, you're both ADOS, but you lot ain't saying the same thing. Stanley said you can't put no.
Well, that's
We
the
did
beauty of
say
it.
the
We
same
don't
thing.
have
Stanley
to.
saying
We did say the same thing. You weren't listening. No, but
I'm listening, man. Stanley
he said
said you can't.
politically, and then
Well,
he gave
no,
his own
let us
opinion.
concentrate on me because I relish this sort of stuff.
Listen, the only point that I'm making, and then you lot can get back to it, is that it's still seemingly there's not even a standardized
We're not talking to every other ADOS. You're talking to me, Stanley ADOS.
I know I'm talking to you, Stanley.
Yeah, I noticed.
I know
Let's
that.
get
And
on
I'm
with it,
still
please.
making the same
Let's
point,
get on
Stanley.
with it, please.
You get what I'm trying to say to you? And that's all
I
it is,
get
man.
it. Let's
all
not
right then.
be
Easy
slow.
then.
All right, go ahead now. It's not a standardized.
I've said my thing, man. You look
All
all
right,
chat,
she
man.
said her thing. The only reason, and I followed up with what I said is because I knew somebody was going to go that way. That's why I said politically. I led with politically because I knew the follow up because I've heard the rebuttals hundreds of millions of times. You get what I'm saying? So I always lead with politically X, Y, and Z according to where we want to go with reparations. And then I knew I was going to get, well, according to this, that. And then Stan said politically he agreed, he didn't disagree, but then he gave his own opinion outside of the political concept.
Senior Chief, you're more political than I am. I'm more like fuck them.
All right, so let me say this, man. Listen. So even if we are ADOS, we still have our own ideologies, right? Now we can still be black, or we could still be black Caribbean, and some of us be Muslims, and some of us be Christians, and some of us You know, some of us eat pork, some of us don't eat pork. Like, we're gonna
No,
have
that's
our
fine.
own
Listen,
different.
I
Yeah, we're
just
gonna have our own.
asked, and
But
everyone's answered. And remember, I just asked the question, or I think you gave the scenario. You know what I'm saying to you? So now I understand that, you know, descendants of slaves can marry or have a child with the slave master's child, and then that child can
No.
still be a descendant of slave.
Wrong
I
answer.
get it.
absolutely,
I
that's
get
it.
it.
I
I
That's
get
can
it.
that's
goddamn
true.
answer. I
That's
can marry
true.
who I want.
Stanley,
That
no one's making it personalized to you.
you didn't hear what she said.
I did hear. I heard exactly. I heard everything she said, Stanley. She
I
wasn't
think I
making it.
spoke with good clarity, actually,
Yeah.
Stanley. I can
Well,
reiterate it if
I
you would like.
answered with equal clarity, did I not, Nan?
That's fine. No problem. And that's what I'm trying to say. No problem, man.
Didn't think there would be.
Oh.
All right then. Well, listen, it's gonna be a fucking good party. I'll tell you that, man. What a blood clot!
Stanley ain't playing with you, nah. Stanley ain't finna play with you, nah.
No, listen, there ain't no. Well,
No,
remember, this has got nothing to do with me, you know. So don't even think it's a personal. I'm just asking a couple of questions, and when I'm analyzing an answer as a big woman with some logical sense and critical thinking, I'm like, yeah,
There
it's
is
going to be a mad
also a
party.
big man
I hope
who
you,
can analyze
yo,
too.
Stanley, I'm talking. I hope you're
Oh,
gonna have
are
some
you
good
now?
bouncers on the door, Born. That's all I'm saying, yeah. Because you're gonna have people running into that party with all kind of claims at this point.
I don't
Go on, Stanley. I'm listening, bro.
I'm gonna get to it now, and I promise. Man, all right. Let me play a little bit more because
No,
that's
I
the
don't
stigma.
think-
The sister
no,
spoke
bro,
about the
no.
stigma that we're lazy, and
Right.
that's what the image
Can
looks like, right?
I speak?
Because Trilla said if the people can
Yeah,
come
after
as
him,
immigrants,
though. After him.
because Trilla said if the immigrants can come to America, keep it inside their own family and community, and build something that's generational, then it is the reason that Black Americans aren't doing that is because we're lazy. That's what I want to know.
No, well, right, Rashida, what do you
Black
think?
immigrants aren't doing that though. That's the point. They're not. That's not the case. Like, anyway, Chuck.
Rashida, what did you want to say? Don't be frustrated, Shaka, man. It's all love, bro. Sorry, man.
I don't, Rashida. I don't have a problem with you.
I'm not frustrated, bro. I'm not frustrated. Really and truly, it's just like, because even what Bowen just said, right? If we were to look at this, the state of Black immigrants across the board, yeah. I've got family in America, right, and them kind of things. Yeah.
I'm gonna let Shaka land. But guess what, man? Shout out to Shaka, man. Shaka know bullshit when he hears bullshit. And he was just not going to let this lady shit on Black Americans. And y'all know the brother Shaka. He is blanket black to the bone gristle. You see what I'm saying? He's saying black. He's going to keep using the word Africans. He's going to say Africans in Jamaica, Africans in America. And he was not going to let this sister shit on Black Americans. He just wasn't having it. So shout out to Shaka, man. And Shaka is going to keep saying, I disagree with Born Rich. And I am not on Born Rich's side. But come on, Shaka. Shaka was rocking with this. He's not going to let anybody come through and talk shit about the global Black movement. He wouldn't let me talk shit about it. He was not going to let God Jacob talk shit about it. And so shout out to Shaka, man. Shout out to the brother Shaka.
Some of what there are things that I said on both sides of this equation that I know about. I've heard negative things said about Black Americans, and I've heard negative things said about Black people from the Caribbean in America, independent of who said what first and them kind of things. I've heard these things on both sides of the debate. But the idea that Black immigrants are on the whole doing better and creating generational wealth in America than Black Americans are is not true. It's a fallacious argument. And so what happens is we have a debate about something that is actually not functionally true, right? It's just not true. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Do you have information to substantiate that? Because once again, and no disrespect, you don't live here every day. I have family in the UK as well, right? I don't speak on your issues because I don't live there. So how can you use my opinion, right, my personal experience as your talking point? How can you do that? Let's be fair about this. If you didn't like what I said, you could have just said that, but you're using that as a talking point. Do you know what the welfare rate is for Black Americans in the United States? Do you know how many households don't have a father in them in the United States? Do you know how many Black American or Black people in general are incarcerated? Come with those facts before you try to come at me, because this sounds like it's personal. You have no facts. I live here every day and I see it.
Again, Rich, the most of the immigrants occupy welfare, and then they always leave out corporate welfare, which is occupied by white folks. They like to hurl welfare at us, and we're not the biggest occupants of welfare. And that's, like I said, messaging. The way they promote us.
But I don't know, though, Jacob, man, because I've been up here many a time. And Born Rich is telling us about how all the women are on welfare and wherever this and wherever that, and that's why
I said in the past.
That's why the men ain't in the house. So it sounds like she is
nine. Please, nine. Let me correct you, because I said welfare was a tool that was used when it was brand new. When welfare was new, it was brand spanking new in the 1960s, and someone comes and knocks on your door and say, "Hey, I see you living in this fucking shanty town. I can move you into a nice home. I can. Yes. Yeah, you don't
so
really
born.
Hold on. When I speak about welfare, Nine, I'm speaking about welfare in a historical state. And now, but listen, Nine, stop, Nine. Listen, if welfare starts in the 60s, and then listen. All right,
I'm listening, man.
No, go. I don't know why you're laughing. What's the giggle for?
So what do you mean? It's my mouth to laugh. Or what to you?
Yeah, but
I'll tell you why I'm laughing. Yeah? I'll tell you why I'm laughing, because I think you're chatting nonsense in it. Because, like I said, you've used the welfare argument in very recent debates or arguments or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, you've used that argument in today. So why you're doing this at the moment, I don't even understand,
it's
man.
Not even about that, Nine. If I speak about in 2020, let's go back 2 years. In 2020, if I spoke about Martin Luther King, am I speaking about Martin Luther King's what he's doing in 2020, or am I speaking about what Martin Luther King did in 1963 and 64? Sis, that's what I'm asking you. So when I speak about welfare, I'm speaking about the historical aspects of welfare, Nine. That's what I'm saying.
But you wasn't though, Born. Stop it now.
I've always
like
I only
you're playing, man.
Nine.
You know what? Stop playing with me, Born. Listen, stop playing with me, man. I don't know if you're
trolling me.
You're whiling.
Yeah, now I think you're trolling me, Nine. Because when I speak about welfare, when we speak about listen, Nine, when we do have our little quote unquote gender wars, right? And I hate to use that word. Let's don't say gender wars. When we have our little men and women conversations, and I speak about welfare, Nine, I am speaking about historically the system of welfare, Nine. I'm not speaking about Nine. I have to be honest. I don't know too many people that's on welfare in 2020.
Oh, Born, you're doing a lot now. Oh, Born, I can't even believe that you're doing this, man. Wow.
I can't believe you're changing my words, though. You're actually changing
I'm not changing.
my words. I always speak about welfare was detrimental to the Black community.
God,
Nine,
man.
you're not gonna do this. Nine, you're not gonna ever tell me I never said black. I said welfare was detrimental.
You
to the
may
Black
have
community.
used it in that context as well, Born. But what I am certainly telling you, factually, 100%,
But you gotta show
that
me
you
that. You gotta show
also.
me that, Nine.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll have to when I've got some time. I'll go through one of your shows. I'm sure I won't have to go too far.
Please,
you get
Nine.
me?
Please, Nine. Because
I will definitely do that because
I know how I speak. I know how I speak, and when I speak about welfare, I'm speaking about
this is disappointing, Born, man. You've done a lot of reversing today. I don't know why.
No. I don't even know.
I don't know why, Bab.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
It's not even about reversing. I don't even know
it
why.
It is though, man.
Yeah, but shout out to Sister Nine though. But Sister Nine is a non-ADOS sister, and I love my sister. But
see, what does that even mean?
Exactly. So
what does that even mean? You're just splurting out shit now.
You're doing now, though.
Oh, you're just being emotional, man. Stop it, man.
And I don't. I live here every day too. And
don't let me start calling.
Right, but I'm speaking to Shaka right now. I was very quiet. I did not say anything. because it looks like everyone's acting like I'm out of control. I'm not emotional. I'm a passionate person. I'm not mad at all. This is entertainment. I love to get on YouTube and pop shit. So please don't misconstrue that as me being angry. I can give two fucks. I don't know y'all. I'm just speaking. At the end of the day, Shaka, why are you so hell-bent on trying to debunk me? You don't live here. You don't know what goes on in America. So for you to sit here and try to like make a point of what I'm saying, it makes no sense. What's the percentage of black people that live in the United States? 14%. 14%. And out of that 14%, how many have no father in the household? Can you tell me that? Huh?
Shout out to the sister Rashida, but she couldn't even tell herself that. And that's the dangerous things with statistics. Because anybody can regurgitate either misconstrued statistics, actual fake statistics. Like when you just throw that blanket statement out there and you put the onus on somebody else to bring the receipts. That's crazy. That's crazy. And I use this example. If I say, hey guys, black women don't take care of their children, the statistics show it. Somebody is going to say, hey, Born, can you show me those statistics? Period. I don't know, man. I just think that's a little weird that the sister is doing that without bringing out the receipts. But let's go.
70-something% don't have a father in the home. And
so it's 70-something.
And of the 40, that's what they say, yeah. And there's
so it's 70-something, and we only make up 14% of the population.
Allow me to finish, please. Thank you very much. All right. Of the 40-something million, black people in America, approximately 10% of those are immigrants, right? From various different places. And a significant number of those immigrants are undocumented. Yeah. All right. So there's a significant number of immigrants from the Caribbean and South and Central America in the United States of America who are not documented. All right. And that we understand that there's a relationship between that kind of economic migration and economic standing in terms of wealth, yeah, and even wages and them kind of things there. I'm challenging your opinion. Just now, when you interrupted me, I actually said what Born Rich said is not the case, right? In terms of this generational wealth thing. So I haven't made anything personal to you whatsoever. Yeah, I'm making a comment about I was making a comment about the nature of the conversation, and what I was just saying just now is that sometimes what happens is that the conversation proceeds upon foundations that are false, yeah, or cannot be validated. All right, so we end up fighting over who is the most poor, right? You know what I'm saying? And with the presumption that some other set of people are doing well.
Facts. That's a fact what Shaka is saying. Sometimes the propaganda and these fake ass statistics and these fake ass numbers and this fake ass propaganda, and I ain't gonna lie, y'all know what I think propaganda is. It ain't nothing but white supremacy. We don't control no fucking media and no propaganda. The system of white supremacy controls the propaganda, which controls the message, which controls the land. So if the system of white supremacy want to say black men don't take care of their kids, then that is going to, the system of white supremacy can make a stat for that. How does that stat even exist? I don't know, right? Because if we're talking about a single parent household, listen, family, I've been a single parent since 2012, guys. I've never signed any form or any census or anything to let people know that I am a single parent. Where do the numbers come from, family? Somebody please talk to me. Where do these statistics come from that people are tending to live and die? Not only white people and suspected white supremacists and white supremacists live and die on these statistics, these negative anti-black statistics. We are finding ourselves where black people who look like me, are regurgitating these same statistics to me. They're saying, Born, you niggas are locked up and don't take care of your kids. That's the same thing that the white man been telling me. The white woman been telling me, was telling my grandmother, my great grandmother, my great great grandmother, and my great 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 grandmother. It's the same narrative, and it's dangerous when I have sisters, black women that look like me, can look me in my face and say, "You niggas is lazy." And man, don't get me
Hey,
started.
Rich, just to piggyback a little bit,
Go ahead.
that whole narrative of how many fathers are not in their household, this, that, and the third, and this again is another situation that people don't understand the nuances that we have to navigate through in this system over here as Black Americans, i.e., on paper, that female will put, "I am single, no man lives here," but she got a full-fledged man and everything else in the house, but for funding and finances that is there. You get what I'm saying? So they don't understand the nuances, right? They will report that because of X, Y, and Z, or access to a food program, or this, that, and the third. You know how I go over here.
No, bro, come on, man. I don't even really trip about those statistics, man. I tell everybody, man, listen, on my grind to come up, I had to live. Me and my baby mama lived in a income-based housing subdivision. And you know how funky and rotten it was? We only lived together for like 4 months, and then her apartment people came and said, "Hey, oh shit, you got a black man." Well, no, let's say not a black man. You got a man living in this house with you, and we promised to give you cheap and affordable living conditions. But only condition that we ask is you don't have a man. When they found out she had a man in their house, man, they jacked that rent up. Got a Jacob $700, brother.
Exactly. That's what I said. All these stats, like you said, can be really not in truth. You get what I'm saying? Because people do stuff according to their situations.
Did you
A lot
stay
of
there,
people.
board, when they jacked up the rent? Did you
Not
stay?
at all. Not at all.
Hell
Nine. You
no.
know why? You know why I did, Nine? Because I got with a black sister, and I said, "Listen, black sister. Only reason I am leaving my house to live in the house with you, to where we can build as a black family, is we're moving here strictly for financial reasons, and I know it's not going to last long. So yes, I am going to listen. The best thing for us to do is I leave. Okay, hypothetically, right? I leave the place where I live at, paying let's just say $1,000 a month for rent, right? And I am dating a sister who's only paying $500 a month, right? So now me and that sister, we sit down as adults and said, okay, I'll come live with you for 6 months. That $500 that I'm saving, I'm going to, I mean that $500 that I'm saving a month, I'm gonna continue to save it, and the whole time we're going to be looking for a house. I'm in an apartment, you're in an apartment. Let's consolidate into one apartment, and the ultimate goal is to get a house. And you know what we did in 6 months when they said, "Hey, if you guys are going to continue to stay here, it's going to cost you $1,200 a month." You know what we did, Nine? We moved out of that low income apartment into a home. Yes. So yes, we use the system. But if you have a plan, you can use the system. And my thing is, with the statistics, that house was still considered a single parent home. Not only that, but I left a single parent home that was counted on the census as me and my son living in our apartment, to me and my son going into her apartment with her child, and we're building a family to eventually move into a house. It wasn't no statistics about that. It was none. We care about them fucking statistics, and we don't care about the welfare statistics. Either you use it for your benefit or you don't. Come on, man. Don't get boring started, man. Y'all make me want to play some Farrakhan, man. I'm sounding like Farrakhan in this motherfucker, man. Playing with me. I am, man. I'm killing this shit, man. Let's play some more.
Farrakhan
Get in your
has
bag.
a better command of the data.
Man, he ain't got more command of the data than me.
Rich go to that data when he need to.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But
Yeah,
I'm sure, boy, Rich, previously you've used that same data or argument to beat up black women. You understand me?
I don't know
and
what
to
you mean,
propagate the reason as to why there's so many single black women and black families and rare this and rare that. So it was quite interesting listening to what you just said there still. So yeah.
Thank
The
you.
reverse gear is real out here, boy.
Thank you, Nine. Thank you, Nine. Make sure you hit that like button and make sure you support your brother, Nine. When your brother says something that's confound and your brother that says something that's on the money like that, Nine, you should support.
But to be honest, I'm all shook up, man. You got me out here confused, man, because you're saying a lot of things that have been against what you said previously. So at this point,
don't be confused.
I'm not sure where to land, but I'm gonna keep listening still. Hopefully by the end, you'll get back on a linear track.
Don't be confused, baby.
Are getting rich and them kind of things there. This is not the case. And all of this becomes even more critical.
I'm gonna fast forward it a little bit, guys. I just want to get to, not being egotistical, but I want to hear to what I.
No, let's hear Shakara.
Oh, you want to hear Shakara? Okay. Shout out Shakara.
Yeah, he came and saved you yesterday. Let's hear it.
Oh, okay, Tash. How do I put Tash in the back again?
I've been trying to tell him, Tash, man.
I put y'all. And you woke Shiffer up, man. Shiffer, you supposed to be asleep, brother. Come on, Tash. Don't come on here starting that shit. But I'll let y'all hear Shakara, man. Shout out to Shakara, man. Gotta Jacob would say Shakara is y'all's leader, but I don't agree. Let's go.
Cool. When we begin to talk about why migration from the Caribbean, South and Central America takes place in the first place. Why is it people feel the need to go to America and all these kinds of things? And I don't know if there's space in the conversation for that level of
right. Just into
what are you?
You don't know what you know what, at least I have genealogy.
Oh boy. My bad. I don't know if y'all heard that. But Shaka just said the realest thing. Shaka said, fuck, let me rewind that. I want y'all to hear Shaka say that for itself. That shit was dope, man. Hold on. Let me see.
Whoever is not supposed to be talking, bickering, and just conversing. Maybe I'll hit you.
That's basically what it is.
You don't see black men disrespecting black women. Is that
basically.
Oh, don't mean very rare. Come back.
True, yeah. So yes, it's with that statement.
Rashida, look, I'm pretty
sure for West
other types of black men in America, not outside of America. Or
before she even came on the panel and was, we may have experience or understanding or opinion. We may have experience.
So whilst you're trying to find a
that's what happened, though.
My bad, y'all.
Another thing she said is that black men are scared of white women in America. Do you agree or disagree?
We already played that. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm asking, do you agree or disagree with that statement?
Black men are scared of who?
She said that they're scared of white women.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
How are black men scared of white women, but in the same breath you'll say black men are quick to date white women?
Absolutely. That's why I was intrigued.
Yeah.
That's why I was intrigued with her question. I don't know if she got to answer. That's why I'm asking her.
You didn't press her on that, Nine. You asked her. You was on the panel when that question was asked to her, and you didn't press her on that.
She said something. Hold on. Wait. Firstly, yeah, you know that Jedi didn't want no one chatting in that thing there. Yeah, that's the first thing. You know that.
I don't know.
All right, so don't. Yo, boy.
I'm saying I don't know about that.
Oh boy, I can hear you smiling while you're answering, so it's all good, yeah. But secondly, when she did answer, I did hear her say something, because I did press her try to reiterate the question, and she said because black men know that a white woman can get you locked up any time of the day or something like that. Yeah, so I think that was her answer. You get me? Which I'm not really. Yeah. So yeah.
You're not really what? You're not really what? And that's what happened when she said that. Did you? I don't know if you didn't really challenge her on that, Nine. So what was you thinking when she said that? When she said black men are afraid of white women because they can call the cops on them. What's your response to that?
Well, I mean, in terms of it being an answer to why black men will be scared, I didn't think that was, you know what I mean? I didn't think that was, what's the word? What's the word? Enough, innit? I just can't think of a better word, you know what I mean? Because obviously anyone's going to be scared of, you know what I mean? Obviously, historically, whatever, so we get that, but I wouldn't think that would be the reason still.
Do you
Because then
think
the next
black
thing
men,
would be, why are so many then dating them, right? Or being with them if you're so scared, right?
Thank you. Let me ask you now, do you think black men are afraid of white women?
I don't think they're scared. No, I don't think they're scared. No.
Infatuated. That's a beautiful word. What you got that?
I think it's just history, man. It's just history, and historically, seemingly, black men make bad choices, which lead to the community suffering.
It leads to community suffering.
I born.
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Historically known for bad choices.
Do you think that the black women are scared or intimidated at all of the white women?
Definitely not. And definitely not intimidated.
100%.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not intimidated. Obviously, we look and say, "What the fuck?" You get me? But not intimidated, bub. Never that. Scared.
I don't understand the impulsion to always bring them up, though. I don't understand that impulsion.
To bring
up. Did you listen to the conversation that was had, bub?
No, I'm just saying I don't understand the impulsion to always bring them up, because I'll be honest.
What are you talking about? Impulsion? Like, what are you talking about? It was something she brought up, and I asked a question. We like allow it, man.
She brought it up.
Yeah, ain't she a black woman though?
Allow it, man. Allow it.
So she's not black anymore.
I think we're gonna get to that. Fuck it, y'all got me.
Did the woman say that she was black though? Because I'm confused.
She did. She does identify as black. But
all right, so
but she
saying.
identified as biracial. Hold on, it's weird. It's weird, right? Because her initial statement was, "I am biracial. My mom is Jamaican. My father is Italian." And then I fast forward 30 minutes later and she says, "I identify as black," but she didn't come in and identify herself as black. So it is a little weird, Schiffer. It's a little weird, Schiffer. If you come in and your introduction to the panel and to this whole YouTube and to the YouTube streets is, "I am biracial," then that's gonna stick with you, Schiffer, right? That's gonna stick with you. So I don't know. She says she identifies as black, but she made sure she told the UK family she was biracial. If I'm gonna be honest, right? She said she was biracial before she ever heard my voice.
I hear that.
You know what I mean, brother? So
I hear that. But you know, because she identifies as
because you're not.
Why is Vibes talking? Jedi, if I'm talking to my bad, Schiffer. Go ahead. My bad, Schiffer.
No, I was saying only because she said she identifies as black. I brought it up, and I've heard many occasions. The sisters on different occasions have mentioned the white woman and relationships with the white woman. So I just wondered if that's something they felt intimidated by. It's not an unfair question, is it?
Oh, do black women get intimidated by black women? I mean, white women? I don't know. I'll have to ask the black women. Tash?
Did I not just answer that, man? Like, what? Are we doing retardation early in the morning, man? No one ain't scared of scared of what? No one's like intimidated. What?
It might seem that way though when they keep being mentioned. It might just seem that way.
Oh, Bridget, like
I can't say
ain't
that.
you got
Yeah,
some
I can't say
diapers
that.
to practice changing or something,
Yeah,
man?
I'm gonna tell you why I can't say that, because I mention white supremacy a lot, and I get really heated when people say I am afraid or scared of white supremacy. But if it's a fucking what they call it, elephant in the room, I would be a fool not to mention that elephant. Right? If I keep walking into a room and it's an elephant in that room, I would be foolish not to pick up my phone and call somebody and have a conversation with them and not mention this fucking elephant
Yeah,
in this
and
room.
vice
You know what I
versa,
mean?
and
But
vice
let me
versa. I
hold
think
on,
it's
Shiver,
yeah.
real quick. Nine. I do. But Shiver, I got you. I'm coming right back to that point. Don't forget that point. We're speaking about the elephant in the room and
Yeah,
white women. But
just,
nine, what
just
does
for
this mean? What does this mean? Born P eyes. What does this mean?
Oh, I can't even remember why I put that now. Born peace. I can't even remember.
We'll just change it, or
It's not for. Oh
I'm
no,
gonna
it's not
block
even.
you. Yeah, but I
Oh
think
no,
it's
it's not
about
even
me.
that. You know.
It says born what?
Yeah,
Born
it does say
pie?
born P, but it's not. It's
Yeah,
not
what
P
is
what
that?
you're thinking of,
Born
man.
pussy? Is that born pussy?
It's not born pussy, you know. To be honest, it was born Pharaoh.
Born Pharaoh. Okay.
Ah,
I don't know what
anyway,
you're doing
I don't know
now.
if I believe that
I
one.
I
don't know
know,
what
but
you're
just
doing
continue
now.
with the conversation, man.
Nah,
Don't
I'm
get
gonna
sidetracked by
please
me,
change
man.
your name. I don't like that now.
All right, cool. I
That's
will, but it's not
disrespectful.
P for P pum pum though. I wouldn't
It
do
is
that
boom
though.
boom. Born
It's
pussy. You
not,
calling me
man.
Shiver. Hey,
Babe,
Shiver.
listen. If it was that, I would just
Yeah, I
say,
don't
I would
know, boy.
just
I don't
say
know,
born
boy.
pussy in it. I wouldn't. It's not even that, man.
Hey, Gotta
Not
Jacob. What
everyone's
is
a
that?
director,
What does that
born.
look like to you, God? Let me ask my ADOS brother. What does this look like to you, Gotta Jacob? born what?
Born, I'm sure I've come up here and put full pussy on my like in the name. So if I was gonna be doing that, I would
Nah,
just say it.
I
Like, come on,
promise
I'm not
God,
that.
if you
But
put
it really wasn't that. It really was born Pharaoh, man, because of all the back dancing and that. To be honest,
I'm bug dancing.
the reversing. But I don't want you to get paranoid, so I will change it still. You know, get me? Because we know you ain't no pussy, baby.
You know I love pussy. Love pussy. Sorry, Tash.
all right, yeah, that's
Already
too
know.
much.
I
That's
know,
too much.
Tash. I know. Inshallah.
So
Inshallah.
God of Jacob, calm down. Okay, so what's going on?
Can I play some more of this?
Yeah, play it.
Let's play some more of this. Let's see what we at.
It's just banter for them, man. There, all they know is make jokes. They're cool, but that's what they do. You're gonna have to calm down, Rashida. I don't know why am I typing that. You're gonna have to calm down. So look, shots were thrown, shots were received, shots were thrown back, and we got a good back and forth out of it. I tried to moderate so it wasn't just a shouting contest. I did kind of okay. Shakara's feeling like, yo, he don't want to hear black people talking about how black they are or how not. But I think it's a great conversation to be had. Like, are you black if you got a non-black parent? You know what I mean? That's a great conversation. You know what I mean? If you do your 23andMe and you find that you got all these other things in you, yeah, are you black? That's a great conversation. Yeah. And it was great to hear you two go back and forth on it. I just wish it could have been a bit calmer.
Sisters, what she
people. Just say what it is.
Yeah, but listen, it's crazy how you saying that.
Listen, nobody goes into in my ends here. No one goes into the corner shop or the chicken shop and starts saying, "Boss, why don't you employ black people?" No one does that. We just accept it. When you go into a certain shop, you're going to see a certain demographic of people. You don't go in the Golden Palace and expect to see Jermaine. So that's all good. Everyone practices nepotism. That's all good.
Sisters, what she's been saying today about Black Americans kind of feeds into that. Listen, brother, it kind of feeds into that narrative. So I'm gonna always speak up against that narrative. Africans or Caribbeans.
People. Just say what it is.
Yeah, but listen, that's crazy how you saying that.
Listen, nobody goes into in my ends here. No one goes into the corner shop or the chicken shop and starts saying, "Boss, why don't you employ black people?" No one does that. We just accept it. When you go into a certain shop, you're going to see a certain demographic of people. You don't go in the Golden Palace and expect to see Jermaine. So that's all good. Everyone practices nepotism. That's all good. That ain't nothing wrong
That's
with
basically what it is, Jason. But don't say it like I won't have anything for your son. If you
No.
if you said, "Born, I'm moving to Tennessee in 6 months. My son needs a job." Your son's gonna get a job. You know why? Because it's nepotism.
You, as well.
You feel me? I know you. It's more of nepotism than me going out of my way to not hire Africans or Caribbeans.
And then the Africans, like you've told me before, and I've been told before, the Africans coming to America are being given the talk of not to integrate with the black Americans. And we heard this for our own ears. We know it's true. We don't know the extent of it, but it's definitely being propagated to sow the seeds of discontent between the two communities.
And
Jez, hold on 1 second. Shaka's rightly frustrated because he can see how this can lead to more division than cohesion. And I have to agree with him. But the conversation is one that I'm enjoying. So I'm on two sides. I know where Shaka's coming from. Right.
Can I say something real quick, Jez?
Yeah.
This is what I want to say though. Now you said the talk, right? Now can you hear how this sister's what she's been saying today about Black Americans kind of feeds into that. Listen, brother, it kind of feeds into that narrative. So I'm gonna always speak up against that narrative that Black American men ain't shit and Black Americans tend to hire my Caribbean people because you niggas is lazy. She didn't say that verbatim, but that's what I heard when she said it. Because you niggas is lazy. Everybody know you niggas disrespect your women more than white men disrespect your women. Right. So of course I'm gonna bite back with that. And then on top of that, you say I'm Caribbean and Italian, brother. And then on top of that, she says I'm Caribbean and Italian. Right, automatic dome shot after that. What
right. You made a good point though, Bun.
You got it, bro. You got it. I'm not saying nothing else. You got it. He said move on. You're still talking about it.
Yeah. I think
you got it. You won. You got it.
1 second. I think your response was good. Yeah, your response was, well, who is the Black woman closest to? Demographically or location wise, whatever, and that's gonna be the Black man. And when you said, so who disrespects the Black man more, the white woman or the Black woman? I think you'd be right to say the Black woman. I think you'd be right because that is the nature of the cohabitation. So yeah, like you made good points. You both have made good points, and I've taken them. They were gems. Has to be given a chance to be
hired their own and kept.
That are false, or cannot be validated. All right. So we end up fighting over who is the most poor, right? You know what I'm saying? And with the presumption that
the question, she has no question, Shaka.
All right.
She has the reason for that, but everything
about 14%, right, of the population
that are false, or.
All right, here we go. My bad, guys. I had to fast forward it. Let's get it. Anybody have something to say before I play some more of this? What y'all thinking? Somebody got something to say?
Play it.
All right. Let's play it.
Cannot be validated. All right. So we end up
I was trying to
fighting over who is the most poor, right? You know what I'm saying? And with the presumption that some other set of people are doing well, are getting rich, and them kind of things there. This is not the case. And all of this becomes even more critical when we begin to talk about why migration from the Caribbean, South and Central America takes place in the first place. Why is it people feel the need to go to America and all these kinds of things? And I don't know if there's space in the conversation.
And this is what I was saying on my last show, Sister Tash, right? And Shaka just said it. He said, okay, listen, people will flee their country, come to America, and then shit on the Black Americans. Why did them people flee their country? Why did this sister's mother, why did her Jamaican mother flee Jamaica? Go ahead, Tash.
No Jamaican, no Caribbean person is fleeing. If anything, they'll go to the UK, which is who they built up the UK. The same thing that you did for America, I should say. They did the same thing in the UK. Americans come over here as well. Black Americans come over here as well when ready.
But not in mass numbers like that.
Very true.
Not in mass numbers like that. Come on, guys.
Yeah, they do. Can
we show some receipts? Can we show receipts for that?
We put the work in for this country.
Well, can you show some receipts for the mass numbers of West Indians? Because you're talking about receipts. Like, what are we supposed to do? Bring everyone's birth certificate? That's a
The point
ridiculous
is,
request.
we never,
Shit,
you know, the Caribbean don't need to flee.
Census.
Yeah, you could go check the
Flee. We
census
don't
yourself.
need
You
that
don't need me to check a census, do you?
Yeah, and
You
the
see what I mean? It's
Caribbeans
a
are
ridiculous, it's a
small
ridiculous
minority,
request.
and there
And
are a
Born Rich, like
small
not being funny,
minority
yeah.
that fled.
When you talk about Born Rich, you're talking about fleeing, yeah. Like at the end of the day, nobody isn't fleeing unless they're in fear of something, first and foremost. So
Who
if
said
that
that?
sister claim,
Is the
if
no,
that's it,
no,
hold
no,
one
no?
second,
Your
brother. One second,
etymology.
brother. One second,
Nope,
brother.
your
One second,
etymology,
brother.
brother. Go ahead.
Brother, let me just finish my sentence, please, because I'm not going to cut you up. Yeah. I think that sister in particular, you know, if that's her claim, then maybe she or her people have fled. That doesn't speak for the rest of us. And just to go back on the point that I was making before, because I felt like I
Empress,
got cut
is
off.
that you,
Yeah.
Empress?
Yeah, it's
All
me,
right.
it's me.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Shuffle. Sorry about
Just
that.
to go back on the point I was on before, because I honestly believe I was cut off for a reason. And, you know, people may flee the panel at any point because they don't really want to attack. They won't want to be addressed with certain points. Now, Born Rich, you being a man who's been on panels with me and numerous brothers many times, yeah, I'm going to say this, yeah. Living in the UK, yeah, I know significant numbers of sisters that are with Caucasian or other demographics of men other than black. Yeah. Now, I know for a fact in America also, because I got so much family in America, I know for a fact there are significant numbers of sisters over there who are with white men or other demographics of men also. Now, you don't hear us bring this up on the panel all the time. You don't hear us talking about it all the time. But I do hear certain sisters talking about the demographics of, you know, the men, the black men or the brothers being with so-called white women or dating outside of their racial dynamic. And that's why I highlighted the point that, you know, it sometimes could come across like the sisters may feel intimidated by the you know, the other demographics of women, like the white women. So I think it was a fair point I made, but you know, I don't think it's something that people can address because we're gonna have to get into the full dynamics of the conversation
Well, let's
where,
ask Tash.
you know,
Shiffer,
Let's ask Tash.
when
Let's
have I
ask
gone
Tash.
on
no,
about white women?
not Tash personally. So don't Tash. This
Well, I
is
just want to
definitely
ask
not aimed
Tash.
at you personally.
No, I'm listening to you, brother Schiffer, but
Big
I
up,
want to get people's
Sakina.
personal. I'm
Assalamu
coming
alaikum.
to Sakina next.
Assalamu
Pause. I'm
Alaikum
coming to
salam, sister.
Sakina next. Walaikum salam, Sakina. But Tash, so if you could, so do you think that black women are intimidated by non-black women?
No, I don't think they're intimidated. I think the issue happens when, at times, we've had one particular white woman that tends to stereotype black women. So it obviously gets the backs up of black women. It would be the same if it was black men. That's what happened anyway with this whole situation, Born, that you're playing.
But can you deal with the dynamics, the demographics that I actually pointed out, Tash, in the sense that, you know, there is significant numbers of sisters, yeah, or black women with white men within the UK, within America, within many dynamics, yeah, i.e., for instance, the sister who was on the panel, on that panel talking herself, you know, her mother, black woman with a white man. Yeah. And I don't hear the sisters really speaking about that demographic, but they love to point out the demographic of the black man sleeping with the white woman and, you know, making family with the white woman, but they never point out that demographic. So can you see why that might be highlighted as an issue?
Naif has only been up here for a short space of time, though, to be fair.
No, I mean, in all of the times I've heard them on panels, I'm talking from when I started going on panels up until now, not on one occasion have I heard them deal with that issue, but they always want to highlight the brothers dating outside of their racial group, but I've never heard them highlight the sisters. So can you not understand why that might say to a brother that, you know, there may be some type of some type of a bias or a fear there?
Shiffer, hold on, be fair, there's not as many black women with white men online. There are quite a few of you guys are with, but I think it's not It's the
When you say
experience.
online, are you just talking about the people that are actually online, or are you talking about in general? You don't think there's as many sisters? Because I'll be honest with you, sis. In my honest observation, I believe there's more sisters with white men than there are brothers with white women.
I don't know about that. I definitely wouldn't agree with that.
So if we want to go to statistics, I ain't gonna lie, Shifra. Now, Shifra, if we go to let me say this, Shifra, the statistics say different. I've had someone show me the statistics because I had that same argument, and they
Let's pull them now. Let's pull the statistics.
Yeah, I mean, if you could find them, we'll get them. But I'm just saying, I've heard.
I don't necessarily. I believe those statistics you saw may have been altered or may have been controversially put before you. But you know, if you're happy, you know, we could go into some statistics now. You can pull something up. Remember, I'm on my phone, so it's going to be easier for you maybe to do that if you're on a computer or something. So maybe pull those statistics, because I'm pretty sure that you're going to find that the demographic actually points the other direction, and the sisters don't want to talk about it.
No, I don't know about that, Shifra. I don't know where you're going with that, but
well, would you be happy to talk about it? Would you be happy to talk about it if it does go in the other direction?
About this kind of situation.
Well, I'm just saying, if it goes in the other direction, would it be something that the sisters would be addressing as frequently as they've just addressed the brothers?
Well, here's a brother.
Hold on, Stanley. Stanley, I got you. Let Tash land, and then you come right in there.
I think what you're failing to realize, right? Okay, we can address the statistics, but I think you're going to fail here, like miserably, because I think.
Well, let's do it.
There's a known issue with black men that date white women, right? Which I personally, I don't really care who people date, right? My personal issue is when black men date white women and disrespect black women in the process of dating them. I think that's the problem that's occurred.
So then shouldn't you sisters all be attacking this sister who was on the panel where, you know, she's coming from a family where a black woman is dating a white man, and now her black daughter, and, you know, a lot of people may assume that her mother has the same mentality, is out there attacking black men.
Not only attacking black men, but her Jamaican mother and her Italian father told her, "You bet not bring a black American man in."
You see my point now, Born Rich?
That shit.
No, but I've been on it, Shifra, and I've complained about the fact that she talked about her mum having a choice to be with a white man, whereas Bourne didn't have the choice to have the white blood that's in him because it's from slavery. So I made my point on that. So if I'm not
talking about you in particular. I'm saying the sisters in general have not really attacked these points. You're one sister.
Nine's only been
I'm just saying you're one sister. When I was listening to that panel where she was speaking, there were sisters on the panel also, and they definitely did not attack these points. They definitely didn't attack her in the way that I've been attacked in the past, and other brothers have been attacked for, you know, being told they date outside of their racial dynamics. So who are they to speak on certain dynamics? But I don't hear sisters attacking her in the same way when she's speaking on certain dynamics and clearly dates outside of the box. So it's like there's definitely some kind of hypocrisy here. And I think that, you know, this is why, and I'm not trying to be facetious here. It's just these are some of the honest reasons, Tash, why I say it's going to be difficult for the sisters, you know, to take up leadership roles. And sometimes I've made this point before. I can say it, but you don't have to agree with it. But I'm saying sometimes, in my honest opinion, I'm not saying in everyone's, in my honest opinion, I think it's better sometimes for the sisters to not, you know, take a back seat, maybe stay on mute, let the brothers do the talking, and, you know, have their own discussion.
But then you said that I'm not the same as those sisters. So why would you put a general kind of statement out there to say, oh, sisters can't be talking?
No, it's not. You know, when you say a general statement, sis, I'm gonna break it down for you like this. At the end of the day, yeah, you know, when I look at the dynamics of the Caucasian community, then white man is the head. He's the leader of the community, and there's many occasions where the white brothers, the white sisters, will have to do exactly that. So I think it's important, if you know you're gonna have your black men leading your community properly, that the sisters have got to do the same thing.
And I don't want to silence the sisters, like I said earlier, but I think that there's a point where if you want us to be leaders and you want us to lead, you have to actually let us.
Yeah, but Shifa, you have to have leadership qualities, and unfortunately, no offense.
Hold up, we gonna get this work.
Oh damn!
I don't think it's the sisters' place to decide on which of the men have the leadership qualities. If the men are the leaders, the men should be making the decisions in this area. I honestly believe, but I accept your opinion, though.
Yeah, but if you were looking for a bank account, or you were looking for anything that had any form of leadership within your life, you would be looking to see if that person has leadership qualities. You haven't really got, you can't even suggest that we can just follow blindly and say, okay, you're a man, you're a leader. I don't think, unfortunately, Shifa, I'll be honest with you, and it's a sad fact, but there's a failure amongst our community, in particular in regards to leadership qualities. So I don't even think we should be going down this road, to be honest with you.
See, this is where I'm going to disagree again, and I'm going to say I don't necessarily think there's a failure. I just feel that a lot of our power has been stripped away from us, and unfortunately, due to things like equal rights, X, Y, Z, a lot of these powers have been afforded to our women, and they're reluctant to relinquish those powers. So obviously, we just got a difference in opinion there.
Right, Shiva, let me tell you something from experience, right? If you've got a man that is leading you, as a woman, you will submit to a certain extent. If he's leading you and he's protecting you and he's contributing in a way that a man should be, a woman will, if the man is not doing that and not ticking those boxes, unfortunately, you're going to find that power struggle, those gender kind of changes of where the man becomes a woman becomes a man. Men need to man up a little bit and lead, direct and guide. There is a problem within our community. You can't just blame the women for having to just suddenly just do what they need to do.
Well, no one's just blaming the women. No one's just blaming the women. Like I just pointed out, I believe certain powers were afforded to the women. That doesn't mean it's their fault. It's been afforded to them. And I'd also say that
it's been afforded due to the fact that people haven't taken their responsibility on at times or led in the way that they should have.
No, it's been afforded due to the fact that the dynamics of the government, certain feminist agendas, X, Y, Z, and that doesn't just consist of black women neither, because there are many, other dynamics of women within these feminist movements and agendas. So to that effect, I believe that we may have been usurped, but that's just my opinion. And I also think that,
it's a fair argument,
power is a hell of a drug. And what we'll find is that one second, sis, what we'll find is that, there are many occasions where the sisters, due to certain emotions that they may have, if they don't get their own way, they may become volatile anyway, regardless of whether the brother was right or wrong. And I think Born Rich and all of my brothers have at times been victims of this type of behavior. Born Rich, would you agree?
Which type of behavior, brother? Which type of behavior?
So there may be times where you're around a female, whether she be a sister or any type of female, and regardless of whether you're right or wrong,
I'm always around sisters.
All right, so you're only around sisters. So let's just keep this focused on the sisters then.
Hold on, brother.
No, let's just keep this focused on the sisters then. So they.
Oh shit, Shifa left, and no offense to sister.
If a sister's feelings get ruffled or a sister gets upset, they may turn against you anyway, regardless of whether you're right.
What is turn against you? What does turn against you mean?
When I say turn against you, I mean in the sense of you. I'm going to tell you what you alluded to that made me kind of identify this. You being in relationships, X, Y, Z. You pointed out a particular relationship where you've tried to do the right thing. You've been the good man, and that sister still turned against you, and even went as far as calling authorities on you, X, Y, Z. So that's why I would suggest that even in a situation where you are doing the right thing, even when you are being a good leader and you are providing X, Y, Z, there's a point where but sis, no, finished. There's a point where even the sisters could still turn volatile against you, even when you're doing everything right.
Absolutely. But what y'all call it? Y'all call it bad mind, right? Y'all would call that bad mind, right? It's bad mind people, regardless of where you go, right? And what I would say is fucked up people. It's fucked up people wherever you go, man. Sometimes you just pick the wrong one. I'm not gonna say if she was Caucasian, she wouldn't have done that to me. right? I only deal with black women. So if somebody's gonna say, "Hey, Born Rich, has a woman ever been fucked up towards you?" I'm gonna say, "Yeah," and it's gonna say, "Well, you know,
Yeah.
what race was that woman?" I'm gonna say that was a black woman because I only deal with black women. I don't even leave myself open enough for non-black women to shit on me
I'd agree with you, Born Rich, because remember, my original dynamics to my question was focusing on all different groups of women, not focusing just on the sisters. But because you only date sisters, you know, we've had to home in on that area just for you specifically. But I would suggest that this definitely happens in other racial dynamics also, and I'd suggest that brothers and guys outside of the brotherhood have also experienced these behaviors, which is why I would suggest that, it's imperative that, we kind of maybe, I'm not saying everyone has to take heed to what I'm saying and relinquish their leadership roles as females, but I'd say that, we as black men, we've definitely been usurped and we need some of that power back if we're ever truly lead our community.
I'm not comfortable with you generalizing women, especially from your own group, in that manner. I think that's unacceptable. I think that there's been issues on both sides, and I think you're right about the feminist movement to a certain extent, but like, don't be, doing these sweeping generalizations and these
and I think that's
How
what
else could
pisses
I
everybody off. Hold
say it
on,
without generalizing, no, Tash?
I know, but Shiffer, I think that's what pisses everybody off, right? Because the pretty much the preference of this show was Born Rich responded because he felt like Black American brothers were being generalized, right? I could have just shut the fuck up and not said anything, but I felt like we were being generalized. So generalizations happens. Yes, it does, and that's why I kind of understand, and I have to explain to my white brothers and sisters when I say white supremacy, I'm not talking about white people, right? Because it seems like a generalization. It does. It seems like a sweeping generalization when I say white supremacy, and white people get offended. You see what I'm saying? So when we
But Born
generalize,
Rich,
that's why it's dangerous to generalize
Born
people.
Rich, Born Rich, how could I speak? How could I speak on this particular topic without generalizing? Because what we're speaking about here is the power dynamics between men and women, and men not being able to lead sufficiently because a proportion of their power has been usurped and given away. Now, in that sense, I have no choice.
Who usurped
It's
it?
not that
Who
I'm trying to.
usurped it, Schiffer? Who
Well,
usurped that power from the men
I already alluded to who
and gave it
usurped that
away?
power. I already alluded to who usurped that power. I suggest the governments and maybe some feminist agendas.
White
XYZ have you.
supremacy. Let's say white supremacy, right? Because we
We
know
can
black
we can
people.
call it
Yeah,
we
black
can
people
call it
didn't come
white.
up
We
with the
can call it.
government.
Hold on one second. Hold on. We could call it white supremacy, but then we'd be making a categorical error because if I'm going to deal with the feminist movement, that's definitely female supremacy. That's
You're a
not
damn
white supremacy.
no, you're a damn lie. Go back to the history. Schiffer, you're a historian, brother, and you study the Septuagint Bible, whatever it is. You study religious texts, ancient religious texts. You are a historian, brother. Go back to the origins of the feminist movement, brother.
You tell me what
You
you're
understand what I'm
alluding
saying,
to here.
Schiffer?
You tell me what you're alluding to there, because from my understanding
What
of the
I am
feminist
saying is when
movement,
you say feminist, brother, when you say
from
feminist,
my understanding of the feminist movement, Born Rich, the feminist movement consists of many different demographics of women. It doesn't consist of
not
one.
true.
It does now. It didn't when it first started.
Thank you. Maybe now
So
in
where did it first
2022.
start? Please point me in
It
the right
started off
direction. Where did
years
it
ago
first
by
start?
white women.
Thank
Which
you.
white women? Where were they?
It was the
Margaret Sanger.
suffragettes
I
or
mean,
something.
you got Margaret Sanger. Fuck, I know more names. I know more names in this shit. For let me get my Googles going. But I know it's Margaret Sanger, and it's. I'm gonna tell you this. It was actually white women when white men went off to maybe World War II. It could have been World War One, but let's just say World War II.
I would say it started before
The
then, didn't it?
soldiers. Well, okay, well, let's just say World War One, right? White soldiers went off to battle and didn't leave the white women anything when they left. Schiffer. So the white women united and said, "Oh shit, we've married these men. They're soldiers. They're warriors. They've left to fight, and we don't have anything. We don't have food because these men, they took care of the household. You have to think, back in the early 1900s, the men really took care of the household, Schiffer. So if you eliminate the man, then the women were forced to unite and go to the government and say, listen, government, we are fucking starving out here. We're starving out here. Our men are going to fight for this country, and this country ain't breaking bread with us. What the fuck? That was the
No, I
feminist
definitely
movement.
get all of your point. I definitely get your point because I never went back to the beginning of feminism. What I was doing is identifying feminism. I wasn't identifying its origins. Now, if you want to identify its origins, maybe we could pull something up, and then maybe I don't think it actually proved me wrong, but obviously it would show us its origin.
Well, Schiffer, let me say this though, because I did some slick right there, Schiffer, because even though I broke down the history of feminism to you, I am in a sense saying this is why feminism is not for black women. You understand what I'm saying, Schiffer? If I go back to the origins of feminism, why would any black woman claim or identify as a feminist? When I go back to the history of it, and say, hey, man, these white men went and fought, and these white women united, which when black soldiers got back from that war, the only person we couldn't go to the government and try to get some free handouts. You know what I'm saying? We had to, when those black men got back from World War I, the only person they had was their wife. They didn't have anything but black family to come back to. They didn't get government assistance. And it's the same thing now. When black people are being shut out from government assistance, we make a way. We figure this shit out, man. Go ahead.
Born Rich, are you trying to confuse me though, brother? Because first you say you disagree, but now you're definitely agreeing with me, brother, that we've been usurped, like I said, by government and feminist agendas.
Well,
So
you say
you're
government, I
definitely
say
agreeing
white
now.
supremacy. But you know me though, Schiffer, I'm gonna call
Well, you
all
can
of
call it
those
white
systems.
supremacy, but either way, I'm still right that we've been usurped. Then am I not?
Absolutely. We've been usurped in all fronts, brother. Yes, absolutely. White supremacy usurps the black man in all fronts.
And obviously, the feminist agenda has also usurped us. So, although you want to put them both in the same bracket, like we just identified, although it may not have started with black women involved in it, there are many black women involved in the feminist agenda today. Some of them the loudest voices.
I agree. And I want my black women to know that's not no party for you. That's not a spot for you. It's not.
So you agree then, Born Rich, that maybe the sisters need to start relinquishing that power and giving it back to their, the leaders of their community, the heads.
I agree with that, but fuck, man, Schiffer, we so far along, man. These black women, I don't know, man.
Are you two ready to be leaders?
Schiffer, stop.
Schiffer,
Go on, Touch. Let me go mute.
Yeah, what'd you say?
No, I'm asking you a question. Are you two ready to be leaders? You ready to lead?
I think I actually,
I'll be honest with you.
I am a leader.
You know what? I think.
Tash. Hold on, Tash. My resume, right? Right? 3 children, right? A black son, right? Fully black son. Well, matter of fact, let's just preface this by saying this. I have 3 children. All 3 of my children are black with black women, right? You know what I'm saying? A black son that I've had full custody of since 2012 when his mother passed away, right? Full custody. You know what I'm saying? Daughters that you're never going to have to ask a man to, they're never going to depend on a man for anything. And the people, I know we're fucking 9 hours in, but if you was listening to this stream earlier, my daughter Maggie walked right in here and said, "What's up, Pops? What's popping?" And she was talking. So listen, like 3 kids, also a business, right? A black business. A black business. I didn't have to beg. I didn't have to go ask nothing. I got with a black brother, a black like-minded brother, and we said, you know what? We're going to open a chicken shop. yes, it may seem minor to you, but this chicken shop represents so much in this black community. Not only does it provide a service that people want and provide a product that the people want, we employ black brothers and sisters. And
I think you said enough, Bourne. You've shown your leadership qualities, and I think that
don't get me
I think
started.
from my perspective, Born Rich, yeah, I'm not going to go too much into my personal life, but I think, I'm similar to you in the sense that we're both leaders within our smaller community, which is our family. And, we lead our kids to where they need to be led. We look after them, we provide for them, and we offer every type of support we can. And even in the wider dynamics of my family, I'd say, that crosses that border also. I'd say that, even some of the elder members of my family, I have to support. So, in as far as leadership in the community, I'd say, even just looking at the dynamics of this conversation, what I've shown many a time, and I will continue to show time and time again, is I'm not a sheep and I'm a very good listener. And if I see a mistake being made, or if I see a certain dynamic not being looked into and not being tackled, I won't shy away from it. And I won't give people the opportunity to run. I will make sure that it gets tackled, just like I did today. Because as I explained today, this is something that has not been discussed. It's not been tackled. It's not been focused on. It's always the brothers are dating outside of their group and X, Y, Z attacking the brothers. But no one's ever focused on the sisters in that way. But that dynamic exists with the sisters. Also, this whole feminist thing exists with the sisters. Now, for the sisters to identify the feminist movement as white supremacy, but not identify the numerous amounts of sisters following these feminist agendas and even taking part and taking leadership roles in there, I think that's a tragedy. And that definitely proves my leadership qualities.
Shifa, I feel you're trying to put this whole responsibility on the women. Like when you're wanting the responsibility of being a leader, but then you're complaining about feminism. You should be complaining about
I can't put it on the women, sis. I can't put it on the women. I have to put it on myself. And that's why in putting it on myself, I have to highlight the issue first, before allowing the sisters to get there before me and them taking the leadership role. And I don't think that was going to happen anyway, because we are the leaders and we are the heads of the household. There's a reason why the man is the head. It wasn't done like that for no reason. And any sister who, is of any kind of, especially Abrahamic religious denomination, is going to definitely have to accept that to some extent.
No one's saying that a man should not lead his home. But the reality is, Shifa, a lot of men have not led their home. In fact, they've fled their home. That word fled.
Well, I mean, we're not gonna speak about a lot of men. Hold on, Tash.
Yeah, well, you said we
Tash,
fled.
you can't do that. Fled.
Hold on, bro.
Exactly.
Let her talk freely, Born. Let her talk freely. Come on, brother, man.
Go ahead, Tash. I'm bullshit. I'm joking, sis. Go ahead.
No, I'm really joking. I was joking with you, but I'm like, I shouldn't say that. It's only because I wanted to get you back for murder.
You can say it though, sis. Sis, don't feel like you can't say anything you want to say, because if we're gonna be leaders, Born Rich here, like if we're gonna be leaders, we have to allow them to have their voice. And if there's a mistake made or something said that we can diffuse, at least then we can be those leaders and diffuse those situations, so that it's not going to keep coming up over and over again. And that's what leadership's about. It's about running a ship. If you're the captain on a ship and your lieutenant raises an issue and you silence your lieutenant, and loads of other people are thinking, hold on, but I see that as an issue too. Now people might start following the lieutenant. Now, before we know it, we got mutiny on the ship. Whereas we could have let the lieutenant have their say, and we could have shown the lieutenant, why it's wrong what they're saying, or why there's an error that they may have made.
Hey, Chef, I like that analogy. Good shit.
What about
trust?
What about trust? Trust.
When you say trust, sis, I'm down with you on this trust thing, which is why I've not gone consistently at Born Rich about it. But I think, like I said to Born Rich in the first instance, it's a tragedy when I see brothers that say, well, I'm only going to be with sisters, but then they will cheat on the sisters, because now that's definitely going to have an effect on the way the sisters trust us.
We can't do that.
Another dynamic, Born Rich, to take the focus off of you for a second, Born Rich, here. Another dynamic would be, any brothers who live in a sister's house and don't pay a bill and expect the sisters to do all the work. I would say that is definitely going to,
it's going to put us in a weakened position. I've never been one of these brothers.
Yeah, I
I've
don't
always
really see the
provided.
brothers
I've
that's
always worked.
doing that though. Hold on,
No, brother,
because this
there
is what
may be not many of them.
no.
There may not be many of them, but they may exist born rich, and we have to adhere to the fact that these brothers exist
I'm gonna tell you
before
what
we
I
can
don't like.
diffuse these reservations that the sisters have.
Absolutely, and I'm gonna tell you what I don't like. I don't like the white sisters living in the homes of black men and living off the black men's wealth, and they just lazy and not doing anything. So that's what I'm saying, brother. If we're gonna go to the extreme like that, and I always speak about the loud minority, right? If we're gonna speak about the loud minority, let's just speak about all the loud minorities, bro. I don't like
Can I
the
speak on that one you just pointed
I
out?
don't like the down low LGBT community going into
Can I speak on that? Can I speak on that one you just did though? Before we move on to a different point, yeah, I'd like to say on behalf of the sisters of all denominations, I believe that 9 times out of 10, yeah, the sisters are never living off of the back of no man. To some extent, they either uphold, look at the
you say
uphold.
that's what
Looking,
you
one
believe.
second. This is what I believe, and this is the reason I believe it is because it's what. One second, let me finish, guys, because we're talking freely. Remember, we're talking freely. Let me finish. But then, hold on, born rich. Yes, it's what I believe because it's what I see in my day to day, and it's what I know in my day to day. I can't speak for the whole dynamics of every community because I don't know everyone in the world. So I'm only going to speak for what I've seen in my lifetime and what I've noticed in my lifetime. And in mine, what I've noticed in my lifetime is that, there may be some sisters that are stay-at-home wives, but they look after the house, they look after the children, they've got extreme amounts of work to do. So their contribution is never compromised. And I'd say that, the rest of the sisters, who aren't just stay-at-home wives, they also contribute financially also, and they're never just living off of the back of any man. And I'd say that, some of the brothers, some of the white brothers, some of the the men in general may be in these type of situations, and maybe this is going to give the women a bad image of us.
Okay, brother. I understand what you're saying, but I know sometimes, man, I don't say this, Schiffer, but some people would say black brothers that's in relationships with non-black women gives us a bad image. What do you have to say to them people?
I hear you, and I'd say exactly what I said earlier. I think that what's happened is, as well as us being usurped by feminist agendas, we've been usurped by agendas where people like to satisfy their egos, and people like to feel like they're being catered to. Yeah, and that's why I asked the sisters, do they feel intimidated by other demographics of women? Because I don't hear this from the men when the sisters are dating outside of the demographic. I hear it from the sisters.
Schiffer, are you joking? Are you joking, Schiffer? I get the most.
I don't honestly. I've not heard it once on panels.
Nah,
I've not. This is this. I've not heard once on a panel to Born Rich.
Well, let's ask Sakina. Can we ask Empress Sakina? Sakina, I'm not sure if you date black men or not, but if you do date black,
yeah, good.
I could get through it with a straight face. But if you do date black men, do you feel like do black men question you about your relationship with a black man?
No, not really.
Exactly. Thank you. So I'm not lying, and I've never heard it on any panel. I'd like if there is any panel where it's been discussed, I'd like someone to play it back for us so we can hear it. But I'm telling you, I've not heard it even once. But I've heard the sisters on many occasions talking about the brothers dating outside of their dynamic on many occasions, so many occasions that it's become quite a normal topic to talk about.
God of Jacob, I've had Cain, I've had a fair few that have come for me for dating somebody who's mixed race. I don't know what you're on about. And
you said the black man.
I've never heard it. Man. I've never heard it. Sis. That's what I'm saying.
You're kind of different.
So much heat behind closed doors. He said whatever he wants. He's disrespectful. And there's a few of them that do that. So I don't know why you're going on like you're solo out here.
No, I'm just saying, sis, I've never heard it, innit? If it's been said, then I'll adhere to that. I'd
Yeah, but
adhere
I
to the
don't.
fact that you've told me it's been said.
That's just kind of different, but okay,
Shiva,
Taz.
you do diss black women. You diss black women. I don't diss black men. That's the difference between me and you, though. I shouldn't really get
No,
nothing.
sis, I think that's you conflating there. But like I said, Tash, I'll accept what you've said, that it's been said to you, but I don't see you as a white woman, Tash. I see you as a black woman. So even if it's been said to you, then it's kind of
Yeah, because they think I should be
it's
with a
still
black
an error.
man.
Well,
And this is
sis, are
like
you with a black man?
husband as
Are you
well.
with a black
So
man? Are you with
no,
a
he's
black
mixed
man?
race.
Are you, my sis? Are you with a black man?
He's mixed race.
No, he's black. We've accepted him as black. So you may call him mixed race,
Shiva,
but
it's up to him.
we
Hold on,
accept him as
Shiva.
black.
The seed of his
He,
father, seed of thy father.
yeah,
Shiva.
but he sees himself as.
What is
because
his
look at
father,
culture,
Tash? Tash, if you don't mind me asking,
here
what
we
is
go.
his father?
Yeah,
What
he's Caribbean, Montserrat.
his father?
Yeah.
Oh, why is he
We've
mixed race?
accepted
What
him.
is his mother? What's his mother?
You know his mother born dead.
I'm just asking. Okay, all right. You don't want to say.
But we've accepted him as black either way, cuz. You feel what I'm trying to say?
but it's up to him.
I know the sister. The sister. Remember, the sister earlier born rich. Yeah, the sister earlier born rich. Her mum was black and her dad was white. Yeah, but she's still been accepted as black. Hence, she stuck out her chest. She said it with her chest. I'm a black woman.
Yes.
She's been accepted. So it's too late for that, Tash. We can't turn back the hands of time. I'm sorry about that.
No, but but Shiva, don't pretend like you're the only one. And I do not disrespect my own black men. I've got my father, brothers, men that I really respect.
Yes, they look like you.
Yeah.
I don't think you do, Tash. Tash. I think you in particular, you're a particular case. And I think that I've never really heard you go at anyone in regards to who they're dating. But I have heard many sisters do that.
Yeah, but
So
Tash
I'm
can't,
referring
though.
to what I've
I
heard.
really record that.
But Tash can't. Tash is dating technically outside of her race. So Tash is not going to be the one that pulls you up on that, Shiva. Now I can, right? I can pull you up on dates.
Yeah, but you're not a sister, brother. You're not a sister. Remember, we're talking about the sisters here. And like I said, the sisters on many occasions have highlighted the brothers dating outside of their racial demographic. But I've never heard them highlight the sisters dating outside of their racial demographic, which I find to be
I
an
don't
issue.
recall them doing that. But I think, you know what it was? Shiva, and I'll be honest with you, I'm glad Stanley's jumped on as well. I think the conversation has been about whether you can be pro-black and marry outside. And I was honest, and I said there's a bit of a compromise when you date somebody that's from a different race. Because if you love someone, you have to respect everything
You're
about
entitled to that opinion, Tash. You're entitled to that opinion, Tash. But if you understand the dynamics of love,
you guys
the dynamics of love,
say, oh, yeah,
the dynamics of
1
love,
second, Tash.
man. Get out of
The
here,
dynamics, Tash, the dynamics of love would contradict what you're saying entirely, because to love someone, you have to actually love that person, not just be with them just because they're the same color as you. So once we get into that dynamic, it makes that point so refutable that it just becomes ignorant.
Now hold on, Shiva. What I'm saying, right, is I think this started with when I think Shakara, I don't know who it was, mentioned basically that can you be pro-black and also date outside your race or be.
It wasn't Shakara that was approaching me on that level, but Shakara has chimed in. Shakara has chimed in at points, and I would say the same thing to Shakara. The dynamics of love wouldn't point you to just dating any demographic of person. The dynamics of love would be you love that person regardless of who they are, and we love people for who they are. So if we're gonna deal with the dynamics of love, we have to deal with the dynamics of love. If we're just dealing with the dynamics of color, then we have to understand and recognize our ignorance.
No, Shifa, you're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying what they're saying is, can you be pro-black? Can you be involved in pro-black movements and date outside your race? Now I said
100%.
No.
100%. Many black leaders have done that. Many pro-black leaders have done that.
You're compromised to a certain extent. Like you can do stuff, but you are compromised. If you truly love your partner,
no, you're not. You're definitely not compromised, Tash. I think maybe for the females. Listen, Tash. For the females, you may be compromised because remember, the man is the head. He is leading. So from the male perspective, Tash, unfortunately. No, but Tash, 1 second. Unfortunately, from the male perspective, you couldn't use that dynamic because the man is the head. So the man is leading. So that would mean hold on 1 second. That was 1 second, Tash. So that would mean any dynamics of that household, that man is leading. So then if the man is black, then the house is being led by blackness.
Full stop.
And if the woman is black, and the man is white, she's being led by a white man. She's being led by whiteness. Full stop.
Nah,
Period.
I've heard this in my Discord as well.
Is that how it goes, Shiva?
Sorry,
Shiva. Let me
My
ask
brother, that's how it
Sakina.
goes. That's how it goes.
Let me
No,
ask
because
Empress.
if you
Hold on. Let me ask my sister, Empress Sakina. All right. So, Empress Sakina, you get a husband. I'm sure he's probably going to be of the Muslim faith. Right?
Yeah.
Are you going to submit to your husband?
Well, yes, of course.
Thank you.
That's
so there's
what
no
Shiva
argument here.
but that
You see,
doesn't mean
arguing
she
with me on
lose
that
her.
point.
She doesn't lose her whole
Arguing with me on that point.
upbringing and her background
Sis,
and her
it
culture.
doesn't matter, sis. Forget the
She's still a
upbringing, because
human being that
she's
comes
now
into a
under
home.
the rulership of that man and the leadership of that man.
You
So
can't
to
just
that
become
effect, Tash,
African.
there's no
You can't
argument
just
here.
become African if you marry an African person. You're still gonna have your
No, you
culture,
won't
your
become an
upbringing.
African. You'd be
You're
led
still
by
gonna have your
one. And that's
parents
the
and your
point I made. I
family.
said led by one,
No, Sifa,
sis.
I'm
I didn't
telling
say
you,
you'd
I'm
become one.
someone who's been married, and I know what I'm talking about. You take on the culture to a certain extent because if you love someone,
Yeah,
you
but
respect
sis,
what
you'd
they
still
come
be
with.
led by one. You'd
No,
still
but
be led
you're not
by one.
taking
And
on
in
the fact
being
that
led
she's had
by
a
someone,
Yeah.
childhood.
So Sakina, hold on. So if our sister Empress Sakina marries a Arab Muslim, then she's going to be led by an Arab Muslim.
that's correct. That's it. There's no way of making me fallible in this point. It's actually impossible because the man is the head. If the man wasn't the head, then you could turn it around. And that's why I
You're
said from the
behaving like
female
she's a
perspective.
robot. No, you're
No, but I'm
behaving
saying
like
from
they're
the
not
female,
human.
we're
This is
not
not
behaving
normal.
like she's a robot, sis. We're behaving like if you're going to be led, if the man is the leader and you're being led, then there's no way around that. There isn't no different way of being led.
What does the
Being led is
scripture
being
say?
led.
What does the
leadership to
scripture
another
say,
level.
Shafa, about leaders and
You lot are
leadership?
too much.
And what does the hadith, what does the Quran say? Empress
It would
Sakina,
say the
what
man is the head. It would
Yeah,
say
but
the man
whether
is
he's
the
the
head.
head
In
or not
fact,
doesn't mean that
one second, sis. One
she
second,
becomes
sis.
a
It
blank
would go as one
canvas
second,
that
sis.
you
One
paint.
second, sis. 1 second, sis. It would go as far as saying, I know definitely in the Christian scripture, it would go as far as saying, that you have to adhere to your man in the same way you would adhere to the Most High.
Facts. All right, but that's the scripture. What does the Quran say or hadith? Do you guys have a hadith?
We were talking about it the other day. Actually, I think it was yesterday. There's a hadith along the lines. Hang on, let me go find it before I
Get it,
speak
sis.
on
Go
it.
get it. Yeah, I know my sister's gonna go ahead. Tash, you have this.
I think we should let Tash speak though, because I feel like I've proven my point, but I think Tash has a
No
point to make.
point here because the reality is, even if the man is supposed to lead the home, but you're taking that and running with it. The leadership qualities that the man has doesn't mean that he completely just diminishes her whole childhood and all her your mother-in-law, your father-in-law. That's a part of her culture. You think all of a sudden she's going to
Diminishes,
become
Tash,
this black woman in your home?
overrides, Tash. Not diminishes, overrides.
Her culture will still be a part of her.
No, Tash, it would be overridden. She would now. If the man decided that, Tash, if the man is the leader and the man decided we are now following only this. 1 second, Tash. 1 second, Tash. No, Tash, I know you know. I'm not saying you don't know what you're talking about, but I'm just saying in practice, if we're going to actually adhere to this, if the man says you're only going to be following this culture from now on, the woman is now being led, and for her to submit, she would have to follow those rulings. And if the man's rulings are to be followed and adhered to in the same way as the Most High, then there's no way around that. If the woman's gonna break the structure, then to some extent maybe you're right. But if the woman is going to adhere, then there's no way that you could be right.
Hold on. What rulings are you going to have that's going to make her diminish her race or her culture, where she's from?
No one said diminish, Tash. I said override.
Well, I'm saying to you, she's still going to be a white, Asian, Chinese, whatever woman you choose. She's not going to be a black woman.
She will be a white or Asian or whatever woman she is, led by blackness.
Yeah,
if the man is a black man leading the household, full stop. There's no way out of that situation. Same way for Sister Sakina. Like she said, if she marries a Muslim man, sis, if she marries a Muslim man, but she comes from a Christian.
But sis, if she marries a Muslim man, yeah, and she's come from a Christian upbringing, that Muslim would override the Christianity.
Bro, you're
she expressed herself.
You're talking about submission in terms of leadership and making decisions within the home. I'm talking about her culture. I'm not even talking about race. Put race aside for a minute. We are culturally different. Caribbean home is very different to a home that is African.
Yeah, but then
that is white.
she's gonna have to learn those cultural differences and learn to adhere to them. That's what point I'm making, Tash.
I'm not saying that they don't. I'm not saying that people don't learn that.
So then you're making me right then.
No, but hold on, because myself, but the thing is, Shifa, you're talking about somebody who's experienced in this, because I've been in it myself. So I know.
What do you mean? In what sense?
I've had to pick up things regarding the Sikh side of my partner, so I know that this does exist. But at the same time,
his father a Sikh. So his father's a Sikh.
His father is from Montserrat. His mother and her family are Sikhs, and there are weddings that you have to go to. It's a very I have to respect their culture.
Okay, so Sash, what we're going to understand.
Sorry,
but what we have to understand there is that his father's compromised, because his father's supposed to be the leader of the household, and if his father directed the 1 second, Tash, if his father, Tash,
events, the Sikh events, because the father leaves. Don't be so ridiculous.
No, Tash, if the father is allowing it. If the father is allowing it, that's the father's choice. But if the father is being directed by the woman, then he's not really the leader.
Nah, you can't say that about. Don't be saying that about my father-in-law. Let me.
I'm not saying that about your partner. I'm saying that about all fathers. If my father chose to be that, listen, Tash. If my father chose to be directed by my mother, he's no longer the leader. She's the leader. And this is what's happened with these feminist movements, that the women have become the leadership role within the household in a lot of respects.
Listen, let's just have a genuine conversation. Don't make this into something it isn't, right? I'm saying to you, if you were to marry an Asian woman, for example, right, she will have cultural practice, or she will have sisters and brothers where you have to go to weddings, possibly Christians, whatever it may be, and you're going to have to involve yourself in their culture. It's an unfortunate
You don't have
fact.
to.
And I don't think black men that marry white women in particular should be pretending and putting the pretense up that doesn't happen. It does.
I never said it doesn't happen,
Sash. Two white women, and I know the white women, and they know at times they have to make their changes, and vice versa.
Yeah, but Tash, I would suggest to you that those men. But I would suggest to you, Tash, that those men are not the real leaders. They're not the. A real leader makes decisions based on his family, not based on her family, or not based on the family that came before him.
Of Colombian culture, is that what you're saying? Is she not going to?
No, what I'm saying to you is what I'm saying to you is this, Tash. Yeah, I'm going to say this to you now. Yeah, one second, Tash. Watch this. My partner may have come from a particular culture where they do things like eat pork. But now she's with me, she can no longer eat pork. Now she's with me, she can no longer take on certain practices. And, the family are going to have to accept that. It's not me that's going to have to accept anything, because I'm the leader within my household. And if they can't adhere to that, to some extent, maybe it's going to push us away from the family. But I'm willing to accept the consequences of my life, because I'm the leader, I'm the head.
Shifa, I heard you called my country a porky eating country, and you shouldn't even be talking about Ghana in that way.
What?
We use alternatives.
They do eat pork, though.
We are educated and knowledge about the swine. We don't eat the pork like how it used to be eaten. So let's just chill out.
Is it a big? Hold on, real quick, Shifa. In Guyana, is it a big Islam presence? In Guyana, is that
I wouldn't say there's a big Islam presence there, and there is a lot of pork eating. I'm gonna be honest with you, yeah. One of my children, hold on, sis. Do you know why I can say that? Do you know why I can say that? Because one of my children's mothers is Guyanese. I could bring her on the panel. She was the one. She's the one who told me about the pork eating. And although we're no longer together, because I was a good leader to some extent, she has stopped eating the pork. And she has moved away from some of those cultural practices. I'm gonna be honest, like facts. Like, what we doing here? What we doing here? Come on.
Let's all right, guys. Let me play a little bit more. Let's play a little bit more of the recording. Let's play a little bit more of the recording, man. Let's get it, man. We fucking 9 hours in. Y'all better hit that like button, man. Only thing popping right now. Let's get it.
Of immigrants from the Caribbean and South and Central America in the United States of America who are not documented, all right? And that we understand that there's a relationship between that kind of economic.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. Let's see where we at now. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit though.
Like, well, basically a father in a home. Also, she doesn't have like a strong family structure, but we are jailed at a disproportionate rate.
You're doing it to prove a point, but do you truly believe it? Because I think you're being a little bit disingenuous.
Huh? Say it again. Hold on. Say it again.
You guys got any stats for us? Like, you got any pages you want to pull up?
All right. Let me ask a question, Jez. Yeah,
Rashida, she would have to. She brought up statistics.
No, actually, you know what is at the end of the day. I mean, when I came here, I was talking about Tommy Sotomayor, right? So we switched it. We started having a different conversation. Now you're telling me to source up. We all know the facts. At the end of the day, if you want to pigeonhole yourself into Tennessee, that's all you see.
Yeah.
How come if that's okay? So if that's the case, how come Black men are jailed and imprisoned at a disproportionate rate in regards to any other races?
Because
anybody want to take on that question? Why are Black men jailed and incarcerated at a disproportionate rate when it pertains to other races? Why? Anybody? No? All right, let's get back to the recording.
Tell me.
Come on, sis. You know, don't.
Yo,
please
pause. Sorry, pause.
Ask the question.
I couldn't unmute there. Sorry. I wanted to answer that question. Born Rich, I'm going to say this, yeah. Within the media, yeah, there may be this fallacy that Black men are jailed at disproportionate rates to other races, X, Y, Z. But if we were to look at the demographics worldwide, even if we were to look at the demographics country by country, we'll find that that is a fallacy. And it's not even a fallacy, it's an absolute fantasy. They tried to say the same thing in the UK, but then when you look throughout the UK prisons, we'll find that, okay, disproportionate amounts of convictions are dished out to Black people. But when we look in the prison demographics, the majority of the prisons are not filled with Black prisoners. It's actually filled with white prisoners. Facts. And unfortunately, people have been bamboozled by this this information for years. There's been many presentations of information to refute it, but people tend to stick with they tend not to look to the latter.
Well, let me tell you this, and I like that. I like that what you said, Shifra, because that word disproportionate, right? Let me tell you this. They was using that disproportionate word when they was talking about you guys know this virus or whatever that's been going around, right? Initially, fucking 2 years ago now, 2.5 years ago, they said Black people are dying at a disproportionate rate from this virus because of past health conditions. And now you guys don't really hear anything about that, about Black people dying at disproportionate rates. If anybody dies from the shit that's going on right now, it's just people. It's just people.
Can I just add to what I said as well?
That's dangerous. Go on, brother.
I just want to add to what I said. I think when I say disproportionate sentences being handed out, I mean in the sense of the length of sentences. So what we find is disproportionately the darker skinned people are getting longer sentences for doing the same crime, and I think that's where the disproportion lies. It's not actually in the amount of crimes committed.
I love it, brother. I try not to get into it because if you guys was listening to me earlier, I said I tried my best to go through this conversation without saying white supremacy, but when we speak about people being locked up at disproportionate rates and people being exonerated and people being locked up and all of that, we know who's locked up in mass numbers. I try not to say white supremacy, but I think this is the point of the conversation where I just said, fuck it. I
had to clear that one up for motion because I think I rushed my point, Born Rich, and where I rushed my point,
but I want motion to jump on. Motion should be able to jump on. It's a Saturday morning, motion. You should
No,
be
but
able to judge all.
I hope that's satisfied Motion's reservation there, because I didn't actually point out where the disproportion was, and the disproportion is
Ain't
in the length of
nobody
sentence,
listen, brother.
where
Ain't nobody
a
trying to
a black man may have committed a burglary and got 3 years, where a white man committed a burglary and got a year and a half, 2 years.
Man, y'all
And
better
I
quit
think that
playing with
that's where
me.
the disproportion
Let me tell you about,
really lies.
man, bro. You want to know about disproportionate? Man, listen. It was a time when fucking 5 grams of cocaine was a misdemeanor, but 1 gram, no, it was 7 grams of cocaine in order to be a felony. It was 1 gram of crack to be a felony, to be considered a felony. Who was selling crack and who was selling cocaine?
Good
So
question. I'd say it was predominantly the white people. But
was
Motion,
selling
jump on,
cocaine. No,
please,
it
because
was cocaine. But I'm just
okay.
saying, when we say disproportionate, like we know the system of white supremacy creates these numbers,
Yeah.
and these laws to make it where when we have these stats, we can say, oh shit, it's disproportionate. That's all I
Yeah,
was saying.
motion, jump on. If you think I'm wrong in saying that disproportionate
Man,
sentences
he ain't
are
gonna
handed
jump
out
on, man.
to the blacks in comparison to the whites, I think there's plenty of evidence I could point you to show you where a black person may have gone to the court for the same thing that a white person has gone to the court for, and they have been handed a longer sentence for doing the same crime. And I think
That's a
there's
fact.
too much of that to really refute what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a fact. Let's get it. Let's play some more. She
I'm
asked me a
asking.
question, Shaka.
All right.
She asked me a question, Shaka.
Like, you know what it is? Let me tell you
I can
something.
go into
Salute
that
to
bag if y'all
you.
want.
Salute. No, we're not even going to do that. Salute to you for being a good father. Salute to you for living in a community, playing baseball. Maybe if more fathers were like that, there'd be less black men in jail. We know the facts here, right? We're not going to sugarcoat this and pretend that it's something it's not. Right? I'm not going to take away from you. Yes, you're a part of your community. You live in Tennessee, right? Tennessee is a small area in the United States, right? That's a small, city. I live in a bigger city, right? More people per capita. The income is different. The crime rate is different. You cannot deny the facts that it's only 13 or 14% of black people in the United States, but we are jailed at a disproportionate rate. That every family has a mother and father. Let's be real.
13% of the population. I don't know the immediate statistics, but the last time I checked, it was over 50% of the prison population.
I've looked it up already, Rich. It says percent of Black Americans in general US population 30%. So you're correct on that one. Percentage of people in prison or jail who are black is 40% plus.
40% plus.
Yeah.
Why does this sister even know those percentages? And it's not crazy. It's not, because we already spoke about statistics, right? Show me the statistics of Muslim terrorists globally, right? And everybody's gonna wonder, why the fuck do they even want to know those statistics if we know those statistics aren't true? Man, listen.
But
So
they may be
40,
consistent
hold
with
on,
what I
hold
said,
on,
then,
hold
Rich,
on, hold on, hold
due,
on,
due to
hold
length
on,
of
40,
sentences.
hold on. Let me be honest, guys. If we're gonna do 40+%, right? Let's just say 40%, right? That means 4 out of every 10 of my homeboys are locked up in jail. That doesn't that number doesn't make
You
any
mean
sense.
4 out of 10? 4 out of 10.
4 out of 10,
40.
absolutely. I don't know. My bad. If I said 40, I meant 4. I meant 4 out of 10. So if I go get 10 of my closest homies, that means 4 of them are going to are locked up. This is not going to be locked up. This has to be currently locked up. So I don't know, man. I just think these numbers and these statistics are weird. And it really sounds weird because I've heard white supremacists regurgitate these same fucking statistics to me since the beginning of time. Man, let me play some more of this, man. Y'all wildin'. And make sure y'all hit that like button, man. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the fucking like button. And if you don't follow me on Instagram, The Instagram is always scrolling across the bottom of the screen. The PayPal is always scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And the Cash App is always scrolling across the bottom of the screen, man. Do what you need to do, man. Let's go.
About this. And that's the problem with Black people. We are so hell-bent on trying to deny what's in front of our face, we will never evolve. You understand what I mean? Admit where the problem lies, and maybe as a community we can fix it. By you sitting on this panel and denying and saying, well, I don't see that on my block. Your block, you live in middle America. You don't live in a big city. You don't live in a
do with any that doesn't have to do with you
just it has a lot to do with it because you are living in a town where you're only seeing all right. You know what I'm saying.
That don't really have anything
it does.
But let me ask you this though, because you keep saying this, you keep bringing up black people are more they're incarcerated more than any other race. Why do you think that, sister? Do you think that we're just innately we have more criminality? Why
I can tell you exactly why. I can tell you.
Before she says it, I want to ask you guys, right? Because Empress Sakina, what was that jail? What was that incarceration rate, sis?
It said 40% plus in jail or prison.
I'll ask you first. Why is that number so high? Are Black people just that? Are we innately criminals? Like why?
No,
why
I don't
is that
think
number
so.
so high?
I mean, I don't know, man. It shouldn't be that. It shouldn't be that at all. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't even understand. I don't understand.
I know you want to get it. I know. I have an answer for you that I think you don't want to say, but I want to give everybody else a chance. Tash. What we're 13. Let me get the numbers right. We're 13% of the population, but we are incarcerated at over 40%. Over 40% of our population is incarcerated. Why is that?
I'm gonna give a similar response to what you're gonna give, but a bit of a longer one. I think the village around the Black human, is failing Black Americans and Black UK. And I mean, when I mean the village, and I don't even think it's just Black Americans, other groups as well. But we're talking about the education system, the police institute, the home. Yep.
Hold on, sister. I want to be really direct. I know. I want to be really direct. When you say the policing system, what do you mean? How do the policing system help
difficult.
that 40%?
I can only talk for the UK.
Yeah.
Right. But there's the whole stop and search thing. I don't necessarily agree with it in the way that it is now. I think it's failing the young.
Do you think officers in the UK are targeting Black people with their stop and search tactics?
Unfortunately, I would say that they are. I think some people may disagree with me though, and that's fine. We could have that discussion. But I think it is now. I don't think it's a fair system. But that's not the only part. We've got a number, the community that they live in. There's loads of environmental factors that need to be taken into consideration. And you could say possibly white supremacy obviously is a part of all of those institutes. But then Moshe made a good point. How come there's so many people that are successful, that are flourishing? Maybe, we need to look into...
I think we spoke about that earlier, right? I thought we spoke about the difference of immigrants and the people who was already there, right? Like nowhere in the world would you guys praise me if I left America, moved to Nigeria, came back on YouTube and said, hey family, I am rich as fucking Nigeria. And guess who I don't fuck with, guys? I don't fuck with these Nigerians. I'm gonna tell my daughter and my son don't fuck with these Nigerians. But I live in Nigeria and I am filthy rich off this land. Wouldn't you guys look at me a little funny, right? That sounds a little weird though, right? Am I tripping? I think that sounds weird. Like I made a killing in Nigeria. But I'm gonna tell my kids when we get over here, you don't fuck with them. We fuck with Asians and white people. We don't wanna. You better not bring no fucking Nigerian in my household. But my household is located in Nigeria. This shit sounds crazy. Let's play some more of the video, man.
Exactly why. And the furthermore, like this is a fact. This is not something I'm making up. You know it as well as I do. There are more Black people in jail than there are any other races. I think number one, there's not a strong family structure for a lot of these kids. I think there's a problem with undereducation. I think there's a problem with underemployment. Right. And there are issues with racism in the United States. That's a very big thing. But we can't always blame, the other person. It starts at home. How do you raise your children? Are you involved in their life? It takes a village to raise a family. Sometimes it's hard for a mother just to raise 3-4 boys on her own. So guess what? They fall victim to the streets. They fall victim to gangs. Let's not sit on this panel and pretend that the world is making up these statistics, because they're not. They're not. If you walk down the street, 9 out of 10, a police will stop you just because you're Black, right? So racism plays a part in it. So let's not pretend like... at the end of the day, I'm not trying to, I'm not dissing where you're from, but we're just talking facts here. Black people, if you look at it, Black women are educated in the United States. Don't get mad, Shaka. They're more educated than Black men. That is facts. That is statistics. Black women are more employable in the United States than Black men. That's why a lot of Black men venture off and start their own business.
What did she say?
Black women are more employable than Black men in America. Why do you guys think that is so? Why do you think a white man, if he has a business, why do you think a white man would hire a Black woman before he would hire a Black man?
I don't know.
I've got an idea, but I don't want to be crude.
Talk to me. Talk to me, sister. Talk to me, sister. Come on, Empress.
The only thing I could think of, if it's a man, and it's not just white men, it's men in general. Yeah, they're looking at women because, as in my opinion, maybe he might think he's gonna get his leg over.
I don't know, man. I think God of Jacob was saying this, man. God of Jacob said it's the one big Black nigga syndrome, right? It's the King Kong. Right? King Kong was the big Black thing that nobody wanted to fuck with, right? And that is how it is as a Black man, right? You get a big Black man that's 6'5", he wants a job, and you have a fucking 6 foot even white guy who looks more docile.
My gosh, Lord, what you want?
It's the white man. It's the 6 foot white man. And that 6 foot white man is taller than me, but he's still going to look more docile than the fucking 6'3" Black man. Come on, man. What are we doing, man? And we know it. Nobody wants to hire a Black man. The Black man might go off and not only say some shit, but do some shit.
I don't know. That's a new one. I think you lot are really reaching, man. You lot are really trying to go at each other. I don't know. I haven't heard that one before.
These are facts. So let's not pretend like the whole Black nucleus family is so grand and wonderful. Black people are a broken people. And it's not just American people. It's all Black people. So let's talk about the real issues now, right? Now, you can go ahead.
Can I ask a question, please? Again, nobody was denying that there are issues among Black people. I've never said that. But I've got 2 questions for you, if I may, as regards to the statistics that you put forward. Yeah, one of the things that is important when you're looking at statistics is looking at the data set and the definitions. So when they're talking about single parent homes, are you able to tell us what is being defined as a single parent home?
Absolutely. A single parent home is normally a mother who doesn't have a father in a home, or maybe basically a father in a home. Also, she doesn't have like a strong family structure, so maybe there's no uncles.
That's not true, guys. A single parent home does not mean it's not a father in a home. I've already reiterated this, man. I've had full custody of my son since 2012. So a single parent home, it's not just a single mother with a child and it ain't no nigga around. That shit goes both ways. And when it comes to statistics, nobody asked me that question. Period. All right, let's play some more.
Oh, hang on.
Around is no male.
All right. Go ahead.
Raheem just said, I'm looking at the comments in it. Raheem just said, that fact is not true. There are more black men in employment in America than black women. He said he just looked it up.
Yeah, I did think that. I did think that, to be honest. I was kind of surprised to hear her say that, but
I mean, that would make more sense. And I'm not trying to be horrible because there's single parents in this country, but if there is a problem of single parenthood in America, then who's looking after the kids? So obviously that would make more sense, wouldn't it? That men are more employed than the women, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I hear you.
Well, you're happy to hear that new fact, aren't you? That new stat.
No, I don't care about your fuck.
There's no male role models. So what happens is these black men fall victim to the street. This is an everyday fact. It doesn't make her a bad mother. It doesn't make her a bad mother. Maybe she's underemployed and she has to work 2 jobs, so she doesn't have enough time to check her kids' homework. You get what I'm saying? So it's a systematic thing. It's not something that, oh, there's a mother and father in the house and I'm capping. I'm not capping.
She said it's a systematic thing.
But
you say that, but then you want to turn all your focus and all of your energy on not only black men, black American men, Tash. And she's not even black American. So you know it's a system in place that is oppressing us, right? But you want to focus on me? You want to focus on me, little old me, born and rich in Tennessee, and you have this big global system of white supremacy, and you want to focus on me? Congratulations. Congratulations, sister. You played yourself.
Look it up for yourself.
I'm not suggesting that you are capping. I'm asking you a question because definition is important when they're doing these papers and they publish statistics. And so again, I'm not suggesting that you're calling anybody a bad mother. I'm just simply asking, how are they defining single parent? Now,
single parent means one parent.
Right, and I have never come across a statistic or a paper that presents statistics on single parenthood.
You've never come across that?
No, allow me to finish, please, sis. Yeah.
Okay.
That includes extended family in what they're defining as a single parent family. So I've never come across, and I'm not saying it doesn't exist, and maybe I've got to do more research, but I have never come across a paper that presents statistics on single parenthood whereby they factor in whether there are uncles or grandparents in the child's life and them kind of things there. My experience with looking at these statistics suggests that generally speaking, they're not even considering whether the father is in the child's life or not. A single parent is defined purely as a child that lives with their mother and the father is not living in the home. Right?
Agreed.
Right.
Agreed.
So by that definition, a single parent family just means that the parents are not together. It doesn't mean that the father is not involved in the child's life.
But we're looking at sorry, sir. But we're looking at statistics. They're not going and doing a census on. Well, are you with your baby father? Is he around? They're going on who's living in the household.
Allow me to finish, please, sis. Thank you very much. Yeah. What's it called? Where was I up to? Yeah. So I'm saying we have to be mindful of that when we're judging these statistics.
Now, absolutely, I'm coming at your throat, right? I'm biased.
Rashida, 1 second, sister, please. If you don't remember the comment, then why quote it, bro?
Nigger, I literally said something biracial, right? I am. Now,
saying something like the gender wars, right?
You can disrespect me.
Hey, you mind if I jump in? Can I jump in?
We're not doing that.
1 second.
He's allowed to disrespect me once again. You can just listen. You can. Nigger, I literally.
I'm biased.
Rashida, 1 second, sister, please.
All right,
if you
hold
don't
on,
remember
guys.
the comment, then why quote it, bro?
I can remember
because if I say it wrong, then everybody's gonna be like, man, you misquoted.
So then what I'm saying is, if you don't remember, then it's not.
Well, let me tell you what I heard. Then
I know what you said.
I'll say what I heard, bro.
Hey, can I jump in?
Niggas is disrespecting black women and mistreating black women, and the white man ain't doing that. So me as a black man that doesn't mistreat black women and don't know any and don't hang around black people who mistreat black women, I'm definitely gonna bite back and I'm gonna say, no, guys, this is the loud minority. Because the majority of black people
he can disrespect
really
him.
doing
Hey, mind if I jump in? Can I jump in?
They're not doing that.
1 second.
He's allowed to
jump in?
disrespect me once again.
1 second.
You can just listen. You can.
Yo, listen. One thing I don't like, you are all adults. Yeah? I don't want to have to keep saying one person talking at a time. I don't give a fuck where you're from. Male, female, old, new. It's getting boring now. Yeah? We know how to talk. We know how to talk. Take your time. Sister, I didn't hear him disrespect you. So you have to point out where we disrespected you. Rashida, I didn't hear him
jump in?
Now I want Rashida to answer that question, please.
Rashida.
I want to know.
First of all, I didn't say, okay, you know what? I'm just going to say this. And first of all, I didn't say nigger. I didn't call you, I didn't say that. So now you're trying to switch the narrative so people can look like I'm on.
I swear I heard her say that. I swear I heard her say it.
She said it earlier in the conversation.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I brought it up and said, you niggas, right? Because I was telling her what I heard, right? When you start spitting this fucking anti-black American rhetoric, I hear you niggas. Instead of black men ain't shit, I hear you niggas ain't shit. So that's what I was really explaining to her right there. But absolutely, she used the nigga word. She said nigga. She called Shakara. She said she told Shakara to chill, my nigga. Chill, my nigga.
Wow. The Shaka, you know.
But hold on, Paul. You see her as black though, right? Because she's the one dropped things over there, right?
Okay, so this is a fucking conversation, and man,
So
this
she can
is in
use
the
the
recording.
M-word
But yes.
Yeah, so you know, I don't know.
What you mean you don't know?
No, I'm just saying if she's considered as black, then you guys have normalized the N-word over there anyway. So you know, what's the beef? I don't think
Who
it's
do
right
you
for
think?
anyone.
What circles do you think she's gonna be involved in? With a Jamaican mother in America, do you think she's going to the white suburbs? Do you think she was raised in the white suburbs?
She considers herself to be black, no. Right? Isn't that what she said?
Absolutely.
Well, she's probably mixed with the black crowd now.
She didn't have a choice. Who else was going to accept her? Right? Let's be honest, right? That Italian, why she didn't tell me she grew up with her Italian family? Why is she not speaking the Pisano, the Lucianos and the Banos and fuck out of here. Why is she not speaking like that? You see what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I mean, I don't know the lady's background. Was her daddy around? Was she brought up in a 2-parent household or?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know, Empress, but I can tell you this. She said this. She was excited when she said she was biracial.
Okay.
And she said her family, but she eventually said her mother. But she said her family told her never to bring a black American man in their house.
Oh, that's a bit odd. But her mum, hang on. I'm confused. I'm confused.
No.
What?
You're not confused. You're not confused. You know exactly what I'm saying. Her mom's Jamaican. Her father is Italian. And they migrated. Well, they fled. They fled Jamaica.
Not fled.
To America.
Hello. Don't be using that word.
Okay.
Word.
Well, they ran from Jamaica to America. They left Jamaica, and when they got to America in 1980, they had a child, and then they told their child, "Hey, don't invite Black American men into our home, living in America, living amongst Black people. Because, come on, guys,
Well,
we know
that's
she
gonna
didn't
be a
live
bit
in Little
hard.
Italy. We know she didn't grow up in Little Italy.
So, what
I'll
did
just
her
say.
parents want her? What race did they want her to go with then? I don't
Well,
understand.
she identifies as Black. I don't know if her Italian father told her to identify as Black. I'm pretty sure he didn't say it, right? Like,
Oh,
didn't we?
Mr.
I don't think
Allo
it was all
said
about race,
she.
though, Sid. I think it was specifically Black Americans. So possibly she could have been with a Black African. That wouldn't have been a problem, or a Black some other demographic, but just not Black Americans for some reason.
I don't give a fuck who you're with, but what I don't want you to do is hold on. You know what? I'll say. You know what, Shifa? I'll do you one better, brother. And I'm gonna go. Let me see. All right, I'm at 147. Shifa, I'll do you one better. I don't give a fuck who you date, but watch your mouth when you're talking like this.
So what you're saying, what you're saying is that you can't correct them, or what? Like, what are you saying? Right.
I'm not saying we can't correct them, but I'm saying we're not doing it.
So what you're saying, what you're saying is that you can't correct them, or what? Like, what are you saying? Right.
I'm not saying we can't correct them, but I'm saying we're not doing it.
Hold up.
As a form of
But
entertainment.
I would like to interject.
Yeah.
Stop the press.
Please.
The Rashida Savage Show.
What's up?
Yeah, you know what's up. She says, to be honest, Black men treat women worse than any white man. Facts. Woo.
That's fact.
Oh, come on.
What you're saying is that you can't correct them, or what? Like, what are you saying? Right.
I'm not saying we can't correct.
My bad, guys. Shifa, am I tripping? Hold on, guys. No, you know what? Maybe I was tripping. Let me do this.
So what you're saying, what you're saying is that you can't correct them, or what? Like, what are you saying? Right.
I'm not saying we can't correct them, but I'm saying we're not doing it.
Hold up.
As a form of entertainment.
I would like to interject.
Yeah.
Stop the press.
Please.
The Rashida Savage Show.
What's up?
Yeah, you know what's up. She says, to be honest, Black men treat women worse than any white man.
Anybody want to address that? Like, that's all right, cool.
She sounds a little bit like melanated goddess, you know. I don't know.
She do. Is that
the
I ain't
New
gonna
York
lie,
accent,
she do.
innit?
Nah, she do, and everybody said that today. She do. She does sound like that. Hey, somebody. Hey, this is why the chat is funny though. Somebody earlier in the stream said, "Melanated, quit playing. We all know that's you." That was just funny to me. That was hilarious.
They don't sound alike.
I know it's not melanated, but that was hilarious. I was
But I
just
hate
thinking,
it.
what makes people type that, right? What? Why would you type that? That's hilarious to me, though. But all right, let's go.
Yeah, I think it's a ridiculous statement. I think it's a ridiculous statement.
Yeah, that's a silly statement.
That's a
That is
bit
a silly
crazy.
statement.
That's your white supremacy narrative gone out the window there, boy. You lot are the biggest problem, supposedly.
Well, let me see. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if this Black
Fathers are the heads of the
American.
household, so
Hold
he would be
on,
responsible.
guys. Let's see. Let's just make sure because I'm gonna respect her opinion if this is a Black American sister saying this to me. Let's go.
Facts.
That's fact.
Oh, come on now, man.
That's fact. That's fact. I don't know about the UK. I don't know about the UK, but I can speak about American men, American Black men, and just to sidebar that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm biracial. You know, my mom is Jamaican, my dad is Italian.
What y'all say? Anybody? No? Nobody? Nobody?
Well, she definitely said
Lady D
biracial
said
there.
she'll
And later
address
on,
it.
she says, later on, she says that she's black, but at that point she said she's biracial. So I just assume that, you know, I said it earlier, it's this scrambled eggs theory where, you know, people are confused because they've not been accepted by, you know, the dynamics of the two communities that they come from. So there's a lot of confusion within there. And I think that that's why I think it's imperative that they can feel just as accepted by the white side as they do by the black side. So if this sister wants to be white, you know, she can, you know, fully accept that and claim that and be that. Whereas, you know, it seems that she's reluctant to, she feels accepted by black, but she's reluctant to fully claim it.
Exactly. Everybody wants to be black until the cops come. Shifa, the
Let's have
analogy
it
that
right. Hold on, you guys. She specifically said that it's Black American men that her issue is with, and it is, she dates Nigerian, Ghanaian, and I think she mentioned Jamaican men. So she seems to not have an issue with them, but this was specifically pointed at the direction of ADOS.
and you know what's fucked up about that? Does she live in Ghana? No, I'm asking you. I'm just asking you, Tash. Does she live in Ghana?
No, she lives
Does
in
she live
the
in
USA.
Nigeria? No, I don't know what is the man that she says she dates. And so we got let's go to the ethnicity of the man she dates and what country do they live in, right? And these are people, in order for her to flee Jamaica and come to America and then meet a Nigerian to have a relationship with the Nigerian, it means the Nigerian had
No
to
one's
flee.
fleeing Jamaica.
No. It meant the Nigerian had to flee Nigeria to America just for them to even meet. This is what's funny. This is what's funny. Like, our people built this fucking country for you guys to flee your country.
Listen, we don't
and
flee
have a
anywhere.
love
You're too rich
connection.
to God of Jacob.
Not only no,
Chill out. We're not fleeing to come
stop,
to America.
Tash. Not
No.
only do our Caribbean and African brothers and sisters flee their country.
You look
They
flee to come to beach
hold
holidays in the
on. I
Caribbean
don't know why
islands.
she's talking. I don't know why you talking and you fled. But why are you talking? So listen, not only do our Caribbean brothers and Nigeria, I mean not Nigerian, but African brothers and sisters flee their home countries. They come to America and have a love connection. Like these people love
Yeah, but Bourne, there is a difference there. Bourne, you've not
connection.
highlighted the difference there. When you're talking about our African brothers and sisters, they're fleeing an entire continent to go to a whole new continent. Whereas, as far as the West Indian community is concerned, we're not fleeing our continent. We're staying within our continent. We're going down the road. Basically, we're even going that far. How far is it from, you know, the furthest state to the furthest state away, from the northern state to the southern state? There's probably more. 1 second, Bourne. There's probably more space between the furthest northern state and the furthest southern state than there is between the West Coast and Jamaica.
Man, so you need to tell your Caribbean sister when she comes over here, we don't need to shit on Black Americans. Black Americans ain't did nothing to her.
Yeah, no, that's not a problem.
I will.
That's not.
But it's actually the
100%, because we are
propaganda.
Americans.
It's actually the
We are
propaganda.
American continentals. Bottom line.
No, it's actually the propaganda.
No, I'm
though.
Guyanese. I don't know about that.
We are an American continent. Fact.
Okay.
What continent are we on then, Tash?
Culture-wise, I'm Caribbean, bro. That's a different culture.
That's
No, but what continent are we on? I didn't ask you culture-wise. I said, what continent are we on?
Yeah, but we're not the same. We're not the same. This is the thing. Everyone's
You don't think? No, you're Guyanese. You might not be the same because Guyanese is
South
very mixed.
Americans are very different.
Guyanese is very mixed. Remember, Tash. You have to understand when you're dealing with Jamaicans, we are definitely the same, and we definitely identify as the same. So you can't identify for the Jamaicans because you're not one of us.
I'm not saying that. I definitely am not a Jamaican. We're definitely different, 100%.
Right. So please identify that the Guyanese are not the same. But as far as the Jamaicans, I'm identifying with my American brothers and telling them, yes, we are categorically the same.
they'll tell you to get lost, and you carry on with that.
No,
You're
they
Jamaican.
won't. We've already had the
Stay in
discussion earlier. They
Jamaica.
didn't tell me to get lost. Born Rich
Usain
accepted
Bolt
that.
is a Jamaican, bro.
Born
He
Rich, did you
doesn't try
accept
to
that?
pretend like he's an American.
Did I
He's not
accept
one
what?
of them.
Did I accept what,
Do
brother?
you accept that me and you are categorically the same, regardless whether I'm Jamaican and on that part of the continent and you're on the United States of America part of the continent? We
depends
are
how you.
categorically the same people.
Yeah, we were saying in
Categorically.
regards to race, but we've all
Yes,
got different
blanket.
cultures,
Hold on. Blanket
bro. Man.
blackness. Yes, blanket blackness. Yes,
Yeah.
me and we're the same as this sister, this biracial sister that I'm having a
And that goes
conversation
for
with.
Africans as well.
I have to be honest. In my mind,
Why are you trying to go on like?
Tash, let's not start adding people in. I'm only speaking for my people. If the Africans want to arrive and speak for themselves, I'm happy for them to do that. But I'm only speaking for Jamaicans right now. And I'd say we are categorically the same
Yeah,
people.
you're
We
not the
all
same as
went through
Americans,
slavery.
bro. They'll tell you to sling your
We
hook.
are the same Americans. Sash,
You're
my
not.
great
You're
Sash,
not.
my great grandmother.
You
Sash,
didn't
listen.
sit
Tash,
on
Tash,
American
listen.
land
Tash,
and do the
listen.
slavery
Tash,
that they did.
my great
Don't try it,
Tash,
hold
listen.
on,
My
Tash.
great
Hold on, Tash.
Tasha,
Don't
my
diss
great
our
grandmother and
slavery.
my great grandfather
I'm not
moved to the Caribbean from the American mainland. They were fleeing being enslaved
Did you
in
just
those
say
places.
fleeing? Oh, for God's
They fled
sake.
from.
Like,
They
what's
listen.
wrong with
They
you?
flee.
Like,
Listen,
what
Tash,
was
Tash.
I? Why are
Can I
you
speak
so
my own
terms?
story? Can I
Oh,
speak my own story, please? And I'll allow you to speak yours.
yeah, we fled.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, my family history would my family history would dictate that my Jamaican heritage, on my mother's side especially, yeah, and many other Jamaicans' heritage would dictate that they were fighting against the enslavement of the slave masters and continuously revolted. And when it was impossible to find a place where they could hide out sufficiently, a load of them fled to the Caribbean. Facts. You can look up the history and find that out for yourself. But obviously, if you have a problem with that, you have a problem with us.
Hold on, you're saying Americans fled to the Caribbean. So that's why you're saying
Out of the Caribbean, were indigenous Americans who fled through warfare. And we continue to war with them. So when they talk about these freedom fighters like Harriet Tubman, they talk about Nat Turner, they like to select and pick selected few, but they forget about my great-great-grandparents who were fighting the entire time. They never stopped fighting, and they never stopped revolting. What's my family name?
I'm showing some love. Yeah, we'll show some love. I'm not gonna expect white America to show your great grandmother love or white Caribbean, right? I'll show your great
why are you trying to go
grandmother
on
some
like you're the
love.
same
What
as
are we
America?
doing?
Are you joking? Just chill
We
out.
are. There's documents to prove it. Don't worry. I'm not going to
so
give you my
why are we
family's name.
financially set then? Why are we under? Listen, Schiffer, stop messing me about. Don't come with this rubbish that you're trying to come with. We're not the same. We've got our
You're
own
not
issues.
Jamaican,
Judah. No, we're
You're not
Judah.
Jamaican,
We
sis.
are
Remember, you're
Judah.
not Jamaican.
Issues. We've got our own issues. Don't be merging the two.
You keep saying we, but you're not Jamaican, sis. You're Guyanese. You're not Jamaican, sis. You're
Don't worry
Guyanese.
about whether I'm Jamaican or Guyanese or whatever you want to call me. But I'm saying, in terms of the Caribbean, we have our own issues. We don't.
Are you trying to suggest that the Caribbean is a united nation? Because it's not united.
Okay, well,
yeah, the Jamaicans are doing their own thing. In a lot of instances, other Caribbean islands try to look down on us as Jamaicans.
America's not united with you. You're part of CARICOM, which we're a part of.
They are united with us, don't you know?
Tash, what are you doing?
No,
Tash,
I'm saying
what are
Black
you
America
doing?
is. No, but hold on, Schiffer and Bourne. Let's just be honest here, and let's not beat around the bush. We've got issues in the Caribbean, right?
I want to beat around the bush.
Schiffer's not going to come and go on like Jamaica and America are aligning with each other and working so hard together.
Well, the sister, hold on. The sister
are aligned.
already said, hold on. Now
Schiffer,
the
I
sister.
think you just like talking for the sake of
I'm not even saying
after that comment.
I'm not even saying all Jamaican people, because the sister just let it be known how she felt. Yeah, she felt like you Black American ADOS, you niggas ain't shit. Yeah, she pretty much said it, man. Damn it, she said it, guys. But what can we say,
And
man?
Jamaica is also aligned with Cubans to some extent too. So I get where you're coming from, sis, but
What's Cuba
You can't
part of
speak
though?
on it. You can't speak on Jamaica's alliances. I'd prefer you
What's
speak
Cuba
on
part
your
of?
island's
What's
alliances.
Cuba? Well, first of all, we're a country. We're in a continent, but we're a part of the Caribbean. We came under the same slave masters. We shared the same. So you're not going to come and try
No,
and
we
say that we
didn't.
have the same history as Black America. We don't. They have their own
Sis,
history.
sis,
But we
we've got
align
our
ourselves.
listen. We've got our own culture in Jamaica, which is different to yours.
So who's saying that it's not?
It is different.
So who's saying it is not, Shifa?
Well, then what's the
Remember
point
the
you're making?
carnival and the Windrush when all the different islands came together? Where was America, bro? Just relax, Shifa, man. Don't
America was in
be
America.
divisive with the Caribbean. It's not going to happen when I'm on here.
I'm not being
that we're the
divisive.
same.
I'm saying
Jamaica and Ghana, we're
that
different. We're all different,
sis,
bro.
in
But we're
Jamaica, we watch American TV. Yeah, we have many
so
relatives
what?
who are
Everyone
back and
watches
forth from
American
America.
TV.
Well, hold
They've
on, sis. Hold on,
influenced
sis.
everyone
We
around the
have
world.
we have many relatives who are back
Big
and forth
deal,
from
man.
America all the time and have been influential characters in the
Okay.
Americas throughout time.
So
So
what? They've
I'm going to say
influenced the world. They've influenced Korea. What are you trying
One
to
second,
say? They've
sis. One
influenced
second,
Russia.
sis. One
So
second,
what?
sis. One at a time, sis. One at a time, innit? I'll hear you guys. If you keep talking over me, we won't hear each other. Now I'm saying, yes, we are directly aligned with the Americas, and yes, we do adhere to, aligning with the other Caribbean islands. On many occasions, though, unfortunately, loads of these other Caribbean islands like to look down on us. So I would suggest that Jamaica particularly, and even Trinidad at points, more aligned with Americans.
First of all, Trinidad have been working closely with China and Africa. You must know they tripled their economy with China. Nothing to do with America, right? They've got. Listen, Shifa, just go and have a look into the Caribbean.
What about Trinidad James?
To me.
What about Trinidad James? He's closely aligned with America.
Southern Caribbean island next to Grenada and the rest. Jamaica's at the top there. Okay, so just relax.
Yes, Jamaicans and Trinidadians get a similar reputation from the other Caribbean islands, and we do align. We definitely do, because remember, my family are Jamaican and Trinidadian from both islands. So I've got massive family on both islands, and I can tell you, fact, we heavily align with America. You're not on our islands. You're just talking from an outsider's perspective.
Shifa, you're not even on your island. You're in big old UK. Living it up, bro. So don't
my family are there. I am in close contact with all of my family members.
Family in Jamaica as well. Congratulations. Now I'm saying,
who's your family in Jamaica? Who's your family in Jamaica? How big are they?
Shifa, why would I tell you my family's name in Jamaica on YouTube? Shifa, you must.
Now, how big is your family in Jamaica?
Yes.
How big is your family in Jamaica? Because I can tell you, my family are so big in Jamaica. We have family within even the government of Jamaica.
Right,
it goes that far. Within every establishment of Jamaica, you will find a member of my family. Within every establishment.
Not really interested.
Well, within every establishment of Jamaica and within every establishment of Trinidad, you will find members of my family, and we heavily align with America. In fact, when I go to Jamaica, sis, when I go to Jamaica, my family is so big, sis. When I go to Jamaica, yeah, my family is so big that it's hard to meet people that's not family.
Okay. So you've got a running economy like America. Jamaica is a Caribbean island that is the small America. Shifa, just chill out. Everyone's influenced by Black America.
No one said we was a small America, sis.
It's not anything new. Don't think Jamaica's like connected. Korea love Black American culture. Have you been there? I've been there. I'm telling you, they love it. Just like every other country. So chill out.
Sis, what I'm gonna say to you is I think you should chill out and speak for Guyana.
Don't worry, I'm speaking for the Caribbean when I'm here. If you don't like it, tough.
Well, I just think you should speak for Guyana. I'm not speaking for Guyana. I'm not telling you what Guyana is aligned with. I'm not telling you about your Guyanese heritage. I'm not going to do that here. I'm going to respect what you tell me.
Hello. You said we're a pork eating country, though, no? All right. So
there's a lot of pork eating in Guyana. My son's half Guyanese.
Zip it up.
My son is half Guyanese. Sis, how could I not know? And my son's half Guyanese. You think I ain't been to his grandparents' house?
And I can talk.
His grandparents are Guyanese, born in Guyana. His grandparents are Guyanese, born in Guyana. His mum even lived in Guyana for a large portion of her life. So then, how can hold on, sis? How can these Guyanese people
tell me that one of their main dishes and some of the most eaten food on their island is pork, and then you tell me differently, and I'm supposed to just believe you over the Guyanese people that I know.
Swine is not the right meat for us to eat. We put alternative meat into pepper pot, which is the main dish in Guyana.
All right, cool. But there then maybe you've changed it now. Maybe you've changed it now. I don't know.
A lot of us don't eat the pork and don't eat the swine. Don't be coming and going on like we eat the swine like that.
Well, I'm saying what I know of Guyanese people, innit? The Guyanese people I know Guyanese people because my son is half Guyanese, which will make him Guyanese, full stop. Yeah? So I'm speaking for his people. They're Guyanese too.
Right, Schiffer, this has become foolery now. You know, I can't really involve myself in these kind of foolish discussions.
I got you, but sis, there's no argument here. We know it's eaten over there. We know it is eaten. It's eaten in Jamaica too. I'm not going to act like Jamaicans don't eat pork. They got jerk pork.
We all know that we had poor cuts of meat and we ate food that we shouldn't have eaten. We have grown out of that, bro. That's what I'm saying to you. Like everyone else has.
Not the Guyanese people I know, but obviously your ones have them.
Don't worry about it because we don't eat pork in my family at all.
That's your family. I'm just saying the Guyanese people I know, they eat a lot of pork.
Yeah,
and they swear by it.
I think you're enjoying saying that, and you're beginning to irritate me. So I'm gonna just shut down and let Vaughan take over.
Look, do you know what, Tash? I'll be honest here. I would bring my son's mum on the panel so she can explain to you, why it was this close to me that they eat a lot of pork and why she no longer eats pork. Yeah, I do that, but I'm not gonna go to that. I'm not gonna stoop to that level. I'm just gonna stick to my guns and say to you, this is what I know of Guyana. You're showing me something different now. So now I know it. Now I know something. Now I know something different about Guyana. And whoever said Jamaicans don't eat pork, there are Jamaicans who eat pork. There's jerk pork being eaten in Jamaica.
Yeah, but a lot of black people don't eat pork. We've pulled away from that meat.
Well, not anymore. By the sound of things.
Guyanese are one of them. We don't tend to try and eat pork. The ones that the new generation that's coming up now, a lot of us are not eating pork.
Well, that's the new generation now. Remember, I'm not from the new generation now.
Yeah, Schiffer, how old are you? Actually, don't even
worry. Good question.
Don't answer. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah.
I'm an 80s baby.
Yeah. Okay, Schiffer.
And how old are you? What generation are you from?
But I'm not going to answer that. I just realised where I am.
Are you from the 80s? Are you from the 80s? You see where I'm coming from? So it's like we're making a false argument here. At the end of the day, we have to identify what we see in the world and what we're told. If a people come to me tomorrow, if the Chinese come to me and say, you know what? We love pork. And I've got Chinese family. If they say, listen, they love pork in China, I'm going to go by what they say. And if another Chinese comes to me and say, well, no, not all Chinese eat pork, then I'll take that information too. Same way I'm taking yours. I'm going to say the new generations in Guyana, are not promoting pork like that. I'm going to say that now because Tash told me, and Tash is Guyanese. So I'm listening to you, and I'm taking on board what you're saying.
It's not a Guyanese thing. Majority of black people are not eating pork. We use alternative meat.
All right, I'm going to take on board what Tash is saying. I'm going to take on board what Tash is saying. I'm going to say you specifically said to me that the new generation, Tash. Let me just make sure I'm right. Let me just make sure I'm right in what you're saying, so I'm understanding you in it, because I don't want to get you wrong. You said to me that the new generations of Guyanese are not pork eaters and it's not promoted XYZ. Now, I'm speaking from an older generation's perspective, and that's what I was told by the older generations. But I am also taking on your perspective. And if anyone asks me, I'll make sure they know that Tash told me that the new generations of Guyanese don't eat pork like that. And if anyone wants to confront it with you, I'll make sure they're Guyanese. So please give us Jamaicans the same respect also. That's what I'm asking. Let us speak for our own island, please.
I think you're ADHD, you know, Chef. I'm not even lying to you.
Why? Because I want to speak for my own island.
Nah, you're just ADHD, bro. I can
How?
All right, I'm just saying, you're just hype. But anyway,
why am I ADHD though? I want an explanation now, because that sounds like a diss.
Not really, no. It's not.
Of course it is. Who listen, not being funny, yeah? What does ADHD mean?
Who am I to go and
what does ADHD mean?
Go and look it up. You might read about yourself.
All right, so if I've Sash, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, yeah?
If I've never been diagnosed as ADHD, who are you to start diagnosing me now? That's insulting.
I read plenty of psychologist assessments all the time, and your character, your profile fits that diagnosis.
All
But
right,
I
but
can't
look, Sash.
diagnose you. Hold on. I'm not a medical professional, so I can't diagnose you. But you do shout out ADHD, to be honest, Shifa. But anyway.
All right. If I said that in me speaking to you, Sash, yeah, I've seen many diagnoses, and I think you're Down syndrome due to all the diagnoses I've seen. But I'm not a doctor, and I
I would
can't
laugh at you,
diagnose
innit?
you.
I would laugh.
Would you not take? You'd laugh at me, but is that not an insult, though? Cuz
Well, not really,
let's be
because it's not
honest.
me.
Of
So
course it is.
it's
Of
not an
course it's an
insult. It's not
insult.
me, Shifa. It's like, are you more interested in what people
Well, how do you
think or
know it's
what
not
you
you?
think?
How do you know it's not you? What if I'm right?
Because I know what I think about myself. Do you not know what you think about
Yeah,
yourself?
but that's what you think about yourself. But what if I'm right? What if
I
a
think you're
doctor
more
was to
concerned about
diagnose
what
both of us
people
and say,
think
hold on,
and shouldn't be.
definitely ain't got ADHD, but you might definitely have something that Schiffer says you have. Now you'd have to deal with that. And the thing is, like I said, unless I wouldn't put those, unless you've been diagnosed with something, I'm not going to cast words on you. I'm not going to do stuff that I see people do on other panels and try to psychoanalyze you. So I'd hope that you afford me the same respect. And let's stop psychoanalyzing each other and let's just deal with what each other said. Like I said, my son is Guyanese, innit? His people, them, are Guyanese on one side of his family. He's still a full Jamaican, though. But I'm going to say this.
You know what?
I was told what I was, Sash. All I'm saying is, what I was told, Tash, we can't have a conversation like this.
So
Tash, all I'm saying to you is, what I was told by the Guyanese people themselves.
Say something. Or if not, I'm going to leave Schiffer to it because I don't have to be here. No one's paying me to be here, Schiffer. So let's have a discussion, a conversation.
Yeah, but Tash, you're getting upset for all the wrong reasons. I'm not getting upset with you. You're getting upset with me, but you're the one insulting me and telling me that I'm ADHD.
Bro, I'm saying to you, that's your profile is shouting out to me. Unfortunately, I said it. I'm not going to take it.
Yeah, but it's not accurate. You're not being accurate in your wording.
Yeah, I'm not a professional, Schiffer, so you don't have to take it on, to be honest with you.
All right, thank you. So please allow insulting me, man. I'm not going to insult you back. I'm just going to say, please allow insulting me.
Okay, all right.
I respect you, you know.
I
respect you, you know, Tash.
Well, don't be calling my country a pork-eating country, you know. And then we'll be all
right. I won't call your country a pork-eating country based on what you've told me. Based on what my son's family have told me, who are Guyanese, I have that perception. Okay, is that fair enough?
Yeah. Sure.
All right, so at least we can find some common ground, isn't it? Like, I ain't got no beef with you.
All right, well, there's no beef. Oh my God, you're killing me.
I bet Rich is falling asleep.
He probably has fallen asleep.
Rich! Yeah, he's dead.
And the thing is, like, one thing I like about Born Rich is although he does sometimes display the behavior of other panels, when I talk to him on a level, Born Rich is a real one, you know. He does try not to censor people. He just doesn't like when it gets out of control. And I feel like I'm able to talk more freely over here at times. Whereas, you know, I may be on certain other panels certain times and there's 10 voices trying to speak over me at one time. It's like, it gets ridiculous. And then people like to call me out, but they never call themselves out and look at their behavior and understand that if there's 10 of you trying to speak over one person, then you're the ones with the issue. It's not me. Unfortunately, you know, if we were to psychoanalyze that and get a doctor, if we were no, but sis, if we were to get an actual psychiatrist to look at that, what we'd find is that a lot of people are very sensitive and maybe have massive insecurities about themselves and who they are, which is why they have to group up in numbers to defend themselves because they're not satisfied with being themselves.
Oh gosh.
That's the truth.
I don't even know what to say. I'm not involved.
That is the truth, listen. I don't need to psychoanalyze anyone. But for anyone who's ever tried to psychoanalyze me, I don't mind them doing it because I don't think they realize for every finger you point, there's 3 pointing back. And all you're doing is highlighting yourself and your vulnerabilities and weaknesses. And I'm happy to exploit them because that just gives me more strength in character and makes me be able to control the dynamics of what's going in and out of people's minds. Hence why, you know, you'll never get a unanimous decision. There'll always be people who are in support of Schiffer because Schiffer's an individual. I'm not one of these fake people that need 10 people to back up my argument. I'm not one of these fake people that need 10 people to go and attack you because you said something that I don't like. I'm not like this. You will never see, like, even you'll see my friends up here, you see Motion. Motion will go at me certain times because Motion might not like what I'm saying. But that's a real friend. A real friend doesn't create an echo chamber for you. A real friend is not like a succubus at your behind all the time. And I noticed that with a lot of people, that's what they're like. They're like succubus at certain people's behinds. And they can never go against that dynamic because they're afraid. And people live their lives in fear. I'm one of the few who doesn't.
Are you on panel wars at the moment, Schiffer?
Yeah, but I'm not on panels in fear. And I'm happy to create my own dynamic. I'm happy to stick to whatever I believe and whatever I mean. And I'm not going to change it just to make a friend. I'm not here to make friends.
But you got to respect the women more, though. I did say that before, Schiffer. I don't know whether you've changed or what's going on with you. Motion, come
when
up.
When you say I've changed, Tash, I honestly agree with you. As far as panels are concerned, I have changed because what I've had to do is I've had to learn to play panel poker. And I never understood the dynamics of the panel poker to start off with. But as I've got better and better at it, we have to play this poker game because other people are playing. So if I don't play, what's going to end up happening is my emotions will get involved and people will try to wind me up. People like to play games. But the moment I start playing panel poker, I notice they're the ones getting wound up. Yeah? But they're the ones who started the game. So at the end of the day, if you started the game, how can you be upset when someone else starts playing? You know? That'd be like, we're playing football and you can keep committing fouls. Yeah? And there's no referee. Yeah? It's street football. Yeah? All right, it's street football. So you're then when no, you can't keep. What do you mean I can't keep fouling when you said it's street ball and fouls are allowed? I'ma foul you till the end of time. You're done out here, isn't it? Come on, let's be fair. And that's what panel poker is. Panel poker is there is really no rules. People will make rules that suit them when it suits them. They'll never make rules to actually make it fair for everyone because otherwise their narrative is going to break in and snap in half like a twig from a tree. But salute to Born Rich because Born Rich did it today. He broke the narrative, yeah, and allowed people to talk freely. And I respect that. I applaud that all day, you know. And even when gender, you know, once it was pointed out to him, he stopped cutting people off. He allowed you to talk freely. He allowed me to talk freely. You know, come on, man. We got to give respect where it's due, sis.
No, I get on well with Born. Born's like these cool people for me anyway. But I'm not involved in any of these wars, these issues that people have. I don't want to get involved in any of it.
But this is why I don't even look at the chat. We see when I'm talking, sis. I don't even look at the chat. I might glance at it now and then, like I saw a comment from Motion earlier. But I'm not looking at it constantly because I noticed that, you know, people in the chat, that's what they're there to do. They're there to distract you. They're there to add little pointers to try and wind you up and play their version of panel poker. Everyone's playing their own game. You've got different type of poker players out there. It just so happens I'm good at playing poker. When I do play poker, I usually win.
Yeah, Schiffer's very best you just shut it down now. Yeah.
I ain't really got much else to do right now. I'm at work. Yeah, I'm sat on a road closure. I could show you if you like. And I've got time on my hands. And I hope that, you know, Born Rich appreciates me, you know, frequenting his panel and trying to fill it with content and information and opening my mind to the people who's, you know, listening to his panel. And I hope that one day he can jump on my panel and, you know, share some of his thoughts and, you know, talk.
I can't hear Shiffers. He gone quiet.
I think his signal's probably gone.
Chat XYZ.
Oh, he is.
I think he's gone sleep for real, you know.
Probably, I think he has.
He must have, innit? Because I don't know what's going on. I just noticed that there's private chat, and obviously the private chat's usually people trying to jump on, innit? So he may have just gone to do something, though. I'm not sure. Either that or he's conked out or a battery died or something's happened. But I'm enjoying myself up here. I'm like, I'll be honest, I enjoy talking to you sisters a lot of the time more than I enjoy talking to the man them. Because I find the man them to be very divisive. You know, I find that
you enjoy talking to the brothers. Come on, don't lie.
No, I enjoy talking to you guys certain times more though, because I find the man them to be very divisive at times. I find with the sisters, although I'm not going to say the sisters can't be divisive too and push agendas too and say things that, like, for instance, we may have had little back and forth XYZ, but I find that in having conversations with the sisters are a lot more open. And if we try and have a reasonable conversation, there's a point where it can get more reasonable with particular sisters like yourself, you know, Empress. Like, you guys are very reasonable sisters, and I enjoy your company. I'm not gonna lie, I enjoy talking to you. You know, I hope you don't feel like I'm trying to force my opinions down your throat, though. And if at any point you feel like I'm forcing them down your throat, please address me on it, because that's not something I seek to do. I seek for everyone to have their own mind, even my own woman. Although I'm the leader and the head of my household, I would never seek to force my opinions down her throat and you have to do it my way and you don't have no say. You know, you should have a say and I should listen to you. Just like I said to Born Rich, you know, every captain has got a lieutenant. And if the captain don't listen to the lieutenant, then he's going to lose control of his ship. So I'd always seek, you know, to listen to my advisors who are around me, especially my lieutenants, you know, and you know, I'd like to hear from your perspectives also. I think they're very valid and important. I just think that the men do need to lead. And sometimes it's difficult as a man to lead when there's so many voices at the helm. It's like being a cook and there's 5 chefs at the pot. You know, it's going to be difficult to lead. I don't know if that made sense, but I hope it did.
No, yeah, it did. For me, anyway. I don't know about Tash. But, I mean, I'm a bit of a traditionalist. That's why I let you guys speak in it, because I'm a traditionalist. I am one of them people that think that, yeah, men should go out there and provide. And do you know what I mean? So I'm behind you on it, Shifo, and all honest. That's why I let you and Tash talk in it and other people talk, because otherwise it would be an echo chamber.
But you see, the thing is this, even you saying that, yeah, this is why I like talking to the sisters certain times more than the brothers, because the brothers will attack me for being the type of person that goes out a woman. And I don't expect her to have to go to go without or to struggle. You know, I could work 24 hours a day, 5 days, 6 days, however many days to make sure we don't go without. If she worked one day, I'm grateful. She ain't got to do what I've got to do. But a lot of guys will say, oh, well, you're a simp. You're a this, you're a that. They'll start taking shots at me. And it's like, I then look at those guys and I think, you know, what kind of woman do you have in your life? And I kind of feel sorry for whoever that woman is. Because what does she have to go through? What is she having to put up with for you to have this kind of rhetoric to come to Schiffer with? You're just trying to be a real man. I'm just trying to be a good man to my woman. That's what I'm trying to do. And I ain't infallible. I make mistakes. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes I can be argumentative, as you know. You know, there's loads of things that I do that are imperfect, but, you know, at least I'm making the effort to be the man and to set the example and to, you know, to be the provider that I was supposed to be. Now, I'll be honest, I've not really heard sisters have a problem with that neither. Even the sisters that don't like me, I've not really heard them have a problem with that or ever address me on that level. But I've heard certain of the man them address me on that level. Yeah. Do you know what? I'll bring out names. I don't care. Like one in particular, Maku, likes to tell me, oh, that's simping, X, Y, Z. And it's like, brother, like, maybe you're going to be single forever then. Maybe you're never going to find true love because you're never going to be the man. Your woman gonna end up being the man because she's gonna have to do what you won't do, which is be the provider. You know, which is, you know, she's gonna have to put him in that position then. Whereas I seek to put my woman in that position. Do you see a problem with that, Tash? I'd like to ask Tash because I think, you know, sometimes Tash differs in opinion.
Yeah, I think.
Say that again, Tash.
Yeah, I think we know that. I think you know the answer to that in regards to me. So, I don't know about.
So why do you think some of these men have a problem with that? No, but Tash, why do you think? And it's not just Maku. There's others, you know, in Maku's conglomerate that seem to have the same kind of issue, and you know, they want to use it as a way to take shots. No, he definitely said it. I'm telling you, he said it. And sis, he definitely said it. It was an attack. It was a point to attack me on. It was a point to attack a few shows back ago when I was on a Chilluminati show. But I want to ask you, sis, why do you think the reason is that people would attack me on that point, especially men?
I think people say things when they're angry, Schiffer. Sometimes they don't mean it. It's one of those things.
So you think they're just playing games?
Schiffer, I don't know about games, but I know people say things when they're angry. I don't think you
think they may be just angry at me about something else then, and now they're using that as an attack.
Why are you bringing me into this madness? Like,
I'm not bringing you in. I'm just asking for your honesty no, but sis, in accepting your answer, that's the only way I can really. That's the only way I could. That's the only thing I could equate your answer to. That, you know, these men who seek to attack me on that level, you know, may threatened, or they feel inefficiency within themselves when they hear me talk a certain way, or you know, maybe it's just that it's their only way of getting their own back. It's the only point they could use to try and attack me on at the time because they was angry or upset about something else, which would still kind of make me right in saying that there's a lot of weakness out there. There's a lot of vulnerability out there. There's a lot of people who pose, they pose as strong characters, you know. They use their weaknesses and try to turn them into strengths and try to enforce them as strengths on other people. But, you know, I think in us having conversations like this where we can talk freely, a lot of these things will unravel really, really quickly. And I think that's why I get muted. That's why people dice up my conversation. That's why they don't let me complete my thought. That's why they start laughing and making jokes whilst I'm talking, in the hope that I'm going to do it back to them so it can just turn into a dissing match and then they're never going to get called out for their behavior. But I think, unfortunately, you know, for a lot of these people, you know, I'm on Born Riches right now, and Born Riches allowed me to talk freely today. And it's just led to some great conversation. And I think that, you know, a lot of people who may have suffered at the hands of this behavior, you know, they're probably right now saying, yeah, I feel the same way. And you know what? I'm glad it's been highlighted, because a lot of people have been highlighted in this way, like psychoanalyzed, told things about themselves, made out to be people that they're not, and then a particular conglomerate will then, you know, try to verify, yeah, this person's like this and this, but then when we look at that person in their real life, that's not who they are. And if we catch that person outside of that environment and they're allowed to talk freely, they will demonstrate something completely different. And then it just kind of backfires, because then it kind of makes that particular environment look a certain way more than that person, you know? Like even sis, I'm just like right now, I'm in my flow in it. I'm in my flow right now. Like I'm just flowing and I'm just talking freely and speaking from my heart. It's like earlier on, Tash, you was at my show earlier on, and we were talking about I wasn't personally trying to talk about it, but you know, brother Natty and
how do you know Rascal? How do you know that American girl, by the way?
Who Rascal? I know Rascal from a show called Behind the Bar. And Behind the Bar, he loves my music, so he's always playing my music. That's why she left that comment in the chat. Oh, I heard this song on another show. But so Behind the Bar plays all of my music. He loves my music. He likes to promote me, XYZ. And I kind of met Rascal through Behind the Bar, and I've learned about some other panels from being over there as well. I.e., what's it called? I'm going to tell you the name of it. Larry Beach, King Troll, Kid Murray, XYZ, and a lot of these guys. I've built really good relationships with,
And Rosgirl was one of the people from those panels. And who else was it? There was another one that I can't. There's a few more ladies that I can't think of right now, but I will think of them.
Some of those women come into your, because you know when you're ready, you're a madman. But Russ girl is kind of like I've been on panels with her at times, and she's.
But sis, you see the panel you've seen me on. It's because of the energy on those panels. If you ever see me on these other panels, you don't get that energy from me because I don't get attacked in the same way. I don't get the same energy from them.
Bored, man. I don't know if Lady D's got some moderating privileges here, man. We need some help.
Well, yeah, Bourne's got some moderating privileges, but I think at this point, like I said, Bourne Richard, I think he's really taken the conversation we had earlier to heart and realized that, you can't always follow the crowd. You can't always seek to be like certain other people because, it will defame your character indirectly. You're tearing yourself down in trying to portray something that you're not, because it was someone else that really had that energy. And I think that, like I said, if you speak to the likes of Rosgirl, if you speak to the likes of some of these other females that
I want her to jump on my Discord
perspective, XYZ on other panels, what you'll find is that we have brilliant dynamics of conversation. We have brilliant relationships. We've never gone into ad hominems, and we've never had like 5 people trying to tear me down over there. None of that kind of stuff. You know where I'm coming from?
Oh my gosh. Oh boy.
It never happened to me though over there.
There's gonna be a response from you from Schiffer.
Yeah, but the weak minds are going to display their weakness at all times. I expect there to be either a response or a no response. Both would be a weakness, because at this point, if you don't respond, what's going to happen is people are going to say to themselves, well, why didn't you say nothing? It must be true. But if you do respond, then it's only going to highlight how truthful what I'm saying is, because there's no way around. You see me, I'm one of these people, I'm good with words, innit? Yeah. And I'll be honest, growing up, I was told this a lot of the times by my friends, family, XYZ. I will get on people's nerves. I will wind them up. Most said it to me even. I pee him off because I'm so good with words. It makes it extremely difficult to argue with me. And I'm like a dog with a bone. Once I've got a point, I'm going to push my point. There's no way if I feel like I'm right about something. In fact, once I know I'm right about something, let's forget about feelings. If I feel like I'm right, I'll probably relent because I'm not sure. But once I know I'm right and I have some type of scholarship to base me being right on, I will force my agenda through. And people a lot of the time don't like it because it highlights them and it highlights who they are and the faults within them. Anytime you highlight someone's faults, they're going to become emotional. They're going to become erratic. They're going to say ridiculous things. And unfortunately, I'm not subject to being vulnerable to things like that. Like things like that really don't bother me. If you wanna go on a rant, a rave, you wanna be tyrannical, whatever it is, I'm happy for you to do that because you're only really showing your true colors, isn't it? Like people call me tyrannical.
You said tyrannical.
You see me, I'm very fair. I'm very fair, sis. I'm a very fair person. As you saw earlier when I was on my panel, people were allowed to talk freely. Even if I don't like what you're saying, I'm not gonna stop you. I'm going to let you talk freely. I don't care about views. I don't care about getting a donation. I'm not begging for no views. I'm not begging for no likes. I'm not begging for no one's money. I got my own. And even if I don't get your views, I get views anyway. Go on my Spotify. Look, I get views. I get people. They love my music. They love what I do. So I don't need to ask people to do that. People do it because that's what they want to do. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So I'm very non-tyrannical. I'm against the whole tyranny of certain types of behavior. And I think that, it's something I alluded to a few days ago. You can't expect to self-gratify and think that it's valid. If I just said, I'm the best at what I do, I'm good at music and people love my music just because I love my music, then it means nothing. It's for other people to tell me that. It's for other people to say, Shipper, we think you're really good at what you do. Yeah, we love your music. And it's not for just my friends to say it. Even if just my friends are saying it, to some extent, that's still self-gratification. It's for others outside of that circle, people that don't know me, who've never met me, never had a conversation with, I really like that music, and to just gravitate towards it.
And that's where the gratification really comes from. But, you know, some people, they'll never learn this. And it's not for me to teach them. I'm only the father of my children, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
You know,
Shifa, can
so
I just say
I
something? Can I just say one thing in regards to like channels and stuff? Yeah.
Say a few things, please, because I'm
Okay,
talking
I'm
a
not
lot.
gonna say a few things. I'm just gonna say one thing, right? I obviously people know that I'm on a Discord server for like YouTube channels to kind of mix amongst that tend to be black owned to pull out black issues that have no awareness, right? So there's
I
times
couldn't
where
hear that. Say that
we
again,
see,
sis. Say that again. I didn't hear that.
yeah, I'm saying that I've got a Discord server, right, that supports YouTube channels that tend to be black owned for black issues. There's probably about 30 of them, right, on there, and other people. Obviously, you're there as one of those other people. And at Time Shifter, what I've noticed, right, and I'll give it to these channel owners, right. I might have 15 people in the VC or 12 people in the VC. It's really difficult to moderate different people when people are having discussions. So just bear that in mind when you're thinking about these people that you're talking about. And it was actually Born that actually kind of helped me, and a few other people that were channel owners that kind of helped me kind of moderate the Discord, because I couldn't do it. So, you know, you're starting your little channel up now, but it's not as easy as you may think. You're going to have characters that come in, right, that you have to moderate, and you're going to see for yourself how difficult that can be. So just be mindful.
I agree with that point. Do you know what? I actually agree with that point, Tash. And this is where I'm going to show that I'm not being tyrannical. Where I think that I'm going to differ from other people is I always try to be as fair as I can. So I'm never going to take the side of my friend the same way you notice with Motion. He don't just take my side because I'm his friend.
Yeah,
and that makes him more true. That makes Motion more truthful than most of the people you've ever seen on panels. And we are similar in that aspect that I'm not just going to take my friend's side just because it's my friend. I'm going to take my friend's side because he's right. And if someone else is right, I may put, even if they're not right and I just believe they're right, that's just my thought at the time. I may point out to my friend that, you know, maybe you could look at it from this angle, you know, and I may actually try and make it a bit more fair to that dynamic where I'm not just going to try and, you know, like certain times I've heard people trying to psychoanalyze people, but they never psychoanalyze themselves. They never psychoanalyze their conglomerate. And by not psychoanalyzing yourself and your conglomerate, what you're doing is you're creating an unfair narrative. So it's not so much about the moderation. It's about the narrative also. The moderation, as you said, it can only go so far, and there's going to be times where it gets out of control. But in controlling the narrative, you can point out, like for instance, when we were talking about a Kingo on my panel earlier, I think that's something that, you know, I could have pointed out better. That, you know, people don't like to point out where Kingo may have been abused at times, and people may have gone at him and, you know, given him the wrong energy at times and tried their hardest to wind him up because they maybe enjoy getting that energy out of him. And if we're not going to highlight that and we're only going to highlight his actions, then to some extent, we have to be we have to take some responsibility there. And we have to then look in the mirror ourselves and say, well, have we become tyrannical? You know? Are we really doing ourselves justice if we can't give justice to others? Are we really going to be really able to forgive ourselves if we can't forgive others? X, Y, Z. And me being an Israelite, I'd say no. If you can't forgive others, you can't really forgive yourself. If you can't give justice to others, you're not really doing justice to yourself.
The thing with forgiveness is you have to change. You can forgive somebody if they're not prepared to make the change, then there's really nothing that you can forgive. Now, with a Kingo Gold, I think people that circulate him or speak to him on panels should be aware of the position that he is in. He's in his home. He doesn't have the same. He has needs that other people don't have. So I always bear that in mind. But at the same time, there has to be accountability for what you say to people, because everyone's human.
100%. 100%, Tash.
But I've always kind of, you know, try to, you know, look out for a Kingo Gold in the best way that I can. But yeah.
But Tash, can I ask you a question? If I was to keep golding you and trying to wind you up purposefully, yeah, and you know, you then try to change your behavior because I may be doing it for a reason that you may have tried to wind me up previously. So now I keep continuously trying to wind you up. So then you change your behavior towards me. You say, all right, you know what? I've seen that this is, this is having a bad effect on the environment. Let me stop trying to wind Schiffer up. But then I keep doing it to you anyway. Is there a point where I have to change also?
Possibly, but the reality is you don't have to be there, or the person doesn't have to talk to you. You guys can kind of just, I don't know. I don't even want to even say that.
Now, when you say possibly, I'm going to agree with you again. I'm going to agree with you again on the pretenses. It depends on who I'm choosing to be. If I really want to portray myself as righteous, then yes, definitely, I have to change my ways too. If I want to be unrighteous and I don't know, if I want energy, then no, I don't have to change my ways because I don't really care. It's not about fairness. It's not about righteousness. It's about my narrative then. And it's just about, views and money and whatever my agenda is then, isn't it? Now, if it's not just about my agenda, then yes, definitely I would have to change too. I couldn't expect everyone else to change and I never change. That would be ridiculous, especially if I'm demonstrating the same behavior or worse.
I don't know. I think you're.
I know on this occasion I'm right as well. Do you know how I know I'm right? I'm going to tell you something, yeah? So I remember growing up I was in school. There was a particular group of boys who were a bit bullyish. They were very bullyish towards certain individuals. One of those individuals was a friend of mine. So because they kept trying to bully my friend, I became the bully and I started to bully them. And there came a point where they realized that, if they keep trying to bully my friend, it's not going to turn out well for them. So they relented, but I didn't relent. So in turn, I became the bully and kept bullying them. So at some point, someone then had to step in. I think it was a really good teacher we had, yeah? And this particular teacher was a female teacher. She stepped in, and this is what really stopped me from exerting my bullying tactics over them anymore. She said to me, why would you be, continuously going at this group of boys? And I explained it to her. I said, well, they was going at my friend and they done this to my friend, that to my friend, X, Y, Z to my friend. And she said, okay, but from your own explanation, yeah, at some point they've stopped going at your friend, but you've not stopped. So if you've not stopped, now you've become the protagonist, which makes you worse because they at least have the ability to stop. So I said, okay, do you know what? I looked at what she said. I said, yeah, you're right. I'm going to stop bullying these people now. I'm going to leave them alone. And lo and behold, up till years later, none of us have ever bullied each other again. In fact, a lot of us are friends now. We can all talk, and have quite good dynamics to the relationships between each other. But only for that reason, because we all have to learn to relent. And if I'm gonna make someone feel unwelcome every time they walk into an environment, I'm the bully. It's not them.
Interesting.
I only deal with the facts, Ash, and I always reflect on myself.
In all fairness, Schiffer, you do enjoy being on the panels and stuff. Let's be honest.
Of course.
You enjoy it.
Of course, I enjoy it.
And deep down, it's just one of those things. You lot have had a little thing. It will get sorted out, I'm sure, by next week.
Well, no one's had a little thing. I think, you see, for me, yeah, I'm glad that things happen. I'm glad that certain dynamics of conversation take place, even when it doesn't go my way, even when, it may seem, people may think that or perceive me to be upset. I'm actually happy because I think through conversation, through people having arguments, debates, X, Y, Z, a lot of issues can be sorted out, and it will help other people to look at certain issues they may be having in their day-to-day life with other people and say, okay, do you know what? I could handle it this way. I could handle it that way. And then there may be a right way. And through all of these dynamics, they can pick and choose which one they believe is the right fit for them. And I think it definitely, gives people something to reflect on. So to that effect, I'm very happy about it all. Even when people are ganging up and trying to go at me, I got no problem with that. I don't feel bullied. I feel that people may try to bully me, but it's just not going to happen because of my personality. I got such a big personality. I can talk for 7.
I'll be honest with you, though. I did listen to that show with Maku. Someone sent that to me, and I was kind of pretty disgusted with some of the things that you were saying to the women.
In what respect? Talk to me.
Yeah, you were kind of calling them a whore, and Calling them all
Calling them a
kinds
what?
of names. I think you called one a whore.
Who, Maku?
No, the women. I'm not involved with this Maku thing. I don't know what that's all
Oh,
about.
I think I know what show you're talking about now. I was a bit confused with which
Yeah, it was
show
on
you're talking
it was
about.
on Maku's channel. It was on Maku's channel. Just
Okay, now
go on.
Now,
But
what I would
are
say to
you
you
gonna be
is,
able to apologize to those women though, Shifa? Because that's quite
I'm going
serious.
to be honest with you, sis. This is my honest. This is honestly what's going to happen from that situation. I'm not going to apologize unless we all apologize. And
But
at
they
the end
don't.
of the day, I totally agree with you
What do they
that
have to
anything I
apologize to you about, though, Shifa?
I think you need to listen back to it for yourself. And if you don't feel there's anything they need to apologize for, from your perspective, there's nothing they need to apologize for. From my perspective, they know what they need to apologize for. They know the things they've said. And I'm not even going to go there with you, Sash. I'm going to say, listen back to it all in entirety properly. And you'll hear the numerous jibes, the numerous disrespectful things that were being said to me. And I'd say to you that, you know, we either all apologize together or no one apologizes at all. This is another thing I've learned from being on panels. Yeah. And I'd also say that at the end of the day, like God of Jacob said earlier, you
But
know,
you
if
see,
I'm a man and you're a female,
when you open yourself up to that kind of comments, you've got a partner. I'm going to call her your wife at this stage because she's carrying a child, and
That's
you've
correct.
got probably a daughter. You don't want
I
men
do
calling
have
her
a
that.
daughter.
Doesn't matter what the woman or what your daughter says. You don't want them to be spoken to like that. And you're
You
grown.
see what I teach my daughter though, Tash?
You can apologize and just like move
Tash,
on.
let me show you something. You see the way I raise my daughter is like this. I told my daughter, if you get in an argument with someone and you disrespect that person's, one second, say that my daughter got in an argument with someone and like, for instance, my mother's no longer alive, innit? This is something people know about me, so it's not revealing anything. Now, let's say that my daughter disses somebody's dead grandmother and then someone disses her dead grandmother. I'd say to her that, you know, you can't feel that much of an injustice. And you have to give as good as you get in life, regardless whether it is a man talking to you and you feel like no man shouldn't be able to say whatever. I always teach my daughter to try and be indifferent to these advantages that women seek to have at times. No, but sis, I say like my daughter, say that. All right, listen, if my daughter was calling a man a prostitute and a man called her a prostitute, I'd say to her, well, you gave as good as you got. It wouldn't upset me like that. And I think that some fathers, maybe they would.
To that, you wouldn't be happy.
Listen, sis, what I'm saying to you, sis, yeah?
It's in your family that means something to you.
No, I wouldn't be happy with what was said to her as much as I wouldn't be happy with what she has said.
No, but if they
so as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm concerned,
like you're not really like that on a regular basis. So
listen, deep down, I am really like that. Tash, listen, Tash, anything I say is verbatim. If you was ever to meet my daughter will tell you, my dad's not like what you think, Tash, you know? And if I go out and I start, my mum would tell you, my sisters would tell you, my cousins would tell you. When I was younger, I wasn't like that. When I was younger, I was more emotional. So I may have been overprotective. But as I'm a grown man, I'm definitely not overprotective like that. And any females around me in my family, extended family, X, Y, Z, would definitely be able to tell you, he's not like that, you know? If they disrespected someone and that person disrespected them back, yeah, I'm not even getting involved. That's your business. If they put their hands, say that my daughter went and put her hands on a man, yeah, and decided she's gonna box up man, yeah, and you know that man pushed her, or you know maybe even hit back. To some extent, you know, I'm gonna hold her culpable too, even if I did get involved. One second, sis. One second. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish this. Let me finish this, sis. Let me finish so you can understand. Because you're not gonna understand without letting me finish.
No
yeah?
excuses for a man.
Now, hear me, now, sis. Listen, let me finish, please. Listen. Even though I will more than likely get involved, depending on the level of aggression that was used. You know, if my daughter was, you know, violently attacking someone and they had their backs to a wall, they were stuck in the corner and they had to push past her to get away, and she was not injured by them pushing past her, but tried to use that as an excuse to say someone put their hand on her, I'd be able to identify it. Now, if that person went out of their way to put their hands on my daughter, regardless of what she's done, there will be consequences, but there will also be consequences for her, especially if she started it. And my daughter would tell you that herself.
Yeah, but you shouldn't even. No one should be condoning a man having to hit a woman. I mean, that's crazy.
I'm
You
not
restrain a
condoning it. I
woman.
just told you there would
You
be
don't even hit a
consequences
woman.
for
You're
that
a man
man.
for a
There would
reason.
be
Like,
consequences for that, Tash. Listen, there would be consequences for that man. But the moment I can identify that my daughter is the aggressor, she's the one starting it, and she's putting her hands on people, there will also be consequences for her. Okay?
yeah, I'm not saying women should put their hands on men, but the reality is, there's no way a man should like put his fist up a woman or anything like that. That's crazy to me. They can no longer be called a man. They need to do that.
All right, let me ask you a question, Tash. Let me ask you a question, Tash. Yeah? If a woman pulled out a gun on a man, yeah, and the man counteracted that by trying to slap the gun out of her hand and somehow missed her hand and hit a part of her body, and she fell on the floor and he managed to get away. Has he committed a massive crime there?
No, it's not intentional. He was trying to save himself.
All right, so we have to view each situation on its merits. Thank you.
Clenching your fist and punching a woman in her face.
No, I wouldn't agree with no man taking up his fist and punching no woman. Right. I wouldn't agree with that ever. I'm just saying we have to deal with each case on its own merit. And if we don't deal with each case on its own merit, and we as men just jump up and say, "Oh, my daughter got hit, so I'm going to kill someone," our daughter could be the reason why we end up in jail. It could be entirely her fault. She could be the reason someone dies, and they wasn't even the culprit in this occasion. So we still have to be accountable for our own actions and for the actions of our loved ones. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that I would stand up and let some man punch you. If I was walking down the street, I don't care if someone was screaming in a man's face and I was walking down the street and that man raised his hand to go and thump down a woman, I'm getting involved. Now, if I walk the street and I saw some woman lifting up her hand, beating up a man or a group of women, and they were picking up weapons, whatever they was doing, somehow they was able to get the advantage over this man, I'd get involved in that situation too, because I don't think that's right neither. And I don't think it's right that women abuse the fact that men are reluctant to put their hands on them. You know?
So you think women abuse that? They kind of get men into.
I think many women do abuse it. Many women are very domestically violent also. And when we get into the subject of domestic violence, I want to make it very clear what I mean here. Because a lot of people don't know this. A lot of people think when we say the words domestic violence, that domestic violence just entails you actually physically hurting someone. Domestic violence could just be you shouting at someone. It could be you destroying someone's property. It could be many things that are domestically violent. And we know for a fact that many women have done things like this and got away with it. That's fact.
Sometimes if it does come across like you do have issues when it comes to women. Like, and I thought it's black women, but I think sometimes you kind of push on this whole women are a problem.
Well, have you ever shouted at your partner?
Yeah, I've had a moment. Yeah, it's
all
happened.
Right. Do you know that that's domestic? Did you know that was domestic violence?
Well, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't consider it to be that, but yeah, okay.
If you've ever shouted at your partner, did you know that that's domestic violence?
No, not at all. Because I was
and now that you know
myself.
that,
I don't really go by these ideals of what these rule books that I don't really go by those.
I get you, but if your husband was to shout at you, could that be deemed as quite intimidating?
Well, first of all, he's my husband, so no, I would be.
So I'm just asking, if your husband, you say like for instance, someone was
angry.
Let's look at it from the perspective of not being you and him and me not being me, yeah, like looking from an outside perspective. So, or your husband not being him, looking from an outside perspective. So someone walking down the street sees you shouting at your husband, yeah. Now, at the end of the day, most people would think that, you know, that doesn't look very threatening. Would you agree?
Yeah, probably not.
All right. Although it is domestic violence, most people would probably not see that as very threatening. Now, if they saw your husband, I mean, in the sense of, if you were standing there screaming in your husband's face, he was trying to walk away and you was following him, screaming down the road at him, yeah, and wouldn't allow him to just walk away and continue screaming at him. Most people wouldn't see that as a very dangerous situation, because I'm going to consider in my mind that he's probably, you know, bigger in stature than you, stronger, more athletic, XYZ. So most people wouldn't see it as much of a threat, yeah, although it
But where's
is
the danger? Because he might
factually.
respond in an aggressive manner.
Pardon me?
Where's the danger? Because he might respond in an aggressive manner. Is that what you're assuming?
No, the danger. I never said danger. I'm saying to you, yeah, that most people might not see a danger there because he is physically bigger than you, physically stronger than you.
Well, I don't see the
Although,
danger in somebody shouting at someone, to be honest with you.
no, but you don't see the. I'm not saying you see the danger. I'm saying that most people, yeah, would not see it as a very dangerous situation if they saw a woman screaming and shouting at a man, maybe even following up and down the street. Maybe she even might have pushed him, or
You've
you
gone
know,
through that.
ripped a piece of his clothing or something. And
Schiffer,
most people wouldn't even call the police. They wouldn't even bat
you
an eyelid.
speaking from experience here, Schiffer. I've got a feeling you are.
I'm not talking from experience. I'm just saying this is how most people react to these type of situations. If
Yeah,
they
but how
saw
are
a
people
woman,
getting into that predicament of where if you've got your woman shouting down the street, something's gone wrong there.
it doesn't
Something's
matter.
gone wrong.
But sis, I'm not saying anyone's got their woman shouting down the street. I'm just creating a fake. I'm creating a fake scenario that we can all reflect on. So I'm just asking you: would you agree that most people wouldn't see that as very threatening, although it definitely does come under the bracket of domestic violence? Would you agree?
I'm not 100% convinced that it comes under the bracket of domestic violence. I'm going to retract.
All right, I'm not asking you to be convinced. I'm telling you categorically, if we go into the category of domestic violence and we look at what that is, and we look at the breakdown, the schematics of domestic violence, you will find that definitely is. I'm not asking. I'm telling. It's not an opinion.
Schiffer,
Not
they
an
don't
opinion.
call it they don't class it, they don't call it domestic violence anymore, purely because people was mistaking it as only physical violence. They call it domestic abuse now.
All right, you can call it domestic abuse, but domestic abuse comes under that bracket.
No, it
Am I
does. No,
correct
you
in
are
saying that?
correct. You are correct.
Thank
With
you.
that scenario
Thank you.
would come under domestic abuse. Yes, it would.
Thank
I
you.
would say abuse and
Thank you.
violence.
So now
I
that
would
we've
go
established,
with
now that we've established that, I want you to think from the opposite perspective. If most people saw your man following you down the street, shouting at you at the top of his voice in exactly the same level, the same way, the same kind of tone, you know, maybe even pushing and pulling X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
Most people would probably ring the police or intervene because they directly see it as domestic violence.
No. What she just said was abuse, and I think that's the correct word. It's abusive.
Yeah, but when it's a woman, most people would view it that way as abuse. But when it's a man, most people wouldn't view it that way anymore. It would definitely go straight into the realm of violence, because they're gonna say the man's stature, you know, he seems more threatening towards the woman, XYZ, because he's bigger and he has more physical prowess and is able to do more damage. So to that effect, that's why it goes down as domestic violence. That's why when the police get called, they usually go for the man, not the woman. That's why, you know, if the police get called and it's the woman doing it, usually there's no one arrested. But if the man does it, it usually gets arrested because it goes straight down as violence. And
what do you
this
think?
is fact.
What do you think? Hold on, Schiffer. What do you think to this scenario? Because I actually saw this myself. There was a woman who looked like she was about 8 months pregnant, and she was shouting at a man that was twice the size of her, and she was going red in the face. What do you think? What do you think I did when I did? Do you think I said to her, "You're being abusive," or "You're being aggressive," or whatever have you?
I'm not going to second guess you. I'm going to let you tell us what you did.
Oh, I'd have to tell her to calm down. She's got a baby in her stomach, right? So we don't even know the reasons behind why people are doing things. We don't know what the predicament people are in, like health-wise. So all these kind of things need to come into play. But she was heavily pregnant,
and I absolutely applaud what you did there.
He was leaving her, you know. He was leaving her, so that was it. And she was shouting and screaming.
And she was upset, and you tried to do your best to calm the situation down because you realize that she's in a volatile state, and I absolutely applaud that. But I think a lot of the times people don't
work on why people are getting upset. Really, those are the reasons why we should be thinking about those reasons. And a lot of the reasons are lack of commitment, consistency, or whatever it is.
Yeah, but then in the same respect, sometimes people need to be upset because, say for instance, I'm in a relationship, yeah, and I'm expecting commitment. I'm expecting, my woman to treat me as the man, treat me as the leader, X, Y, Z. But I'm going out and cheating every week, and then she finds out about it. Should she stay?
No.
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so. And in the same respect, if a man was in the same situation and the shoe was on the opposite foot, and he's doing his best, and he's putting 100% into the relationship, he's being faithful, but then he finds out that his woman cheated at some point, or was cheating regularly at some point, but now she's pregnant. Okay, is that a reason to just say, well, I'm just going to stay anyway? Or is that a reason to say, well, do you know what? I may have to question this relationship. I may even have to question whether that child's even mine. So that might be a good reason for the man to leave.
But the thing is, if the child is, that's a very difficult one. I know someone that's been in that predicament. I would say they should try to support her from a distance as much as they can.
100%.
When the baby's born, do the right thing and then find out what they need to find out. But I would not just completely go missing.
But then in the same respect though, yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, yeah. And we share a kind of similar point of view. But then if there's now doubts to whether that child is even theirs, there's a point where I couldn't really argue with the man for just disappearing until he gets, some type of conclusive answer. I couldn't really argue with it because that's just my prerogative and that's just my way of thinking. Other men may say, well, do you know what? In the time when she got pregnant, I found out she cheated X amount of times. So there's more than likely a chance that, this child isn't mine.
Yeah.
And at that point, he may say to himself, you know what? I'm not taking my hard-earned money out of my pocket and I'm not putting my time and effort into something where I'm unsure, because if it turns out that it's not my child and I do put my hard-earned money and my time and effort in, then I'm going to feel a grievance and it may turn me volatile. And I'd have to say to that man more to that effect, I agree with you. Maybe stay away until you get some conclusive answers.
So it's a very difficult one because actually, funny enough, we've just had a family friend who's just found out that he's not his 15-year-old is not his actual biological son. So this is an interesting one because we only found out about 2-3 weeks ago. They found out last year. We've always known him to be his dad and so forth.
And how did it make both of them feel?
Very, 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 very sad situation.
And who's responsible?
Well, I mean, we would have to say the mother at this stage. We would have to.
All right, but she didn't want to take responsibility for her actions, did she?
I believe she didn't know. I believe she really didn't know. She didn't.
Well, if she didn't know, but Sash, even if she didn't know, she knew what she did and didn't take responsibility for her actions. Because in knowing what I did, say for instance now, yeah, I go and sleep with some woman, yeah, while I'm in a relationship with my woman, yeah, and that woman gets pregnant, yeah, and I don't say anything. I'm not taking responsibility, because if 9 months later a baby comes out, I can't say I didn't know I slept with her, because I did know. So it's directly my fault. It's directly me not taking responsibility, and directly I now have to deal with the consequences of that, to whatever regard, because I wasn't being honest.
Responsibility, even though you slept with the woman.
Well, I'll be honest with you, yeah, I would take responsibility. Say that, for instance, yeah, I was sleeping with one woman, yeah, and she got pregnant, yeah, and I was sleeping with another woman and she got pregnant. I'd make sure they both know. I'm not that type of person.
Well,
there's no way you're going to wait 9 months to find out.
I hope your morals and standards are a little bit higher than that.
My moral standards are higher than that, though. My morals, they are. And this is the type of, I'll be honest, it comes from my mother. That's how my mother raised me. My mother raised me not to lie. So, for instance, say that, I'm going to be honest, I've been in a situation when I was in my past where I was with a girl, a particular female, and that particular female cheated on me. So I started seeing another female. Then the female who cheated on me, who I'd broken ties with, broken relationship with, just kept hounding me down, wouldn't go away. And one day I gave in. I made sure when I gave in, I let her know, do you know what? I've been seeing someone else. And the someone else that I was seeing that I wasn't in a serious relationship with, I'd make her know, do you know what? My ex, whoever's coming, I've started seeing her again. And now I'm seeing both of you.
Oh,
I'm just that real. I'm just that real, though. Not everyone's that
hold on.
real.
Do you feel like that you got damaged and then you started doing damage control to the two women after that?
No, I wouldn't say that, Tash.
You
Tash, I
found
don't
out
think
she
I
was
got damaged.
cheating, and then you thought, you know what? That's it. I'm just done. I'm gonna just do
I
what I
wouldn't say
want.
I was damaged. I would say that I found out that this person was cheating, so I was done with that relationship. Innit? I was moving on,
But why
and
did you go?
I
You
knew
saw
another
a new
female that.
person. You weren't trying to be serious with the person, and then you
Yeah, I
started seeing
wasn't
at the
trying
same
to be
time.
serious with
Not
the new
fair.
person. You're right. You're right. And the new person I was seeing at the time, they wasn't really trying to be serious with me neither. So that was a mutual thing where neither one of us at that time wanted a serious relationship, because I believe they had come out of a relationship where they'd had a similar kind of bad experience, and they were just kind of just being young and free for a bit, and I was kind of being young and free for a bit. So that was kind of the agreement we came to. So when the ex-partner came back into the picture, it wasn't a shock to them. They wasn't upset by it. It was just, I made sure I let them know, because I didn't want someone to feel like I was deceiving them, or, I was sleeping with someone else and they didn't know about it. And then, if anything happens, then, it's going to be, well, why didn't you tell me? I'm a strong believer in being honest. I'm a strong believer in honesty, man. Like, honesty.
Well,
Honestly.
I'm never gonna agree with having, two women on the go at the same time. I think that's unacceptable.
Well, I didn't have them both on the go at the same time, because, like I said, I was seeing one, that one cheated. Then this new person's come along, so I've started seeing that person on just a totally platonic basis. It wasn't a serious relationship. Then the old partner's come back and said they wanted to work things out. So in the end, I've ended up breaking it off with that person. And they wasn't upset, because they knew we wasn't in a serious relationship, XYZ. And we still remain friends to this day.
And you went back with your ex that cheated?
Yeah, I made the mistake of going back with my ex. And the reason I say mistake is because I think once a person's deceived you once, you shouldn't give them that opportunity again.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes me take the stance of, I'm not going to be a cheat. I'm not going to do things behind people's back. Once I get in one relationship with one woman, I'm going to stick to one woman. And I'm not going to let anyone steer me away from that. No amount of women throwing themselves at me, no amount of temptation is going to lead me down that path, because as far as I'm concerned, I know how it feels, and I would hate to make someone else feel that way. Plus the fact that I believe it can't be good for your spirit, and women are difficult enough to deal with when there's one, dealing with two, that's just too much for me personally. But, some guys, they...
Okay. Are you gonna marry?
They might like that.
Are you gonna marry this young lady?
Of course. That's standard. That's a standard procedure in my faith and where I come from. That's what you're supposed to do. We don't really have that choice. Once I'm with someone and they're faithful to me and I'm faithful to them, and we've been together for X amount of time, at least I'd say at least a year or so, to give a person a time to prove themselves that they're not going to falter and fall victim and go down the wrong path. And you've given yourself time to get to know the person properly, to know their people, they know your people, X, Y, Z. Yeah, it's definitely time to get married, isn't it?
May Allah preserve you, inshallah. Things will work out in the way it should be for you guys. She's carrying a child now, so
100%. In that respect, definitely. Once they're carrying your child, I think that's a given. There's no way out of it from there. You feel what I'm trying to say? You have to marry them. And if you don't marry them and you still want to play games, X, Y, Z, I think, there's a lot of guys who are like that. And I could never agree with them. I'd always give them the side eye. I'd be looking at them like, if you don't value your woman and value the fact that she's carrying your child, how can you really say you value yourself and value your own life? Because she's carrying your life inside of her. You see it?
Well, Sifa, I don't know how we've managed to have a fairly reasonable conversation. But I don't even know.
I'm reasonable. Sis, I'm reasonable.
Because I kind of like motion. He's probably one of my
I think people have a perception of me.
for your
Saj,
agenda.
people have a perception of me. People have a perception of me, which is usually based on my interactions with other people, not necessarily on my interactions with them. But because you're giving me the benefit of the doubt and allowing us to grow our own relationship, I only believe we're going to go from strength to strength. We're only going to have better and better conversations. And a lot of
Yeah, well,
people
don't
don't
mess
know
with the
this about me,
Caribbean,
but
though. You know, don't be messing with the Caribbean.
I'm not.
And don't mess with us. We'll come together. We'll be good. Yeah, black people
You
coming
know what?
together
My
is
cousin, yeah,
better.
she says similar stuff to like this to me, yeah, because she is Grenada, yeah, and she says some similar stuff to me, and she don't like sometimes when I talk about Grenada and stuff. But I'm gonna say this, like majority of my friends, a lot of people don't know this. I've got more female friends than I have male friends.
I can believe
And I
that.
don't have the same dynamics to the conversation and the relationship that I have with my male friends that I have with my female friends. I feel like them relationships flourish a lot further, you know, other than a few of my male friends. And I've got hundreds of male friends, so that, when I say few, that's still quite a few. But yeah, with my female friends, I feel like our relationships flourish and grow even more because I'm a person who's very in touch with my emotions, although I don't display them all the time. And you know,
That's definitely you. Yep. Definitely. You're not alone. There's many of you lot on these panels that are, you know,
yeah.
in touch with your emotions to a certain extent.
But
Yeah.
I do seek to support my sisters in most things that they do, and I also recognize that, you know, although men are the heads in the community and the heads of their household X Y Z, I realize that in the family structure there's times where the woman has to lead, in the sense of, in like for instance in Christianity they
Oh,
say
that's
the man is the
interesting.
head.
When's
They
the
say the
women
man
have
is
to
the
lead?
head. I'm gonna show you something that I learned growing up here. So they say the man is the head and the woman is the neck. But we have to understand something about this whole phrase and what it's actually entailing. So if the
Yeah.
woman is the neck, remember you cannot turn your head without using your neck. So the neck is showing me where to focus, whereas the head is taking charge. And that's where the woman's leading. She's
I
leading
don't
the
know.
focus. Of course she is. Because think about it like this. I'm going to show you something. I've heard this many a time in many relationships as well. A woman may say that, you know, a particular man is messy and, you know, he needs to do X, Y, Z around the house. So she's leading him. She's being that neck and leading him to the things that he needs to do, that he needs to keep up with to keep her happy. And if he's a real man, then he's going to use his head and focus, and he's going to take charge of that situation the way he's supposed to by making sure that all of the things she's asked for are catered to. So that's where her role is, to lead, you know, by being the neck, by leading his focus where it needs to be. And, you know, the man is being the head by taking charge of those situations, you know. So if, like, for instance, my child's mother may say, my son or my daughter or whoever, they're getting in trouble in school and they're not listening. Okay, you've led me to the problem. You're being that neck. You've led me to where my focus needs to be. Now I'm going to take charge. Now I'm going to go down to the school. Now I'm going to go and talk to my child. Now I'm going to have to put them in check and make sure they know, listen, all eyes are on you right now. If X, Y, Z is not done by X time, yeah, then I'm telling you right now, there's going to be consequences, and the consequences will be dire in comparison to your situation. So now that child or whatever the situation is going to have to change, whether it be the child has to change, the school has to change, someone has to change. And I'm going to be the one to take the lead role in it and take the pressure off of mum, because mum's already got enough to do.
That's good.
A lot of people, though, I'll be honest with you, a lot of people, like especially men, I think this is where the women, you know, they shine, because they pay attention to these type of situations. They pay attention to these dynamics in life, where a lot of men, a lot of the time, they're not really paying attention like that. And they're only paying attention when the woman highlights it to them. So I try to make sure that I'm paying attention before it gets highlighted. So for instance, one of my children went to school in Peckham, yeah? And I said to their mother, don't send my child to school in Peckham, because knowing what I'm like, you know, I went to a school in Lewisham, same kind of thing, ghetto area. It's a very ghetto school. Even though it seems good on paper, it looks good on paper, the dynamics of the area, just the people in the area alone can be a draw out. Plus the people who are going to go to the school, a percentage of them are going to be from the area and have that dynamic within their way of acting and portraying themselves. So it's definitely going to create conflict. Now, this particular on this particular occasion, I wasn't listened to and adhered to, so my child was sent to this school anyway, and everything I predicted was going to happen because it's my child. I know my child, and I know my child has similar personality to me. You rub them up the wrong way, you're going to get the wrong side of them. You deal with
they
them
went
fairly.
to school in Peckham or Lewisham, sorry.
In Peckham.
And you went to you went to Lewisham, yeah. But you knew the school.
And every minute,
right.
Yep. And every minute they was getting in problem. Now, I also knew how to deal with the problem. So it came to a point where I said, you know what, I'm going to go down to the school. I'm going to talk to some of the parents and I'm going to talk to these kids. I'm going to make them know what time it is. And the mum was like, no, you can't do that. People just going to think you're a bully. They're going to think this. They're going to think that. I said, all right, you know what? You handle it your way. It never got handled. In fact, it escalated and got even more out of control until the mum finally... Until the mum
or did they still go to school?
Well, I'll be honest. This is what happened. Yeah, the school even started contacting.
Hold on, Shift. Do you want to talk about this on YouTube?
I want to talk about it. I'm happy to talk about it, man, because I think this could possibly help someone. This could possibly help someone. So I'm happy to talk about it. Now I'm going to say this. You know, the school even end up.
Hold on, Shift. People may use.
They can use it. They can use Tash. I'm glad they will. If they want to use it, I'm glad for them to use it because, like I said, this doesn't make me feel vulnerable in any way. In fact, I think it only strengthens my position. So what I'm going to say is, it got to a point where even the school started making contact because the situations, you know, the problems that my child was getting into with other children were getting so out of control. So I've now said to them, look, I'm no longer giving you the choice now. I'm going down to the school. I went down to the school. I spoke to the teacher. They said, we're so happy you've come down here because we've been trying to get in contact with you guys. We've been trying to contact mum and get some kind of contact so we can deal with the situation because we think it's important that the parents get involved. So when I was speaking to the teacher, I said, okay, well, you know, it would be nice if maybe you could invite the other parents, X, Y, Z, so that, you know, we can kind of sort this situation out as adults and show these kids some solidarity so that they know you're not just going to do whatever you're doing out a road or do whatever you're doing in school and then you go home and no one don't know what you was up to and you're getting away with it. It's not going to work like that. And the school totally agreed with me. So they invited the other parents in. Guess what? The other parents, some of them didn't want to turn up, innit? Yeah. So what's happened now is a further situation happened. So I've cornered all of the kids on my own. I've caught them after school. Bam. Yeah, the ones that's in the problems with my child and my child. Yeah, and I've cornered both groups, the group that my child's in and the group that the other children are in. And I've discovered that, you know, originally it was all one group. And now this group is split and fractured and now they're kind of warring with each other. So once I put them in check and let them know, listen, at the end of the day, regardless of whether your parent turned up to the meeting or not, remember the school's got your number, you know. And once I've got you lot here now, I've got my phone out. I'm filming everything that's going on. So now I can go straight back to the teachers. Everyone's getting suspended. You're probably going to get beaten when you go home. Furthermore to that matter, when I now tell the teachers, you know what, give me those parents' numbers and give us some contact because obviously they didn't turn up at the first meeting, they're going to be less reluctant to do that. And now I'm going to have direct influence within your house. So I tell you what, the best thing you lot can all do, get your phones out, call your parents now before it turns into something out of control for you and you end up getting your ass bust. All of them pulled their phones out, called their parents. I spoke to all the parents. All the parents was like, I'm so thankful that you was here and you've managed to resolve this situation. And, you know, I just got all the praise from all the parents. You know, like that. It was like, you know, if anything happens in future, take my number. I've got all the parents' numbers. Do you think there was ever a situation after that?
Well done.
Not even an argument after that. There was nothing. They just finished school, done their thing, got their qualifications and moved on. But had I not interacted on that level, and because I know when I was going to school, I didn't have my dad in that capacity where he would get involved like that. Even my mum worked hard. They was both busy doing other things. So they didn't have time to be going down to the school and doing certain things like that. Like what I made time, innit? Like, You know, even though potentially I didn't have time, still got to make money and provide for my family, X, Y, Z. But I just said, no, this is too important, because I remembered what I went through going through school in those particular areas, and it made all the difference. And to this day, not one problem between these kids, because they know, listen, I still got your parents' number. There's no running no more. I know where you live. What are you gonna think?
That's good. No, Shifa, that's serious commitment to your child. That's valuable. You know, that could have gone easily left. So well done. Well done.
Some of these kids, that's what happens. They, you know, it goes left, and then they end up stabbing each other. A child ends up dead, especially in those particular areas. And that's why I thought, you know what? There's no way. I'm not leaving it to get to that.
I saw so many slash marks in this ASD child's coat the other day. He was, they came and rushed him after school, and they came with knives, and that he was just lucky the coat, that coat saved his life. But no, it could have.
I've been there, Tash. I've been there. Like,
they could get so
I've
big.
been going to school, with books stuffed down my clothing, like textbooks that I've taken from school, the bendy ones, and I've bent them around my clothing. I've got flipping masking tape and sellotape, and I've got my brethren to sellotape it around my body so it won't move, like some type of armor. So if anyone tries to stab me, it's not going straight through. And one day I remember getting home from school.
It was like a
my mum's
Bora,
like,
wasn't it? They carried Boras, didn't they?
yeah. So imagine I've got home from school one day and my mum seen me getting undressed. She said, "What's that? Why have you got books strapped to you? What kind of foolishness are you doing?" And I've tried to explain it to her. She was like, whatever. You know, like mums back in them days, they thought we was just over exaggerating kind of thing. And the only point where my mum actually realized it wasn't an over exaggeration was when a particular thing happened. You know, I actually got attacked. And, you know, people actually tried to come to my house, X, Y, Z, and pulled out knives, X, Y, Z. Now, I was a bit of a hothead, so I've gone straight for my knife, and my knife was huge. I'm not gonna. So when I see some of these kids, when they talk about these zombie killers or whatever, I'd be a hypocrite to say to them anything about what they're doing. But I'd be a hypocrite to myself to say that I don't know better and I haven't been through that situation and know what road it leads down. So, you know, I try not to be too harsh in the way I speak to them, but I do definitely try to get involved and try to dissolve those situations and show them a better way, because, you know, I've almost been killed on occasion. You know, like you said, come home with holes all throughout my clothing. Several of my friends also, you know, like from people trying to attack us in different ways, maybe stabbing or, you know, literally just fighting and ripping up our clothing. You know, I've even had people shoot at me and all sorts of things. And I think I don't want my child to go through that no more than I want the next generation of black youths to be going through that. So, you know, any way I can interact. How did I get out of what? Which one?
Out of that life, just of being on the other end.
I'll be honest with you, yeah. My mother was very savvy. So basically once I started getting into too much problems, and this is from a very young age. This is like secondary school age.
On the panel, is that her mum?
No, she hasn't got the same mum. But
very respectful.
I'll be honest with you, yeah. I'll be honest with you. Some of my sisters are not blood sisters, they're stepsisters. Yeah. So you know, that's not my. She sounded what?
She sounded very respectful from what I heard.
Yeah, she is very. They're all respectful. All of my. You see me, I'm like the black sheep of the bunch. I'm gonna be fair. I'm probably the most road out of all of me and a few other cousins. We're probably the more road ones. You know, like that in my immediate family. You know, like that in my extended family. There's a lot worse versions of us. But in my immediate family, I'm probably the black sheep and maybe one other cousin. But long story short, like I was saying,
working, you've got a partner, you know, you're looking after
her,
I hope.
I'd still say I was the black sheep because I was the wild card growing up. You know, I've been in a lot of situations that none of my family have ever been in. You know, I think, you know, I'm trying to allude to, you know, like having trouble with the law. Majority of my family have never been arrested. They've never had any trouble with the law. You know, we've got, you know, solicitors and barristers and architects, and
I felt like
we got very well-to-do people in the family, to be fair. So, you know, I think it's just
hear it
because
in you sometimes, Schiffer. I don't know why you I don't know, you should be, I don't know, some of you guys just waste your time on these things, and I don't know.
I just think it's the area I grew up in, sis. You see the area I grew up in, yeah. Most of my family
you should be a bit more constructive. You've gone through a lot. You've got a story to tell. You should be helping the youth that are coming up. You should be saying to yourself, I want to do something to give back. I'm at that age now.
I do try now.
You got your kids and everything. You got all these people to think about. Life's so short as well.
100%. Like in this day and age now, yeah. As a young man growing up, the area I came from, yeah, it was very fight or flight. So if you was the type of person that couldn't stand up for yourself, you know, people would try and rob you, they try and take your things away, they try and bully you. You know, I remember from a young age, I remember my first instance of someone trying to rob me. I was about 8 years old, and I was riding through, well, we grew up on an estate, yeah, with my mum, yeah. And I remember riding through the estate on my bike one day, and one of the bigger kids, like, he saw me, you know, stop my bike, buy a shop. You know, I was going to go in the shop and buy some sweets or whatever. And I knew the shop owner as well. The shop owner was a friend of my mum, Asian lady, yeah. Now, I stopped at the shop, and this bigger kid has come over to me and grabbed hold of my bike. He said, let me have a go. Let me have a go. I was like, no, my mum said, no, I can't have a go. He punched me in my face. He was like 10 times bigger than me. He's punched me in my face. I've fallen onto the floor, and he's ridden off on the bike. Now, the owner of the shop saw the person, innit? And they knew my mum and knew his mum and knew everyone, innit? So as soon as my mum came into the shop, she was like, yeah, that's the kid who done it, right? That's where he lives, bam, bam, bam. So my mum went and got my bike back. But one thing I was taught from that age is not to let anyone take my things like that again, and to be vigilant and to be aware of certain things. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? Although my parent was trying to teach me, you know, how to handle myself and, you know, trying to do something good, it also set up something bad in me, because now it's like, as much as I'm trying to prepare for people who's going to do stuff like that to me, you know, it's opened up a different element of my mind where, you know, the dynamic is now, if anyone gets too close like that, if anyone tries anything funny, I'm going to react first. That's what it turned into. And I think, like, unfortunately, led me down that path. You know, at this age now, I see it, and hence I no longer live in the city for that reason, because I think the city is definitely a draw out. And, you know, there's so many of us living there in these environments, influenced by these types of behaviors, that, you know, sometimes it's unavoidable because of our egos. Like, a man will say, a man stepped on his shoes in the club. Oh, is he taking me for a dickhead? Now he has to do something about it. Whereas where I'm in the countryside, someone will step on someone's shoes in the club. And the way these white boys react is so different. They don't even care. It's like, oh, he must be drunk. Fuck it, they don't care. He's drunk too. He just carried on dancing. They all spill drinks on each other. No one's arguing about it. But if you do that in a club full of...
When they get really, really drunk, do you find they can get a little bit violent sometimes, or not really?
When they get really, really drunk, a little bit violent would be an understatement. When they get really, really drunk, they get crazy. And you got the racist ones as well. I've had times where, you know, I've been out and I like to go out on my own. I'm not a person who goes out with like a whole gang all the time, or I don't even have to have one of my friends with me. I can literally be out on my own. And for some reason, I get a lot of attention on my own. People will invite me into their circles, X, Y, Z, because I'm quite bubbly character.
Yeah.
Now,
I can imagine,
I've had occasions where like groups of men, you know, have tried to attack me. And maybe because, you know, they see me on my own, they see me as a weak link, as a vulnerable person. But my granddad taught me how to box from a young age. Do you know, like that? From a young age, you know, there was many gangs in my area. If I didn't know how to run, sometimes I had to fight, and there might be 5 of them, there might be 10, and I had to learn those situations. So being in the countryside, when there's 3 or 4 of them, even if there's 5, 10 of them, I know how to handle them. They're not ready for what I'm going to do, because the way I'm going to react is going to be so volatile. Now it's like they're almost scared, and there's more of them than me. Like, I had this one occasion where these racist boys tried to attack me outside of a club, yeah, and I was with a group of people who I'd met in the club, girls. One was a DJ in the club, and I'd met her on a previous occasion somewhere else, and she'd invited me to this club. And we were in there, we had a great time. And the whole night I saw this little group of guys. There was about 4 or 5 of them just watching me. And the people I was with were considerably younger than me as well. I think they may have been about 3 to 4 years younger than me, all of them. I must have been about 26, 27. And they was probably about, you know, between the ages of 18 to 22. So these boys were older than us anyway. So the people I was with, they was all quite scared when these boys approached us. Yeah, and they started saying some racist stuff. So the moment they said some, like at first they were saying some fault, like, I don't even know what they were saying because I'm not into their country lingo, innit? As soon as they said some N-word stuff, I stepped straight across the road. The biggest one of them, I walked straight into him with my forehead. I pushed his head back into the wall. He's conked his head on the wall. His friends are so shocked by the way I've reacted. It's like everyone's stunned. No one did. I'm thinking one of them must throw a punch now, innit? No one's thrown nothing. I said, do something. No one's done nothing because they're so stunned by the way I've reacted. And by the time I've reacted like that, I've realized that maybe I'm too aggressive for this area. Do you know? They're not ready for all of that. London, if that was London and I walked into a bunch of man them like that and just walked my head straight into someone's head and just basically headbutted you and conked your head into a wall, the rest of them going to rush me straight away. And I was ready for that because I'm thinking, once I've got the biggest one, if the rest of them try to rush me, it's only a matter of getting the second biggest one and doing something that's really going to hurt him. Now, once they hear him scream, the rest of them are going to run. Because that's what I learned growing up.
Yeah. Boxing actually gives you a lot of discipline, actually.
100%.
I'm not...
100%.
It's a tricky one. It gives you a lot of discipline. It allows you to hold your composure and not get, you know, caught up. But at the same time, I don't agree with the sport to a certain extent when it goes professional.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway. Shifa, my gosh. Where is Born?
Born is out like a light. He's out like a light. We're holding up his panel for him right now.
Well, Shifa, if you've gone through all these kind of things and you've come out of it and you're working and what have you, right, you should be like focusing on, you know, kind of supporting the youth, that thing that you did outside the school, all that kind of stuff. You could think about even, you know, working and doing those kind of things, supporting the young people.
Do you know that's something I wanted to do? And I wanted to open up a studio for the young people. I was ready to invest my own money in it, X, Y, Z. And then because of my criminal record, it kind of closed the door. It kind of closed certain doors that I wanted to go through. And I thought that, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe it's not something you give up on, because I am definitely good at interacting with the youth, and I can definitely get them to respond to me. And, you know, the way I deliver what I'm saying, they usually take it on board. So
I know this company, I'll send it to you on the Discord, where they don't mind, they don't look into like your background and what have you, and they fund like grant wise, they give you grants to fund the business and stuff. So yeah, there's always black businesses. It's for black run businesses. But I think you're going to be doing it more for like the community, and that would include like white children, I'm assuming, as well.
Yeah, that's cool. And I'll tell you one thing I do, Tash. Obviously, being into my music and stuff, you know, I'm at an age now where I try to help the youth who's, you know, on their way up, you know, into the music industry, and, you know, I offer them advice and critique on, you know, how on their writing material. I give them use of the studio. Between me and a few people I know, sometimes, you know, we'll support them and pay for their, you know, their music, their videos, X, Y, Z, and try to get them going. So I do offer support in that way. It's just not something I really advertise like that, because I think, you know, if we're doing the Lord's work, we're just doing the Lord's work. I'm not looking for gratification for it. I'm not looking for people to say, oh, well, you done all of this and you done that in the community. I'm not looking for gratification. The gratification comes from the Most High only. So I'm not going to speak too much about it, but yeah, we do stuff for the youth, man. We do.
Oh, that's good. So I'm going to hear less arguing with you and the other people now, then, Shifa, I'm hoping.
Hopefully, but I don't know. I can only give as good as I can, I think. And if you send me that link, you know, to the thing where we can help out the youth, you know, I'm sure I'll take part, and
there's a lot.
You know, you might be able to see. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few yeah, I'm going to plug one of the channels, White Matters. Big up to that channel. He did a really good show, and he put a few like business connections in there for like startup businesses. So
yeah.
So I'm not
That
allowed to
sounds
do
good.
that on Vaughn's channel, I think, but
Why not?
Vaughn's to speak. I think there's only the deal with just Jen Wallace's show. He promotes Jen.
What? That's not fair.
Yeah, he only
Hey,
promotes
everyone, go
Jen.
to my channel as well.
I'm only joking, Vaughan, if you could.
Don't forget my channel. Don't forget to go to Shifadon X on YouTube. Subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you can get the notifications. And if you're ever on any of the shows, if you like it, like it. If you don't like it, unlike it. And just talk freely to yourself.
What's your goals for your channel? Just like open panel.
I'll be honest.
What do you want to discuss? What do you want to get out of it? What do you want to achieve?
As far as open panel, I'm open to discuss what anyone else wants to discuss. My channel is really more for music and more just for promoting myself. But because there's been so much controversy on some of the other panels I've been on in the UK wise, a lot of the UK guys, they've asked me to do my own panel. It's been a long time coming. And some of them have even, because I've taken so long to do it, it's difficult to contact them now. I've got a new phone. I've lost some contacts, and some of them may not even be online anymore. X, Y, Z. So, I think it's a long time coming. I should have done it a while back, but better late than never, innit? I'm giving people the opportunity to do that on my channel now.
Yeah, you'll find them as long as you know. I don't know. You've got to be careful. It doesn't become like just an idle space, because that's where you're gonna have people are gonna end up arguing. And I know you guys didn't do that yesterday. It went fairly well, but you've got to have like a goal and where you want to go with the channel, what you want to do. But if it's music based, there's so many channels out there that you can kind of work with and get support from. So
I only play my own music and people who go to the same studio XYZ as myself, or use the same producers. And really, we're not really playing music nonstop. Maybe just now and then, if I feel like, say for instance, we have like yesterday, we had particular conversations where I felt a particular tune kind of reflected with that moment and with that conversation. I might drop a tune in between. If any of the artists want to jump on the panel, I might play one of their tunes and, you get them to, give some feedback so the artists can get some feedback, X, Y, Z. But other than that, the channel, I'll just be putting up music, really. I think over the next couple of months, we're getting a lot of stuff mastered and finished, and we're going to be putting up some new material on there and on the Spotify, X, Y, Z. So, yeah, that's where we're really going.
It's haram for me, Sakina, but yeah, we'll big up, man. You're putting in the work, and it's.
When you say it's haram, I've never really understood that. So if you listen to music, does it have to be like gospel or like a Muslim kind of gospel?
You're not supposed to listen to any music whatsoever. Yeah.
Why not?
Well, look at the lyrical content. I mean, it just says it all, really, isn't it? Like you don't know where music can lead you.
What if it's gospel orientated? What if it's music of praise?
Nah. You can do spoken words, but it's not, you can't have
okay, so you're a Muslim then. You're not Christian, you're Muslim.
Yeah, I'm Muslim, obviously. You didn't know that.
So what if I'm learning this today, so I'm glad you told me this. So what if it was say like for instance, if it was music that is in praise to Allah, is that something you'd be able to listen to?
It's a bad thing to say. I mean, I still listen to some music, but I listen to more spoken words, nothing with any beats behind it.
Okay. So if it hasn't got a beat, you can listen to it.
Yeah, it's usually Islamic driven, but I know people in the music industry that I'm still friends with. Yeah.
So is it more to do with the beat why you can't listen to the music, or is it more to do with the, because I'm a bit confused where you said that, certain things in the lyrics, obviously there's things in the beat that you can't listen to as well.
Yeah, it's the beat. There's a lot of I'll have to send you some of the information in regards to it.
Is it to do with the frequencies, the
To
type
be
of
honest with you.
instruments? I don't know. Like, can you give me any kind of breakdown? Like I said, is it to do with the frequencies, the instruments, the
I
type
think
of
it's
compositions?
yeah, I think it's mainly from what I've the few questions that I've asked about. It's mainly to do with where it can lead you, and you can't listen to instruments. That's what I've been told. I could be wrong. I don't know if
Yeah.
Sakina knows more than myself, but
All I know is it's the drums, isn't it? I think that's the main sort of because of the drums, the like Tasha saying the beat behind the music.
yeah.
Okay.
I'll have to.
Okay.
Do you know what? I'm going to get a few bits and I'll see if you're interested in terms of finding out.
So how do? So then, all right. So for instance, then, if I was out then and I was out partying then, and I saw Muslim people out partying in a rave XYZ, then they're going against Islam. I'm confused.
Oh, not everyone's fully practicing. Everyone's human at the end of the day. That's what I think people forget sometimes. You know.
The thing is as well, Shiv.
Islam.
The thing is as well, Shiv. There's stuff that is haram and there's things that are shirk. So things that are haram won't necessarily take you out of the fold of Islam, but the things that are shirk will definitely take you out of the fold of Islam. Do you understand?
So the music side of it is that not
The
shirk then?
music is just haram, so it won't take you out of the fold of Islam. It's just haram. Like Christmas now is shirk. That will take you out of the fold of Islam.
Yeah.
Okay. So because the music is haram, I may still see Muslims listening to music or
You
going
may
to clubs.
still, you may
XYZ.
still have Muslims come over. Yeah.
But what are the is there any detriment to things that are haram, or is that just something where it doesn't matter?
Haram
You
is
still
basically a sin. As long as we obviously, when we pray, as long as we obviously ask Allah for forgiveness and whatnot, then do you know what I mean? But obviously we also have to be working actively to stop that behavior. We can't just ask for forgiveness and then not do nothing about it. Do you get
continue
what
to
I
do
mean?
that for the rest of your life, kind of.
Yeah.
So then, all
You've
right,
got to
say for
prevent
instance, then
continuing.
But then say for instance, then someone like let's use Brother Maku for instance, then because he's a bit of an older Muslim brother, or someone like Khan, or someone who's in those kind of age brackets.
He's a Nubian.
Right.
Huh? I thought he was a Muslim.
He's Nubian. That's
What
why
does
he's
that
called
mean?
so Nubians. It's a bit of everything, kind of.
So
It's
he
got
is a
a few.
Muslim or he's not a Muslim?
I don't really know. Like he yeah, I don't know. You'd have to ask Maku about the Nubian thing, but yeah.
When you say
But it has
Nubian, we're
got
talking
Islam
about.
in it.
But then we're talking about what's the guy's name? Malachi York. Then Nubian.
I think that's the guy. Yeah.
Because from what I'll be honest, I don't know enough about Nubians to make any kind of denomination of them. But obviously, with the controversy surrounding Malachi York, I'd say that
I'm not getting involved in this
how could we
conversation.
no, but how can we involve that in Islam then? If there's so much controversy, wouldn't Islam seek to be separating itself from that?
I'm not getting involved in this discussion.
I'm just asking. Maybe we can't answer that question.
Shamsi, our Salafi brother, he's the right person for this conversation. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go down this one. Big up Shamsi as well. I'm listening to something.
I swear they're going live now. I might jump on there and ask him.
Yeah, they've gone live already, Shifa. You've missed it. I think, yeah. Try and not ask him that question. That's probably not a good idea.
Why say that?
Shifa, you and him don't get on, and it's just going to be an untold argument for the lengthy.
No, man, it's not going to be an argument unless he wants an argument. But I think it's a valid point. At the end of the day, if he's making it, if he's giving me the false impression that he's a Muslim, but he's a Nawapi, and I think that's definitely something that needs addressing, because you know, maybe a load of us have got the false impression, and then we wouldn't want the good name of you Muslim brothers and sisters to be tarnished by someone who's calling
Yeah,
himself
hold
a
on,
Muslim.
hold on.
But,
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. We didn't say anything. We just said.
I know it's Empress Becca went silent there. She said, "Now fuck this."
No, because you know what it is. I don't like because I don't know much about Nubian. I know obviously some of it has got Islamic stuff in it, but I'm not 100. You're better off talking to Maku about it. On all honesty.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think I'm gonna ask him. I think it's a very relevant question. Why not? Like, and
But
obviously, if there's nothing to hide,
just be careful. Just like
why?
you know,
Why? If there's nothing
because
to
we know
hide,
what
what?
you're like, Shifa.
That drama.
But if there's to hide those, like obviously we know Malachi Z. We know what he's in jail for. Like, you know, I'm not gonna go too much into that, but obviously
Oh my gosh,
practicing something that's a lot different to Islam, and you know, some
Shifa,
of
you
his
don't have
practices are.
peaceful life, you know. And don't go and speak to Maku about that.
Why?
Oh my gosh, just leave it. Just leave it.
I'm confused. I never knew he was that. I know it says new RPN sniper or whatever, but I thought that was just like some
Well,
kind of
that's a
gimmick.
big
You know, like
fucking hint right there, isn't it?
no, but you know, like he talks about, but sis, you know, like he talks about Kemet and stuff, and then all of a sudden he's a Muslim again. And I know that Muslims don't deal with Kemet like that. As far as they're concerned, that's pagan. As far as I've known from other Muslims, was that something that you would agree with?
Just
Not
don't
too sure. I'm
answer.
still
Don't
learning,
answer.
Shifa.
Don't answer.
I know that was a tactical answer because you don't want me to go over and say, but Empress Becca told me that that's fake. Hey,
You know, the reality is, as Muslims, we're not supposed to really discuss anything regarding Islam online. To be honest with you, we should be leaving it to those of knowledge. And we often don't. It's unfortunate because we're looking a bit funny out here at the moment. But
that makes sense.
I'm only joking.
And you know what? But you know what, sis? Being fair and serious with you, though, I actually agree with that point because I think as Israelites, we're kind of in the same boat. Unless someone's asking questions, we're not supposed to be really trying to indoctrinate people or just going online to have discussions about, you know, things to do with Israel and, you know, the Bible X, Y, Z, because, you know, that could be seen as like trying to pressure people into believing something they may not necessarily believe in, or, you know, forcing our viewpoints onto people, where I think it's much more what's the word? It's much more productive if someone's interested in something and they want to ask questions, then I can answer your questions. And then, you know, if you want to be brought into the fold further, you know, I can bring you into the fold further and hopefully bring you closer to the Most High, or in your respect to Allah, as you don't obviously like to use the same name.
You signpost.
No, we do. We say the Most High.
Okay, it's just it's just the Yahweh part you lot don't use.
Yeah, because that's
or
you
Yahweh.
lot's thing, isn't it? It's not ours.
Okay.
But yeah, we do like Allah has 99. This is what we was trying to say to you. You know, when obviously I didn't get a chance to really get involved in that convo in it because you, Shani, and Khan, but obviously they were holding it down still. But Allah actually has 99 names, Shifa. And that's just one of them. Do you know what I mean? The Most High is just one of them.
Is Yahweh one of them?
I don't think so, no.
And this is where I was kind of going when I was saying that obviously if we're praying to the same Most High, yeah, then that's why the name's important, because then, you know, if I could identify one of those 99 names as Yahweh, then I could definitely say without any shadow of a doubt.
In the last stream, I did send I was sending links in the side chat like I normally do, but I don't think anyone saw them. But yeah, I can send you them.
Yeah. Someone else just put it in name, Quran chapter 5, whatever this guy's name is. So I think that obviously, from my perspective, it's not that I disbelieve you guys, and I do ask a lot of questions, but that's because I'm just trying to get the right information. And you know, sometimes it gets confusing when one person has said one thing, another person says another thing. Whereas if you ask
and I mean,
me,
and this is why, you know, when in that same discussion you were saying about magic and whatever. That's what I was trying to say to you. That's not necessarily all Muslims. That's just a certain sect of Muslims that believe in that. Do you know what I'm saying? That's
Okay.
Sufism. So that's Sufis that believe in magic and stuff, from my understanding. So it's like,
Okay.
so you're asking, like, because I think Shani is a Sunni, and I think Khan may be Sunni. I'm not 100% with Khan, but you, like, that's why I said you can't really ask them because they're not Sufi. Do you know what I mean? They don't practice that.
So what was that thing Khan was talking about, breathing in your hands and wiping it over your body? Or is that not magic? What is that?
don't know about that. I don't. Maybe Tash knows more about that. I don't. Yeah.
What are you talking about? The gin thing in the notes? Wait, what's he talking about?
No, Khan
So,
was talking. I can't remember
go on,
exactly
Jeff.
what he said. I remember him saying something about breathing in your hands and, you know, wiping it over your face and over your body, and that giving you some type of protection. And the way I interpreted that was like some type of, I interpret it as some type of magic, but obviously if it's not some type of magic, I'm a bit confused. I was a bit confused.
If he's talking
And I
about,
would admit that I'm confused, and I maybe need
I think he's
unconfusing.
talking about, you know, like, is it duas, D-U-A, dua?
Yeah, dua.
Yeah. You know that, like, where we say things in to like protect ourselves from jinns. Do you know what I mean? So some of us will just recite the words from the Quran, or some of us will just like say it into our hands and then like wipe it out, like kind of like wipe it over us. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
But not everyone. You don't have to do that, Shifa. You can just recite.
See, because in my faith, the only protection is you know, the Most High. So just believing in the Most High is enough protection in the Israelite faith. Outside of that, obviously, you know, there are texts and prayers you can say to
How
get
I can
closer to
explain
the
it to
Most
you,
High.
Shifa, you know, like you would say certain scriptures like to give you strength or whatever. Do you get what I mean? It's the same sort of thing. Do you understand? Yeah.
All right. I'm going to take your word for it. Hopefully no one tries to dilute your words, but I'm willing, like I said, I'll take
I
anyone's
mean,
word.
I'm only breaking it down to like my kind of understanding. Do you know what I mean, Shifa? Like, because obviously I come from the Bible side. Do you know what I mean? I was on the Hebrew Israelite thing before. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just trying to break it down how I would kind of understand when I was in the Hebrew Israelite thing. Do you know what I mean? I think that's why it's easy for me to have that I don't know. I'm kind of balanced like that, innit? But yeah, so I think it's mainly like when we're seeking strength, like in Hebrew, it's like when we're seeking strength from the Most High or whatever, we recite certain Bibles scriptures. Do you know what I'm saying?
I've got one more question, and then we can change the subject. As far as I don't know if you was around when I read that part of the, is it a surah? I can't remember what surah it was again, the exact number, but it refers to the keepers of the faith, and it's referring to the Israelites basically. Now, my question is, if the Israelites are the keepers of the faith, and you know these books, i.e. the Bible, the Torah, XYZ, that came before the Quran are valid according to the Quran, then how could the name of the Most High not be Yahweh?
Boy, to be honest, that's a good, valid question, but I couldn't answer it for you, Shifa.
I'll be honest. I know it's a really difficult question because I have before asking you this question, and after having that discussion on the show, I have discussed it with a few Muslims, and I had one elder say to me, you know, I'm asking an unnecessary question, implying to me that, you know, obviously, yeah, then the Most High's name is definitely Yahweh, but obviously not every Muslim agrees on that. So, you know, I've only got that one person's interpretation where I can say they seem to agree. But yeah, I'll definitely keep asking questions and see if I can get something more what's the word, subscribed to by, you know, the whole collective, if that makes sense.
I mean, look, I've only been Muslim 6 months, so obviously I can only talk about certain things. I mean, stuff like that, you would need to kind of go to like an imam or a scholar. Do you know what I mean? Because I wouldn't know the answer.
Why did you leave? Why did you leave being an Israelite though, or was it Hebrew Israelite? Sorry, I don't want to.
It was Hebrew Israelites, wasn't it? It was Hebrew Israelites. So obviously, my child's father is a Hebrew Israelite, innit? So I mean, I was really doing it more out of respect because obviously we're no longer together. Do you get what I mean? So I was, even though I do believe certain parts of it, obviously, because like I said, when you become Muslim, you still have to believe in certain things. Do you know what I mean when it comes to the Bible? So, but I was doing it more for respect for the baby father because of the children. So I wanted to obviously bring them up around them knowing that. But obviously, certain things didn't sit right with me with the Hebrew Israelite stuff. Do you know what I mean? Because obviously he
And
was
they
following,
only
ICIU, Israel.
ISUPK.
No, is Israel United in Christ. He was following them people.
Okay.
Yeah, so obviously, and I didn't necessarily, I agreed with some of the stuff that they were saying, but I didn't agree with it, all of it. And their leader, I just find, is a sexist, racist pig. So yeah.
See, you see what I'd say to you, sis, yeah? And I don't want to try and steer you away from Islam because I know that's where you're at. And I have no problem with Islam as a faith. Maybe I have questions, but I don't have any problems. I'd say to you that there was a point in my life also where, you know, I was involved in the Hebrew Israelite movement. And I think what you said kind of reflected with what I was thinking when I was around some of the brothers. I found that it was what I call a lot of reverse racism. There was a lot of pushing of agendas with the text rather than just, you know, reading the text in its entirety. Like when we flick to a specific part, and then, you know, I even heard people say things like, you know, when people want to condemn the Bible, they'll go to one specific paragraph or one specific verse, X, Y, Z, and then they won't read the bit that comes before it. But then I started seeing some of my brothers, my Hebrew Israelite brothers, unfortunately doing very similar things, like reading a particular passage, but forgetting the passage that comes before X, Y, Z. So that's what made me start doing a bit more discovery and research. And that's how I became just Israelite and started dealing with my Septuagint, because I found that, like I tried to explain to people the other day, when dealing with my Bible as just the King James Bible, there was definitely parts where, you know, there was certain information that's in the Septuagint that seemed to be missing from it. Whereas obviously I can still deal with it for the New Testament because that's not in the Septuagint. And I think that obviously on your Islamic path, you know, maybe there's, you know, a point where it says about the keepers of the faith for us all to at least have a look at these things, to have a look at the Septuagint and see what it has to offer. Because I think that sometimes in reading the Bible, people say to me they become confused. And that's another reason why people kind of shy away from it. And I think that when you read the Septuagint, that's what it does. It unconfuses a lot of it. It gives it a lot more clarity. And I feel that especially for the Old Testament, which is covering, it's just a lot more consistent. There's certain
You know
books
what,
that
as
don't
well,
exist in the
Shifa,
other
it's
ones.
like, I think also why I didn't like that particular camp also is because it's like they're confusing the black males within their camp. Do you get what I'm saying? And I saw my baby father struggling, like struggle, because in one hand he's being told, oh, you can't be with a white woman, you have to be with your own people. But then obviously by that time we've already got kids. Do you get what I'm saying? So in the other hand, you now can't, like there's a scripture saying you can't leave your so-called wife, because obviously they believe once you have sex with a woman, you're now married to that woman, isn't it? So